4 years ago, Yi Xian encountered the stunning beauty, Lu Meier. 4 years later, after breaking up with a gold-digging girlfriend, he activated the God of Wealth system. Detecting that the host has been looked down upon by the gold-digging girlfriend, granting one Villa number 1 in Emperor Yuan. Granting 130 million renminbi, extended Bugatti Veyron. Detecting that the host is financially strained, granting 10 billion renminbi and 10 times the consumption rebate. Detecting that the host is meeting his daughter for the first time, rewarding max-level attractiveness. The system continuously offered various benefits, and Yi Xian admitted he was overwhelmed. Young master, Mu Yu is late. Miss Lu Meier, you didn't pass the family test and cannot become the young master's fiancée. The stunning private butler bowed respectfully, while the gold-digging girlfriend panicked. Chapter 1, Jinling University. At the boys' dormitory, a crowd of over 1,000 people had gathered, including many girls. Look, Goddess Meier is at the dormitory. Hey, could she be looking for Yi Xian? Of course. Who else would she be looking for? The scene was bustling, with people crowding the dormitory balcony. Not far away, Lu Meier, one of the 4 campus beauties of Jinling University, was being watched with envy by many. Watching the crowd of over 1,000, Lu Meier curled her lips into a smile, enjoying the attention. This made her feel superior. At this moment, she felt like a queen looking down at her adoring subjects, or at least that's how Lu Meier perceived it. What's the matter? Yi Xian frowned at his gold-digging girlfriend in front of him, having discovered just yesterday that Lu Meier had cheated on him, something no man could bear. However, he never expected her to be so brazen as to seek him out today, which was truly absurd. Yi Xian, let's break up. Wow. The explosive news sent the crowd into a frenzy, eyes filled with disbelief as they turned to the scene. They had thought it was a show of affection, but it turned out to be a breakup. Chapter 2 Daddy hugged the 2 little ones looked at him with eager eyes, melting Yi Xian's heart, perhaps due to their blood relation. I really am your daddy. Holding the 2 little ones, an unprecedented feeling surged in Yi Xian's heart. Of course. Mommy has your picture in her room. Xian and Tong Tong spoke in turn, with Xian pouting. It's just that Mommy won't let us find you. Hum hum. Daddy, Tong Tong misses you so much. As she spoke, Tong Tong gave a kiss on Daddy's handsome side profile. Xian wants one too. Not to be outdone, Xian also gave a kiss, jealousy making her look quite different. At that moment, they truly envied everyone around them. Young master, Muyu will go back to tidy up the villa first. Su Muyu, who was watching the young master and the 2 little ladies, smiled and suggested, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she might not even have dinner. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand. With the 2 little cuties around, no beautiful private butler or gold-digging girlfriend mattered anymore. Gulialu. Just then, Xian and Tong Tong's little stomachs protested, causing the 2 little ones to pout in aggrievement. Chapter 3 I Want It. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and Chen Changhe almost choked on his own saliva. Mr. Yi, you want to buy Villa number 8? This information left him a bit stunned. After all, that was 800 million. The salespeople looked at Yi Xian with admiration, thinking how great it would be if he were their boyfriend. It would definitely save them 20 years of hard work. Is it not possible? Seeing Chen Changhe's reaction, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Of course it's possible. Chen Changhe suppressed his shock and then instructed his subordinates. Prepare the sales contract for Villa number 8 for Mr. Yi. Shortly after, a beautiful saleswoman walked over with the sales contract, deliberately unbuttoning the top button to reveal a picturesque view, clearly trying to charm him. After signing the contract, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Swipe the card. The efficiency of the sales office was high, and with a beep, the card transaction was completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 800 million renminbi and gained 8 billion renminbi in wealth. As expected, the tenfold rebate from spending earned him 8 billion, which put Yi Xian in a good mood. Why not? Yi Xian looked at the micro-villa development and pondered for a moment. Manager Chun, how many villas are left in Diyuan now? Chapter 4 Daddy, where are we going? Xian and Tong Tong got into the car, eagerly asking Daddy, feeling that even the air was sweet when they were with him. We're going to Century City to buy something. Wow. Hearing they were going to the mall, both little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shopping was indeed a girl's instinct, regardless of age. Of course, Yi Xian stepped on the gas and drove towards Jinling Century City, with the voices of the maids bidding farewell behind him. Goodbye, young master. The sweet voices reached his ears, and Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile. This visual and auditory enjoyment, now with a beautiful wife and 2 super cute little girls, was the pinnacle of life. and he knew this was just the beginning. Soon, they arrived at Jinling Century City. After parking the car, he took the two little ones into the mall, heading straight for luxury goods. Swipe the money. Naturally, luxury goods were the first choice. Welcome. Upon entering a high-end luxury flagship store, the two little ones curiously looked around, especially fascinated by the shiny items. Wow, Daddy, look, that bag is so beautiful. As soon as they entered the store, they saw the most eye-catching bag displayed. Mommy would look super pretty wearing that. Chapter 5, Are you happy? Back in the car, Xuan smiled indulgently. Although their time together was short, he was increasingly enjoying this feeling. Xian and Tong Tong nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, responding in their cute voices. We're super happy. Thank you, Daddy. Mua. The two little ones gave Daddy a happy kiss, making Xuan feel as if a little cat was scratching at his heart. So this is what it feels like to be a father. It's truly wonderful. This feeling could not be described in words, only known through experience. Stepping on the gas, Xuan enjoyed the thrilling pushback. If only the supercar were a bit more comfortable. For a moment, Xuan pondered this, detecting host's dissatisfaction with the supercar, granting Lamborghini Demon Child. Wow. After a slight complaint, the system directly gifted him a Lamborghini Demon Child, a supercar he had heard of, supposedly a custom version worth 100 million. Half an hour later, at Julong Villa, wow, we are back at Mommy's house. Xian and Tong Tong excitedly chirped upon seeing the familiar villa, not forgetting to call for Mommy. Mommy, come out quickly. Chapter 6, That guy. She shot a glare at Xuan. This was their first meeting, and he was already driving her crazy. Let me tell you a story about the ugly duckling. After a moment's thought, Xuan began. A swan egg was hatched in a duck's nest by a mother duck, and because it looked different, everyone treated it as the ugly duckling. Ever since it crawled out of the shell, it was bullied, excluded, and laughed at, not just by the ducks, but by the chickens as well, with the ability to immerse them in the story. The two little ones seemed to enter the world of the ugly duckling, and even Xia Bingning was stunned. That guy's voice was so captivating. She even envisioned the world of the ugly duckling, a swan egg being rejected and ridiculed by other animals after being hatched by the mother duck. No wonder he made the two little ones like him so much in such a short time. She had to admit, this story was so much better than the one she told. As the story progressed, the two little ones blinked their big, expectant eyes, quietly admiring Daddy more. Daddy tells stories so well. Soon, the story ended. Wow, Daddy, the ugly duckling is so brave. Chapter 7, Burp. Xia Bingning let out a loud burp without any grace, having devoured 2 big bowls of noodle soup, breaking her own record. How annoying. What if I get fat? It's all that guy's fault for making the soup so delicious. I have to go to the company first. Feeling Xuan's gaze and the two little ones' previous aggressiveness, she decided to retreat strategically. Daddy, Mommy is so mean for trying to take you from us. Xian, and Tong Tong clearly held a grudge, complaining about Mommy, once they saw Daddy. Their Mommy instantly became less appealing. All right, how could Mommy compete with you for Daddy? Xuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Then he said, let's go. Today Daddy is taking you to a nice place. Okay. Xian, and Tong Tong excitedly helped Daddy clean up the dishes, not wanting him to tire himself out alone. If Xia Bingning saw this scene, she would probably be so jealous. She had been cooking for the two little ones for over 3 years and never received such treatment. Leaving the villa, they headed to Jinling's largest market. Previously, he had no money and naturally wouldn't come here, but now it was different. The moment Xuan left the villa, a figure in the shadows squinted his eyes. Chapter 8, Julong Villa. Wow, Daddy, go for it. You're amazing. The two little ones watched Daddy, showcasing his extraordinary culinary skills in the kitchen, their eyes filled with stars. Just then, Xia Bingning arrived at the villa and happened to hear the two little ones' amazed voices, prompting her to look around. With hands flying and knives dancing, beautiful carrot flowers appeared on the plate. Even a 5-star chef would feel inferior here. Clearly, to make delicious food for the two little ones. The doting Daddy, Xuan, was going all out. That guy's cooking skills were even better than she had imagined. Xia Bingning also moved closer, quietly watching. From her perspective, Xuan looked super handsome, and when he was serious, he was very charming. Wow. Fortunately, I arrived early today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered his amazing culinary skills. Ding. Detecting wife Xia Bingning's admiration, granting him the title of martial arts master. While busy, Yi Xian suddenly had a lot of information in his mind. Fist techniques, palm techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, all reached the master level, which stunned Yi Xian. He even felt that at this moment, he could punch and kill a cow. Soon, a large table of dishes appeared on the dining table. Chapter 9. Julong Villa, Dining Table. Wow, after taking a bite of fried rice, Xia's mother praised him with a thumbs up. Little Yi impressive. A man who can cook is very family-oriented. This little Yi is handsome, has great culinary skills, and is the biological father of 2 little ones. It would be perfect if he could be with my daughter. However, she still needed to observe for a while, as it concerns her daughter's lifelong happiness. Soon, breakfast ended. Auntie, I heard that the ancient style street in Jinling is quite lively. Why don't we go there to have some fun? Thinking about making money, Yi Xian suggested. Since making money and winning over his mother-in-law naturally had no reason not to go. Oh, Xia's mother was taken aback when she heard this, and then said, sure. This is also a chance to observe my future son-in-law. While speaking, they arrived outside the villa. But do we need to take 2 cars? Xia Bingning frowned and said, as both she and her mother drove supercars, and in the past, she always asked Xiao Qian to take the 2 little ones out. Use mine. Yi Xian smiled. Pressed the car key, and the cool extended Bugatti Veyron's headlights lit up. The system clearly had foresight. Extended Bugatti Veyron. Chapter 10. Not bad. Xia Bingning looked at Yi Xian and let out a deep breath, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise, clearly impressed by his talent. Mom is lying. Exactly. Dad is obviously super awesome. Xin and Tong Tong were not happy, puffing up their cheeks while looking at their mother. Although they couldn't understand what Dad was reciting. It must be super impressive. The crowd watching was also stunned. This poem was far better than those before, and the artistic conception was so magical, almost as if they had experienced it themselves. This guy's impressive. So handsome, so talented. If only he were my boyfriend. Damn, if I had this talent. I could win over the goddess in no time. Nice job, handsome. What should I do if I like you? The crowd was buzzing. The girls looked at the stage with admiration. It's hard not to like such a handsome and talented guy. Spring cold grants a bath in the Huaqing pool. The hot spring water smooth as the skin. The maid helps the delicate and weak, just as she first receives the grace. Cloud hair and flower face with golden steps shaking. The hibiscus tint warms through the spring night. The spring night is too short. The sun rises high from now on. The king does not attend court early. Enjoying the feast with no leisure. Spring goes on spring outings. Night specializes in night. The imperial harem has 3,000 beauties, and all 3,000 loves are centered on one. Chapter 11. After dinner. Burp. The 2 little ones let out a full burp. And Xia's mother and Xia Bingning also had smiles on their faces, clearly very satisfied with this dinner. By the way, little Yi. Xia's mother thought of something and looked at Yi Xian with a smile, asking, where do you live now? My residence? Yi Xian didn't hide it, and said, Yuan number 1 villa. Xia Bingning was stunned upon hearing this, looking at Yi Xian in disbelief. That villa worth $1 billion. Yuan Villa King? She naturally knew about Yuan number 1 villa. It was one of the most expensive villas in Jinling, and even if one had money, it might not be possible to buy it. Cough, really? Xia's mother was also taken aback, clearly not expecting her future son-in-law to live in such an expensive villa. She knew that Xia's father had also wanted to buy it back then, but he couldn't bear to spend the money, and that villa was not for sale anyway. So it came to nothing. She never expected that it was bought by little Yi. For a moment, Xia's mother looked at her son-in-law with even more satisfaction. Not only was he good at cooking, but he was also so wealthy, and most importantly, he was extremely handsome. Isn't that infuriating? A son-in-law like this is hard to find even with a lantern. Her daughter has indeed found a very good potential stock. Chapter 12. You guys are awake. Coming out of the room, the aroma of breakfast wafted from downstairs, and Xin and Tong Tong were already eating. Come, eat while it's hot. Xia's mother smiled slightly. Little Yi, my cooking is not worse than yours. Not at all. Auntie, your cooking is already very good. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He wasn't lying. Xia's mother's cooking was at least 10 times better than his before he obtained god-level culinary skills. Little Yi, have some chicken soup to replenish yourself. You must be exhausted from yesterday. Xia's mother thoughtfully served Yi Xian a full bowl. Young people are energetic, but they also need to pay attention to moderation. Puffed. Xia Bingning's face turned red upon hearing her mother's words, spreading to her neck. Mom, what are you saying? Are you crazy? Xia Bingning wasn't foolish. She certainly understood her mother's meaning and couldn't help but think about what happened with the massage yesterday. Cough, well, Mom, yesterday we... Before she could finish her sentence, Xia's mother interrupted her. Right, Mom has been through this. I understand. Xia Bingning. What do you mean you understand? They only had a massage yesterday. Mom wouldn't misunderstand, right? It's over. Now, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clarify things. It's all that guy's fault. Who told him to be so good at massaging? Chapter 13. Everyone sits down. Xia Bingning's face turned slightly red. Yi Xian, you wouldn't mind, right? She knew that many men were most afraid of women being more assertive than them. But that Shen Aoshua said it was fine. She couldn't slander Yi Xian. Of course not. Yi Xian looked at the stunning beauty beside him. To be honest, I quite like the feeling of being supported. Uffed. Xia Bingning heard the playful words of a certain someone. What nonsense are you talking about? You live in a billion-dollar villa, drive a supercar worth over 100 million, and still need to rely on me? Clearly, she was very aware of his background. Of course I do. Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly. The important thing is to be able to be close to my wife, Bingning. Xia Bingning couldn't help but smile at Yi Xian's words, which made Shen Aoshua next to her feel a pang of jealousy, and Wang Zitian also narrowed his eyes. That kid, what qualifications does he have? Watching the woman he originally had his eyes on laugh and chat with another man, naturally, Wang Zitian felt unbalanced. Next, let's welcome the first auction item. At this moment, a woman in a slit cheongsam appeared on the stage, and then a beautiful necklace was showcased. This item is called the Heart of the Ocean, designed by the internationally renowned gem designer Ms. Joel. Starting price 1 million. Chapter 14. I listened to young Master Wang. Shen Aoshua nodded heavily upon hearing Wang Zitian speak. As long as he had the intention to take down that little white face, that was enough. When the time comes, she used strong medicine to put that guy to sleep, then recorded it as a video to keep letting you know how it feels to be cheated on. Xia Bingning. Let's go. Wang Zitian glanced at Yi Xian and left with Shen Aoshua. Yi Xian was unaware of this, as he would waste time on someone who posed no threat. Yi Xian, I'm going to the restroom. During the charity gala, Xia Bingning said with a slightly flushed face. She originally just wanted to attend the gala, but this guy ended up spending so much money on her. Restroom. Seeing the stunning beauty, Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, Do you want to go together? You wish. Dream on. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes at him and got up to head towards the restroom. Mr. Yi Xian. At that moment, a waiter approached. Someone in the back room wants to see you. Oh. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. All right, lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the private room. Bang. As soon as they entered, the door was locked from the inside, and 5 or 6 men appeared, all exuding the aura of martial artists. Chapter 15, let's go. Xia Bingning clearly sensed that the atmosphere was off, her face turning slightly red. I'll introduce you to the staff. After all, you are the company's boss now. Phew. Xiao Qian, hearing her president's words, let out a sigh of relief. She felt like she was going crazy staying there any longer. It was indeed. The dog food was too sweet. She felt her existence was superfluous, and, if possible, she really wanted to evaporate. Mr. Yi, Ms. Xia, please. The perceptive Xiao Qian opened the door, joking that these were her 2 superiors, and she dared not slack off. Compared to the previous atmosphere, this was nothing. Outside the office, pay attention. Xiao Qian's strong woman aura rang out, catching everyone's attention. Ms. Xia has an announcement. Xia Bingning was not surprised by this. Clearly this was common, and as expected, her words drew everyone's attention. Let me introduce you. This is the company's second boss. Looking at Yi Xian, Xia Bingning said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on Yi Xian, immediately attracted by his handsome looks. Chapter 16. Jinling, Zhang Family Villa. What? Hearing the report from his subordinate, Zhang Jinlai's expression darkened. Xiao Tian is missing and hasn't been in contact. Master, Zhang Jinlai's trusted subordinate, Poison Shadow, exuded a strong aura. Clearly a top expert. Young Master is likely in danger. According to the information, the last sighting of him was at the charity gala. Poison Shadow's words changed Zhang Jinlai's expression, and he continued. Moreover, to quietly eliminate the young Master and the family experts, that person's strength is probably not below mine. Investigate. Zhang Jinlai's face twisted with anger. Seal off the charity gala venue. I will find Xiao Tian even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. No matter who it is, I will turn them to ashes. Yes, Master. Poison Shadow replied solemnly. But neither of them knew that the Xiao Tian they spoke of had already vanished without a trace. Crash! On the other side, the bathroom door opened. The stunning beauty appeared in the room, and Xia Bingning's face turned slightly red, causing Yi Xian to be momentarily stunned. Gulme, Bingning, come into your husband's arms. The beautiful woman before him made Yi Xian grab her delicate hand, causing Xia Bingning to let out a soft hum. Chapter 17, Cousin. Xia Bingning, already nervous, felt her face heat up even more. She didn't expect to meet Yi Xian's family in this way. Hello, cousin. After all, she was a stunning president. She took a deep breath and smiled to greet, trying to present her best side. Really? You're quite avant-garde, Xiao Xian. I bet my aunt doesn't know. However, your partner is quite beautiful. Soon, with skillful operation, in less than a minute, the cousin's assistants completed all the processes, and under the steel seal, the two became lawful spouses. The efficiency was remarkable. After all, such a beautiful sister-in-law must be seized. You have to know, it's so hard to find a wife now. As someone from the marriage registration office, she knew all too well that in this era, there are more monks than meat, especially for such a beautiful girl. Xiao Xian, I have work, so I want to see you off. Lin Xian then looked at Xia Bingning. Bingning, I will give you the betrothal gift when I have time. No, cousin, it's not necessary. After a few simple exchanges, Yi Xian took Xia Bingning and left, just as they were seen by the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Sun Minghai. Chapter 18, however, looking around, Yi Xian murmured, if my family encounters such a situation, detecting host's concern for family safety, granting 72 divine guards. The system's voice rang in his ear, and Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. 72 divine guards? This system compensates for whatever it worries about. Not bad, very good. For a moment, Yi Xian had an even better impression of the system. Just don't know, how strong are the 72 divine guards? Murmuring to himself, Yi Xian focused his thoughts. In the next moment, 72 figures suddenly appeared in the room, exactly the 72 divine guards granted by the system, and they were 100 loyal to Yi Xian. As a product of the system, this was a basic requirement. Even at this moment, if Yi Xian ordered them to end their own lives, they would execute it without the slightest hesitation. After all, any hesitation would be unworthy of the title of God Rich. Bang! The 72 people knelt on the ground together, and every figure exuded a strong aura. Subordinates, meet the master. The unified shout resonated, shaking the surroundings. If outsiders knew, it would surely overturn all of Jinling, because the one leading them had a very strong aura, enough to be a martial arts master. Indeed, he was a martial arts master, surpassing top experts. This realm was enough to dominate over Jinling. Chapter 19, Ding Dong. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yi Xian received a text message. If you don't want Xia Bingning to die, come alone to the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Then there was a photo. It was Xia Bingning, drugged and with dazed eyes. Crack! The teacup in Yi Xian's hand shattered, clearly indicating that Xia Bingning had been drugged. Looking for death. Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Xian disappeared from the villa. Faster! Yi Xian's feet hit the accelerator of the demon child supercar, his immense anger surging. A murderous intent rose. The god following in the shadows looked serious. Who could make the master so furious? Soon, at the abandoned factory in the suburbs of Jinling, a screeching halt brought Yi Xian to an icy stop as he got out of the car. Master, that kid is here. A trusted subordinate of the Zhang family sneered. And beside Zhang Jinlai stood the only first-rate expert of the Zhang family, Poison Shadow, who had handled many unsavory matters for the family over the years. To the side was Xia Bingning, clearly in an abnormal state due to being drugged. You are Yi Xian. Zhang Jinlai glared at the young man approaching from a distance, suppressing his endless rage. Around him, over 100 Zhang family experts glared with fierce intent, their eyes filled with heat when they looked at Xia Bingning. Chapter 20, Jinling. Shun family. What? Shun Zirong's expression changed drastically upon hearing his subordinate's words as he jumped up from his seat. Aoshue is still unreachable. Aoshue, a young man across from him, flashed an obscure glint in his eyes. Then a hint of malice crossed his face. Uncle Shun, after we parted last time, I think I heard Aoshue say she wanted to find someone to teach Xia Bingning's boyfriend a lesson. Yi Xian, that student from Jinling University? He certainly knew about the person besides Xia Bingning. In other words, that Yi Xian was the last person to see Aoshue. Thanks for the information, Ziqian. This young man was Wang Ziqian, the prince of the Wang family in Jinling. while Xiao Xue had merely been a pawn in his game all along. No worries. I also want to know what happened to Xue. Wang Zitian feigned concern, but no one knew that all of this was just an act. He had gained many benefits over the years by using Xue, though outsiders were unaware. Master, not long after, a trusted subordinate of Shun Zerong approached with a serious report. We found out that Yi Xian is taking a plane to Jiangsheng with Xia Bingning. And coincidentally, Yi Xian was from Jiangsheng, so he should be going home to meet his parents. Chapter 21. In front of the exquisite bamboo house. A Rolls-Royce supercar stopped in front of the door. Seeing the familiar scene, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Everything felt like yesterday. Old Yi, our son is back. Seeing the figure getting out of the car, Yi Xian's mother joyfully called out to the exquisite bamboo house. Wow, grandparents' house is so beautiful. Xin and Tong Tong excitedly looked at the exquisite bamboo house, and Xia Bingning was also quite surprised. It was stylish yet elegant. Clearly a design that must have taken considerable thought. It had to be said, this aligned perfectly with the life she dreamed of. Woof woof. Black Dragon returned after a stroll around, wagging its tail in the yard. The scene was quite heartwarming. Back then, it had the best relationship with Yi Xian, and he had worked hard to make Black Dragon the boss. Of course, that was all in the past. Grandpa, Grandma. Sweet voices rang out from the two little ones, showing their keen perception, and their adorable looks and voices could melt anything. He good? Yi Xian's parents smiled happily. They also had granddaughters now, and they were twins. Uncle. Auntie, hello. Xia Bingning greeted with a slightly flushed face. It was her first time meeting that guy's parents, and she couldn't let the elders speak first. Clearly, she was somewhat shy. Chapter 22, Gui Tree Village by the river. Wow. Xin and Tong Tong looked at the blue sky and white clouds, the clear water, and a fragrance in the air. Mama, this place is so beautiful. Be careful, Yi Xian reminded them, as Gui Tree Village was adjacent to vast jungles where wild beasts occasionally roamed. Woof woof. Black Dragon sprinted after them. Boss, I'll protect them. This little Black. Yi Xian glanced at the energetic little Black. After drinking 2 doses of the physique enhancement liquid, it had clearly undergone some changes, with sharper teeth and claws and greater strength. Giggle, little Black is victorious. The two little ones saw little Black chasing after them and splashed water while playing. Little Black dodged the splashes left and right. The two little ones were having a great time. Xia Bingning watched the two little ones playing happily, a charming smile forming on her lips. She turned to say something to Yi Xian, but saw him staring at her. Her face suddenly flushed red. What are you looking at? Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were blocked by his, and her eyes widened in shock. That guy was actually kissing her here. Was he crazy? Chapter 23. Under his intense skills, Xia Bingning couldn't help but make a sound. You. Xia Bingning turned to speak, but found Yi Xian less than 3 centimeters away. Their gazes locked as if a century passed. She swallowed hard, gazing at his stunning face illuminated by the lights, and kissed him. Yi Xian, you. She symbolically struggled a few times. Her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes. It seemed that in this lifetime, she would be falling into his hands. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian held the beautiful girl who had fallen asleep in his arms. The earlier scene replayed in his mind. Unexpectedly, this girl looked like a stunning CO in her clothes, but once undressed, she was undeniably a heavenly beauty. Detecting host, taking wife Xia Bingning to meet parents. Rewarding 3 billion renminbi. Meeting parents? 3 billion reward? Yi Xian's lips curled up as he thought about his skyrocketing wealth. He pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Martial Arts Grandmaster Age. 23 years appearance. Max, second only to Tomato Reader's abilities. God-level driving skills. God-level cooking. God-level massage. God-level appraisal. Immersive voice. God-level beast taming items. Emperor's Abyss number 1 Villa X1. 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1. 10 times spending rebate. Permanent. Lamborghini Demon Sun. Unlimited physique enhancement liquid. 1 box of Indian Divine Oil. 99 God-destroying needles. 100 shares of Zhang Group. Chapter 24. Ding Dong. Soon, Yi Xian received a message from his cousin. Cousin Yi Xian, are you asleep? Cute JPG. Boss Fu Chu generously rewarded, and Chin Sweki felt the tone was quite familiar, immediately guessing it was her cousin, clearly trying to test him. Just about to sleep. Glancing at the stunning beauty beside him, he playfully took a photo, capturing the scene of him embracing his sleeping wife Bingning. under the warm yellow light. Her beautiful face was indeed captivating. On the other side, in the dormitory. Oh, what? Chen Sweki screamed in disbelief. Sitting up from her bed, her eyes wide as she stared at the screen. Cousin Yi Xian, he actually has a girlfriend. What? Hearing Chen Sweki's words, the girls in the dormitory became restless, each unable to believe it, as they all knew that Sweki's cousin was super handsome. And they had been thinking about him for quite a while. How could this be? Sweki, you promised to introduce your cousin to us. With a whoosh, 5 beautiful girls in pajamas surrounded them, reacting more intensely than when Chun Sweki lost her live broadcast PK, making Chun Sweki roll her eyes at the scene. Chapter 25, Arriving in the Living Room. You're up. Yi's mother had prepared a large breakfast and smiled at her daughter-in-law, Bingning. I didn't know what you liked, so I just made a bit of everything. Mom, is this what you call a bit? Yi Xian looked at the table full of breakfast and couldn't help but complain that it was impossible to prepare in just 2 or 3 hours. Shut up. Yi's mother glared at her son and then said unhappily, What's wrong? I'm making breakfast for my daughter-in-law. And you have an opinion? Thank you, Mom. Xia Bingning listened to the mother-son banter and felt quite touched. What is wrong with that? Hearing the sweet word, Mom. Not to mention 2 or 3 hours. Even an all-nighter wouldn't matter. By the way, there's also chicken soup. Yi Xian, this treatment was completely different from what he had with the old man before. Ding ling ling. As the chicken soup was served on the dining table, Yi's mother's phone rang, and she answered it casually. Hello, Dad. A family dinner at noon, right? Okay. I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yi's mother's gaze fell on Xia Bingning, and she couldn't help but smile. By the way, Bingning, tonight little Xian's grandpa said the family should gather. Why don't you come along? It's just right to introduce you to Grandpa and them. Chapter 26, Ding. The host spent 30 million renminbi and gained 300 million renminbi in wealth. Having made a small profit, Yi Xian was in a good mood. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. What is going on? So lively? At that moment, a loud voice rang out, and the newcomers were Aunt Tang shouting and Uncle Lin Songhai. Cough, cough, brother-in-law is here. Chun Bingda saw the newcomers and coughed, feeling a bit intimidated. After all, Lin Songhai was not only his brother-in-law, but also the vice president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. Once, Lin Songhai single-handedly eliminated a local bully in Jiangxing without a scratch. Little Xian, didn't he expect you to be here too? Lin Songhai's gaze landed on Yi Xian. When you have time, let us practice together. What nonsense are you talking about? Aunt glared at Lin Songhai. This guy wanted to practice with her nephew as soon as he entered. Is that polite? Uncle, it seems your strength has improved. Yi Xian could naturally see that Lin Songhai's strength had reached the top level, and he was not far from becoming a martial arts master. However, logically speaking, such strength should be enough to become the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, or even barely qualify to be the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. That's for sure. Chapter 27, Jinling, Prince Tian's Villa. In a luxurious study, at this moment, Wang Zitian was savoring rich coffee, reminiscing about the aroma, just like the current state of mind he had while controlling everything. Ding ling ling. A phone rang, and Wang Zitian answered the call. Hello. Because it was an informant from the Shun group, Wang Zitian was particularly attentive, especially at this time. Upon hearing the informant's message, Wang Zitian's pupils suddenly widened. What did you say? The Shun group has been acquired, and Shun Zihong is missing. With a bang, Wang Zitian stood up from his seat. He didn't even realize when the call ended. How is that possible? Swallowing hard, Wang Zitian panicked. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He always thought he was the oriole, but unexpectedly, he was the cicada. After putting in so much effort, did he end up making a wedding dress for someone else? Bang! A priceless Yuan dynasty porcelain beside him was smashed to pieces. Damn it! Wang Zitian always felt that there were eyes watching him, and he even sensed their presence. The Xia family? The image of Xia Bingning's father flashed in Wang Zitian's mind. Then he shook his head. Impossible. The Xia family doesn't have that kind of strength. Chapter 28, Jinling, Airport Exit. Young master, young madam, hello. Little miss, hello. Sumu Yu's pleasant voice came out, having been waiting here for a long time. After all, welcoming the young master was her greatest honor. Yi Xian nodded slightly, affectionately ruffling the heads of the 2 little ones. You 2 go back to the villa with mommy and wait for daddy. Daddy has some matters to attend to before coming back. Oh, then daddy, You need to be quick. After saying that, the two little ones reluctantly gave him a couple of kisses, making the surrounding crowd envious. Wow. Is it really okay to show off like this in public? Damn. They tricked them into having a daughter, but they one-t fall for it. Daddy, be quick. With a doting voice. Xia Bingning felt a bit sweetened by the wave of affection. What else with the sweetness? It's not like we're not going to see each other. Muttering, Xin and Tong Tong stuck out their tongues and drove the supercar towards the Yuan villa. Ji. Not long after leaving, a supercar stopped in the field. Young Master Yi were to next. The driver, giving off a faint yet powerful aura, was Shun Qi, whose strength was slightly stronger than Shun Ba. Di Lin Building. Yi Xian looked towards the Di Lin Building and said, wanted to meet the president Mu Hanyue assigned by the system, and also to make some money and explain a few matters. Chapter 29. How could this happen? Lumiere was full of regret. Had she known Yi Xian had the ability to create the Di Lin group, she would never have broken up with him. Moreover, not only would she not have broken up, but she would have used all her skills and tricks to firmly grasp his hardened body. She was confident about that. But now it was all too late. How regretful. What should I do? Ding ling ling. At this moment, Lumiere received a call from her cousin, Lu Qianair, and she immediately broke down in tears upon answering. Her cousin's call was like the last straw that broke her resolve. Hello, cousin. Mayer, what is wrong? Hearing her cousin's unusual state, Lu Qianair asked with concern. Her situation hadn't been good either lately, since she lost her financial backer. Cousin, I regret it so much. I regret not cherishing Yi Xian back then, do you know just now? Upon hearing her cousin's words, Lu Qianair suddenly sat up from the sofa. What did you say? Yi Xian is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Di Lin group. How is that possible? Young Master Yang. Outside the Di Lin building, Wang Zitian spoke respectfully to a young man. That person is Yi Xian, and with Xia Bingning as personality. This person is very likely to be the biological father of the two little troublemakers. Chapter 30, Splash. Under Yi Xian's encouragement, Xia Bingning, with a mindset of not wasting, finished her shower and came out of the bathroom. With her stunning face and interesting sleepwear, especially the lace design, it added a touch of allure that caught Yi Xian's attention. Do all men like this kind of clothing? Entering the bedroom, Xia Bingning blushed and rolled her eyes at him, clearly very unaccustomed to wearing such clothes. She even felt as if she wasn't wearing any clothes. Being stared at by that guy. Cough, cough, who said that? Yi Xian coughed lightly, pulling his beautiful wife Bingning into his arms, jokingly saying, it's only good looking if my wife Bingning is super beautiful. What you said is true. All you men are big pigs. Xia Bingning huffed lightly, rolling her eyes fiercely. That hint of charm made Yi Xian's heart flutter. With such a great figure, it was just so cheap in front of someone. Holding the beauty in his arms, especially smelling the pleasant fragrance, felt extremely comfortable. Bingning, let me tell you a story. It was rare to have such tranquil time. Sharing a few stories would be quite nice. Story? Xia Bingning looked at him suspiciously. You're not going to tell me a fairy tale, are you? Chapter 31 Bang. Yi Xian didn't say a word and directly gave her a light knock on the head. How about that? Are you dreaming? Ouch. Chun Sweki covered her forehead, finally coming to her senses. Really? My goodness. Cousin, is this car really worth $1 billion? Although she was sitting in the car, Chun Sweki still found it hard to believe. Was this still the cousin she knew? Should be. Yi Xian waved his hand, then thought of something. By the way, there are also the clothes and bags your sister-in-law bought for you. Really? Sister-in-law is the best. Chun Sweki naturally knew who her cousin meant by sister-in-law, and she was suddenly overjoyed. The supercar sped by, attracting countless gazes along the way. As the car approached the playground, Chun Sweki's face flushed with excitement. Her cousin driving a supercar to the parent-teacher meeting was so impressive. As the door opened, the two appeared in front of many students' parents. What? The school flower Sweki. That handsome guy is Sweki's parent? So handsome. Clearly, not only the classmates, but also many parents looked at Yi Xian with starry eyes. After all, his high-level looks were eye-catching by nature. Chapter 32, So Handsome. The heartfelt singing felt even better than the original. What should I do if I like it so much? Super cute cousin, I love you. Woo-woo, this is my Prince Charming. This song is so addictive. Cousin, I love you, moi. Clearly so handsome, sings so well, and annoyingly rich. The fans were buzzing. The screen was flooded with comments. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian continued to sing. If your heart only loves the gardenia, why choose the rose? Your sweet words are too fake. I can't bear to expose it. If your heart only has me, how could you end up loving her? His incredible singing made Chun Sweki's 5 roommates and friends all stunned. Oh no, it seems like they are in love. My goodness, Sweki, your cousin is so sweet. MHM, your sister-in-law must be the happiest woman in the world. Oh no, Sweki, I think I might like your cousin. What should I do? The 5 beautiful girl roommates clasped their hands together, gazing adoringly at the handsome figure on stage, wishing their future boyfriends could be as excellent as Sweki's cousin. Chapter 33 Top Expert. Don't say, just this level of strength. Even a martial arts master wouldn't be a match for him. Jinling Wang family. Yixian gazed towards the Wang family direction. I was going to let you go, but since you made a move, then let us destroy you. Of course. He would waste time on these people. Shun Lu. A calm voice sounded, and then a figure appeared from the shadows. It was Shun Lu. Young Master Yi. You commanded. Shun Lu bent over, not daring to be the slightest bit arrogant, listening attentively. Take people and destroy the Jinling Wang family. Yixian thought of the Wang family as a hidden danger. He always dealt with such threats thoroughly, otherwise, trouble would certainly follow. He then took out 72 bottles of body enhancement liquid. Take this medicine before destroying the Wang family, and share the rest with the other guards. Yes, young Master Yi. Cousin, why did you come back so late? A few minutes later, seeing her cousin return, Chun Sweki breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her cousin had left, which would be embarrassing for her. I came to attend the parent-teacher meeting. How could I leave? After giving her a light knock on the head, he looked at the ongoing parent-teacher meeting. The meeting is over. How about we go back and meet your sister-in-law? Chapter 34 Half-Step Martial Arts Grandmaster. Xuan and the others felt the overwhelming wave of power from their boss, and all took a deep breath. Come, all of you attack together. Xuan narrowed his eyes, full of fighting spirit, and the 5 of Xuan exchanged glances. The boss is careful. Whoosh. The 5 martial arts masters turned into streaks of light, attacking Xuan, each using their full strength, because they knew that, even so, they couldn't hurt their boss in the slightest. Bang, bang, bang. 5 figures were sent flying back, and Xuan and the others looked at Xuan in disbelief. This half-step martial arts grandmaster is so strong. On the other side, in the supercar, the son of the devil. Sweki, your cousin hasn't given you a gift yet. Just say what you want. Driving the supercar, Yixian asked his cousin beside him. Attending the parent-teacher meeting and showing off some wealth was not a bad idea. Really? Chun Sweki blinked her beautiful big eyes. Cousin, is any gift fine? Of course. Yixian smiled slightly. You see, your cousin is not short of money. Chun Sweki took a deep breath, rubbing her small hands. Then, can I have a supercar worth tens of millions? Chapter 35 Martial Arts Master. Qin Tian Ao, seeing this kind of ability, knew it could only be achieved by a martial arts master, and for a moment his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thud. Thinking of this, Qin Tian Ao knelt down without a second thought, not considering anything else. Mr. Yi, no, my lord, please help me take control of the Qin family. From now on, Tian Ao is willing to follow you. Qin Tian Ao's intuition told him this was likely a life-changing opportunity, absolutely not to be missed. Moreover, this was likely his only chance to turn his life around. Such opportunities were fleeting. Thinking about the situation of the Jinling Qin family, Qin Tian Ao didn't dare to hesitate. Get up. Yixian nodded slightly. This was the effect he wanted, and it seemed this Qin Tian Ao was a smart person. Tonight you will return to the Qin family. I will have someone help you take control of the Qin family. Hearing Yixian's words, Qin Tian Ao's heart stirred, but then he asked suspiciously, But my lord, what if that martial arts master from the Qin family tries to stop us? Undoubtedly, this was the most concerning issue for Qin Tian Ao, as that martial arts master was crucial for taking control of the Jinling Qin family. If it weren't for the fear of the old martial arts master from the Qin family, he wouldn't have been forced into this situation. Chapter 36, As night fell at the Jinling Qin family estate. In the villa, unfilial son, Qin Tian Ao had just entered the living room when a furious voice rang out. You've gotten bold now, daring to lay hands on my sister Mu Yu. Cough, cough. After saying that, a violent coughing sound came from the mouth of the middle-aged man, who was none other than Qin Sihai, the head of the Qin family in Jinling, and one of the people who disliked Qin Tian Ao the most. It was because of a night of drunkenness that Qin Sihai had an affair with a maid from the Qin family, resulting in Qin Tian Ao's birth. Moreover, in a certain sense, Qin Sihai considered Qin Tianao a stain on his life. Father, don't be angry. It's fine if I was beaten, but you mustn't let this little beast upset you, Qin Muyu said with a worried expression while supporting Qin Sihai. Seeing her like this made Qin Tianao's heart sink. This wretch was indeed the first to complain. Qin Muyu, you're talking nonsense. It was you who threatened Mr. Yi and got beaten. Slap. Before Qin Tianao could finish his words, he was slapped by Qin Sihai, splitting his lip. This made the last trace of guilt in Qin Tianao vanish instantly. He thought it was better not to have such relatives. Little beast, how dare you speak to your sister Muyu like that? The people in the living room looked at Qin Tianao with mocking eyes, viewing him as nothing more than a clown. The difference in status as vast as heaven and earth. Chapter 37. Jinling Xia Family. In the study. Master, something happened at the Jinling Qin family. Uncle Fu hurriedly entered from outside, took a deep breath, and with a serious expression, said, Just now, Qin Tianao, the only son of the third branch of the Qin family, entered the Qin family and wiped out everyone from the first and second branches. Qin Sihai has been imprisoned, and even the martial arts master of the Qin family is suspected to have been killed. What? Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Xia Guofeng jumped up from his seat, his face full of disbelief. The situation in the Qin family had changed. Qin Tianao had risen to power. This information was indeed quite shocking to him, as the change was too unexpected. After all, everyone believed that Qin Tianao was highly likely to be the first to be eliminated, primarily because he had always been sidelined and even ostracized by the first and second branches. But now, this person who seemed least likely to control the Qin family had suddenly become its spokesperson. No one would believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. Moreover, as Uncle Fu thought about what happened earlier in the day, he hesitated to speak. What is it? Xia Guofeng looked at Uncle Fu suspiciously. Cough. Master, earlier today, Qin Muyu from the first branch was beaten by Yixian. Chapter 38. Jinling, Kunping Hotel. Squeak. A supercar suddenly stopped in front of Kunping Hotel, and two figures stepped out, Yixian and Xia Bingning. Yixian, be low-key at the auction. Don't worry. Yixian put his arm around Xia Bingning's slender waist. Is your man the type who loves to show off? As long as others don't cause me trouble, it's fine. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes at him. It was bold of him to say he wouldn't attract trouble. Young master, Xia Bingning is here. In the auction hall, a bodyguard reported to a well-dressed young man. Oh, hearing the bodyguard's words, the young man looked over, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. That one who almost became mine. Who is that kid? Find out. The young man's name was Song Wenhao, the young master of the Song family, one of the four prominent families in Jinling. He was known for his flirtatious nature and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He had already begun to take over the affairs of the Song family and would be in full control within a year. Young master, should I bring Xia Bingning here? A bodyguard beside Song Wenhao said with a wicked smile. Although Xia Bingning has had children and hasn't been seen for years, her figure is even more attractive than before. Really? Examining Xia Bingning's figure, Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes. Good. I'll just consider her a gift for my return to Jinling. Chapter 39. Jinling, Suburban Villa. Xia Bingning. Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes, excitement and malice radiating from him. It's been 4 years. Don't let me down tonight. What a pity. She's had 2 bastards. Thinking of this, the light in Song Wenhao's eyes intensified. He would make her pay for betraying him, as he intended to bring shame to the Xia family. Just wait, Bingning. Tonight, I will definitely make you regret it. A cold wind swept through, and suddenly a figure appeared in the room. It was Shen Wu, who had just arrived. However, at this moment, Shen Wu was holding a crimson dagger, with drops of blood dripping from it. Strangely, there were no bloodstains on Shen Wu's body. Seeing this, Song Wenhao quickly understood what had happened. He stumbled back, a sense of dread rising in his heart. 2 top experts? The Song family really values you. Shen Wu stepped closer to Song Wenhao, causing Song Wenhao's legs to turn to jelly. He had never encountered such a situation. I warn you, I will be the future master of the Song family. If you dare to touch me, my father won't let you go. TCH. Before Song Wenhao could finish his sentence, the blade flashed, and the next moment, Song Wenhao's lifeless body fell to the ground, without even enough time to react. Chapter 40. The next day, Qianjun Jiuxiao private room. Squeak. As the door was pushed open, a pretty girl was already waiting in the private room. This girl was Li Shiqing from the Li family in Jinling. With skin like cream, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips, a true beauty. One must say like attracts like. Shiqing. Xia Bingning rushed into the private room and warmly embraced Li Shiqing. The two beautiful women hugged each other like this. Although Li Shiqing's looks were somewhat inferior to Xia Bingning's, she was still a rare beauty. The so-called school flower was far behind her. After all, as the daughter of the Li family in Jinling, how could she be an ordinary girl? Bingning, I finally get to hug you again. Li Shiqing held her best friend tightly. Although they had frequently video called, meeting in person was completely different, and she was super excited. Wow. After a long hug, Li Shiqing finally released her. Bingning, I didn't expect your temperament to be so good now. Your face is radiant, and your figure is so much better than 4 years ago. Just then, Li Shiqing noticed Yi Xian not far away. This handsome guy, so handsome. Does he have WeChat? Li Shiqing walked over to Yi Xian with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling. I didn't expect there to be such a handsome guy in Jinling. Way better than that Song Wenhao from the Song family. If I could get him as a little boyfriend, it would definitely make Song Wenhao furious. Chapter 41. Miss Yu, you can't go in. At one moment, there was a commotion outside the private room, and then suddenly, a figure crashed onto the floor of the private room. It was the staff member from earlier. Zhao Yuzhu, you have some nerve. Seeing the newcomer, Li Shiqing's pretty face turned cold. This was her private territory, and she dared to act this way. Humph. Li Shiqing, get out of my way. Today is none of your business. Zhao Yuzhu was unafraid of Li Shiqing. Her gaze fixated on Xia Bingning's face, which made her envious. Xia Bingning. Brother, Wenhao must be looking for you, you little whore. Slap. Zhao Yuzhu hadn't finished her words when she was directly slapped away by Li Shiqing. Zhao Yuzhu, try to slander Bingning again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Shiqing, you dare hit me. Zhao Yuzhu's face turned pale, her eyes filled with resentment. Get her. Disable her. Yes, Mississippi. Two top experts from the Zhao family immediately sprang into action. With a whoosh, a top expert appeared next to Li Shiqing, who was sent by the Li family to protect her. Oomph. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Yuzhu's mouth. Her initial target was Xia Bingning. Bang! A dull sound echoed as a figure appeared in front of Xia Bingning at a critical moment, repelling the Zhao family's expert. Chapter 42. Dog food? Yi Xian was taken aback after hearing. What dog food? Did we spread dog food? Otherwise? Xia Bingning looked at her friend, who was awkwardly escaping. They were supposed to be bickering just now. So how did it turn to dog food? My Bingning wife, if it really is dog food. Do you think I can spread it myself? Seeing the stunning beauty coming to question him, Yi Xian joked. You. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but was momentarily speechless. Right. How could one person spread dog food? How annoying. How'd I end up spreading dog food with this guy? I was clearly being careful. On the other side, in the nanny car. Ding, ding, ding. Li Shiqing's phone rang, and she picked it up casually. Hello, Dad. What did you say? Song Wenhao is dead. Okay, I got it. Inside, the black nanny car, after hanging up the phone, Li Shiqing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Miss, what is this? The top expert beside her was taken aback, clearly not understanding why his young lady was so happy. Hey, that scum Song Wenhao was killed. Can you blame me for being happy? What? The top expert from the Li family changed his expression drastically. Song Wenhao was killed? Chapter 43. Do you want know? One villa. Daddy, Mommy is back. Xin and Tong Tong heard the sound of the supercar and ran over with small footsteps. Cousin, sister-in-law, you are back. Chun Sweki chuckled, playing with the two little ones happily. Yi Xian nodded at his cousin, then carried Xin and Tong Tong into the villa. Do you miss Daddy? Yes. Super want. Xin and Tong Tong gave Daddy a kiss on both cheeks, a scene that made the maids envious. Xia Bingning smiled bitterly. After dinner, back in the room. Splash. The bathroom door opened, and the stunning beauty Xia Bingning appeared in front of Yi Xian wrapped in a bath towel. Under the warm yellow light, her delicate face looked even more beautiful. Still looking? Not tired of it? Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian. This guy always looked at her like this when she came out of the shower. Hey, of course not tired of it. I could never get tired of it in a lifetime. Yi Xian got up and embraced the stunning beauty. Even wrapped in a bath towel, it couldn't hide her proud figure. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became enchanting. I'm going to change clothes. At a certain moment, just as Xia Bingning was about to escape, she was blocked by a certain guy, and a wave of passionate kisses quietly began. Chapter 44. Jinling. Zhao, family manor. In the room. Bastard. Zhao Yuzhu looked at the crimson palm print in the mirror, her pretty face filled with rage. Xia Bingning. I will make you die. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. As a jewel of the four major families in Jinling, when had Zhao Yuzhu ever been treated like this? That pretty boy actually dared to hit her. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Zhao Yuzhu's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she answered. Hello, second uncle. Obviously, the caller was Song Qing Tian, but upon hearing the news, her expression changed drastically. Second uncle, what did you say? Brother Wenhao was killed. It's very likely related to Xia Bingning's lover. Crack. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuzhu directly crushed her phone into pieces. Although her strength was not as good as Li Shiqing's, she was nearly a second-tier expert. Now, thinking back, a certain figure flashed in her mind. It must be that guy. Zhao Yuzhu's expression turned cold. She was originally nearly a second-tier expert. When Xia Bingning's lover hit her, she didn't even have a chance to react. That guy was at least a first-tier expert. Even stronger. Meanwhile, at the Song family manor. Chapter 45. Young Master. Young Madam, good morning. Upon entering the living room, the maids greeted them sweetly. Xia Bingning's face was slightly flushed, clearly just having finished a massage from a certain guy. As for what happened, no one knew. Young Madam, you look much better. I'm so envious. The maids chattered away while Xin and Tong Tong were playing on the lawn outside the villa, basking in the golden sunshine, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. Daddy, Mommy. When Xin and Tong Tong saw their parents had gotten up, they immediately ran over, clearly making Aunt Sweki feel unimportant. Cousin, where are you going today? Chin Sweki asked while live-streaming, recording this beautiful new day. Oh, today we're going to your sister-in-law's house to meet the father-in-law. Chin Sweki. What? Cousin, you are going to your sister-in-law's house to meet the parents? The fans in the live stream were also excited at this moment. Wow. Cousin is going to meet the sister-in-law's parents. Sob, sob, sob. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Her family must be super rich. Cousin, does sister-in-law have any sisters left? Sister-in-law, I love you, moi. In just a moment, Chun Sweki's live stream fans increased by several thousand, clearly making this topic unprecedentedly popular. Chapter 46. Xiao Yi, come eat. Mother Xia looked at Yi Xian, clearly very satisfied. This son-in-law treats her daughter exceptionally well. 50 billion in guanine tears, just like that. Although money cannot represent everything, it can sometimes indicate a lot of things. At least, in his heart, his daughter holds a far higher position than 50 billion, right? Daddy is awesome. Although Xin and Tong Tong didn't know exactly what happened, they definitely thought Daddy was amazing. This tea tastes pretty good. Mother Xia took a sip of the dragon saliva nectar, savoring it. No wonder it's tea worth millions a pound. Xiao Yi, come drink with me. Xia Guofeng no longer pretended to be reserved. With a smile, Uncle Fu opened a bottle of Isla whiskey and started drinking. Okay. Yi Xian smiled slightly and clinked glasses with his father-in-law, undoubtedly completely winning over his father-in-law this time. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became harmonious. Ding ding ding. Until a certain moment, Uncle Fu's phone rang. Hello, what is the matter? The call was connected, and Uncle Fu's smiling face suddenly turned cold. What did you say? All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu's expression became serious. Sir, the group is in trouble. Chapter 47. The Art of Locking Yang. Indeed, this is a ruthless technique from Yi Xian's memory after he acquired the title of Medical Immortal. This technique requires the use of needles as a guide. Sealed within an object, the longer the holder wears it, the more effective the cursed needle technique becomes. But who could have cast such a malicious technique on my father-in-law's family? All right. Yi Xian nodded slightly, not taking it to heart, as it was highly unlikely that anything would happen to the Xia family while he was around. Thank you. Xia Guofeng let out a deep breath. Although the Xia family now had 2 martial arts masters, and he himself was a half-step martial arts master, they still had no complete assurance regarding the current situation in Jinling. If external forces from outside Jinling were involved, everything would be uncertain. So it was wise to be cautious. By the way, Uncle, may I borrow this jade pendant to take a look? While speaking, Yi Xian's gaze fell on his father-in-law's jade pendant, as the words carried significant influence over him. The jade pendant? Hearing Yi Xian, Xia Guofeng was taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to the jade pendant at his waist. After pondering for a moment, he said, all right, this jade pendant is the Xia family's token. Doesn't Xiao Yi recognize it? Xia Guofeng asked suspiciously. This jade pendant was an ancestral heirloom of the Xia family, and it was said that holding this token would allow one to recognize their ancestors and return to their roots. Of course, its authenticity was uncertain, and he naturally did not know that this jade pendant was part of a malicious conspiracy from the very beginning. Chapter 48. At this moment, Xia Guofeng was fully convinced. If it weren't for Yi Xian, the Xia family might not even know how they would face the future. Ding! The host spent 8 billion renminbi and obtained 80 billion renminbi in wealth. Just then, the system's consumption rebate sound rang in Yi Xian's ears, making his mood even better. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Early martial spirit age, 23 appearance. Max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking. God-level massage, God-level appraisal. Immersive voice, God-level beast taming. Permanent experience of Kato's fingers. Musical omnipotence. Medical immortal holy hand items. Emperor's Abyss No. 1 Villa X1. 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1. Tenfold consumption rebate. Permanent Lamborghini Demon Sun. Infinite physique enhancement liquid. 1 box of Indian divine oil. 99 God-killing needles. 100 shares of D-Ling Group wealth. 271. 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Then, Xia Guofeng, in a good mood, left the study with Yi Xian. The hope of the Xia family's inheritance was too great for him not to be happy. Moreover, the most important thing was that his daughter had found such an impressive son-in-law, giving the Xia family more means of self-protection in Jinling in the future. Chapter 49. The next day, morning. Good morning, miss. Good morning, young master. The maids greeted sweetly, but then they began to whisper. Wow, the miss looks even better today than yesterday. Yeah, I'm so envious of the miss. The young master is amazing. She must have exercised a lot yesterday. The miss is so lucky. I hope my future boyfriend is half as capable as the young master. I'd wake up smiling for my dreams. Hearing the maid's whispers, Xia Bingning felt so shy that she could almost dig a hole to hide in. To be honest, at that moment, she had an impulse to hang these maids up and beat them. After all, she was the employer. Discussing the master like this was too much. But why was it that instead of getting angry, she felt sweetly curious? How could this be? Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Xia Bingning saw Uncle Fu and asked suspiciously, Uncle Fu, where are my parents? Oh, Uncle Fu looked meaningfully at his young lady and the young master, and couldn't help but sigh that being young was good. He clearly guessed what had happened last night, as he was an experienced person who hadn't been young before. Miss, the master and madam took Xian and Tong Tong out to play. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingning subtly glared at someone, feeling an intense urge to punch Yi Xian. Chapter 50. Young Master Yi this? Mu Hanyue was also stunned. If they could accomplish this at the Qianjun restaurant chain, the D-Ling group would surely dominate Jinling. Hanyue, I will not let young Master Yi down. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanyue clenched her delicate fists, secretly making up her mind. Bingning, you look around the group while I head to the restroom. Okay. Xia Bingning was quite curious about her man's group, as the D-Ling group was currently the biggest dark horse in Jinling's business world. Young mistress, this way please. Mu Hanyue skillfully led the way, while Yi Xian also walked towards the restroom. However, he was naturally not going to the restroom. A few minutes later, in a long corridor on the top floor of the D-Lin building. After being here for so long, come out. Yi Xian's calm voice echoed in the hall, and then around 10 people appeared at both ends, blocking his path. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause sounded and a graceful figure approached. It was Zhao Yuzhu. Kid, we meet again. Zhao Yuzhu looked at the scene as if playing with a mouse, clearly confident in her control over Yi Xian, at least in her view. Oh. Upon seeing her, Yi Xian was taken aback. It was Zhao Yuzhu, the one he had sent flying at the Qianjun restaurant before. Chapter 51. Outside the president's office of the D-Lin Group. Young Master Yi, take care. Mu Hanyue bowed, and, after standing up, Secretary Lily took a deep breath. She originally thought the president was beautiful enough, but she didn't expect young Master Ye's woman to be even prettier than the president. By the way, in the elevator, Xia Bingning curiously asked, you were gone for so long just to go to the restroom? Yeah. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, then added, doesn't your man have a lot of stamina? You don't know? Xia Bingning, Listening to this guy's words, Xia Bingning's face turned red, and she shot him a glare. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Saying such things in this situation. Xia Bingning's heart raced. This guy really dared to say anything. How ridiculous. At that moment, Xia Bingning felt an unprecedented urge to bite him, but she knew she absolutely couldn't do that in a monitored place. Such words? How could that be? I'm just stating the facts, Xuan said casually, causing Xia Bingning to feel a headache coming on. Fine, you're amazing. Is that enough? Xia Bingning was genuinely scared and dared not continue this topic with this guy, fearing he might say something even more outrageous. Chapter 52. The Zhao family was destroyed, and Jinling was shaken. Immediately after, the Zhao family's industries were devoured by various forces in Jinling, with the Song family reaping the most benefits, followed closely by the Diling group. In Jinling, Song family manor. Big brother, what are you doing? Song Qingtian looked at his elder brother, Song Qingyang, in astonishment. Isn't this too high profile? Unexpectedly, after learning that the Zhao family was annihilated, the eldest brother was able to so audaciously acquire nearly half of the Zhao family's assets. If the forces that destroyed the Zhao family found out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. One must understand, although the Song family is a dominant force in Jinling, they're not omnipotent. If they were to be attacked by various forces at this moment, it is highly likely that the Song family would follow in the footsteps of the Zhao family. Hee. High profile? Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Song Qingyang smiled slightly. Qingtian, this is nothing. It is time you knew some things. As Song Qingyang spoke, he led his younger brother to a secret chamber in the villa, and upon hearing his brother's words, Song Qingtian furrowed his brows tightly, clearly confused about what his brother was planning. However, despite his suspicions, he still followed his brother. Upon entering the secret chamber, the room was brightly lit. Father. Upon arriving at the secret chamber, Song Qingyang bowed respectfully, but upon hearing this, Song Qingtian was stunned and then looked incredulously at the elderly man seated in the Grandmaster's chair, his heart filled with shock. Chapter 53. At the back mountain of the Emperor Yuan Villa, deep in the forest. Swish. Figures appeared in the scene, and the one at the forefront was Song Qingtian, who had rushed over from the Song family's estate. Thinking of Xia Bingning's stunning face and graceful figure, he could hardly wait to make her submit beneath him. Sir, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Song Qingtian took a deep breath, his gaze directed towards the Emperor Yuan Villa, glowing with heat. No problem. The martial arts master waved his hand nonchalantly and added, Your father saved my life back in the day. This is a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Song Qingtian's eyes narrowed. It turned out that his father's travels over the years were for this purpose. The two martial arts masters were evidently favors accumulated by his father over the years. One must admit that his father was truly skilled. Xia Bingning. Song Qingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he murmured, Tonight, I will make you ascend to paradise. Who? Just then, the martial arts master seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction, where a figure suddenly appeared. Song Qingtian turned his gaze and narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, it's you. Clearly, Song Qingtian recognized Yi Xian, as this was the person Xia Bingning was infatuated with, and he was quite jealous. Chapter 54. The next day, morning. What? In the secret chamber of the Song family's estate in Jinling, Song Qingyang's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone inside is unreachable. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingyang's expression turned grave. Father, this. Before Song Qingyang could finish, the old master Song raised his hand to stop him. I've already contacted them. The martial arts masters who went with Qingtian are unreachable. I'm afraid they have encountered an accident. The old master Song's face was serious, although he did not want to admit it. How is that possible? Song Qingyang's eyes widened in shock. Father, who could make martial arts masters encounter an accident? If this is true, the Song family is in big trouble. Regardless of the truth, effective immediately, let all the experts of the Song family return to the estate. No one is allowed to go out. Yes, father. Song Qingyang's face was somber. He certainly understood what this situation meant. As the Song family was shaken, the underground auction in Jinling. Squeak. The son of the devil stopped at the entrance of the auction, and Mu Hanyue had already been waiting for a long time. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Mu Hanyue bowed respectfully, not daring to overstep. Let's go. The two then followed the staff to a private box and pushed open the door. Chapter 55. You. Chen Xiaoqiu looked at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. Who the hell are you? Terrifying. Too terrifying. As a young master from a first-class family in the capital, he had seen many experts, The martial arts masters in the Chun family could be counted on both hands, and his grandfather was even a half-step martial arts grandmaster. You are not worthy to know. Qin Tianao's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he stepped forward with a dagger in hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qin Tianao, what are you doing? I warn you, I am the young master of the Chun family in the capital. My grandfather is a half-step martial arts grandmaster. If you dare to touch me, I will ensure the Qin family is exterminated. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Qin Tianao's blade flashed and blood spurted. Chen Xiaoqiu's pupils suddenly widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Tianao. The useless person he looked down upon actually dared to kill him. Thud! Chen Xiaoqiu's body fell to the ground, and it seemed like Qin Tianao had exhausted all his strength. Just then, 3 black shadows flashed by and then scattered like bone dust over the 3 men, sizzling. 3 seconds later, 3 piles of ash appeared on the ground. Gulp! Mu Han Yue and the others swallowed hard, looking at the scene with wide eyes, shocked by young Master Ye's ruthless methods. Chapter 56 Huff. At a certain moment, a helicopter flew in from a distance, instantly stunning everyone. Is that a helicopter? Su Muyu realized something, her lips twitching. Could it be that young Master Yi called for it? Young Master Yi. After landing, Shun Wu respectfully bent down to the ground, while Xia Bingning was stunned. Yi Xian, are you crazy? It's fine, it doesn't cost much. He waved his hand dismissively, which made Xia Bingning roll her eyes. Wasn't this a matter of not costing much? Couldn't he be a little more low-key? Wow, what a beautiful helicopter. Xian and Tong Tong were excitedly looking at the helicopter, clapping their little hands. Daddy is so amazing. We're actually taking a helicopter to Grandma's house. Daddy awesome. As they spoke, the 2 little ones had already boarded the helicopter. Shen Wu smiled slightly. The master was really pampering the 2 little masters too much. Goodbye, Mommy. The helicopter took off in a spiral, and Shen Wu's flying skills were outstanding, even better than those of special pilots. Young master, take care. The maids looked at the departing helicopter with envy and admiration, sending them off. Do you like it? Seeing the 2 little ones curiously examining the helicopter, Yi Xian smiled. Chapter 57 Xiao Xian, Your Methods. Lin Songhai was extremely shocked, as controlling dozens of gold needles to precisely pierce various acupoints was enough to demonstrate everything. Uncle, take this enhancing tonic first. Yi Xian took out a vial of body-enhancing liquid, and Lin Songhai looked deeply at his nephew before nodding heavily. Okay, Buzz. As soon as the tonic was taken, a gleam of light appeared in Lin Songhai's eyes, because under the influence of the gold needles, the poison in his body began to visibly gather, and the damaged organs were visibly recovering. Subsequently, Yi Xian introduced the 5 poisons heavenly water into his body. Detected host. Poison enters the body. Level increased to peak martial spirit. Indeed, feeling the strength that had increased by an unknown amount, Yi Xian squinted his eyes in pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Songhai's face regained its color. This is a martial arts master. Lin Songhai was filled with shock, clenching his hands. Not only had he resolved the 5 poisons Tianshui, but he had also surprisingly stepped into the realm of martial arts master. Moreover, years of hidden ailments had vanished, and this method could be called a miracle. Just then, a surge of energy burst from his body, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet, spreading outwards. Chapter 58 Jiangxing Hospital, Special Care Ward. Creak. The door opened, and Yi Xian and Lin Zonghai had already returned for a while. The doctor is here to check. Lin Zonghai's attending physician came with interns and nurses to do the rounds. After a while, Miss Tang, it seems your father is cured. Dr. Xuan coughed lightly, looking at Lin Zonghai with a strange expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was clear that he was indeed fine now. What? Hearing the attending physician's words, Cousin Chenzian's face was filled with excitement. Dr. Xuan, are you serious? My dad is cured. Cough, cough. Dr. Xuan smiled awkwardly, as he himself was at a loss, but the data wouldn't lie. The discharge procedures could be processed today. That's great. Annie cried tears of joy and then went with the doctor to get the discharge order. Rong Chankong, don't go too far. Just then, an angry voice came from outside the special care ward. It was Uncle Chun Bingda's furious voice. Do you really think Chun Bingda, can be bullied? Worst comes to worst, we'll both suffer. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Chen's face was ashen. Seeing this, Andy said, the Rong family threatened you again. Second brother-in-law. What happened? Ye's father was a bit confused upon seeing his second brother-in-law, so angry. It was the first time he had seen him this furious. Chapter 59 Dramatic Reversal. It took a while for Xia Bingning and his son to regain their composure, looking at Xuan with changed expressions. Was this still the little Xuan they knew? However, the gift was too precious. Little Xuan, Uncle can't accept this. Xia Bingning took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'm already very grateful that you can help me resolve the crisis. This gift. Yes, little Xuan. Chun Xiaoyang was also shocked, as the information before him was too overwhelming. No harm done. Xuan smiled slightly and continued, to not hide it from you. I already have a company in Jinling. Moreover, my parents are not interested in business. Pausing for a moment, Xuan continued, how about this, uncle? You just need to transfer 20 of the Rome Group's shares to my dad. Thinking that giving money directly to his parents wouldn't work this way, they wouldn't have a choice. This, Xia Bingning pondered for a moment, still frowning. But little Xuan, 20 is too little, right? It's enough. Xuan waved his hand and smiled slightly. It's enough for my parents' retirement. After some discussion, Uncle finally agreed, but Cousin looked at Xuan with gratitude in his eyes, as he understood what this meant. Chapter 60 A Delicate Bamboo House, brightly lit. Dad is back. Xin, and Tong Tong ran over with their little feet, giving Dad a kiss on the cheek. Meanwhile, Black Dragon barked around the courtyard, venting its happiness. Big brother, you're back. Excited, Black Dragon wagged its tail. If you didn't come back, I would have been tortured to death by the little masters. After a round of complaints, Xuan patted its head to comfort it. Although he couldn't see it, he could imagine the scene of the two little ones torturing little Black. Little Xuan, how is it? Ye's mother asked with concern, as this matter involved her sister's family. The Rome Group didn't make things difficult for you, right? Here. Xuan handed the contract to his mom, and then went into the bamboo house with the two little ones. As for what would happen next, it wasn't something he needed to focus on. What is this? Ye's mother, holding the contract, looked around. The Rome Group was acquired, and 20 of the shares were given to your dad. What? Ye's father, hearing this, almost choked on his tea upon seeing his name. The Rome Group was acquired, and the shares were given to him? Following that, Xuan briefly explained the course of events, but he saw the old couple's eyelids twitch wildly. Chapter 61 Martial Arts Master Fulfillment. Indeed, feeling his strength, Feng Juyo was stunned. Little friend, great kindness. Feng will remember this. He exhaled slowly, feeling better than ever, and then said, Benefactor, that token has boundless uses. It can even allow you to walk freely in Jinling. As Feng Juyo spoke, Xuan noticed the token had Martial Association Order written on one side and Jinling on the other, but the material was quite special. Is that so? Then thank you. Xuan smiled slightly, and then looked at Feng Juyo suspiciously. Are you from the Jinling Martial Association? That's right. Feng Juyo cleared his throat and continued, to not hide it from you. My name is Feng Juyo, and I am the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that this time returning to Guishu village, he would accidentally save the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. So it's President Feng, my apologies. Xuan smiled slightly, while Feng Juyo did not dare to be arrogant, respectfully saying, Benefactor, you're too kind. I can sense your profound aura. Your strength must not be beneath mine. Are you perhaps half a step into the martial arts grandmaster realm? Is that so? Xuan was taken aback, and he had to admit this old guy was quite perceptive. If I say I'm not, would President Feng believe it? Chapter 62 After Dinner. In the room, pitter-patter, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Xuan smiled slightly and dialed Mu Hanyue's number. Hello, young Master Yi. Mu Hanyue's respectful voice came through. She dared not slack off with her boss, as she owed her current success to young Master Ye's recognition. However, soon after, upon learning her boss's intentions, Mu Hanyue became unsettled. Young Master Yi, you want to build the #1 plot into Kunpeng Financial City. Indeed, this bold idea shocked Mu Hanyue. After all, even the 4 major families of Jinling wouldn't dare to do this, as building a financial city requires immense investment. That's right. Naturally, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to make money, and continued. I'll transfer you some startup capital shortly. After giving a few instructions, he hung up the phone. Ding! Host spends 20 billion renminbi and gains 200 billion renminbi. After the transfer, the system voice rang in his ears, making his mood even better. Then he pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Yixin Realm. Peak Martial Spirit Age. 23 years appearance. Max, second only to the tomato readers. Abilities, God-level driving skills. God-level cooking, God-level massage, God-level appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast control, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-around music, medical mastery. Chapter 63, Are You Crazy? Xia Bingning's face turned beet red. Was she too tired from exercise? Did he know what he was saying? If you say that, Xiao Qian will misunderstand. How will I go to the company? The truly beautiful lady was somewhat driven mad. How infuriating. I really want to strangle him. What should I do? How can that guy be like this? Isn't it? Embracing the beautiful lady in his arms, Yixian nonchalantly said, Besides, our relationship with Xiao Qian is not unknown. What is there to misunderstand? Xia Bingning, you? Oomph. She glared fiercely at him, and for a moment, she was speechless. Gulu gulu. Just as Xia Bingning wanted to say something, her stomach protested unreasonably, but Xia Bingning's stunning face grimaced. Look at you. How am I supposed to eat? Thinking about the possibility of revealing her secret while walking, Xia Bingning gritted her teeth in frustration, estimating it would take a while to recover. Come, husband will carry you. As he spoke, Yixian picked up Xia Bingning and left the room. By the time she realized it, they had already arrived at the second-floor living room. Ah, you, Yixian, put me down. How can you princess carry me to dinner? Otherwise, rolling her eyes at the beautiful lady in his arms, who was clearly nervous. You can walk down yourself. Chapter 64. Husband, I want a big Pikachu too. Seeing the Pikachu in Xia Bingning's hand, the girls nearby urged their boyfriends one by one, demanding the same, causing the boyfriends to cough awkwardly. Damn, it's not that they don't want to play, but their abilities don't allow it. Hurry up and go. Listening to the envious voices around her, Xia Bingning's face turned even redder, truly afraid that if she stayed any longer, this guy would do something to pamper her like a daughter. Mommy is shy. At this moment, Xin, and Tong Tong were adding fuel to the fire, but Xia Bingning shot a glare at the two little ancestors. Not long after they left, they saw a corner of the Lantern Festival surrounded by many people watching a singing streamer who was a beautiful girl in black stockings. Daddy, look, someone is live streaming. The big sister is so pretty. The two little ones approached, seeing the beautiful girl streamer singing a lovely song. Bingning wife, how about I dedicate a song to you? Xia Bingning's heart tightened. What was that guy going to do again? Detecting that the host is singing for Bingning wife, granting God-level magical abilities. Yixian was stunned by the system voice, as various unbelievable magical techniques appeared in his mind. The system was clearly afraid he wouldn't stand out enough. Chapter 65, A Little Lips Apart. Xia Bingning looked at the guy, her face flushing to her neck. He had taken advantage of her again, and in front of so many people. How infuriating. How could he do this? I really want to bite him to death. What should I do? When everyone came back to their senses, they saw a family of four leaving under a shower of rose petals, and they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. That girl is so lucky, but why can't such a good guy be theirs? Gulu gulu. Not long after enjoying the Lantern Festival, Xin, and Tong Tong's little stomachs protested incessantly. Daddy, I'm hungry. And Tong Tong is too. It was their first time at a Lantern Festival, and after running around for so long, it would be strange if they weren't hungry. All right, let's go eat first. Soon, the family of four arrived at the restaurant, but Xia Bingning had long hidden the diamond ring. Angel wings, as such a large diamond was too eye-catching. Not long after finishing the order, Yixian clearly sensed that many people were approaching, and their murderous intent was blatant. Could it be that those seeking death were coming again? Bingning, I'm going to the restroom. Chapter 66, Night Falls. In the room of the Dyuan villa, Yixian, what did you say? Xia Bingning couldn't believe what she heard. The cold energy in my body is due to my special constitution? That's right. Yixian thought of the sealing technique, not expecting that the system could even come up with such a forbidden technique. Coupled with acupuncture, it could activate your constitution to a certain extent. Really? Hearing her man's words, Xia Bingning, wrapped in a towel, felt delighted, because this meant she could do more things. But what should I do? Xia Bingning knew her best friend was a top expert, and even in the Li family, she held significant influence. And she had also helped the Li family with many things. Now that she had the chance to be like her friend, how could she not be excited? Take off your outer clothes and lie down. Upon hearing the guy's words, Xia Bingning's face turned red as she was wrapped in a towel. As she took it off, wouldn't that mean? You better not be lying to me. She glared at the guy, but still gritted her teeth and took off her outer clothes. Lying down, presenting her perfect figure before him, which truly made Yi Xian's blood surge. This was not his fault. How could he help it if such a beautiful lady looked so good? Chapter 67. Jinling, Li Family Estate. PFF. The old man of the Li family spat blood and died, and Li Songrong's pupil shrank. Li Rongin, you beast, you actually colluded with outsiders to kill your father. My good big brother. Li Rongin sneered coldly, looking at the old man on the ground who died with his eyes open. Nonsense. Who told this old guy to pass the position of family head to you? He was asking for death. Pausing for a moment, Li Rongin continued, but the old man's death, being able to connect with the Chun family in the capital, can be considered a death well-deserved. Of course, there's also my beautiful niece. Thud. Just then, a figure was thrown into the arena, and it was none other than Xia Bingning's best friend, Li Shiqing. Shiqing. Bang. Before Li Songrong could get close, he was kicked away by Li Rongin, who was half a step into the martial arts grandmaster level. Big brother. Shiqing is a gift I gave to the old master of the Chun family. Li Rongin, you beast. Li Shiqing's face turned red with anger. She never expected that the Li Rongin father and son would collude with the Chun family in the capital to overthrow the Li family. Humph. Li Lingfeng coldly smiled, glaring at Li Shiqing. Stinky bitch, if you weren't my cousin, do you think I would give you to the old master of the Chun family? Chapter 68. Quiet Garden. Door closed. Chen Tianxiong coughed violently, stood up, and took a deep breath. Being in the presence of a martial arts grandmaster at such a young age was not something he could take lightly. The secrets this kid possessed were far more important than those two women. With a wave of his hand, the experts from the Chun family surrounded Yi Xian tightly. With such a formation, even a martial arts grandmaster would have to suffer. Detecting the host's overwhelming rage, granting soundproofing technique. Note, this technique can isolate any sound and vibrations. Soundproofing technique? Hearing the system voice in his ears, Yi Xian's murderous intent intensified. At a certain moment, with his hand forming a seal, an invisible soundproof barrier covered the entire quiet garden. Not to mention making a move, even if a nuclear explosion occurred outside, there would be no sign of disturbance. Kill. Chen Tianxiong did not hesitate, clearly intending to send his subordinates as cannon fodder. Dozens of top experts and half-step martial arts grandmasters surged forward, clearly realizing that this person before them was extraordinary. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, exerting a slight force under his feet. A web-like crack spread from beneath him, and an overwhelming energy surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding cannon fodder was engulfed in blood mist, causing Chen Tianxiong's face to turn pale as he stumbled backward, looking at the opposite side in disbelief. Chapter 69. Di Yuan Villa, Study Room. Thud. Li Shiqing knelt on the ground, and in front of her stood Yi Xian, who had returned to the villa. Young Master Yi, please save my Li family. Li Shiqing bit her red lip, knowing that Yi Xian could leave the Chun family in the imperial capital unscathed and had the ability to save her family. From now on, she was willing to follow young Master Yi. Get up. Yi Xian looked at his wife's best friend for the second time and felt he should do something for her, both publicly and privately. He then took out a vial of physical enhancement liquid. Take this. Li Shiqing hesitated for a moment upon seeing the liquid in the test tube, but ultimately swallowed it, realizing that Yi Xian didn't need to go through so much trouble if he had ulterior motives. In the next moment, Yi Xian flicked his right hand, and several golden needles pierced into various acupoints on Li Shiqing's body. The physical enhancement liquid was absorbed at an astonishing speed. A moment later, weak qi surrounded Li Shiqing, and she opened her eyes. This is half a martial arts grandmaster. No wonder her best friend had become a martial arts grandmaster in such a short time. It was all thanks to Yi Xian, or rather, young Master Ye's contribution. In addition, this was a two-part potion, allowing the Li family to have two martial arts grandmasters. Gulp. Chapter 70. Drizzle. As the bathroom door opened, Yi Xian, wrapped in a towel, entered the room. Xia Bingning's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him, but she was clearly used to it by now. Decency. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes. Since that guy had said he wouldn't listen, she let him be, leaning in her man's embrace, feeling incredibly secure with his strong heartbeat. Honey, thank you for today. Thinking about how he had fiercely protected her, Xia Bingning had never seen him so domineering before. Hey, what's this? Holding his beloved in his arms, from this angle, he could see most of her beautiful curves and smelled her pleasant fragrance. Whoever touches my Bingning wife, I'll take them out. Xia Bingning responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, her face filled with happiness. At that moment, she realized how much she liked this guy. Even though he could sometimes be mischievous and love to take advantage of her, she couldn't help but like him. The next day, morning, golden sunlight poured through the window onto his stunning face. Looking at the beauty bathed in golden sunlight in his arms, Xuan couldn't help but lean down and take a small sip from her red lips. Chapter 71. In front of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Squeak. The son of the devil stopped, opened the door, and got out of the car. It was Xuan. He came to the Jinling Martial Arts Association to check on the establishment of a business association and also to brush off some funds. Stop. No idlers allowed here at the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Two men guarding the entrance of the Jinling Martial Arts Association exuded the aura of top-tier experts, indicating that this association was quite powerful. Xuan flipped his right hand and took out the Martial Association order. Sir, the two top-tier experts were shocked. They recognized the Martial Association order, knowing that its holder was akin to the president being present. Are you kidding? Someone with such an order must be treated with utmost respect, even by their president. They naturally dared not slack off in the slightest. Mr. Yi, our president has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Upon entering the Martial Association, an elite bowed apologetically. I just arrived. I hope, mister, you won't take offense. No worries. Xuan smiled slightly. After all, his purpose was just to brush off funds. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Association conference hall. President, Mr. Yi has arrived. The elite let out a sigh of relief, as he had been personally warned by the president not to offend Mr. Yi. Chapter 72. Deep in the Jinling Martial Arts Association courtyard. Creak. The door opened, and Feng Jiuyo brought Xuan into a room, revealing an old man sitting in a wheelchair, looking weak. His meridians had been severed, and his heart was severely injured. Seeing the old man, Xuan was taken aback. What a ruthless method! A martial arts grandmaster! No wonder he has endured until now. Noticing the old man's aura, Xuan couldn't help but marvel. Feng Jiuyo's background was more impressive than he had imagined. Cough, cough. At that moment, Feng Qianquan violently coughed up blood, his complexion growing even paler. Father, are you all right? Feng Jiuyo hurriedly stepped forward, and the experts from the Feng family moved aside with worried expressions. The family head was the backbone of their clan, and if anything happened to him, the Feng family would be doomed. Cough, I'm fine. Feng Qianquan forced a pale smile, which made Feng Jiuyo's eyes turn red. The Jiang family in the imperial capital, they must pay for this. Although Feng Qianquan was on the brink of death, his consciousness remained clear. Although Xuan was young, he could tell at a glance about his illness and strength, indicating that he was extraordinary. Right? Chapter 73. In the imperial capital, Chun family manor. What? Tin Xiong and the others can't be contacted. Chun Ding Tian's teacup shattered in his hand, and a powerful wave spread out, causing the ground to crack beneath him. If the outside world saw this scene, they would be utterly shocked, as such strength was far beyond ordinary people's comprehension. A late-stage martial arts grandmaster. Indeed, this was Chun Ding Tian's strength. As the head of the Chun family, he was naturally powerful, especially since his uncle was a half-step martial arts grandmaster, making him quite formidable. Otherwise, how could the Chun family stand firm in such a large imperial capital? How dare a small Jinling touch my Chun family members? Whoever it is must die. At this moment, Chun Ding Tian was furious. If this news spread, the Chun family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of all major forces, and they would lose all face. That kind of outcome was something they could never afford. Bang! At one moment, the study was burst open, and a martial arts grandmaster from the Chun family appeared. Pale-faced, head, it's bad. Huh? Chun Ding Tian, already furious, saw his subordinate so flustered and his face filled with displeasure. What is the matter? Why the panic? Chapter 74. Night Falls, Xia Group. Squeak. Xia Bingning had just come downstairs when she saw the son of the devil's supercar driving closer from afar, and she recognized the car immediately. Indeed, that unique supercar was hard to mistake. Bingning wife, get in the car. Hearing his words, Xia Bingning's face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at him as she got into the car. This guy was so high profile that it was as if he wanted everyone to know about their relationship. How annoying. This guy was really too much. I'm so mad. I want to bite him to death. What should I do? He's making it so hard for me to come to the company in the future. He's so bad. You can't be a little more low-key. She rolled her eyes at someone in the car, saying it out loud while feeling sweet inside. This was the first time that guy came to pick her up home, and it felt pretty good. Forget it. Considering how thoughtful he was, she would forgive him this time. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't mind. Low-key? Why be low-key? Xian didn't care and affectionately rubbed the beautiful woman's head, smiling slightly as he said, "Our wife Bingning is so beautiful. What if husband doesn't keep a close eye and she runs away with someone?" He teased while looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, carefully tucking her slightly messy hair behind her ear. This attentive gesture made the beautiful woman blush a little, and from Xian's angle, she looked quite lovely. Chapter 75. What are you thinking about? Xian looked at the beautiful woman beside him suspiciously, just in time to see her with an expression that seemed to have made some secret decision. Nothing, Xia Bingning said, her face flushed with guilt, but her mind was filled with certain images. How could she tell that guy the truth? Really? Xian looked at his wife, puzzled. Something feels off. What's off? Just focus on driving. Xia Bingning changed the topic, feeling relieved in her heart that she hadn't been found out by that guy. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. Ding. Host spent 20 billion renminbi, gaining 200 billion renminbi. While the beautiful woman was feeling shy, a voice of rebate came to her ears, and unexpectedly making a small profit made Xian feel quite good. Ding, ding, ding. Just then a mobile phone rang. It was Feng Jiuyu, whom they had just parted from. Hello, benefactor. Oh no, president. After answering the call, he heard Feng Jiuyu's voice. I just got news that the Jinpeng Group wants to target the Xia Group. The Jinpeng Group is backed by the Liu family, the first family in Zhonghai. I wonder if they will exert pressure. Chapter 76. Not far from the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Whoosh. Figures appeared in the scene, and the leader was a very powerful person at the peak of martial arts, named Yu Fuguei. Sir, up ahead is the Jinling Martial Arts Association. One of his subordinates said respectfully to Yu Fuguei. After all, Yu Fuguei was not only a peak martial arts master, but also a trusted aide of Vice President Xuan. Is that so? Yu Fuguei looked at the Martial Arts Association, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Feng Jiuyu, it's strange because you are from the Feng family. This time, Feng Jiuyu must die. As Wan Xiaoyan's confidant, he naturally knew more. Vice President Xuan was revered by the Jiang family in the imperial capital and naturally opposed the Feng family. Yu Fuguei's purpose here was to remove obstacles for the Jiang family. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Jiuyu left the Martial Arts Association and drove towards a remote road. Whoosh! An attack forced him back, and then dozens of figures appeared in the scene. Feeling the aura on the other side. Martial Arts Association people from the imperial capital? You guys are so bold. Feng Jiuyu was extremely surprised. He was the inspector of the Martial Arts Association in the imperial capital. Hee. Feng Jiuyu, long time no see. Just then, a low voice came, and then Yu Fuguei appeared. Chapter 77. Gulp. Feng Jiuyu watched with wide eyes, feeling his eyelids twitching. What a ruthless way to destroy evidence. But with such strong power, could it be that these people were under the president's benefactor? Thank you, sir, for saving me. Feng Jiuyu took a deep breath, bowed. Even though he was already at the peak of martial arts, there were still several auras that made him feel pressured. They were probably at least half a step to becoming a grandmaster of martial arts, or even a grandmaster. No worries. Xuan, he waved his hand and smiled. We are here to protect the business association. This is our duty. Protect the business association? Feng Jiuyu was taken aback upon hearing this, and then said, could it be that the president's benefactor? That's right. Xuan Yi smiled slightly, looking at the scene filled with a strong, bloody smell. Withdraw. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the scene as if nothing had happened. Hiss. Feng Jiuyu took a deep breath. Watching the dozens of ashes blowing away with the wind, everything felt like a dream. As for Yu Fuguei, he never expected that he originally came to Jinling to investigate the Zhao family's extermination and to look for Zhao Yuyun's whereabouts. But unexpectedly, before the mission even started, he fell into Feng Jiuyu's hands. Chapter 78. Die. Wan Xiaoyan's expression was icy, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light as he rushed towards Feng Qinquan. Killing him would be a significant achievement. This is a mid-stage grandmaster. The members of the Martial Arts Association sensed Wan Xiaoyan's aura and were all shocked. This strength was probably only something that the president could stabilize. President, this. Next to Wang Qinjue, a vice president's face was serious. Wan Xiaoyan hides deeply. Could it be that the Jiang family still wants to control the Martial Arts Association in the imperial capital? Whoosh. Feng Qianquan swung his dark iron sword. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Wan Xiaotian was slashed away, blood gushing from his neck. No way, covering his neck. Wan Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Feng Qianquan. Late-stage Grandmaster. Thud. Just after he finished speaking, with a strong unwillingness, Wan Xiaotian became a corpse on the ground, and the scene fell into silence. Gulp. The vice president beside Wang Qianjue couldn't help but swallow. Feng Qianquan. Actually a late-stage Grandmaster? With such strength, I'm afraid even the four major families wouldn't dare to completely break with him. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianjue looked at Feng Qianquan with deep meaning. He naturally thought at this point, although the four major families did not fear late-stage Grandmasters, they would have to pay an unbearable price to wipe him out. Feng Qianquan came for revenge and probably to set an example. The Feng family had always been at odds with the Jiang family, and now that Feng Qianquan had become a late-stage Grandmaster, it was undoubtedly the worst news for the Jiang family. The members of the Martial Arts Association looked at Feng Qianquan with changed expressions. The rise of the Feng family would be unstoppable. No wonder they had been so high-profile in swallowing the Chun family's industries in the imperial capital recently. In the Yuan villa, in the room. Ding, ding, ding. In the midst of sweetness, a phone call came in. Hello, young Master Yi. After answering the call, they heard Mu Hanyue's voice, and for some reason, Xia Bingning felt a bit sour upon hearing her sweet voice. Damn it, am I jealous of that guy? The Kunpeng Financial City is opening. The Wanjin Business Association is holding an auction? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xia Bingning frowned. Kunpeng Financial City? After thinking for a moment, she looked at her man in disbelief. Husband, that Kunpeng Financial City wouldn't be built by you, right? Indeed, the recent development of the Jinling No. 1 land had shaken the entire business world. Of course, Yi Xian affectionately pinched the beautiful woman's blushing face. The Jinling No. 1 land was all bought by your man. What? Hearing someone's words, Xia Bingning's beautiful eyes suddenly froze. The land of Jinling No. 1. Is it you who bought it? This. So you were the one who spent 15 billion to buy the No. 1 land. At this moment, Xia Bingning realized how extravagant this guy was behind her back. So, are you impressed by your man's lavishness? She teased, looking at the stunning beauty in front of her who was in shock. To be honest, this feeling was quite nice. Bah, impress my foot, are you crazy? She glared fiercely at him. This guy really was something. Having money didn't mean it could be spent like that. Was that Jinling No. 1 land really worth 15 billion? Of course, the stunning beauty didn't know that her man had made 150 billion in return. If she found out, who knows what her reaction would be. With 15 billion, not only could he acquire Jinling No. 1 land, but he could also make a profit of 150 billion. Only a fool wouldn't take that. Hey, husband, Xia Bingning sighed. Can you discuss your spending with me in the future? At this rate, even if you had a mountain of gold, you would still spend it all. After all, they were a couple now. His money was essentially hers too. With 15 billion gone like this, she felt a bit heartbroken. All right then. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but didn't take it to heart. After all, his money would only keep increasing. It would never run out. Chapter 79. Jinling, Kunpeng Financial City. Squeak. The Devil's Child supercar stopped in front of the financial city. Mu Hanyue had been waiting here for a long time. Young Master Yi, you're here. After getting out of the car and nodding slightly, he looked at Feng Juyo. Vice President Feng is here too. I met the president. Feng Juyo slightly bowed, not daring to be negligent, as he had personally witnessed Yi Xian's strength and knew he had at least a late-stage martial master by his side. After a while, they arrived at the auction venue's private room. What? Feng Juyo looked at the extremely precious medicinal liquid in his hand, his eyes filled with shock. President, you're going to auction this? Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly. With this item, today's Wanjin auction will definitely be a huge success. This. Hearing his president's words, Feng Juyo pondered for a moment and then nodded seriously. All right then. If this item is successfully auctioned, Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will definitely become famous in the auction industry. Undoubtedly, this is the best publicity. Yi Xian's move made Mu Hanyue swallow hard. She had personally experienced the miraculous effects of the medicinal liquid, and today's auction was bound to be a big event. After all, many external forces from Jinling had come to participate, and Feng Juyo quickly returned to arrange for the auction of the medicinal liquid. Chapter 80. Outside the financial city. A sparsely populated land. Swish. A figure appeared in the arena, and this person was Lu Jiuyang, who had been slapped by Mu Hanyue. What a miraculous medicinal liquid. Lu Jiang narrowed his eyes, feeling the energy surging within him. He was now half a step into the martial master realm, and a single medicinal liquid had brought him to this point. One can imagine how extraordinary the person who possessed this medicinal liquid was. Congratulations, young master. Your strength has greatly increased. A late-stage martial master beside Lu Jiang said with shining eyes, congratulating him. If he had such a medicinal liquid, he might be able to step into the half-step martial grandmaster realm in one go. Uncle Xuan, after dealing with this kid, let's head to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce together. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Lu Jiang's mouth curved into a smile. If they could obtain more medicinal liquid, the Lu family of Zhonghai would surely soar to great heights. And they wouldn't even fear the four major families of the imperial capital. Young master, that kid is coming. At this moment, one of Lu Jiang's half-step martial master subordinates spoke up. Oh, Lu Jiang looked over and, sure enough, saw Yi Xian and Mu Hanyue walking towards them. Make a move. Lu Jiang sneered coldly. Now that he had stepped in half a step into the martial master realm and gathered all the experts of the Lu family in Jinling, that kid was undoubtedly going to die. Chapter 81. What? Hearing his son-in-law's words, Xia's father's face changed drastically. Xiao Yi, are you saying that the Lu family of Zhonghai has someone watching over Bingning? How is that possible? Xia's father was clearly somewhat disbelieving. Their Xia family had always acted low-key. How could they provoke a person that the Lu family of Zhonghai had to curry favor with? Who it is specifically? We don't know yet. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian thought of something. Uncle, do you remember the cursed jade pendant? Jade pendant? Xia's father wasn't a fool and naturally picked up on the implication. Xiao Yi, are you saying that the person behind the Lu family of Zhonghai might be related to the person who cursed my Xia family's ancestors with the jade pendant back then? It's just a guess. Yi Xian pondered and continued, but it's better to be cautious for now. I will also send some people to protect the Xia family manor. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Xia's father felt guilty upon hearing this, but he did not refuse, as he understood that although the Xia family had become much stronger now, they were still far behind the Lu family of Zhonghai. After talking for a while, the two of them came out of the study. Daddy, Daddy. At this moment, the two little ones, Xian and Tong Tong, had just arrived at the villa with Xia Bingning skillfully throwing themselves into their father's arms, affectionately giving him kisses. Chapter 82. Ding Ling Ling. Lin Xue had just returned to her room when Xiao Qian's phone call came in. This Xiao Qian, dropping the ball at a critical moment. What nonsense are you saying? Hearing someone's words, Xia Bingning glared fiercely at him. Hello, President Xia. After answering the phone, a pleasant voice from Xiao Qian came through. That mister. You should be beside you, right? I'm sorry, President Xia. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Xia Bingning, hearing Xiao Qian's blunt words, Xia Bingning's face turned a shade of red. No, what is the matter? She warned a glance at him to calm down, and then began to talk to Xiao Qian. What? Soon, upon hearing the news from Xiao Qian, Xia Bingning sat up suddenly. Xiao Qian, you said Jinpeng Group has withdrawn from Jinling? The news she received made Xia Bingning extremely concerned. How could that be? Although Jinpeng Group had only recently entered Jinling, they had invested at least tens of billions. Now saying they were withdrawing, no one would believe that nothing had happened. I haven't found out the specifics yet. After a pause, Xiao Qian continued. However, according to rumors within Jinpeng Group, it seems that something has happened to the person in charge of Jinpeng Group. Chapter 83. The next day, morning. Wow, Daddy, we're going to Zhonghai to play. After breakfast, Xian and Tong Tong were extremely excited to hear they were going to Zhonghai. Xia Bingning glared at him. This guy's position in the two little ones' hearts was probably going to rise again. Zhonghai? Hearing this, Xia's father and Uncle Fu exchanged glances. They had talked quite a bit yesterday and vaguely guessed Yi Xian's intentions for going to Zhonghai. Going to Zhonghai is a good place. After thinking for a moment, Xia's mother continued. By the way, Xiao Yi, have you booked the tickets? I can have someone help you book them. No need, Auntie. The person picking us up should be arriving soon. Just as everyone reached the entrance of the villa, the sound of a helicopter whooshed through the air. It was a Thunderbolt-armed helicopter. Upon seeing the helicopter in the sky, Uncle Fu was taken aback and whispered to Father Xia, Sir, it is said that this helicopter is worth 300 million, and it can withstand missile hits. A 300 million armed helicopter? Father Xia's mouth twitched as he looked at the descending helicopter, thinking that the brat was too wasteful. Wow, the son-in-law is so rich. Uh-huh. It's too extravagant to buy a helicopter directly. Chapter 84, 11 billion. Lu Chongshan's eyes flashed with fierce light. If it weren't for the public setting, he would have already attacked. 200 billion. A calm voice came from the box where Yi Xian was sitting. Crack. Lu Chongshan gripped the sandalwood chair tightly, and cracks immediately appeared, spreading throughout the chair. A surge of late-stage martial arts master aura erupted, but was quickly reined in. Young Master Yi, this. Mu Hanyue felt her eyelids twitching. It was the first time she had seen such bidding. Even Feng Juyo, who had seen great storms, was stunned. President, this really is treating money as if it were nothing. Could it be that this mysterious ancient jade is not simple? Thinking of this, Feng Juyo nodded secretly. It seemed to be the case, but little did he know that the truth was completely different. The reason Yi Xian made his move was simple. Just 2 words. Money laundering. Hiss. The auctioneer on the stage gasped. It was his first time seeing such a wealthy patron. In his opinion, it would be great if this ancient jade could auction for 10 billion. 200 billion renminbi. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This item can conceal the aura of experts below the martial spirit level. It must not be missed. Chapter 85. The auctioneer smiled slightly. Next, the mysterious little girl's no reserve auction began. As the voice fell, the audience gasped. The no reserve auction seemed to be very confident in this item. 10 billion. 30 billion. Various forces began to bid, while the little girl in the cage was filled with fear amidst the killing intent in her eyes. Even though she had a special physique, she was still just a child. Daddy, the big sister is so pitiful. She must be so scared. Xin, and Tong Tong looked at the little girl in the cage with pity in their eyes. Cough, cough, President. Feng Jiuyo cleared his throat and said, this little girl is not simple. She is likely to fetch an unprecedented sky-high price today. 100 billion. Just as Feng Jiuyo finished speaking, a voice came from Yi Xian's mouth. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but looking at the anxious little girl on the auction stage, she ultimately remained silent. Wow. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze fell on Yi Xian's box. The people in that box made a move again. 150 billion. At the same time, a cold snort came from Lu Chongshan's box. This mysterious little girl was the main reason he attended the auction. Chapter 86. The auction ended, and various parties departed. President. After thinking for a moment, Feng Jiuyo slightly bowed. I have a friend I would like to introduce you to. What do you think? Oh. Hearing Feng Jiuyo's words, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then nodded. Bingning, you guys stay here. I will be back shortly. Okay. Xia Bingning nodded, knowing that her man's identity was not ordinary. Daddy, you have to come back quickly. Xin, and Tong Tong, who were whispering to the big sister, looked at their daddy and said, Yi Xian affectionately rubbed the heads of the 2 little ones and then left with Feng Jiuyo. Soon, they arrived at a room deep within the 9 heavens. Creak. The door opened, and there was already someone waiting for a long time. Clearly, Feng Jiuyo had communicated in advance. A half-step martial arts grandmaster? Looking at the person in the room, Yi Xian sensed his strength. It could be said that this strength was top-notch in the Zhonghai region. Brother Feng, long time no see. Luo Tianhe greeted Feng Jiuyo and then turned his gaze to Yi Xian. This should be the president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. President. Feng Jiuyo slightly nodded, introducing, this is my friend, the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, Luo Tianhe. Chapter 87. Zhonghai Lu family, what a big tone. The calm voice echoed in Lu Chongshan and others' ears, but they looked at the opposite side in shock. Second master, that's the kid, a subordinate of the Lu family exclaimed, pointing at Yi Xian in disbelief. He could tell, the moment Yi Xian spoke, he recognized that voice. After all, over the years, that kid was the first to dare to defy him like this. Then, 2 figures appeared next to Yi Xian. They were Feng Jiuyo and Luo Tianhe. As the mysterious president of Zhonghai, Luo Tianhe rarely showed up, so Lu Chongshan did not recognize him. Of course, Luo Tianhe did this to avoid vendettas. What a kid, daring to compete with my Zhonghai Lu family for things. With a cold smile, a late-stage martial arts master beside, Lu Chongshan punched towards Yi Xian, second master. I will first cripple this kid. Hiss. The speed was so fast that Feng Jiuyo had a mocking expression. President, be careful. Luo Tianhe's face turned serious, and he warned. But Feng Jiuyo laughed. Brother Luo, don't worry. Even if this person were 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be a match for the president. Arrogant. A martial arts master from the Liu family snorted coldly. Being 10 times stronger. Did that guy even know what that concept meant? Chapter 88. Nine Heavens Box. Daddy's back. Xian and Tong Tong were excited to see their daddy return, and then they pouted adorably. It's been so long. I was discussing some matters. Skillfully picking up the two little ones, he doted on them. Did you miss Daddy? Let Daddy see how much you miss me. Mua. The two little ones were affectionate. And Mu Hanyue smiled at the sight, thinking that Yi Xian's affection for the two little ladies was undeniable. These three. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes at the three, feeling inexplicably sour. Was it really okay to show off their affection in front of so many people? Meng Qianxiu looked at the overly doting master and the two little disciples with envy in her eyes. After the sweetness, Yi Xian's gaze fell on Meng Qianxiu. Qianxiu, master. Hearing her master call her, Meng Qianxiu hurriedly responded. Next, I will help you control your killing intent. The process may be a bit painful, so bear with it. Okay, master. Meng Qianxiu was delighted to hear this. It was because she had uncontrollable killing intent that she was seen as an outlier. Remembering her past experiences of inferiority, she bit her lip, determined to endure no matter how much it hurt. Chapter 89. The next day morning. Golden sunlight poured into the room, illuminating a face so beautiful that it overshadowed the light. This stunning beauty was none other than Xia Bingning. After struggling a bit, the beautiful girl finally woke up. And what greeted her was the handsome face of her man. That guy turned out to be the president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. She wondered how much he had spent. Thinking of this, Xia Bingning couldn't help but sigh. The more she got to know him, the more she realized that his money seemed endless. Ding-ling-a-ling. Hello, President Xia. Are you awake? As soon as the call connected, Xiao Qian's pleasant voice came through, making Xia Bingning's face slightly flush. Am I awake? Is this considered awake or not? Besides, I'm being held by someone. Not yet, what's the matter? Xia Bingning naturally wouldn't talk too much and went straight to the point, knowing that there was someone beside her, and who knows what trouble he might cause if it took too long. President Xia, the address you asked me to check for the group branch has been verified. It's the Zhonghai Chuangrong building. It just opened a few days ago and is particularly suitable in terms of location. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 90 Ding. After swiping the card, Chen Sueki felt like she was dreaming. Her cousin had just bought the entire Chuangrong building, and it was done in her name. To know that just her commission alone was probably several tens of millions, her cousin was too indulgent towards his wife. Can't you be a little more low-key? Feeling the attention of the crowd, Xia Bingning glared at him. Did you go crazy buying the whole building for 8 billion? It's nothing. He affectionately pinched the beautiful girl's face, saying grandly, hubby doesn't lack this little money. Sweet dog food filled every corner of the sales hall in an instant, especially for the fair-skinned and beautiful salesgirl, her eyes sparkling with stars. Why are all the good men taken by others? Ding. Ho spends 8 billion renminbi, gaining wealth of 88 trillion renminbi. After receiving the bank card, Yi Xian heard the sound of cash back in his ear, and he was expected to make a small profit. A quarter of an hour later, Mr. Yi, here is the purchase contract and the keys. Please keep them safe. Supervisor Luo respectfully bowed. After all, this was their biggest client, and he certainly didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. He handed the contract and keys to Xia Bingning, making his cousin envious. If it weren't for work, she would have live-streamed this moment for her fans to witness. Chapter 91 in the suburbs at the Bun. Second master, I found out. The old man looked at the information on his phone and spoke. Yi Xian, 23 years old, resides in the Diyuan No. 1 villa, drives a Lamborghini Demon worth over 100 million, and is the fiancé of Xia Bingning from the Xia Group. His identity is mysterious. Those who have conflicts with him either disappear or have an unknown fate. Oh, Ji Haoyin's eyes narrowed further upon hearing the old man's words. Interesting. Ding-ling-a-ling. Before he could think further, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he answered it casually. What did you say? The Liu family in Zhonghai is making moves? Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Ji Haoyin couldn't help but smile. Now there's a good show to watch. Second master, what do you mean? The old man was taken aback, clearly not understanding why his second master said that. Uncle A. Ji Haoyin looked out the window. I just received news that the head of the Liu family, Liu Chongtian, is bringing all the experts from the Liu family to the suburbs. And their target is likely this Yi Xian. What? Uncle Lei's face was full of disbelief. The entire Liu family is coming to the suburbs just to deal with that kid? Has the Liu family gone mad? Chapter 92 Die. The experts from the Liu family rushed forward. Although the person was strong, they were clearly overestimating themselves by thinking they could handle just one person. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the first batch of Liu family experts charging ahead was suddenly frozen in midair, unable to move. Even Newton's coffin board couldn't hold them down. The sealing power confined more than 10 people. And then, strangely, they turned to ashes and scattered with the wind. Gulp! The Liu family experts, who had intended to step forward, all halted, looking at Xuan as if they were staring at a devil. Kid, you're really bold. Just then, a figure appeared in the arena, exuding an aura that was definitely at the level of a martial arts grandmaster, but it was somewhat unstable. Clearly just having broken through recently. Father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Chongtian bowed respectfully. The person was the previous head of the Liu family, Liu Qianren. Liu Qianren nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Xuan. You, a practitioner of heretical paths, dare to show off in front of me, an old man. I'll give you a chance, self-mutilate your hands and feet, and then hand over your recent supernatural techniques. With a gleam in his eyes, Liu Qianren's gaze was fervent. If he had that kind of supernatural technique, ordinary martial arts grandmasters would not be his opponent. Fool! Looking at Liu Qianren across from him, Xuan thought to himself, this old fool must have hit his head. He has lived for decades in vain. Chapter 93 President. Approaching, Luo Tianhe bowed respectfully, and over 1,000 elite members of the Martial Arts Association bowed solemnly behind him. We greet the president. Having witnessed the earlier scene, they naturally did not dare to delay in the slightest. No need for too much courtesy. Looking at everyone, his gaze fell on the elite members of the Martial Arts Association. Puffed, with a flick of his finger, dozens of streams of energy pierced through the foreheads of the Martial Arts Association members, and then, without warning, they turned to ashes on the spot, which was quite eerie. This is a traitor from the Liu family in Zhonghai. In the future, Zhonghai will need your support. What? Luo Tianhe's face changed drastically. A traitor from the Liu family in Zhonghai? There are actually dozens of them, the weakest being peak first-rate experts with over 10 half-step martial arts grandmasters, and even a late-stage martial arts grandmaster vice president. If it weren't for the president's arrival, the Martial Arts Association would have been eroded by the Liu family sooner or later. However, the president's methods were truly terrifying. After a moment, only Luo Tianhe and Xuan remained in the room. Xuan looked at Luo Tianhe. President, are you from the hidden Luo family? President, you already know? He had previously witnessed the president's methods and knew that his memory-revealing techniques were indeed astonishing. Xuan nodded slightly. 10 years ago, the hidden Luo family was wiped out, and the ancestors of the Luo family were poisoned and assassinated by the hidden Xia family. Chapter 94 What happened, Sweki? Xia Bingning asked, seeing her cousin's reaction with suspicion. Huff. After a while, Chun Sweki looked at her cousin. Sister-in-law, my mom just called. She said that my cousin made our family the richest in Jiangqing. After saying that, she looked at Xuan with admiration. Cousin, you've been hiding this too well. The richest in Jiangqing? Hearing her cousin's words, Xia Bingning was taken aback and then looked at the guy beside her. How many things was he still hiding from her? Cousin, sister-in-law, goodbye. In front of the restaurant. Chun Sweki waved goodbye to her cousin until the supercar disappeared from her sight before she came back to her senses. Sweki. Just then, Supervisor Luo's voice came from his side. Supervisor. Chun Sweki was taken aback when she saw the visitor. It should have been a while since work ended. Yet Manager Luo had not left. Here. Manager Luo took out a card. This is the commission for the sale of Chuangrong building. Check the amount when you have time. So soon. Chun Sweki was stunned as she looked at the bank card in her hand. Manager Luo cleared his throat. How can not be quick? This little lady in front of him was the cousin of a wealthy benefactor who spent money like water. By the way, Manager Luo thought of something and continued. Sweki, considering your recent performance, I want to promote you to sales manager. Chapter 95. Is this my sister-in-law? As she approached, Chun Sweki's eyes widened. She is too beautiful. Especially that devilish figure. While others might drop crumbs on their feet when eating, it seemed this sister-in-law wouldn't have that problem at all. It was true what they said. The bear is so big, it can't be held with one hand. Look at you. I told you not to wear this. Hearing her cousin's words and the countless hot gazes around her, Xia Bingning realized everything, but it felt as if she had been seen through. Wow, I didn't expect you to look so good in a sheer dress and swimsuit. She was being eyed up and down, attracting a roll of the eyes from someone. As expected, men loved to see this. But letting this guy look was one thing, but the others felt strange, even though there was already a significant distance from those 3 small pieces of fabric. Go away, letting so many people look at your wife. Aren't you jealous? Xia Bingning rolled her eyes, even though she didn't know if that certain guy had seen beauties wearing less than her. My wife is so beautiful. Letting them feast their eyes, isn't bad. After all, seeing but not being able to have is better, right? Chapter 96. On the beach, the atmosphere was harmonious. Burp. Xuan let out a beautiful burp, her pretty face making people want to kiss her impulsively. If only there could be a chance encounter like that. Cousin S cooking is still so good. She gave a thumbs up to her cousin, while the fans in the live stream swallowed their saliva, not knowing if it was because of the grilled fish or the allure of Sweki. Yo! At that moment, 2 people walked over from a distance, one of whom, a young man from Fusang, set his gaze on Xia Bingning, his eyes blazing with heat. I didn't expect such a beauty in such a small place. Hey, I'll help you catch that girl. The martial arts master beside Beigong Wuzong had a glint in his eyes. He wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to perform. Beigong Wuzong nodded slightly, picturing the scene of that girl surrendering. Be careful, don't hurt the beauty. Oomph. The Fusang expert acted decisively, heading straight for Xia Bingning. Miss, my young master has taken a liking to you. Come with me. Master, be careful. When Meng Qianqiu saw someone threatening his master, his eyes turned red with killing intent, and he threw a punch. Bang! With a dull sound, Meng Qianqiu stepped back a few paces but successfully halted the Fusang expert. However, he was surprised that the 7- or 8-year-old girl took his hit without any harm. Chapter 97. As night fell. At a certain moment, Mu Hanyue pushed a custom-made tall cake into the venue, and the stage lit up. Xin and Tong Tong appeared on stage, bringing Xia Bingning back to her senses. Next, this song is from Mama, Happy Birthday. As the accompaniment began, the sweet voices of the 2 little ones filled the air. Their cute and sweet voices stirred Xia Bingning's heart. Could be that today was her birthday? Yi Xian, what did you plan this? She clearly knew that this was a special gift from the 3 of them. If she said she wasn't touched, it would be a lie. These 3 were too cunning, hiding it so well that she hadn't noticed at all. Young madam, young master, ye had me prepare this a week ago. Mu Hanyue said with envy. Young master Yi was too doting, letting the 2 little ladies sing to the young madam. How romantic. That's right, colorful bubbles. Just as Mu Hanyue was about to say something, she saw fairy tale-like bubbles falling from the stage. Wow, is it sister-in-law's birthday? Sweki was also stunned. What a surprise. Her cousin actually had a grand event. Thankfully she came today, or she would have missed something. Chapter 98. How strange. Xin and Tong Tong tilted their heads. Mama, you seem even more beautiful. It really is. Sweki looked at her sister-in-law with envy. Can looks still improve? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian smiled without speaking, and it was all thanks to the allure body's influence. It's getting late. Let us go back to the hotel. Feeling the gazes of everyone on her, Xia Bingning found it hard to bear, especially after playing all day. The 2 little ones were tired too. A little later, they returned to the hotel room. On the balcony, buzz. At a certain moment, Xia Bingning trembled, and then an aura spread out. The resonance of her allure body naturally leading her to reach the peak of the martial arts master realm. If her father-in-law saw this scene, he wouldn't know what to think. After all, he himself was only at the mid-level of the martial arts master realm. Yi Xian was stunned as he looked at his wife. This girl's talent had become so strong. Detecting the host's wife's allure body has reached great perfection, and her realm has improved to the initial stage of martial emperor. Just then, a system voice rang in his ears, making Yi Xian, who was feeling emotional, taken aback. Could this truly lead to a breakthrough in strength? He then brought up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Initial stage of martial emperor. Chapter 99, Luo, Tianhe. Looking at the newcomer, Xia Bingning was filled with disbelief. 10 years ago, he had personally seen his father severely injure him and throw him into a bottomless abyss. How could he still be alive? Haha, surprised. Luo, Tianhe smiled coldly, looking at his former enemy. Xia Bingning's face was one he could recognize, even in ashes. The grudge of exterminating my clan. an irreconcilable hatred. Xia Bingning, D. With a whoosh, Luo Tianhe launched an attack towards Xia Bingning, his eyes red and filled with overwhelming killing intent. I'm not afraid of you. Xia Bingning was not an ordinary person. After stabilizing his mind, he sneered disdainfully. It's good that you didn't die. Today I'll kill you myself. Bang! In an instant, their fists collided, but Xia Bingning was knocked back 5 or 6 meters. You! Xia Bingning looked at Luo Tianhe in disbelief, his eyes revealing shock again. Mid-level martial arts grandmaster, and so close to the late stage? Obviously, Luo Tianhe's strength had greatly impacted him. After all, he had been severely injured by his father. Even if he had survived, it was reasonable to think he wouldn't have made any progress. Kid, you're the son-in-law of the Xia family in Jinling. The 10th elder, Xia Yuanqi, looked at Yi Xian like a cat playing with a mouse, sneeringly saying, "Come, let this elder see what makes you extraordinary." Chapter 100, Xiao Xian Run. Thinking of the identities of Lin Qie and others, Lin Songhai's expression became serious. They're from the 4 major families of the imperial capital, the Lin family. Oh, Lin Qie noticed the rare change in Lin Songhai's expression and looked at Yi Xian with great interest. Interesting. It seems this kid is very important to you. Uncle, leave the rest to me. Yi Xian's gaze fell on Lin Qie across from him, narrowing his eyes. It was you who injured my uncle like this? Impudent. At that moment, a martial arts master from the Lin family in the imperial capital shouted, "What are you, to speak to my family's second young master like that?" Slap. Before Yi Xian could make a move, Luo Tianhe's face darkened. "You brat. What are you to disrespect my family's chairman?" With a single palm strike, the martial arts master from the Lin family was severely wounded on the spot, blood spraying as he looked at Yi Xian's side. Incredulous. You're a late-stage martial arts master. What? Hearing the Lin family's master, Lin Qie's expression became serious. There's a late-stage martial arts master next to that kid? Chairman, how should we deal with these people? Luo Tianhe respectfully bent his body, not even glancing at Lin Qie and the others, as a mere Lin family from the imperial capital posed no threat to his chairman at all. Chapter 101, Impudent. The Lin family's manor in the imperial capital was immediately stirred up, attracting no less than hundreds of people, with the leader being Lin Qingtian, the head of the Lin family. Lin Zonghai? Lin Qingtian's gaze fell on Lin Zonghai, his face filled with disbelief. With Qie chasing you, how could you possibly be alive? Xiao Xian, he is the current head of the Lin family. Sensing Lin Qingtian's strength, he was a decent mid-stage martial arts master. But that was all, so he found helpers. Lin Qingtian's gaze fell on Yi Xian, then mockingly said, "But do you really think this young brat can save you?" Noisy. Yi Xian stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure instantly forcing Lin Qingtian back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. If a mid-stage martial arts master was like this, the others need not be mentioned. How can this aura be possible? Lin Qingtian steadied himself, looking at Yi Xian with a completely changed expression. Just the aura had severely injured him. Could his strength have already reached half a martial spirit? But that kid is only in his 20s. How could he have such strength? One arrogant kid. Just then, a figure appeared in the arena, who bore some resemblance to Lin Qingtian. He was Lin Poyan, the current head of the Lin family in the imperial capital. Chapter 102. In the imperial capital. At the Ji family manor. What did you say? Ji Haoyue furrowed her brows upon hearing the news. The Lin family has undergone a drastic change. Lin Zonghai, who was expelled from the Lin family over 20 years ago, now controls the Lin family. Lin Poyan has been deposed. In the villa study, after hanging up the phone, Ji Haoyue was filled with astonishment. That old man Lin Poyan seems to have received his comeuppance. Ding dong. Just then, Ji Haoyan received a message and was momentarily stunned upon seeing it. How could it be him? Seeing her usually wise and calm younger brother like this, Ji Haoyue asked suspiciously, "Haoyan, what's wrong?" Cough. "Big brother, you might not believe it, but Lin Zonghai is the uncle of Yi Xian I told you about." Ye won. Upon hearing her younger brother's words, Ji Haoyue naturally realized something. Gazing towards the Lin family in the imperial capital. Are you saying the person behind the overturning of the Lin family is Yi Xian? That's right. Yehodan noted seriously, then continued. What big brother doesn't he know is that Uncle Lei saw with his own eyes that Yi Xian defeated a martial arts master with a single move, turning him into a mist of blood. With such strength, he is capable of destroying Lin Batian, and Lin Zonghai has always been mediocre. His sudden rise is just too coincidental. Chapter 103. 2 days later, in front of the Qianjun Tavern. Whoosh! A helicopter roared in, landing in front of the tavern. This helicopter is my Master S. Meng Qinqiu looked at the Thunderbolt-armed helicopter, and just its design was worth a fortune. Of course, senior sister Qinqiu. Daddy is super awesome. Xin and Tong chattered excitedly beside her, as this was a chance for their dad to show off. Master, you're so rich. Blinking her eyes, Meng Qinqiu sighed. In her perception, only super rich people would have private jets, which was indeed the case. Young Master Yi, take your time. Mu Hanyu, along with the staff of the Qianjun Tavern, bowed to send him off until the helicopter disappeared from view. Boss, he even bought a helicopter. The employee's eyes sparkled with stars. This configuration was just too extravagant. I really like this. If only he were my future husband. Boo-hoo. Daddy, are we going to Grandpa's house? In the helicopter. The two little ones curiously looked around, while Meng Qinqiu felt a bit shy, as this was her first time on a helicopter. Spoilingly ruffling the two little ones' heads. Yi Xian thought that the matter with the hidden summer family was significant, and he needed to communicate with his father-in-law to prepare him. Chapter 104. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded. Although it was hard to accept, the fact was indeed true. The hidden summer family? Xia Guofeng's expression turned serious. He never expected that his ancestor was actually from the hidden summer family, and how his ancestor was treated created a grudge that was not trivial. Uncle. Surviving for hundreds of years, that strength. Although Fu Bo had not finished speaking, his meaning was very clear, living for hundreds of years. Even a pig could become a strong being. Strength, huh? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, above the martial arts master is the martial arts grandmaster. You should know this. And above the martial arts grandmaster is the martial spirit, followed by the martial king and the martial emperor. According to the information, the one who cursed the Summer family's ancestor with the jade pendant should be at the martial king level. What? Upon hearing this, Xia Guofeng felt suffocated. Being two major realms above the martial king, it meant that their Summer family was nothing but ants in the eyes of such beings. No wonder that person had never made a move. Xia Guofeng bitterly smiled. He only now understood that the enemy who cursed his ancestor with the jade pendant had likely stopped targeting their Summer family, because they were too weak to be worth his attention. Chapter 105. What's wrong? Xia Bingning saw her man stop and couldn't he help but ask curiously. You guys go ahead. I'll go to the restroom. Restroom? Hearing this, Xia Bingning instinctively looked around, her face turning red, and glared at him. Didn't you say you had a huge stock? Bang! Yi Xian tapped the beautiful woman's head. Husband's stock is full. Seems like my icening wife is very happy. Puffed. What nonsense, happy my foot. After joking, he affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones and walked towards the restroom. A few minutes later, at the Summer family manor, not far away, in the arena where the hidden Summer family was located. At a certain moment, Xiao Wang's gaze fell on a certain spot, and over 10 figures were fully alert, seeing Yi Xian appear not far away, each one looking as if they had seen a ghost. Because they don't know when it appeared at all. Who are you? Seeing the newcomer, Xiao Wang's heart sank. Although this person was young, he gave him an unfathomable feeling. Interesting. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Wanghua, and from Xia Xiaoyu's memories, he naturally knew that the person in front of him was the great elder of the hidden Xia family, his grandfather Xiao Wanghua. Chapter 106. Yes, Master. Shen Er and the others respectfully replied, just now coming back to their senses, their minds flashing with the scenes of their master instantly killing the martial spirit expert. By the way, Yi Xian thought of something and flipped his right hand, revealing 72 top-grade washing marrow pills. One for each person. Take this pill. Understood. Shen Er took out more than 10 top-grade washing marrow pills, put the remaining pills away, and then took them. Buzz, a power that thoroughly enhanced talent, stronger than the body enhancement liquid, was transforming Shen Er's qualifications, acting completely differently from the body-enhancing liquid that transformed the physical body. As his talent underwent metamorphosis, Shen Er's strength increased at a visible speed. Late-stage martial arts grandmaster. Peak martial arts grandmaster. Finally, Shen Er's strength stepped into the half-step martial spirit level. And at this moment, Shen Er opened his eyes. Is this half-step martial spirit? Feeling the surging energy, Shen Er was extremely excited because at this moment he could defeat even Xuan Yi with one move, even kill him. After all, Xuan Yi was only at the late stage of martial arts grandmaster now. So strong. The surging energy surged, and the surrounding divine guards were all shocked. Then they all took the top-grade washing marrow pills in their hands. Just like that. Chapter 107 in the Xia family manor, in the arena. Daddy, why did you take so long to come? Xian Tong Tong saw her father's figure, puffed up her cheeks in anger, looking like she wanted to be coaxed. Super cute. Ahem, Daddy, can you pay more attention next time? Seeing a certain guy being disliked by the two little ones, Xia Bingning couldn't help but laugh. Bingning, dear wife, dare to laugh, your man is getting bolder. Pausing for a moment, he teased with a wicked smile. So happy. Aren't you afraid your husband will go back and give you all the stock? What nonsense are you talking about? A certain person's words made Xia Bingning's face blush, spreading to her neck, looking particularly charming under the warm yellow light. Certain images involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She knew very well what stock meant. But how could he say that? Damn it, that bastard is so bad. I really want to bite him to death. What should I do? This guy is really crazy, saying everything out loud. A round of teasing made Meng Qianqiu envious. Her master and mistress had such a good relationship, and her master was super good at pampering people. Thinking of the scenes of her master meeting, she couldn't help but wear a happy smile. By the way, after a bit of flirting, Yixian thought of something and then took out 10 pills. Qianqiu, these are special candy beans prepared for you by your master. Chapter 108 Dong. Just as Xia Bingning finished speaking, her smooth, fair forehead was knocked with a thud, causing the beautiful lady to grimace in pain. Good for you. Your man is so good to you that it turns into a wasteful spending. It was unclear how much time had passed. The stunning beauty leaned in Yixian's arms, beautifully asleep, a satisfied smile on her pretty face. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, under the dim light, she looked particularly enchanting. Yixian couldn't help but take a small sip from her delicate face, feeling quite nice. Dingling. At that moment, a phone rang, and seeing the caller ID, he answered it casually. Hello, young Master Yi. After the call was connected, a respectful voice came from Mu Hanyue. It's so late. Did I disturb you in the young lady's rest? Just from her voice, one could hear Mu Hanyue's nervousness. After all, disturbing young Master Yi and the young lady's enjoyment at this time would be a bit inappropriate. No, holding the beauty in his arms. He felt quite good. What is it? It's like this, young Master Yi. The supporting facilities of Kunpeng Financial City have been completed. Then, she explained the matters regarding the financial city. After hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 109-20. This is going to cost her life rhythm. Xia Bingning glared at the two little ancestors. Even if she was powerful, having one child a year would take 20 years to give birth to 20. And just thinking about that scene was terrifying. It's all your fault. She pinched a certain someone's soft spot with her delicate hand and pouted. What nonsense about having little brothers and sisters. Obviously, Xia Bingning blamed everything on her man. How can you blame me? Yixian looked innocent, gazing at the stunning beauty in front of him. Xia Bingning let out a breath, subtly glared at a certain guy. Damn it, it's all his fault for making her embarrassed. So annoying, so angry. I really don't know what I like about this guy. Grandpa, goodbye. Xian Tong waved her little hand. Meng Qianqiu's face turned slightly red as she bid farewell to the two elders, and just like that, the group headed towards the Jinling amusement park. Daddy, are we really going to the amusement park? Daddy is awesome. The two little ones were ecstatic upon hearing that their destination was the amusement park. The amusement park. Meng Qianqiu's eyes also sparkled. She had never been to such a place before and had heard it was super fun. Chapter 110 Tiske. Xiao Wuxuan was lost in thought when a pink fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes, gulping down in fear. I give up. I am scared. Xiao Wuxuan was genuinely scared. That little girl was too fierce. If she punched down, wouldn't his handsome face be ruined? As the saying goes, a head can be severed, blood can flow, but looks cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, the world would lose such a super handsome guy, and those cute girls would be heartbroken. Thud. Simply kneeling, Xiao Wuxuan obediently said, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. This guy. Xia Bingning sighed upon seeing the scene in the arena. Was it really good to make a young boy suffer like this? Wouldn't he be mistaken for being abducted? Get up. Yixian slightly raised his hand. An irresistible force lifted him up, which made Xiao Wuxuan's heart tremble. Wow, this power, even Grandpa didn't have, oh my goodness. Could it be that my master is a martial king-level elder? Or even ancestor? My goodness, but my master looks like he shouldn't be much older than me. Xuan, I've met the mistress. I've met the senior sister, he. Chapter 1, 11 in front of the Dyuan villa. Welcome, young master and young lady home. The beautiful maids greeted sweetly, and Xiao Wuxuang's eyes lit up. Wow, so many pretty sisters. Seeing Xiao Wuxuang looking at them like this, the maids' faces turned slightly red, which made Xiao Wuxuang envious. My goodness, master, this is too enjoyable. My goodness, there are so many beautiful women around the master. If I had known, I would have joined his sect long ago. What a loss. Seeing Xiao Wuxuang's appearance, Xia Bingning frowned and couldn't help but glare at a certain guy, thinking, what kind of apprentice is this bastard taking in? A little hooligan. As for why, that expression already explained everything. Bang! Before Xiao Wuxuang could think too much, she was directly hit on the head by Yi Xian. If you dare to mess with the maids, I will break your legs. Cough, cough, master. Am I that kind of person? Hee hee. Xiao Wuxuang, holding her head, didn't care at all. She didn't know where the master found so many girls. TSK. She would have her eyes blessed in the future. These maid sisters looked like a feast for the eyes. Wow. Entering the villa, Meng Qinxiu looked at the place she would live in the future, her eyes filled with amazement. Is this where the master lives? It's so luxurious. Chapter 112. In the jungle arena, there was a dead silence. Master Wuxuang, do I qualify? The plain voice rang in Xia Qinshan's ears, making him wish he could find a hole to hide in. Damn it, this strength, let alone the master, even the ancestor will be fine. Cough, cough. My lord is joking. Xia Qinshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bowed deeply, and apologized. I just offended you. I hope you will forgive me. My God. Xiao Wuxuang looked at the scene and added insult to injury. Third uncle, are you that weak? Buffed. The sudden words almost made Xia Qinshan's old back snap, and without mercy, he knocked Xiao Wuxuang on the forehead. If you can't speak, then shut up. This brat really deserves a beating. What do you mean I'm weak? It's clearly that your master is too strong. Okay? What? Xia Qinshan quickly changed his face and smiled. My lord, may I ask if your strength has reached half-step martial emperor? Hiss. Originally wanting to retort his third uncle, Xiao Wuxuang directly gasped in surprise, staring intently at her master. About that, Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xia Qinshan secretly thought, as expected, that feeling of being on the brink of death was not wrong. Master, can you control lightning too? Chapter 113. My lord, what do you think we should do next? Xia Qinshan asked, bowing. After all, Xia Tianqiu was also an enemy of this big shot in front of him. Very simple. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Looking towards the hidden Xia family, destroy Xia Tianqiu and his minions in one fell swoop. Therefore, when we return, we will spread the news about Wuxuang, and the enemy will naturally come to us. Xia Qinshan gasped upon hearing this. Good guy. This is to use Wuxuang as bait to lure out Xia Tianqiu and his minions? His first reaction was to worry about Xiao Wuxuang, but thinking of Yi Xian's terrifying strength made his eyelids twitch. Xia Tianqiu was in for a tough time. Good. Weighing the pros and cons, Xia Qinshan nodded seriously. After all, Wuxuang had her master by her side. Let alone one Xia Tianqiu. Even 10 wouldn't pose any threat to Wuxuang. Those with great skill are bold. That's what they say. I'll arrange it when we return. Xia Qinshan was also a decisive person, knowing that this opportunity might be the only one they had. If they let the Xia family eliminate Xia Tianqiu themselves, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. By the way, Yi Xian thought of something, flipped his right hand, and continued. Here are 100 pills and 1,000 bottles of physique-enhancing liquid. They can aid the Xia family's main lineage. Chapter 114. In the hidden Xia family, deep inside a room. Swish! A figure appeared in the room, where an old man exuding a strong aura was handling family affairs at the table. Third uncle. Seeing the visitor, the head of the hidden Xia family, Xia Jianyun, quickly stood up. How is Wuxuang? Found her? Yes. Looking at the anxious Xia Jianyun, Xia Qinshan was not surprised at all. After all, Xiao Wuxuang's existence was crucial to the head of the family. However, things had changed. Pausing for a moment, Xia Jianyun continued. Wuxuang has taken a master. Hearing this, Xia Jianyun frowned, but when he learned that Wuxuang's master was Yi Xian, he went from confusion to astonishment. Third uncle. You said Wuxuang's master defeated you with a single finger, and he is only in his 20s. Wu Shuang's strength has now even broken through to the mid-stage of martial master. That's right. Xia Jianyu nodded seriously, recalling the scene of meeting Yi Xian. That person is truly extraordinary. Even my current breakthrough is thanks to him. As he spoke, the aura around Xia Qianshan surged, and upon sensing his third uncle's aura, Xia Jianyun's pupils suddenly constricted. Third uncle. This is the peak of Martial King. Chapter 115. 2 days later, in the dense forest of Jinling. Master, is Xia Tianxiu really going to make a move today? Xia Wushuang was indeed a bit unsure. At this moment, Meng Qianxiu was also beside her, clearly brought by Yi Xian to see the world. Let's begin. Looking at his two apprentices, Yi Xian smiled. Junior brother, be careful. Meng Qianxiu playfully smiled, revealing two cute tiger teeth. Senior sister, I bang. Before Xia Wushuang could finish her sentence, she was directly knocked back several steps by Meng Qianxiu's delicate punch, almost sitting on the ground. Forbidden sword transformation. Before Xia Wushuang could react, she was stunned to see the forbidden power swirling around Meng Qianxiu transform into sword light, shooting towards her. Xia Wushuang, holding a dagger, summoned lightning to block the sword light, but the immense force made her hands ache. Wah, senior sister, you're bullying me too much. In that moment, the once proud Xia Wushuang felt like crying. How could her senior sister be so monstrous? The pressure was overwhelming. Come again. Then, Meng Qianxiu joined her hands together, and the forbidden power transformed into a giant sword, slashing down towards Xia Wushuang. Holy crap! Master, help me! Chapter 116. Xia Tianxiu. Seeing the newcomer, Xia Wushuang's expression changed drastically. That old bastard actually came, and her master seemed to be planning to take them all down at once. Hee hee, old fool. Let's see how you die later. Colluding with outsiders, Xia Tianxiu, you really have some guts. Xia Qianshan's face was icy cold, and Lin Tianxiao smirked coldly. Today, the Xia family must be destroyed, no matter what. Xia Xingqian. Xia Tianxiu paid no attention to Xia Qianshan. Even though he was at the peak of Martial King now, he still couldn't compare to the half-step Martial Emperor in front of him. Since you're here, reveal yourself. A calm voice rang out, and then figures began to appear in the arena, numbering around a few hundred, with Xia Xingqian at the forefront, his strength unfathomable. Xia Tianxiu, you actually colluded with the hidden Lin family. Xia Tianxiu was unconcerned, with a mocking gaze. The winner takes all. The Xia family can only belong to me. Lin brothers, reveal yourselves. Casting a glance at Xia Xingqian, then over 1,000 figures appeared in the arena, with the two leading figures being the two half-step martial emperor ancestors of the hidden Lin family. Two half-step martial emperors? Xia Xingqian took a deep breath and then looked at Xia Tianxiu. Since you chose to take action, you must have already reached half-step martial emperor during your seclusion, right? Chapter 117. Wu Shuang, be careful. Xia Jianyun's expression changed drastically as he saw his son suddenly attacked, urgently reminding him. Although he knew Yi Xian was very powerful, Xia Tianxiu's combat strength was now comparable to that of a mid-stage martial emperor. Bang! At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Xia Wushuang, raising a hand to strike, and surprisingly, Xia Tianxiu, a mid-stage martial emperor, was directly sent flying to the side. Looking closely, one could see a crimson palm print on Xia Tianxiu's cheek, a scene that stunned everyone present. What? The two half-step martial emperors from the hidden Lin family. Witnessing this scene, gulped and entered a mode of life questioning. That guy's just a young kid. How could he possess such strong power? Impossible. Xia Tianxiu scrambled to his feet, his dry, twisted face with wide eyes. Who are you? Blood Qi transformation, sword kill. Yi Xian ignored him. Under the sword's principles, Xia Tianxiu's blood Qi transformed into sword light. And then, amidst everyone's horrified gazes, he pierced through Xia Tianxiu, who had undergone blood refinement, at almost the speed of light, ultimately resulting in a burst of red light, which then exploded into blood mist. What? Run. Chapter 118. Martial Emperor Invincible. Xia Guofeng felt that the scene before him was unreal, as if he were dreaming. This was definitely the person he had once been unwilling for his daughter to marry. Huff. Xia Xingqian let out a deep breath and then looked at Xia Guofeng, saying, Xia family head, since you are the descendant of my second uncle, why not return with me to the hidden Xia family? This would also be considered returning to your roots. Xia Guofeng hesitated upon hearing this. Returning to his roots was the wish of his ancestors, but he had lived in Jinling for decades and was indeed reluctant to leave. Of course, seemingly noticing Xia Guofeng's worries, Xia Xingchen continued. If the Xia family head dislikes constraints, you can return to Jinling at any time. This way, not only can my second uncle's line return to the Xia family, but you can also build a closer relationship with this esteemed person. He has no reason not to do this. All right. After weighing the options, Xia Guofeng agreed, which delighted Xia Xingchen and the others. Qianshan, from now on, you will stay in Jinling to protect the Xia family head's family. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xingchen ordered, "Is that appropriate?" Xia Guofeng was taken aback by this, while Xia Qianshan nodded seriously without any dissatisfaction. Although this was just a small Jinling, the most important thing was that this was the family of that esteemed person's woman. Chapter 119. Terrifying pressure sweeps the arena. Yi Xian exerted a slight force under his feet, and with a thunderous roar, the ground seemed to experience an earthquake of magnitude 8, with cracks appearing beneath him and spreading out as if endless. Looking at the cracked ground beneath him, Yi Xian's heart shook. Has my strength already reached this level? Then, he pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Peak Martial Zone Age. 23 Appearance. Max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities. God-level driving skills. God-level cooking. God-level massage. God-level appraisal. Immersive voice. God-level beast control. Permanent experience of Kato's fingers. Musical omnipotence. Medical saint. Sealing power. Supreme sword principles. Thunder Emperor treasure art items. Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1. 30 million long version Bugatti Veyron X1. 10,000 times consumption rebate. Permanent. Lamborghini Demon Sun. Unlimited physique enhancement liquid. God-level extermination needle X99. 100 shares of Emperor Lin Group. 300 million Thunder-armed helicopter. Unlimited top grade. Washing marrow pills. God-level extermination sword wealth. 75. 65 trillion renminbi. Realm upgrade. No upper limit. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian felt quite emotional. Not to mention the peak martial zone strength. The 10,000 times consumption rebate. Chapter 120. The next day, morning. Golden morning light poured into the room from the window, landing on a stunningly beautiful face. And beside the beautiful girl was a man, so handsome it was unreal. Struggling to open his sleepy eyes, the handsome boy woke up, and what he saw was a face bathed in golden sunlight, beautiful to the extreme. Like a fairy, with the surrounding light dimming in comparison. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene only benefited Yi Xian alone. Ding! Host spends 10 billion renminbi, gaining 100 trillion renminbi. While admiring the stunning beauty, a system voice sounded in his ear, and it was the first time triggering the 10,000 times consumption rebate. I have to say, the 10,000 times consumption rebate is quite enticing. Ding ding ding. Amidst his reflections, Yi Xian's phone rang. Hello, President. As soon as the call was connected, a respectful voice from Feng Jiuyu came through. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest this early. Thinking of his president's beautiful wife, Feng Jiuyu nervously asked, although it should be time for them to be up, what if the president and his wife were discussing business, and he was being a bit too intrusive? No, what is the matter? Holding the beautiful girl, Yi Xian smiled slightly. If this scene were to be known by Feng Jiuyu, he would probably explode with envy. Chapter 121. Stay with me? Hearing Feng Qiankuan's shameless words, Jiang Tai Su laughed in anger, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. I want to see how you will make me stay. Leave Feng Qiankuan to me. And kill those two. Jiang Tai Su smiled coldly. Although Feng Qiankuan had stepped in a half-step martial spirit, what of it? As long as those two were dealt with. Even if Feng Qiankuan was half-step martial spirit, he would still die. Yes, family head. The Jiang family's experts took a deep breath. Although they were wary of Feng Qiankuan, the remaining two were completely not a problem. Bang! One figure attacked Feng Jiuyu, but both retreated together. Jiang Mingtai looked at the opposite side in disbelief. Feng Jiuyu, you actually stepped into martial Dao Grandmaster. Father, the Feng family must have incredible resources, otherwise. Those two couldn't be so powerful. After a pause, Jiang Mingtai's eyes burned with passion. If I can obtain the Feng family's opportunities, my father may be able to step into martial spirit. Jiang Tai Su nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Feng Jiuyu. Then let one live, and slowly extract information from him. Yes, father. Hearing this, Jiang Mingtai's eyes lit up with joy. He was now at the mid-stage of Martial Dao Grandmaster. And perhaps with this opportunity, he could step into the late stage of Martial Dao Grandmaster, or even perfection. Chapter 122. Take action. Feng Qiankun looked at the Jiang family manor in the distance with burning eyes. He had waited for this day for an unknown amount of time, and now it was right in front of him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Swish! Figures swept towards the Jiang family manor. Their mission this time was to destroy the Jiang family in the imperial capital as quickly as possible, and attacking unexpectedly was undoubtedly the best way. Not good. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. Someone in the Jiang family manor quickly discovered the enemy invasion, but by this time, experts had already perished by the hundreds. After all, experts clash. It all happens in a single night. Puff. Feng Qiankun killed a master of martial arts who was guarding the Jiang family manor with a single palm strike. The master, before dying, had a face full of disbelief. Feng Qiankun, you're half a step into the martial spirit realm? Looking at the master's body on the ground, Feng Qiankun took a deep breath, but he showed no mercy. He knew that if the Jiang family in the imperial capital was destroyed, the consequences would be several times worse than this. Just then, two figures appeared on the scene, a middle-aged man and an old man. Both had significant power. The middle-aged man was at the late stage of the martial arts grandmaster realm, just a step away from perfection, while the old man had the strength of half a step into the martial king realm. Chapter 123. Night falls, the imperial capital's gathering pavilion. In a private room, the Feng family was indeed high profile. A middle-aged man looked around and said, they just wiped out the Jiang family and still dare to be so flamboyant. It seems they're announcing their rise to one of the four great families. Ding dong. At that moment, a ringtone sounded from the side. A man similar to the middle-aged man saw the message and couldn't help but gasp. Sure enough, it's related to him. Oh, hearing what my second brother said. Ji Haoyu looked over curiously. What's wrong, Haoyan? Cough, cough. Big brother, I think I know who destroyed the Jiang family. Ji Haoyan coughed lightly, and the image of Yi Xian appeared in his mind. He felt something extraordinary about him at first sight, but he never expected him to be even more impressive than he thought. Wasn't it the Feng family that destroyed the Jiang family? Ji Haoyu was stunned, clearly unaware of many things. How could that be? Ji Haoyan's wise eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. Big brother, you don't know. Jinling recently established a Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and the vice president is Feng Jiuyo, while the president is Yi Xian. Yi Xian? Ji Haoyu obviously became more suspicious, not understanding what his brother was trying to say. Chapter 124. Crack. In the private room where Chun Kuan was, he was quite angry to learn that the other party was bidding against him. That kid really didn't know his place. This item was meant as a birthday gift for his father. Young master, don't be anxious. A mid-stage martial arts grandmaster beside, Chun Kuan smiled slightly. In the imperial capital, it's not difficult for my Chun family to make a person disappear. Oh, hearing this, Chun Kuan's expression softened considerably, but he still snorted coldly. He would make that kid understand the price of stealing from him. Who? The auctioneer took a deep breath. Yi Xian was a great benefactor to their Feng family. If he displeased him, he would be a sinner for generations in the Feng family. Luckily, he had been bought by the benefactor. However, that Chen family's kid must be crazy. Did he know what kind of existence that lord was? With his temperament, the Chun family would likely face decline or even extermination because of him. Before long, the auction staff brought the broken sword into the private room. President, you don't need this money. No problem. Yi Xian wouldn't give Feng Jiuyo time. He immediately transferred 10 billion. This small amount of money is insignificant. Compared to this, I'm more curious about this sword. Chapter 125. The auction concluded and Feng Jiuyo received news. President, someone wants to invite you for a discussion. Feng Jiuyo said seriously. Yi Xian, from a god's perspective, was very clear about this. The Ji family was indeed quite perceptive. No wonder Ji Haoyan held 1,000,000 mu of land in the suburbs of Zhonghai. He turned out to be from the Ji family in the imperial capital. Good. He affectionately rubbed the heads of the two little ones. I'll be back soon. Daddy, you have to come back quickly. Xin and Tong Tong held on to Daddy's big hand, obediently speaking, while Xiao Wushuang watched her senior sister beside her, feeling immense pressure. Little did she know, a great opportunity awaited her. Before long, they arrived at her room. Creak. Pushing open the door, there were 3 figures inside, one of whom was Feng Qiankun, and the other 2 were the Ji brothers, Ji Haoyu and Ji Haoyan. Young friend Yi, long time no see. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Ji Hao Ian smiled slightly, reminiscing about their first meeting, feeling a surge of emotions. After some small talk, Ji Hao Yu got to the point. President Yi, the Ji family in the imperial capital is willing to join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. We hope for your support. He respectfully bowed, and Ji Hao Ian did the same. The two brothers had already made up their minds and would not hesitate. Chapter 126, Imperial Capital, Qianjun Tavern. Master, Xiao Wuxuang entered the room, bowing in respect. But it was evident that she was quite shaken. Here, Yi Xian smiled slightly, taking out the Thunder God sword. This sword is for you. Zzz. As he spoke, the Thunder God sword crackled with electricity, and it was clearly extraordinary. Then, with a swoosh, it began to spin around Xiao Wuxuang. Oh, this looks so familiar. It was just like her senior sister's sword before. Recognize your master. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Xiao Wuxuang dropped a drop of blood onto the Thunder God sword. And then terrifying lightning spread, immediately using a soundproof technique. Otherwise, the entire Qianjun Tavern would explode. Buzz! At a certain moment, the Thunder God sword successfully recognized its master, imprinting a dreamlike vision into her mind, and her martial arts Grandmaster mid-stage aura began to strengthen. Ultimately, it stopped at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, just one step away from a martial arts Grandmaster. Hiss! Opening her eyes, Xiao Wuxuang was stunned by her own strength. I'm at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster. My heavens, Master, you are too good to me. Xiao Wuxuang was overwhelmed with gratitude. She certainly knew what she was experiencing. Originally disheartened about the position of the senior brother, she now felt like she could still fight for it. Chapter 127, Kill. Over 100 thugs surrounded a 7- or 8-year-old girl. If outsiders saw this, they would absolutely be shocked, but Meng Qianqiu smirked. Absolutely cannot let Master down. Swish! With the forbidden sword in hand, and the forbidden power surging within, her martial arts Grandmaster mid-stage aura burst forth, and in an instant, she slashed down 10 or more people. Not good. That girl has a sword in her hand too. Damn it, she's actually that strong. Xiao Wuxuang, who had just gained a bit of confidence, felt again the ruthless oppression, staring blankly at the scene. My heavens, has she reached the martial arts Grandmaster mid-stage? Puff, puff, puff. After a few breaths, only Beigong Yidao and more than 10 members of the Fusang Martial Association remained. Unsurprisingly, the weakest among them was also a martial arts Grandmaster. However, they looked at the 7- or 8-year-old girl in the center with eyes full of disbelief. Damn it. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that the girl killed a late-stage martial arts Grandmaster. This was truly unexpected. Just then, Beigong Yidao couldn't sit still. A bunch of useless trash. He really had to step in, otherwise they would all be killed by that girl. Chapter 128. The next day, morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room, illuminating a stunningly beautiful face, making it appear exceptionally enchanting under the sunlight. As I recalled the scenes from last night, I couldn't help but smile. However, this strength of the martial saint? After murmuring to myself, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. I should be able to become even stronger. System. I want to upgrade. Yi Xian got straight to the point and summoned the system. Ding. Host's realm upgraded to mid-martial saint, consuming 50 trillion renminbi. Ding. Host's realm upgraded to late martial saint, consuming 60 trillion renminbi. Ding. Host's realm upgraded to peak martial saint, consuming 70 trillion renminbi. 3 consecutive voices rang in my ears. And in that moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had ascended to immortality, his power skyrocketing beyond measure. This is, with a slight exertion. Yi Xian felt a surge of energy flowing from his palm. Goodness, how strong am I now? He then called up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Peak martial saint age, 23 years old appearance. Max, second only to the great reader of tomatoes. Abilities, God level driving skills, God level cooking, God level massage, God level appraising, immersive sound, God level beast taming, Kato's finger permanent experience, music omnipotence, medical master, sealing power, supreme swordsmanship, Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, supreme refining technique. Chapter 129. What is this? Looking at the potion in front of him, Lin Songhai furrowed his brows suspiciously, as he knew all too well how extraordinary his nephew was. Hee, it's nothing, just a gift from my great-uncle. You brat. Lin Songhai didn't hesitate and drank the potion, knowing it was extraordinary. After all, how could his nephew harm him? Buzz. Soon, Under the astonishment of Ji Hao Yin, Lin Songhai's strength soared to just one step away from the perfection of a grandmaster in martial arts, making him gasp in shock. However, since he was family, he couldn't envy him. What? After regaining his senses, Lin Songhai felt the change in his strength, just one step away from the perfection of a grandmaster in martial arts? How is that possible? Xian, what exactly was that? Undoubtedly, at this moment, Lin Songhai realized that this thing was far more precious than he had imagined. It's nothing. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's just the essence version of that pill I gave to my great-uncle before, 10 times the potency." Cough, cough. Hearing his nephew's words, Lin Songhai couldn't help but recall the pills he had received when he first took control of the Lin family in the imperial capital. This was actually the essence version of 10 pills, truly extravagant. Chapter 130. Wang Changsheng sat up from his wheelchair, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle. "I cannot thank you enough. From now on, your enemies will be my enemies." In the mid-martial spirit realm, this gave Wang Changsheng hope. Although Huaxia was renowned in various countries, he understood that it was merely superficial prosperity. Any hidden family could easily overturn Huaxia. Moreover, besides hidden families, there were other forces, and Yi Xian, at such a young age, possessed such means, indicating that his master must be extraordinary. "Old man, you're too polite." Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. This matter was nothing to him. By the way, then Yi Xian thought of something and took out a bank card. "Great uncle. This card has 30 billion as working capital for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch in the imperial capital." Hearing that his nephew was handing out 30 billion, Lin Songhai was genuinely shocked, but thinking of the incredible scene he had just witnessed, he nodded without refusal. After all, with his abilities, this money was not much. Wang Qinjue also glanced meaningfully at Lin Songhai. Such a scene clearly indicated that the president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch in the imperial capital was none other than him. And Lin Songhai had a good nephew. Chapter 131. Strange Blood Qi. That's right, at this moment, Feng Qianquan and others also sensed the source of the strangeness. What exactly was that blood qi? With this little strength, you dare to touch my master's family. A man coldly smiled, clearly revealing that he was part of the hidden power behind the Chun family in the imperial capital, sneering at Wang Changsheng with undisguised contempt, or rather, an innate sense of superiority. "Next move, you will die." With a swift motion, the man drew a long sword, its quality quite extraordinary. Lord Zhuge makes a move. Wang Changsheng is doomed. Chun Tianyi felt the fierce sword aura, and a sinister grin appeared on his face. In his mind, he could already envision Wang Changsheng being slain by a single sword. What does it matter if he is in the mid-martial spirit realm? Before their Chun family in the imperial capital, he was still like an ant. Not good. "Father, retreat quickly." Wang Qinjue and others changed their expressions drastically. But before they could react, someone had already appeared in front of Wang Changsheng, pointing a finger at the tip of Zhuge Qing's sword. Buzz! A terrifying energy surged forth, forcing Chun Tianyi and the others to retreat repeatedly, while Wang Changsheng and the others remained completely unharmed, the disparity clear. Puff! Zhuge Qing was sent flying back, blood spilling from his mouth, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at the person opposite him. You blocked my attack that could severely injure a late martial spirit with just one finger." Chapter 132. 10,000 Blood Cult. That's right. This was the information Yi Xian learned through the soul-searching technique, and it pertained to the sect where Chun Daolin belonged. However, the 10,000 Blood Cult was far stronger than the so-called hidden families. Chun Daolin, already in the late martial king realm, was merely the 18th elder within the 10,000 Blood Cult. Moreover, the sect had countless experts, with the Grand Elder being at the half-step martial emperor level. And the cult leader had even stepped into the martial emperor realm, not to mention those hidden ancestors. There were likely existences at the martial sect level. Puff! At that moment, Chun Tianyi was killed by Feng Qianquan, filled with a deep sense of unwillingness as he died. He could never have imagined that his grandfather would personally intervene and end up in such a predicament. Since that's the case, let's wipe out the Chun family in the imperial capital as well. Yi Xian's gaze turned towards the Chun family in the imperial capital. While Lin Songhai felt a surge of emotions, his nephew was indeed terrifyingly powerful. "Let's go." After that, he left the scene with Meng Qianxiu and Xia Wushuang. It took some time before Xia Wushuang came back to her senses. "Master, who is that old man?" What elder could compare to the strongest ancestor of a hidden family? They come from the 10,000 blood cult. Xuan did not hide it, as he knew he would inevitably have to deal with such forces in the future. The blood refining technique that Xia Bingning used back then originated from this cult, but it was only a fragment. Chapter 133. As night fell, in front of the exquisite bamboo house in Jiangcheng. A helicopter slowly descended from the sky, and inhaling the pleasant fragrance of osmanthus in the air made one feel refreshed. Wow! Xiao Wushuang's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful scenery that resembled a paradise. Master, is this your family's home? It's so beautiful. MHM. Meng Qinshu nodded enthusiastically. Her excited expression said it all. We're back. Xin and Tong Tong's faces were also beaming with smiles, clearly showing that they liked this place as well. Grandpa, Grandma. As soon as they got off the plane, Xin and Tong Tong saw Ye's father and mother coming out of the exquisite bamboo house, and they hurriedly ran towards the elderly couple. Hey, my two precious granddaughters are here. After some familiar banter, a barking sound from the black dragon nearby caught everyone's attention, as it joyfully circled around Xuan. Big brother, you finally came back. The black dragon wagged its tail, a human-like excitement on its face, which surprised Meng Qinshu and Xiao Wushuang. Is this the master's pet? It looks so smart. Xuan rubbed the black dragon's head and casually tossed a holy grade, washing marrow pill into its mouth, which the black dragon swallowed with a moo sound. Chapter 134. Hey, Xiao Wushuang, eating the dog food from her master and the two little junior sisters, smiled foolishly. Master, you must be the happiest person in the world. But soon, she will be able to eat the master-esque barbecue, right? Gulp. Thinking of this, Xiao Wushuang couldn't help but swallow, clearly having no resistance to her master's cooking. Not just him, Meng Qinshu was the same, from the moment her master took a few plump wild rabbits. Her eyes hadn't left them. This guy, Xia Bingning, thought of certain someone's cooking skills and couldn't help but swallow in anticipation, thinking next, I'll have to show off in front of the little ones. Then, with a flash of the knife and skilled handling, Meng Qinshu and Xiao Wushuang had already set up the barbecue grill, their speed unprecedented, as they certainly didn't want to waste a single second. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the barbecue grill, filling every corner of the courtyard, causing everyone to gulp involuntarily. Beside them, the black dragon had drool dripping to the ground, its eyes fixed on the juicy roasted rabbit meat in Big Brother's hand. All right. At a certain moment, Xuan's voice came out, causing everyone to be taken aback, as they knew this meant they could eat. Chapter 135. Who? Bei Gong Kuewu looked towards a certain direction, and then more than a dozen strong members of the Bei Gong family surrounded the newcomer. Seeing that even the weakest among them were late-stage martial grandmasters, Xuan smirked. Looks like Fusong has some capable people. Xuan, it's him. Bei Gong Yesha's face changed when he saw the figure that appeared. Old ancestor Kuwu. He is that Xuan. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes towards Xuan changed, realizing he was the target this time. But why they not sensed anything at all? Kill him. Bei Gong Yesha's face turned ferocious, and more than a dozen hidden Bei Gong family strongmen exchanged glances and attacked together, clearly realizing this young man was strange. With a whoosh, more than a dozen late-stage martial grandmasters made their move. Among them were several martial spirit experts. Such might would even make late-stage martial spirits hesitate to confront. The hidden Bei Gong family expert curled his lips into a cruel arc, thinking, what does it matter if he is a genius? Once dead, he will have nothing. Oh no! At a certain moment, before they could think further, the god-slaying needle, carrying sealing power, instantly pierced through the brows of more than a dozen people. And under the terrifying sealing power combined with the god-slaying needle, those hidden Bei Gong family experts turned to nothingness on the spot, exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 136. Fusong. Deepened by Xuan. Crack. Inside the cave, a life token jade pendant cracked, and an elder who had been breaking through opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surging from his body, revealing that he was at the half-step martial emperor realm. Moreover, he was not far from the martial emperor realm. This person was the master mentioned by Bei Gong Yesha, Kekai Yuanta. Yesha, looking at the cracked jade pendant in his arms, Kekai Yuanta's face turned icy, and a monstrous killing intent surged. Touch my disciple, seek death. Boom! The terrifying aura spread out, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider web. then spreading throughout the entire cave, and the surrounding tables and chairs were crushed to pieces. Cough, cough. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The fluctuation of his aura evidently affecting his breakthrough, but he quickly suppressed the overwhelming killing intent to stabilize his mind. Damn it. Don't let me find out who it is, or I will definitely annihilate your entire clan. Taking a deep breath, the cave returned to calm. But the speed of his breakthrough to Martial Emperor had increased significantly. Once he stepped into the Martial Emperor realm, his status in the Kekai sect would surely rise dramatically. However, he did not know what kind of terrifying existence his disciple had provoked. Chapter 137 Getaway. A martial grandmaster expert from the Jin family narrowed his eyes and slapped towards Meng Qianxiu. Bang! Before he could act, Meng Qianxiu had already struck with a forbidden power punch to the abdomen of that martial grandmaster, instantly exploding him into a mist of blood. What? Jin Minjun's pupils suddenly constricted, and the mid-stage martial grandmaster elder's face turned grave. A single punch turned a martial grandmaster into blood mist. This little girl is terrifying. The mid-stage martial grandmaster elder's face darkened. He asked himself, while he could kill a martial grandmaster in seconds, he absolutely could not turn a martial grandmaster into blood mist. This meant that the 7- or 8-year-old girl before him had strength beyond his own. Thinking deeper was terrifying. Whoosh! Just a few steps after taking Jin Minjun away. All the martial grandmaster experts from the Jin family behind them were killed, each with their throats slit by a single sword. You! As the sword light flashed. The mid-stage martial grandmaster elder hadn't finished speaking when he felt a stabbing pain in his neck, blood sprayed out, and he had already become a corpse. Thud! The dull sound echoed in Jin Minjun's ears. The mid-stage martial grandmaster expert had fallen just like that, leaving Jin Minjun pale. Chapter 138, It's Amazing. Chen Xiaoyang looked at his grandfather, noticing a lot more black hair, and the scene of the ground cracking made him look at his cousin with completely changed eyes. Xiao Xian, you've kept it too deep. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaoyang was deeply moved. Initially, he thought Yi Xian had a lot of money, but now it seemed he was completely wrong. 4 years ago, this guy unexpectedly hadn't shown any flaws. If one said his disguise wasn't deep, no one would believe it. This guy, Xia Bingning, hearing a certain person's words, also felt a shock in her heart. Thinking of all the incredible things about that guy, which all made sense now. Xian, Tian medicine sovereign? So that guy had a master? All this time? He had mentioned it, even keeping it from her. By the way, at this point, Yi Xian thought of something and looked at Chun Bingda, second uncle. Are you interested in being the president of the Jiangcheng Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch? Wanjin Chamber of Commerce? Hearing his nephew's words, Chun Bingda was a bit confused, although the name sounded somewhat familiar. Brother-in-law, you might not know, but the actual boss behind the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is Xiao Xian. Chapter 139, half a day later. Jiangcheng, not far from the Chun family manor. Swish! A multitude of figures appeared in the arena, numbering over 100. The leader was none other than Jin Taixian, a master of martial arts at the peak level, a powerful figure from the Jin family conglomerate of the pickled vegetable nation. The Qin family of Jiangcheng, looking at the brightly lit manor in the distance. Jin Taixian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. I originally intended for the young master to gain experience, but unexpectedly, it led to his demise. Since that's the case, let your entire Qin family pay with your lives. I want to see who exactly dared to harm my Jin family's young master. Killing a mid-stage martial arts master is not something a small family like the Chun family can accomplish. Anyone related to the young master's death must not live. Move. With this thought, Jin Taixian no longer hesitated. As a peak martial arts master, arriving in a small place like Jiangcheng was akin to a god descending. It's quite an eye-opener to see a powerful figure from the Jin family conglomerate take action against a small family. Just then, a plain voice rang out. Who? Just as he was about to act, Jin Taixian felt a strong sense of danger approaching. With a swish of his gaze, he noticed dozens of figures appearing not far away. Chapter 140 Indeed. At this moment, Zhao Xingyang was merely a step away from reaching the peak of martial arts mastery, representing a qualitative enhancement in strength. Retrieving the golden needle, Yi Xian nodded slightly at Zhao Xingyang's strength. The effect is quite good. Bang! Zhao Xingyang knelt on one knee, his face filled with excitement. I will never forget your kindness, my lord. At this moment, Zhao Xingyang realized just how terrifying the person behind the Jin Chamber of Commerce was. No wonder Wang Qianjue could easily deal with those masters of the Jin family conglomerate without batting an eye. Those people are simply incomparable to this lord in front of him. Are you kidding? A single pill allowed him to leap from the initial stage of martial arts mastery to being just a step away from the peak. Such means are far beyond what the Jin family conglomerate could achieve. No, not to mention the Jin family conglomerate. Perhaps no force in the entire pickled vegetable nation could accomplish that. President. Seeing Zhao Xingyang's excited expression, Wang Qianjue was not surprised, as he had felt similarly when he first stepped into the martial spirit realm. How about, in the future, we let the Jiangsheng Martial Arts Association also join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch? Oh, hearing Wang Qianjue's suggestion, Yixian looked at Zhao Xingyang. What do you think, President Zhao? Cough. I will follow your arrangements, my lord. Chapter 141 Hee, go play. Yixian rubbed the black dragon's head. Ever since he gave it the indestructible Demon God Classic, its breakthrough speed was like it was on a cheat mode. Little Black, come play. The two little ones chirped as their little claws landed on the black dragon, with Meng Qianxiu and Xia Wushuang eager to try. Big brother, help! The black dragon howled and tried to flee towards Yixian, but was firmly held down by four ancestors. Yixian glanced at them and chose to ignore it. After all, wouldn't it be more pleasant to discuss life with his wife? Calm down. Xia Bingning noticed that someone was being unruly and shot Yixian a fierce glare. The four little ones were playing nearby, and this guy dared to act inappropriately. That was too much. They're all here. Is that so? Seeing the beautiful woman's face turn red, Yixian teased with a laugh. So, does that mean when they're not here, husband can be less calm? What nonsense are you talking about? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xia Bingning glared at him, her heart racing uncontrollably. Watching the four little ones play happily with the black dragon, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 142 After adapting to the environment of the Xian God Temple, Shun Yi and the others let out a sigh of relief. Activate. At a certain moment, Yixian set up the divine grade formation, isolate heaven and earth outside the Xian God Temple. With a humming sound, a mysterious formation enveloped the entire Xian God Temple. We respectfully send off the Temple Master. Shun Yi and the others bowed deeply, watching their Temple Master leave. This scene made them respect the Temple Master even more. Such skill was truly astonishing. The Temple Master's strength far exceeded their imagination. This palace is nothing short of a miracle. Woof woof. Accompanied by the black dragon's cries, Yixian left the Xian God Temple, the black dragon raising its chin high, naturally exuding a kingly aura because of its impressive master. Soon, they arrived outside the Xian God Temple. Big brother, what is this? The black dragon turned its head to look at the empty arena, noticing that there was not a hint of the Xian God Temple's fluctuations. The Xian God Temple has been concealed by me with a hidden formation. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the black dragon gasped in surprise. What a powerful master. Why didn't this dog notice anything at all? Damn it. How strong is my master? Just as Yixian was about to take the black dragon back to the Emperor's Abyss Villa, a sound of something breaking through the air came, followed by the sight of a blood-soaked boy of 13 or 14 years old collapsing on the ground. Chapter 143, Thud. Dan Dao, he knelt on the ground, fully aware of what this kindness represented. Thank you, Master, for your grace. Yixian waved his hand slightly, looking at his disciple in front of him. Get up. This is what you deserve. Who? After getting up, Dan Dao, he took a deep breath, still feeling as if he were dreaming. Oh no. Dan Dao, he suddenly remembered something, his expression changing drastically. Master, Elder Ten is still trapped by the Wan blood sect's ambush. Please save Elder Ten. His anxious voice rang out. Dan Dao, he had almost forgotten about this matter right after becoming a disciple. Oh, hearing his disciple's words, Yixian was taken aback. Ambushed by the Wan blood sect? As your master, I will accompany you on this trip. The sect where his disciple belonged primarily focused on alchemy, and if he could join the Xian God Temple, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for the future of the Xian God Temple. Really, when Dan Dao, he heard his master's words, his face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master. Once we return, I will definitely have my father reward you handsomely. Chapter 144 Boom. Dan Lintian was completely stunned, staring at the corpse of Qiu Wanli, unable to regain his senses for a long time. This lord in front of him was ruthless. The 8th elder of the Wan blood sect was killed just like that. He didn't even blink, and he showed no hesitation at all. meaning this person completely disregarded Xiao Wanli and even the Wan blood sect. Could it be that his background is even more extraordinary than the Wan blood sect? Who? Taking a deep breath, Dan Lintian approached respectfully to express his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance. Otherwise, this old man would not have lived to see another day. No problem. Yixian smiled slightly, looking at his disciple beside him. You are the elder of my disciple's sect, so you are not an outsider. By the way, after taking a glance at Dan Lintian, Yixian flipped his right hand, and suddenly 10 wash marrow pills appeared in his palm. The rich fragrance of the pills immediately widened Dan Lintian's eyes. This is a top-grade wash marrow pill. The almost screaming voice came out, and Dan Lintian's gaze could no longer be moved away. Such a heaven-defying divine pill actually had 10 pieces. Buzz. However, before he could think deeply, an even more incredible scene appeared before his eyes. He saw the 10 pills flash with light, and then a more intense fragrance spread out, and suddenly a sacred wash marrow pill appeared in Yixian's hand. Chapter 145. Take care, sir. A moment later, Dan Lintian bowed to send them off, only coming back to his senses after Yixian and the Black Dragon had disappeared for a while. Sending off his master left Dan Dao, he taking a deep breath. Elder 10, have you really become a martial emperor? It's unbelievable. Indeed, Dan Lintian also expressed his amazement. If it weren't for the martial emperor aura surging within him, he wouldn't dare to believe it. By the way, Dan Lintian thought of something and looked at his young master. Dao, what about the Supreme Pill Classic? Hearing the mention of the Supreme Pill Classic, Dan Dao Yi's face was filled with excitement. Elder 10, you might not believe it when I say it. The Supreme Pill Classic that my master taught me can refine many supreme pills, including the sacred wash marrow pill. What? Upon hearing this, Dan Lintian was indeed shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. You mean the Supreme Pill Classic has the method to refine the sacred wash marrow pill, and also many supreme pills? Gulping down saliva, he immediately became serious. This matter, from now on, must not be mentioned to anyone, and it's best that even the sect master doesn't say anything. After all, the fewer people who know, the better. Although the sect master is his father, it has nothing to do with trust. The fewer people who know, the less risk of leaking. Woof. On the way back, the Black Dragon excitedly shouted, Boss, you are amazing. The Martial Emperor's combat strength is no match for you at all. The scene that happened earlier played in the Black Dragon's mind like a movie. He was so excited, wondering when he could be as strong as the boss. Really? Yixian smiled slightly, and then under the grip of 100 top-grade wash marrow pills, they transformed into 10 sacred wash marrow pills. Here, these should help you improve your strength. In the future, you will be the guardian beast of the Xian Divine Hall, so you can't be weak. Hee. The corners of the Black Dragon's mouth curled into a human-like arc, calling out twice, Don't worry, boss. I will become a demon god in the future. The guardian beast sounds very powerful. For a moment, the Black Dragon imagined himself as the guardian beast of the Xian Divine Hall, dominating everywhere, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. If the scene were known to the outside world, who knows what kind of chaos it would cause? Daddy. During their conversation, the Imperial Abyss Villa was just ahead, and then a sweet voice reached their ears. Xian, and Tong came running with their little feet. Seeing Daddy come back, they were obviously very happy. Wow. It was a warm scene, especially seeing the two little ladies affectionately kiss the young master. The maids couldn't help but smile, watching the young master and the two little ladies show off their affection. Ow! The originally excited Black Dragon widened its eyes and howled, even covering its eyes with its paws. Boss, don't. Have you considered the feelings of the Black Dragon? Meng Qinxiu and Xiao Wushuang saw the Black Dragon's human-like behavior and both smiled wickedly, while Xia Bingning rolled her eyes, clearly used to the three of them showing off their affection. The next day, in the morning, the golden morning sun shone through the window, casting a layer of golden veil over the entire room, especially on that stunningly beautiful face, creating an alluring curve that made one unable to resist wanting to give a kiss. The beautiful woman opened her eyes, and what came into view was a handsome profile. Then scenes began to flash in her mind. After that, she picked up her phone to check the time. This is... Thinking about going to the manor, Xia Bingning glared fiercely at a certain guy, blaming him for the time. Yixian, get up already. The beautiful woman, feeling aggrieved, glared at a certain guy, and pinched his nose in retaliation. It's still early. Come on, baby, sleep a little longer. Turning over, he wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman's slender waist. Feeling a certain guy's embrace, she glared fiercely at him. This big, lazy bum. Can't you be a bit more proactive? Chapter 146. After breakfast, in the extended supercar. Daddy, are we going to Grandma's house? Xin and Tong Tong asked cutely. Their eyes filled with little stars. Of course. Spoiling them, he rubbed the heads of the two little ones and then said, Grandma called last night, saying she missed you. Really? The two little ones blinked their eyes, while Xia Bingning's face turned red, not knowing what she was thinking. Not long after, the Xia family manor was right ahead. Hello, young master. Hello, miss. After parking the car, the maids' voices rang out, Grandpa, Grandma. After getting out of the car, Xin and Tong Tong ran towards the villa, clearly very happy to be here. You're here. Hearing the voices, Xia's father and mother walked out of the villa. Now, the mother-in-law was already 4 to 5 months pregnant, and her belly had slightly bulged. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before the little uncle would be born. After some affectionate exchanges, Xia's mother pulled Xia Bingning aside for a heart-to-heart. Mom, how are you feeling? Xia Bingning looked at her mother's bulging belly, watching the two little ones playing not far away, feeling strangely weird for some reason. It's fine. Xia's mother stroked her belly, feeling the little fish swimming around. Clearly the little one was quite mischievous. Chapter 147. Ding ding ding. As Xia Xingchen and the others were eagerly waiting, a phone ringing broke the silence. Hello, young Master Yi. Upon answering the call, Mu Hanyue's anxious voice came through. The Di-Lin group is in trouble. A group called the Villagewood Group suddenly appeared in Jinling, saying they will forcibly acquire the Di-Lin Group this afternoon. Villagewood Group? Hearing this name, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Previously, under the soul-searching technique, he learned that the current head of the Hidden North Palace family in Fusong seemed to be named Beigong Kunmu. The Hidden North Palace family's people are quite interesting. No problem. I will handle this matter. This Villagewood Group is undoubtedly backed by the Hidden North Palace family. Knowing that Beigong Yi and others are missing and still daring to act like this, it seems there will be many experts coming for this trip. Yes, young master. On the other end, Mu Hanyue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yi Xian's words. The Villagewood Group was indeed aggressive, and the person behind it was certainly extraordinary, already exceeding her capability. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xingchen frowned slightly. Master, what happened that requires you to handle it personally? Now that the Xia family has received such kindness, it would be hard to feel at ease without repaying it. A family from Fusong seems to be planning to take action against me. Chapter 148. Martial Emperor. The three elders of the Shikigami sect were all shocked, and even Kyukiai Motoda felt a chill in his heart. What? Beigong Muraki widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked across. That old man is a martial emperor's stronghold. Gulping, he found the scene before him too shocking. How is this possible? A martial emperor stronghold. There's actually a martial emperor next to that kid, which means that ancestor Koewu and the others are very likely to be in danger. Thud, stumbling on his feet, Beigong Muraki directly collapsed to the ground. His face ashen, he knew the Beigong family was finished. Ancestor Koewu is dead, and his second brother is also dead. Even if Kyukiai Motoda kills everyone, it won't change the situation for the Beigong family. A great opportunity. At a certain moment, Kyukiai Motoda caught sight of Xia Xingchen being distracted. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. With that, Kyukiai Motoda's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xia Xingchen, the samurai sword already stabbing towards his heart. A cold smile on his face. What does it matter if he's a martial emperor? He will still die for my sure kill strike. Bang! Unbeknownst to him, Kyukiai Motoda was directly blown apart by Xia Xingchen's attack to his heart, his eyes wide open like a kite with a severed string. Chapter 149. Swish. Dozens of golden needles pierced through his body's acupoints, and after taking the medicinal pill, Dai Hezong's aura quickly changed. This aura, Xia Qianshan and the others narrowed their eyes, watching the transformation of Dai Hezong, martial emperor realm. After a moment, Dai Hezong opened his eyes, incredulously feeling the surging power within him. This is what it means to be a martial emperor. Indeed, the scene before him was too shocking at this moment. He realized how precious that medicinal pill was. Are you kidding? A single medicinal pill allowed him to advance from half a step into the martial emperor realm. This means it's something that anyone can understand. Such precious medicinal pills. The Hall Master didn't even blink, which shows that there are many of such pills in his hands. Especially since, even now that he has stepped into the Martial Emperor realm, he still feels that the Hall Master is unfathomable. He had previously seen the peak of a Martial Emperor, but the feeling the Hall Master gave him was much stronger than that. Could it be that the Hall Master has already surpassed the Martial Emperor? Thinking deeply is terrifying. If so, then the Shikigami sect is not a match for the Hall Master. At this moment, Dai Huzong began to understand. No wonder the Hall Master remained so calm when he heard that his enemy was the Shikigami sect. Chapter 150. After killing the Jin family tycoons, Dai Huzong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Chun family in Jiangcheng is safe. You are the president of the Zhonghai Martial Association, Luo Tianhe, right? Dai Huzong looked at Luo Tianhe and smiled. However, upon learning that Dai Huzong was sent by the president, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow, a martial emperor stronghold. Someone sent by the president. The president actually has a martial emperor under him. This is just too impressive for their president. By the way, thinking of something, Dai Huzong said, the president asked me to tell you that the grudge against the Luo family has been avenged. Boom! Luo Tianhe, who was reflecting, felt an explosion in his mind upon hearing this. This information was indeed a huge shock to him. So that's how it is. Hearing Dai Huzong's words, Luo Tianhe finally understood that Xia Wangwa was actually manipulated by Xia Tianxiu, and that incident was personally executed by Xia Tianxiu for the purpose of practicing the blood refining technique. After a while, farewell, my lord. Luo Tianhe bowed and saluted. Seeing Dai Huzong off, although he didn't know how the president had subdued such a powerful person, this kind of courtesy was undoubtedly correct. Zhao Xingyang and others felt a storm in their hearts. Who exactly is their president to have such a powerful person serving him? Chapter 151. Dinglingaling amidst the reflections. A mobile phone rang. Hello, young Master Yi. Upon connecting, Mu Hanyue's respectful voice came from the other end, especially after witnessing young Master Yi's extraordinary abilities. She was even more respectful. What is the matter? Embracing the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian smiled. It's like this, young Master Yi. The D-Lin group has opened a branch in Kobe, Fusang, but has encountered a lot of resistance and has been unable to push forward. Mu Hanyue briefly explained the difficulties the D-Lin group faced in opening a branch in Fusang, as it was quite far and somewhat out of reach. Oh! Listening to Mu Hanyue's words, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Kobe, Fusang? The two little ones have been clamoring to go to Kobe to see the aquarium. After all, that aquarium is one of the 3 most famous aquariums in the world. Moreover, now that my wife Bingning is pregnant, it's just the right opportunity for a trip. I understand. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I happen to be going to Kobe for a vacation in the next few days. I'll solve the resistance issue while I'm there. Really? Upon hearing young Master Ye's words, Mu Hanyue's face lit up with joy, clearly not expecting that he would personally handle it. However, if young Master Yi personally handles it, the progress will definitely be much smoother. This time, the affairs in Kobe, Fusang had indeed kept her quite busy. Chapter 152. You saw a certain guy sneak attack. Xia Bingning's face turned red to her ears. She certainly noticed the envious and fiery gazes of the maids. It felt as if they wanted to push her away. How infuriating. Has this guy gone mad? How could he do this? It would be fine if no one was around, but now so many people are watching, and he dares to act like this. Although they are an old couple, this is just too embarrassing. Indeed, at this moment, Xia Bingning really felt a strong urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Is this guy bullying her? But why is it that she doesn't feel angry at all, but rather feels a bit excited? How could this be? Xia Bingning. It shouldn't be like this. You must be ill. Yes, it must be that she is ill. Otherwise, how could she have such a reaction? Not long after, in front of the villa, young master, young mistress, take care. The maids respectfully sent them off, their minds still lingering on the scenes of young master and young mistress displaying affection. And although they hadn't had breakfast yet, they felt a strong urge to burp. Only after the extended supercar disappeared from view did they come back to their senses. Wow, the young master is too doting. Chapter 153. How about a bet? Inoue Mariah discreetly eyed Mu Hanyue, saying with a smile. Hearing the voice, Yi Xian looked over. He had just been thinking about how to make money when someone presented themselves. This young man had an extraordinary aura, and his identity was certainly not simple. Obviously, He was a good target for making money. How do you want to bet? Xian looked at Inoue Muraya with great interest. Judging by the half-step martial emperor strength of the old man beside him, he should be from a hidden family in Fusan. Here it is. As Inoue Murano spoke, he deliberately elongated his voice, attracting the attention of many. It was evident that Xian had just won 2 rounds in a row, clearly a master of gambling techniques. The boldness of anyone daring to challenge him after witnessing his skills was understandable. For a moment, everyone watched the scene with great interest. In this round, the winner would be the one with the lowest total from 3 dice. Inoue Murano stated his expertise, as his greatest hobby during leisure was playing dice, clearly setting a trap. Of course, after elaborating, he continued, it would be even better if there were some stakes involved. After this build-up, Inoue Murano got to the point, looking at Mu Hanyue with a playful expression. If I win, this woman will be mine from now on. Chapter 154, Wilson Hotel, a rarely visited corridor. Suddenly, on the way to the royal suite, dozens of figures surrounded the two, with the weakest among them being at the martial spirit level. Young Master Yi, Mu Hanyue said with a serious expression, knowing that Xian was extraordinary. Kid, Inoue Murano sneered coldly. After the crowd parted, he stepped into the arena, and beside him was Inoue Ryujin, who was half a step into the martial emperor realm. They had been waiting here for quite some time. The reason for this was, of course, to take revenge for what had just happened, and they were not here for money, but to vent their frustrations, hoping to embrace the beautiful woman tonight as a bonus. With so many people, it was also to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After all, they were not fools. Someone who could easily take out $100 billion was definitely not an ordinary person. You were quite impressive just now, but have you thought about what has to come? Inoue Murano looked down on Xian, clearly believing he had secured victory over this kid. Later, he planned to turn this kid into a human puppet and then deal with that exquisite beauty right in front of him. That feeling would surely be amazing. With this thought, Inoue Murano suddenly felt invigorated. Chapter 155. The next day, early morning. Good morning, young Master Yi. Outside the hotel, Mu Hanyue had been waiting for a long time, alongside a stretched supercar. Young mistress looks really good today. Mu Hanyue envied her young mistress, even though she was already an exceptionally rare beauty. However, compared to the young mistress, she still felt lacking, especially since every time they met, the young mistress seemed even prettier, leaving her unsure if it was her own illusion. Daddy, where are we going? After getting into the stretched supercar, Xian and Tong Tong blinked their eyes as if they could talk, tilting their little heads curiously. Today is the Kobe auction, and I'm taking you to see the world. Auction? Great. The 2 little ones nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. As long as they were with Daddy and Mommy, it didn't really matter where they went. By the way, young Master Yi, I've heard there are many good items at this auction. Mu Hanyue patiently explained, then recalled something, and it's not far from the auction site, just near the Kobe Ocean Museum, one of the world's 3 major aquariums. Wow, any Mu really? That's awesome. Xian and Tong Tong chirped excitedly. They had been wanting to go there for a long time. Chapter 156. Half a day later. In front of the aquarium, the supercar came to a stop. Daddy, come quickly. After getting out of the car, Xian and Tong Tong looked at the beautiful aquarium with their faces full of delight. They had wanted to come here for a long time. Haha, all right. Xian smiled indulgently as he walked towards the 2 little ones. Behind him, Xia Bingning rolled her eyes. Was it really okay for these 2 little ancestors to compete for affection with her? Xia Bingning, what are you saying? Realizing she was feeling jealous, her face turned red, and she shot a glare at someone, thinking, what competition for affection? That guy is just a lecher. What's so good about him? But she mustn't think this way. Such thoughts were too terrifying. Mommy, come chase Daddy with us. Amidst her thoughts, a cute and soothing voice came from not far away. Looking at the 2 happy little ones, Xia Bingning couldn't help but smile. These 2 little ancestors were competing for affection, and she couldn't even refute it. I'm coming. And so, they entered the aquarium. Daddy looked quickly. What kind of fish is this? So beautiful. The 2 little ones came to a fish tank, curiously watching the fish swimming joyfully inside. This is a rainbow fish. It mainly lives in tropical and subtropical waters. They are small, agile, and colorful, like a flowing living palette. Chapter 157. Ding ding ding. Wilson Hotel in the room. Looking at the beautiful sleeping woman and the 2 little ones, the phone rang at that moment. Hello, Lord. Stepping out onto the balcony to answer the call. The voice of O'Hara, Tsuka, came through. I have successfully attracted the attention of the Shikigami sect members. Should we proceed as planned? Yixian nodded slightly. He had long wanted to meet the Shikigami sect, and now, being on their territory, was a good opportunity. Immediately afterward, he saw the group of Shikigami sect members approaching from a god's eye view. However, he was surprised to find that many capable people had come from the Shikigami sect. Half-step martial sovereign? Interesting. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. To send such experts to deal with O'Hara Tsuka, there must be strong martial sovereigns within the Shikigami sect. Whoosh! In a flash, Yixian disappeared without alarming anyone, rushing towards O'Hara Tsuka to join him. As for what would happen next, no one knew. Outside Kobe, deep in the dense forest. Everyone, since you're here, show yourselves. O'Hara Tsuka walked deep into the forest, coldly smiling. This was the place for their plan, and also the burial ground for the Shikigami sect members who would come next. Chapter 158. Hee. Old man Simban narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint flashing in his gaze. What a sharp-tongued kid. Clearly he was angry. As a top ancestor of the Shikigami sect, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. A mere half-step martial sovereign had such audacity. Is that so? The gaze of old man Simban fell on Yixian, and then the aura of a half-step martial sovereign surged like an ocean, clearly intending to crush that kid with sheer momentum. Hiss! O'Hara Tsuka felt the pressure from old man Simban and couldn't help but gasp, his face paling as he felt an overwhelming shock. So strong. This must be the power of a half-step martial sovereign. It was unimaginable. Just the half-step martial sovereign was this formidable. One could only imagine the strength of a true martial sovereign. Right now, he was only in the early stages of the martial emperor realm, and he had no idea how far he was from half-step martial sovereign. Thankfully, he had joined the Xianshan Hall. Otherwise, seeking revenge would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. I want to see where your confidence comes from. With a swoosh, old man Simban's palm struck out, and the terrifying energy forced everyone around to retreat repeatedly. This was the strength of a half-step martial sovereign. So powerful. The two martial emperors from the Shikigami sect looked on with burning eyes, then turned to Yixian, whose mouth was curled in a cold smile, thinking that this kid would surely die this time. Chapter 159. Take this pill. Da Hajong took a deep breath and commanded the 9 members of the Shikigami sect, eager to see how far they would advance after consuming this divine pill. Shikigami sect? It wasn't as terrifying as he had previously thought. Of course, the most important reason was that his trump card was now enough to shake or even destroy the Shikigami sect. Furthermore, with the Lord of the Hall sitting in place, he was already in an invincible position. Buzz. After consuming the holy grade cleansing pill, the 2 martial emperors and 7 semi-martial emperors suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes in their auras. 1 breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. After about 100 breaths, the 7 semi-martial emperors all stepped into the martial emperor realm, while the 2 martial emperors from the Shikigami sect, who were previously just 1 step away from the mid-martial emperor stage, had now advanced to the late martial emperor stage. Thank you, Lord. The gazes of the 9 turned towards Yixian, their eyes filled with awe. They felt their own strength, which was a realm they could only reach in 10 or even several decades. This miraculous pill had directly allowed them to save decades of hard work. Excitement, exhilaration, surprise. A multitude of emotions surged in their hearts, and Yixian's image had risen to an extreme in their minds, as if he were an insurmountable giant. Chapter 160. Wilson Hotel, in a room. Swish! A number of figures appeared in the room, around a dozen in total, and the leader was none other than Shun Yi. We have seen the Lord of the Hall. Shun Yi and the others bowed respectfully as they entered the room. Looking at Shun Yi and the others, Yixian nodded slightly. I have gathered you here to enhance your strength. Shun Yi, let us start with you. As his voice fell, Yixian had already used wealth to elevate Shun Yi's realm. Ding! Shun Yi's realm was raised to the initial martial emperor stage, costing 10 trillion renminbi. Ding! Shun Yi's realm was raised to the mid-martial emperor stage, costing 20 trillion renminbi. Ding! Shun Yi's realm was raised to the late martial emperor stage, costing 30 trillion renminbi. After about a dozen breaths, with a wealth of 100 trillion, Shun Yi's realm was directly elevated to the peak of the martial emperor stage. And with the enhancement of the Xian Iron Sword, he was likely not even a match for a semi-martial venerable. Hiss! The group of divine guards behind looked at Xun Yi's terrifying aura, completely stunned. My goodness, what kind of heaven-defying method is this? This is far stronger than the previous pills, even more powerful than the Xian Divine Hall. Chapter 161. The next day morning, the golden morning sun poured through the window, casting its light on a stunningly beautiful face, making it even more enchanting against the golden sunlight. As she opened her sleepy eyes, Xia Bingning was greeted by a handsome profile, and her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile, feeling incredibly sweet in that moment. The thought of being able to see this guy as soon as she opened her eyes was undoubtedly the happiest thing in the world. This guy looked quite handsome when he was quiet. Thus, she quietly watched, not knowing how much time passed. Ding-ling-ling. A phone ringing brought the beautiful lady back to reality. Seeing the caller ID as Uncle Fu, she was momentarily stunned. Hello, Mississippi. After answering the call, Uncle Fu's voice came through. You and the young master should come back quickly. The lady is in the hospital and is about to give birth. Huh. Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Xia Bingning was completely taken aback. Looking at the timeline, the due date was indeed very soon. Was time passing too quickly? Ahem, okay, I got it. We'll head back right away. Clearing her throat, she glanced at the restless hand of a certain guy. Really, if her mom found out about the pregnancy, she couldn't imagine what kind of scene that would be. Chapter 162. A little while later, in the special care ward. Ahem, is this my little brother-in-law? Looking at the tiny figure in front of him, Yixian curiously observed, noticing the wrinkled skin that resembled a little monkey. By the way, Yixian then turned his gaze to his father-in-law. Uncle, has a name been chosen for my little brother-in-law? Xia's father and mother exchanged glances. Then said, we have chosen a name. It's Xia Tian. Oh, as soon as these words were spoken, Xia's father and mother murmured to each other and nodded. This name is nice. Xia's father chuckled to himself, looking at his son-in-law with gratitude. After all, if it weren't for his son-in-law revealing the matter of the cursed jade pendant, the Xia family might have faced extinction. However, fortunately, everything is in the past now, and the Xia family finally has descendants. What? Hearing the chirping voice of the baby, Xia's mother was momentarily stunned. Bingning, you are really pregnant? Indeed, Xia's mother hadn't expected the prophecy from that day to come true, and upon reflection, it wasn't hard to accept, considering that the young couple had taken no precautions, and it was strange that they hadn't gotten pregnant after such a long time. That's great. After a moment of thought, Xia's mother said, this way my son and grandson can grow up together. Chapter 163. What is this? The sudden scene made the 10th elder of the Damlin heavenly sect gulp. That person's second disciple. The impact of what was happening in front of him was too great. Although he could easily kill several semi-martial spirits with a single slap, the boy in front of him was only 14 or 15 years old. At such an age, possessing such strength and the ability to wield thunder already said it all. Damn it! The Grand Elder's face darkened to the extreme upon seeing the sudden scene. Kill that thunder boy for me. Yes, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's faction had grim faces. They never expected that a young kid would dare to make a move. Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen people appeared in the arena, several of whom were at the late martial spirit stage. With such a lineup, even peak martial spirits would be in despair. Second brother, be careful. Dan Dao's face changed dramatically as he saw so many powerful beings surrounding them. Any one of them would be able to kill him instantly. No worries. Xiao Wushuang waved his hand dismissively, showing no intent to fight. Although I could take out a few, it's unnecessary. This, Dan Dao, was taken aback. At such a critical moment, his first time meeting the second brother showed no fear at all. Chapter 164. Blood sprayed as a late martial emperor expert was heavily injured by a divine guard, and suddenly, more than a dozen divine guards appeared, with Xun Yi at the forefront. The sudden scene truly stunned Dan Dao. Who are these people? Hey! Xiao Wushuang grinned and said, little junior brother, these people are the reinforcements sent by the master. Of course, the master is the lord of the Xian Divine Hall. Xiao Wushuang said proudly, knowing very well the usefulness of the Xian Divine Hall. This was also the reason he could quickly reach the peak of martial arts, though it seemed that his senior sister had gained far more benefits than he did. Reinforcements? Hearing this, Dan Dao, he was deeply moved. The Dan sect faced a calamity, and not only did his two senior brothers and sisters come together, but they also brought such powerful beings. Such kindness. What merit does he, Dan Dao, have? The late-stage martial king looked grave. To be so heavily injured without even a moment to react meant that the opponent's strength was at least half a step into the martial emperor realm. Who dares to interfere in the matters of my Dan sect? Swish! The elder and the others from the first line of defense came back to their senses and immediately surrounded Xuan, Yi, and others in the arena. At least 1,000 of them. Chapter 165, Death. In a flash, Xuan punched the leader of the blood sect down to the ground, and with a thud, it felt as if an earthquake had occurred. Shock, disbelief, horror. Everyone from the Dan sect and the blood sect was dumbfounded. Xuan instantly killed 2 half-step martial sects, and Xuan completely overwhelmed the leader of the blood sect. This sudden appearance of powerful individuals was terrifying. Under the terrifying force, Blood Jiuming's bones broke countless times, and his internal organs were all displaced, feeling worse than death. Tap! Just then, the sound of footsteps made Blood Jiuming's pupils suddenly shrink. What are you going to do? I warn you, I am the leader of the blood sect. If you dare to touch me, my blood sect has a mid-stage martial ancestor. Bang! With one punch, Blood Jiuming was brutally smashed into a mist of blood by Xuan. You should know, although Xuan is not as strong as Xuan, his combat power is far beyond that of a late-stage martial emperor, and even ordinary peak martial emperors are not his match. How could the punch's power be something heavily injured Blood Jiuming could withstand? All members of the blood sect must die, not a single one left. Xuan glanced at the terrified people of the blood sect, grinned, and then dozens of divine guards moved together, ruthlessly slaughtering the blood sect and the traitors of the Dan sect. Chapter 166, Swish. At this moment, figures arrived in the arena, and it was none other than Dan Wuji and Dan Dao Yi, who were worried about the battle situation. Hiss! Just in time, everyone saw Xuan display his might, using the divine needle to kill Xia Bingning. That was the strongest ancestor of the blood sect being killed by the master. Gulping and swallowing saliva, the scene before him was a tremendous shock, even for Dan sect's leader, who had seen many things. You should know, the strongest ancestor of the blood sect, Xia Bingning, was a mid-stage martial sect, and under blood refining techniques, his strength far exceeded this realm. Even so, Xia Bingning was still killed. He understood too well what this meant. And most importantly, this lord in front of him was just a subordinate of his son's master. One can imagine what kind of terrifying existence his son had entered under. The thought is chilling. There was no need to go into battle. Just one subordinate was enough to resolve the Dan sect's crisis. To be honest, strategizing from the back and winning from thousands of miles away is nothing compared to this. Damn! Dan Dao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the arena. Am I not dreaming? His master's subordinate actually slaughtered a martial sect powerhouse. Chapter 167, Rooting Out the Weeds. Hearing Xuan Yi's words, everyone from the Dan sect gasped in shock. Goodness, this person is indeed bold with great skills. But now they really possess this strength. Thank you for the reminder. Dan Haotian squinted his eyes and then looked towards the direction of the blood sect. The blood sect has been in conflict with my Dan sect for over 300 years. It's time to end this. Wuji. Dan Haotian looked at the devastated Dan sect and commanded, notify everyone to reorganize the sect and then head to the Xianshan Hall with the Xianshan order. From now on, there will be no Dan sect in the world, only the Xianshan Hall. Yes, ancestor. Gulping and swallowing saliva, Dan Wuji's heart trembled. Goodness. The ancestor's determination is to completely integrate the Dan sect into the Xianshan Hall. Send off the ancestor. Dan Wuji and the others watched as Ancestor Haotian and Lord Xuan left together, bowing in respect. They knew that this departure would surely lead to the blood sect being eradicated from the world. Until a long time after Dan Haotian and his group left. Dan Dao, he finally came back to his senses. Cough, cough. How strong exactly is my master? Even now, it feels like a dream. He smacked his lips, saying, today's events are something he would never forget in his life. Chapter 168, Peak Martial Sovereign. Feeling the surging energy within him, Yi Xian squinted. Peak Martial Sovereign. At least 10 times stronger than before. He tapped his fingers in front of him, and the next moment, the space rippled. Moreover, after reaching the Martial Sovereign realm, he could fly in the air, not to mention that he is now at the peak of Martial Sovereign. Then, he called up his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Peak Martial Sovereign Age, 24 years appearance. Max, only second to tomato reader, abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking, God-level massage, God-level appraising, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-around music, medical master, sealing power, supreme swordsmanship, profound meaning, thunder emperor treasure technique, supreme refining technique, supreme alchemy technique, slave seal, secret technique items, Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10,000 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Demon Child, unlimited physique enhancement liquid, Divine Needle X99, 100 shares of D-Lin Group, 300 million Thunder-armed helicopters, unlimited top-grade washing marrow pills, God-level world-destroying sword, indestructible demon god scripture, supreme treasure Xiantian Hall, divine-grade formation, isolating heaven and earth, Taishang Dan Cannon Wealth, 31. 565 trillion renminbi, realm enhancement. Unlimited, Chapter 169 Hiss. As soon as the voice fell, the neck of the Shikigami sect master was hit by pain, and the next moment, blood gushed from his neck. You're at late-stage martial emperor? Feeling the strength of Da He Zhuang, the Shikigami sect master was incredulous. If he remembered correctly, this guy should be half a step in a martial emperor. And even if he broke through, he should only have just entered martial emperor. How could he already be in the late stage of martial emperor? And his strength even comparable to that of a peak martial emperor. Indeed, this scene far exceeded his expectations. Thud, filled with intense unwillingness. The Shikigami sect master fell to the ground as a corpse. What? Master no? The already weak Shikigami sect was thrown into chaos as soon as the sect master was killed, and everyone looked horrified. Although their strength was not particularly strong, their symbolic significance was too important. Damn it! Just then, two figures appeared deep within the Shikigami sect. As soon as these two figures appeared, the people controlled by the slave seal from the He Zhuang all changed their expressions drastically. The strongest ancestors of the Shikigami sect, one at mid-stage martial sect and one at early-stage martial sect, plus no less than 5 half-step martial sects, obviously represented the entirety of the Shikigami sect's strength. A remnant of a hidden family actually caused the Shikigami sect to suffer such severe losses. Chapter 170. Hiss. The brilliant sword light fell, and the expressions of the 12 kings of the Sun God Temple changed drastically. Not good. Raising his hand, a sword was met but with a crack. The long sword in his hand shattered, and with a thud, his arm was brutally severed, clearly underestimating the power of that mysterious iron sword. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the hall, and then the 12 Kings Hall turned to face Dan Haoyan, a murderous intent radiating from him. Beast, you dare to harm this King's Hall. Everyone, attack together and kill this beast. Yes, my lord. Behind him, the powerful martial sect members of the Sun God Hall acted in unison. Dan Haoyan sneered coldly, gripping his long sword as if aided by the gods. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and in an instant, he slaughtered dozens of martial sect members. After all, their strength was far inferior to the 12 Kings Hall, let alone when facing Dan Haoyan wielding a mysterious iron sword. It was not merely a one-sided massacre. To some extent, it was as easy as crushing ants. The Sun God Hall? This is the force you take pride in, far inferior to my mystical God Hall. Dan Haoyan, holding the mysterious iron sword, stepped towards the 12 Kings Hall. Gulp! At that moment, the faces of the 12 Kings Hall changed dramatically, and the previous sense of superiority vanished. You can't touch me. I'm one of the Hall Masters of the 12 Kings Hall of the Sun God Hall, a powerful martial venerable. If you dare to move against me, the Sun God Hall will not let you go. Chapter 171. Imperial Abyss Villa. Wow, we're finally back. Xian, and Tong Tong got out of the car, looking around the familiar environment with joy on their faces. Clearly, the two little ones preferred this place over their grandmother's house. Welcome back, young master and young lady. The pleasant voices of the maids echoed, making Yi Xian feel comfortable. Such enjoyable moments always provided solace. By the way, Sumu thought of something and said, Young master, someone has come to the villa looking for you and has been waiting for a while. Oh, hearing Sumu Yu's words, Yi Xian was taken aback, knowing that there were not many people living in this place. So the visitor was clearly someone familiar. Were they? Back to young master, in the study. Sure enough, when Yi Xian arrived at the study, he saw two figures, Wang Qianjue and his father, Wang Changsheng. President, young friend. Upon seeing Yi Xian, The two hurriedly stood up to show respect, acknowledging his significant contributions to maintaining stability in the country. Old Wang, I didn't expect it to be you. Looking at the two, Yi Xian said suspiciously, you traveled a long way from the capital. It must be something significant. Young friend, to speak frankly, recently the United States has been pressing China, and many powerful individuals have inexplicably appeared in their country, even sending troops to the borders of China. Chapter 172. What? Hearing the master's words, the father and son Wang Changsheng were filled with shock. Master, are you saying that the Dark Vatican is a branch of the forces on the moon? That's right, since they were already insiders. Yi Xian did not hide the truth. Before this, the Sun God Hall, also belonging to the forces on the moon, has already acted in Fusang. Upon hearing this, Wang Changxing took a deep breath. Master, what are your plans next? Although the enemy was powerful, Wang Changsheng did not feel the slightest panic and curiously asked, plans? Thinking about the upcoming trip to the moon, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I plan to give the Dark Vatican a gift. After hearing the master's baiting strategy, the faces of the two changed dramatically. The master's actions indicated a break with the Dark Vatican, using Wang Changsheng as bait to eliminate all who came. Wang Qianjue's eyelids twitched wildly, and his intuition told him the Dark Vatican was in for a disaster. Although they did not know how strong the Dark Vatican was, they were undoubtedly no match for the master. After all, how could the Dark Vatican enhance other strength so easily? Master, I take my leave. A little while later, Wang Changsheng and his son bowed and left the study, and this conversation changed their fate and that of China, but that was a story for later. Chapter 173. It's all your fault. In frustration, Xia Bingning pinched a certain guy's soft spot. Look at how spoiled these two little cotton-padded jackets are. Now, they only know how to bully their mom. Hiss. Taking a sharp breath, he whispered, Girl, are you crazy? That's murder against your husband. Uffed. His words made Xia Bingning's face flush, rolling her eyes. Murder, you big-headed ghost. Gulu. The beautiful woman was about to say something else when the hunger from her stomach protested, breaking the atmosphere and making her feel embarrassed. At that moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Damn it. This little thing is trying to punish me for complaining about its dad? Oh my God. If the three of them bully me, that's fine, but even this unborn little one has started to bully me. How am I supposed to live in the future? Indeed, in front of them, I am ultimately an outsider, huh? Moreover, the most important thing is that the three little ones bullying her made her feel surprisingly happy, and she was not angry at all. For a moment, Xia Bingning even felt she had a tendency towards masochism. AMU. Left without a rebuttal, Xia Bingning could only choose to express her protest through eating, thus beginning her eating mode. Chapter 174. Mystical God Hall, deep inside. See you, Master. Seeing the arrival of the person, three figures were filled with joy. It was Meng Qianqiu's three disciples. Woof woof. At the same time, the black dragon beside them excitedly shouted, Boss, you finally came? Now, I'm already at the mid-level of martial spirit. The black dragon said proudly, having made rapid progress in the mystical God Hall during this time. Although he did not know how terrifying his boss had become. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Just right. I came to help you all improve your strength. Rubbing the black dragon's head, his gaze then fell on Meng Qianqiu. Qianqiu, you're the eldest disciple. You go first. Yes, master. Meng Qianqiu replied respectfully. Although she did not know how the master would improve their strength, as the eldest sister, she had to set a good example. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then his finger landed on Meng Qianqiu's forehead. Buzz. Terrifying energy surged into Meng Qianqiu's body from her forehead, and the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Wushuang and Dan Dao, they saw their eldest sister's aura rapidly rising at a terrifying speed. Martial Spirit Peak. Half-step Martial King. Early Martial King. The two were truly dumbfounded, and they did not know how long it took for Meng Qianqiu to rise to the late Martial King before finally stopping. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would definitely shock everyone. Chapter 175. Get up. With a slight lift of his hand, he helped the three up. It was merely a casual act. By the way, then flipping his right hand, he took out a bank card and over 100 porcelain bottles. This is 150 billion in funds and 10,000 holy-grade marrow-cleansing pills, to be used for the operation of the mystical God Hall. Upon hearing the master's words, the three's pupils constricted. Looking in disbelief at the hundreds of porcelain bottles, 10,000 holy-grade marrow-cleansing pills? My heavens! Master, what are you planning to do? Even if it was for operation use, these resources were too much. Both the 150 billion funds and the 10,000 holy-grade marrow cleansing pills were excessive. Of course, the sacred essence cleansing pill is fake. Only money laundering is real. After all, compared to the wealth that needs to be increased, he has quite a bit of money here. Ding. The host spent 150 billion renminbi and received 150 trillion renminbi. As the three were shocked, Xuan heard the sound of the reward arriving in his ears. It must be said that this is what he loves to hear the most. At least at this moment. Name, Xuan Realm. Peak martial sovereign age. 24 appearance. Max, only second to the great reader Tomato. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level culinary skills. God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal. Immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's fingers. All-around music, medical master, sealing power, supreme swordsmanship insights, Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. Supreme refining technique, supreme pill-making technique, slave seal secret technique. Chapter 176. 2 days later, Sun God Temple China Branch. In the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Swish. Figures appeared in the field, with Dan Haoyan at the forefront, exuding the aura of a half-step martial saint. Also the highest commander of this assassination of the Sun God Temple. At this moment, beside him were De Zhuang and no less than 100 strong individuals above the half-step martial sect level, clearly the top combat power of the Xian God Temple. Remember, Dan Haoyan looked at the distant branch and solemnly instructed, safety and retreat are the priority. If there is any change, retreat immediately. Yes, Deputy Hall Master Dan. The 100 people respectfully responded, all secretly rubbing their fists, as this was their first mission representing the Xian God Temple. And they must perfectly complete this task to repay the Hall Master's kindness. Dan Haoyan's face remained calm, but inside he felt a bit uncertain. After all, according to the Hall Master, the Sun God Temple was extremely mysterious, even if it was just a branch. At a certain moment, Dan Haoyan narrowed his eyes. Deputy Hall Master Day, if there is any change later, you and I will cover the retreat. Good. De Zhuang also did not dare to be careless. And even if they covered the retreat, it was clear that he, who had just stepped in a martial sect, could not be the main force. Chapter 177. How is this possible? The experts of the Dark Holy See had expressions of disbelief. The Sun God Temple branch being destroyed was definitely not their doing. After all, the two sides originally belonged to the Moon's forces. And the reason for being stationed on Blue Star was to better manage these livestock, which, in a sense, was more harmful than beneficial to them. More importantly, the two sides had a cooperative relationship in many matters on the Moon. Who, taking a deep breath, Qian glanced at the not-so-distant place. All right. First, let's deal with the current matter. As long as Wang Changshan from China dies, this area will definitely fall into chaos. And then it will be the time for the high-ranking officials to take advantage and harvest the livestock. But, Holy Master, how could you trouble yourself for a mere livestock? The subordinates were all doubtful. After all, it was just a small native country of Blue Star, and one martial king was already enough. What do you know? Qian glanced at his trusted subordinates and continued. This time, the adults on the Moon want a lot of livestock. The task has come down, and in the past, it was always above martial sect. This time it's above martial king. Specifically, it seems that a big shot on the Moon wants to hold a decade-long hunting conference. Hunting conference? Chapter 178. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Until this day, this kid, Xia Guofeng, looked at his son-in-law pacing back and forth, grinning, but indeed earned a roll of the eyes from Xia's mother. Still laughing at Little Yi? Back then, you were not as good as Little Yi. Holding her adorable son Xiaotan, Xia's mother revealed she would not allow anyone to speak of her son-in-law, even her father-in-law, as she treasures her son-in-law dearly. Don't worry, Bingning and her son will be fine. Ye's mother saw her son's appearance and came forward to comfort him, although she felt extremely anxious inside. It is worth mentioning that the old couple had long been forced by Yi Xian to raise their realm to martial king. Just like this. A quarter of an hour later, the operating room door opened, and then the doctor came out. How is it? Yi Xian was the first to step forward, nervously asking. At this moment, he had no trace of the peak martial emperor aura, completely just a nervous old father. Mr. Yi, rest assured, Miss Xia's physical condition is very good, and both mother and child are safe. Who, upon hearing the doctor's words, Xian finally felt relieved, even feeling more exhausted than killing 1,000 or 800 martial emperors. Oh, this is my good grandson. Chapter 179. Wanjin Merchant Association. Xia Bingning was indeed not calm, although she had already managed the Xia group very well. However, the Wanjin Merchant Association was different. You must know that the Wanjin Merchant Association covers a vast range and has developed throughout Blue Star over the past 6 months, with a size that can be said to be hundreds of times larger than the D-Lin group. Don't worry. Xian affectionately embraced his beautiful wife and said, "Of course, husband will fully support you. By the way, speaking of this, wouldn't it be too regrettable not to spend some money?" Just like this, a bank card was placed in Xia Bingning's hand, followed by, "There are 300 billion funds here, as your husband has operational funds for managing the Wanjin Merchant Association." Puffed. The sudden scene truly shocked Xia Bingning. "Husband, are you serious? 300 billion for me? Are you crazy?" Gulping down saliva. Such a huge sum is even more than the market value of the Xia group. How much money does this guy have? Don't worry. He fondly rubbed his beautiful wife's head. "This is just small money. Don't say 300 billion, even 30 trillion as long as my wife needs it. Your husband will give it without batting an eye." Chapter 180. A little. Leaving the hospital room, both sets of elders tiptoed in. As for Xian, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, and the next moment he had already arrived in the forest, not far from Jinling Hospital. Hall Master. At this moment, 3 people had been waiting for a long time, but their hearts were stirred up with waves. Not for any other reason, but because they saw the power of the little Hall Master at birth, even directly doubting life. Martial spirit. That's right. Their little Hall Master was a martial spirit level as soon as he was born. Can you believe that a newborn is already a martial spirit expert? This is also the reason why their gazes towards their Hall Master changed, since the little Hall Master was like this at birth. One can imagine how terrifying their Hall Master's strength is. Xian slightly nodded, looking at the 3 in front of him whose strength had improved significantly. Among them, Dan Haoyan had already reached the late martial saint stage, and the progress was not small, while Xia Xingxin and Dai Zhuang had both stepped into half-step martial saint. In addition, Wang Changsheng, who had been attracting the firepower of the Dark Holy See, was now also at this realm. After all, as a deputy Hall Master, his level naturally could not fall behind. Not bad. Upon hearing this, the 3 of Dan Haoyan came back to their senses. After all, the Hall Master calling them 3 at the same time must mean there's a big move. Chapter 181. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Half an hour later, the entire villa had been devastated beyond recognition. Indeed, such a fragile villa could not withstand the aftermath of a battle between 6 half-step martial saints. Just then, another powerful aura surged forth, and a figure appeared in the arena. It was the 5 kings of the Sun God Temple. Truly worthless. As he appeared, a thick martial saint-level pressure descended, revealing that he was a genuine martial saint. Martial saint. Clearly, Wang Changsheng and the others sensed the opponent's aura and stopped attacking. They had seen the 5 kings, including the red-clad cardinal of the Dark Church. Everyone bowed in greeting, clearly indicating the high status of martial saints in both the Sun God Temple and the Dark Church. Observing the 3's respectful attitude, the 5 kings showed little reaction, as this attitude was only to be expected. Although there was only a thin line separating half-step martial saints from martial saints, that line was like heaven and earth. Let's put it this way. Even if the 3 from the 9 kings joined forces, they would not last 10 moves against him. The gap was evident. The 3 half-step martial saints had indeed become quite formidable after many years on Blue Star. Chapter 182. Bastard. The 3 kings and the Dark Church's guardian looked icy, as the scene before them far exceeded their expectations. Not only did the Mystic God Temple have late-stage martial saints, but it also had peak martial saints. Furthermore, there were more than 70 martial saints, a number that even combined their 2 forces could not match. One could easily imagine what this meant. But how is it possible that the native beasts of Blue Star possess such a powerful force? How had they not noticed this at all? Shouldn't the strongest among these beasts just be martial masters, and most half-step martial saints? Why? How could this happen? Retreat. Without hesitation, the 3 kings and the Dark Church's guardians ordered their respective forces to withdraw. This scene likely required all the powerful members of both forces to respond. Even the leaders or the Pope would need to be present. They were absolutely no match. God One looked at the scene coldly and smiled. The Lord has instructed us to wait in the shadows, and now that we strike, how could you leave? Today marks the first battle of our mystic God temple. As the voice fell, holding the mysterious iron sword, God One had already appeared beside the Dark Church's guardian. With a single sword strike, the Dark Church's guardian, who didn't even have time to scream, was instantly slain. Chapter 183, Nighttime in the Room. Accompanied by the sound of water from the bathroom, Xuan looked at the little one sleeping on the bedding. Unable to resist, wanting to give that adorable face a kiss. Little one, is my son born? Even now, Xuan found it hard to believe. Although he had somewhat anticipated it, seeing this little thing in front of him still brought him a sense of surprise, a feeling that was quite wonderful. Cool me. Let daddy touch you. As he spoke, Xuan cautiously and nervously touched the little rosy face, feeling the soft and smooth skin. Cough. This little one won't wake up because of me, right? Xuan looked suspiciously at the little one, who had only opened a tiny slit in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth curved into a crescent-shaped, adorable smile, and he went back to sleep, seemingly enjoying the feeling of daddy touching him. However, that little adorable smile seemed like a ray of sunshine pouring into his heart, instantly filling him with an inexplicable happiness. At that moment, Xuan felt he could give his life for this sleeping little one. Just as the father and son were bonding, the bathroom door was pulled open, and a stunning beauty, wrapped in a bath towel, entered the room. Although she had just given birth, her figure could be said to be even better than at her peak. Chapter 184. Lin Zhuyong, looking at the man in front of him, Xuan narrowed his eyes. Moon, the head of the Lin family in Yunqing, the border of the Qishao Empire in the southern region. Because your father offended a big shot, your family was annihilated, and you were hunted down by the Moon's forces, the Sun God Temple, and the Dark Church. Boom! Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuyong was shocked, looking at Xuan in disbelief. How could this lord know? No, it was the technique from just now. Could it be the legendary soul-searching technique? Thinking of this, Lin Zhuyong was even more shaken. He knew that if such techniques were known by the forces on the moon, they would definitely fight for it. This technique is too terrifying. My lord, please see clearly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhuyong showed even more respect, not daring to act rashly. Get up. Xuan looked at Lin Zhuyong in front of him and continued. Since you have nowhere to go, why not serve me? In the future, I will help you take revenge on the moon. Thud. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuyong knelt down without a second thought. Of course, he was willing to have a martial emperor strong enough to avenge him. My lord, from now on, this life of Lin Zhuyong is yours. Xuan saw this and raised his hand to help him up, smiling. From now on, you will be the 5th deputy lord of my mystic god temple. Chapter 185. Be careful. Dan Haotian felt the overwhelming pressure from the Great King Temple, his expression grave as he reminded. This Great King Temple was far stronger than the 3 Kings Temple they had dealt with before. Slap. Just as the sound fell, Lin Zhuyong, not knowing when, struck out with a palm. The speed was so fast that the Great King Temple didn't have time to react before being sent flying by the terrifying force. Completely on a different level. Before the Great King Temple could hit the ground, he had already become a corpse. The peak martial saint of the Great King Temple, who was not far from being a half-step martial venerable, was killed in a single encounter. What? The sudden scene caused the members of the Sun God Temple to change their expressions drastically, their gazes landing on Lin Zhuyong. How could this headquarters let a surviving remnant escape? Wasn't the information saying this guy was a late-stage martial saint? How could he kill even the Great King Temple, who was close to half-step martial venerable? Just then, several figures appeared in the arena, the leader's strength far surpassing that of the Great King Temple. And this person was the head of the Sun God Temple. Moreover, he was also the strongest among the Sun God Temple on Blue Star, the only martial venerable existence. However, beside him were 2 deputy lords with considerable strength, both half-step martial venerable level. Although they were not as strong as the head of the Sun God Temple, their strength was still far beyond the Great King Temple. Chapter 186. Western World, Dark Church. Headquarters, Great Hall. Report. At that moment, a figure rushed in and knelt on the ground with a thud. Holy Pope, something big has happened. The Dark Church's subordinate had a serious expression, beads of sweat dripping down. The Pope of the Dark Church narrowed his eyes, a martial, venerable aura spreading. Such panic. What kind of demeanor is this? What is it? Glancing around, the Pope of the Dark Church asked coldly, his demeanor like a god looking down on mortals. as if nothing was worthy of stirring his emotions, including the earlier loss of so many experts from the Dark Church. "Cough, Your Holiness." The subordinate coughed lightly, trembling under the nearly suffocating pressure from the Pope. Half a day ago, a mysterious force annihilated the Sun God Temple, including the Temple Master. All were killed. Now, that mysterious force is very likely to come for our church. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the Pope of the Dark Church felt a ringing in his head, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. The previously steady aura completely vanished. "What did you say?" Chapter 187. Kill. As the voice fell, 3,000 strong warriors from the Xian God Temple charged towards the Dark Church like reapers, their fighting spirit at an unprecedented peak. "Are you kidding? Didn't you see the scene?" Deputy Temple Master Lin single-handedly pierced through most of the Dark Church. Such a defiant stance means they, as members of the Xian God Temple, cannot remain inactive. "No, I don't want to die." "Demons, these people are all demons." The cries of despair filled the air, and in an instant, the headquarters of the Dark Church turned into a hell on earth, with nearly 10,000 people of the Dark Church following in the footsteps of the Sun God Temple. No, to be precise, the fate of the Dark Church was several times worse than that of the Sun God Temple. After all, every elite of the Xian God Temple spared no mercy in slaughtering their enemies. The morale was unprecedentedly high. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. Minutes later, the battle in the Dark Church was over. The overwhelming smell of blood was nauseating, and the scene was extremely tragic. Dan Haoyan let out a deep breath, looking at the corpses of the Dark Church masters scattered across the field. Feeling a surge of emotions, the two forces of Blue Star have finally been completely exterminated. Yes, it feels like a dream. Wang Changsheng and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It was truly unbelievable, as they had imagined this scene would take at least several years. Chapter 188. A year's time, and it has come in the blink of an eye. With the cooperation of various parties, Huaxia finally unified Blue Star, becoming the only Huaxia Empire, during which rivers of blood flowed and countless lives were lost. And this was all a process that must be undergone during the transformation. The forces of the United States and Japan became part of the Huaxia Empire's territory, and all counterattacking forces were suppressed by the Xian God Temple, while stubborn forces were directly eradicated. Inside the Xian God Temple, Wang Changsheng took a deep breath and reported the current situation of the Huaxia Empire. "Temple Master, the Huaxia Empire has now entered the right track, but there is currently no chosen emperor. How about you serve as the first emperor of Huaxia?" "Temple Master," Wang Changsheng suggested while bowing, then continued. "After all, with the Huaxia Empire unifying Blue Star, the emperor would also be equivalent to the ruler of Blue Star. Apart from the Temple Master, no one else is qualified. I think it's feasible." Upon hearing this, Xia Xingqin and the others exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they bowed and strongly recommended, "Please, Temple Master, ascend to the throne," especially Lin Jiuyang. It should be noted that ascending to the throne is not simple. In the future, Blue Star will undoubtedly compete with the forces on the moon. And if the Temple Master ascends to the throne, it would be rightful. This is also good. After a moment of thought, Yi Xian nodded in agreement and then said, "When Wuk turns 18, let him inherit the title of Huaxia Emperor." Chapter 189. After a while, Feng Xian and the others both reached the level of half-step Martial Emperor before stopping. Undoubtedly, this was the limit they could bear. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't mind promoting the two Guardians of Blue Star to Martial Emperor level in one go. This is opening their eyes. Feng Xian and Luo Qing exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Half-step Martial Emperor, my God. Boom. Without thinking, the two immediately knelt on the ground, their faces full of excitement. "Thank you, Master, for the grant." Excited. So excited. It should be known that for the rest of their lives, not to mention half-step Martial Emperor, even reaching the peak of Martial Sovereign would be a dream come true. Had they known their master had such capabilities, even without the slave seal, they would have dedicated themselves to him. Yi Xian nodded slightly, looking at the two half-step Martial Emperors before him. Having them guard Blue Star is sufficient, at least for now. By the way, after a moment of thought, Yi Xian asked the most concerning question: what is the strength of both sides? Upon hearing the Master's words, the two exchanged glances, and then Luo Qing said, "Let me speak. Master, regarding the Sun God Temple, I am a mid-stage martial sovereign serving as a steward within. Above the steward are the elders, but the weakest are all half-step peak martial sovereigns, and the Grand Elder is even a half-step martial emperor, while the Temple Master is at the martial emperor level. Chapter 190, You. The half-step martial emperor leader on the opposite side looked incredulous. How is this possible? Shocked. So shocked, just a snap of the fingers turned 100 subordinates in a blood mist. Such a method is absolutely beyond him. This person is very likely a martial emperor. And not just any martial emperor. Could it be that this person is a peak first-grade martial emperor? Or even a second-grade martial emperor? Thinking of this, the half-step martial emperor leader's face became serious, and he no longer had the earlier arrogance. Escape. Without thinking, the half-step martial emperor strongman fled. Joking? Not to mention a peak first-grade martial emperor, or even a second-grade martial emperor. Even a first-grade martial emperor in the early stage could crush him with a finger. In an instant, the bandit leader regretted not having acted sooner. Had he known this, even with 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare to offend such a ruthless person. Just as the half-step martial emperor leader had fled several dozen feet, he was pierced through the heart by a sword light, following in the footsteps of his subordinates, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Temple Master, so strong. Lin Jiang watched this scene, his heart shaken and shocked. It should be known that this was a half-step martial emperor. Even a peak martial sovereign would not last a single move against such an existence. In the hands of the Temple Master, he was directly killed in an instant. Chapter 191. Luo Qing sneered coldly, and then said, How could the strength of the Master be something you can understand? Kill. Then, Luo Qing flashed towards a peak martial sovereign elder, his terrifying attack heavily injuring that elder. After all, among the many elders, only the Grand Elder could compete with him. The elder's face turned grave as he looked at Luo Qing in disbelief. Previously, he could easily kill this kid, but now he was severely injured by a single move. Such strength had vaguely surpassed that of the Grand Elder. Treacherous scum. Yuan Xin looked at this scene, his face darkened, and he no longer held back, slapping fiercely at Luo Qing. Just as Luo Qing was about to prepare to break out, he was directly struck down by a terrifying palm from the void. Blood sprayed out, and he heavily smashed into the ground, his fighting strength reduced to almost nothing. Cough cough, martial emperor level, actually this strong. Luo Qing looked solemnly at Yuan Xian opposite him. Although he knew the Temple Master was powerful, he didn't expect the Temple Master at the martial emperor level to be this strong. Foolish. Yuan Xian stood in the void, looking down at the severely injured Luo Qing with disdain. Do you really think that just because you stepped in a half-step martial emperor, you can contend with me? The Temple Master? Chapter 192. Get up. Yi Xian slightly raised his hand. A force of irresistible power lifted Dan, Tai Mieming, and the others up, which greatly shocked Dan Tai Mieming. Such power so strong. It should be known, now he has reached the peak of the second-grade martial emperor realm, and his irresistible strength is evident. Even a third-grade martial emperor cannot achieve this. Could it be that the Lord is at the peak of the third-grade martial emperor, or even a fourth-grade martial emperor? Thinking of this, Dan Tai Mieming couldn't help but gasp. If so, the Lord's strength is likely enough to shake the Ba Dao sect they are affiliated with. Dan Tai Mieming, at your service. Hearing the Lord's command, Dan Tai Mieming did not dare to delay for a moment and bowed in response. Looking at Dan Tai Mieming in front of him, Yi Xian turned his gaze towards the direction of the Dark Church. How much do you know about the Dark Church? After a pause, Dan Tai Mieming continued, My lord, to be honest, I have been a friend with the strongest ancestor of the Dark Church, Blood Jiutian, for over 1,000 years. If the Lord is interested in the Dark Church, I can persuade him to serve you together. Oh, upon hearing Dan Tai Mieming's words, Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. That would be excellent. Chapter 193. Thank you, my lord. Dan Tai Mieming and Blood Jiutian exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. The Lord's promise is much better than spending half a day currying favor with the Ba Dao sect. Get up. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, Yi Xian extended 2 fingers, and a rich energy surged into their bodies, clearly a routine strength enhancement operation. After an unknown amount of time, both of them took a deep breath and finally opened their eyes to wake up, but at that moment they felt unprecedentedly powerful. This is the peak of the third-grade martial emperor. The 2 clasped hands, a terrifying aura swirling above them. At least it was so for them. Evidently, Their strength had increased severalfold. After all, the realm of Martial Emperor has one layer for each grade. And now they had directly advanced from the peak of the second grade Martial Emperor to the peak of the second grade Martial Emperor. The difference was quite significant. Boom, boom. Two dull sounds echoed, and Dantai miming and Blood Jiuqian knelt on the ground, extremely excited. Thank you for your cultivation, Hallmaster. Excited. It was truly exhilarating. You must know that this kind of enhancement would take them at least hundreds of years if they trained on their own, and they might not even reach such a level in their lifetime. Chapter 194. The Ba Dao sect's king, Steward spat blood. Looking horrified at the opposite side, Blood Jiuqian, do you dare to make a move against me? Oomph. Blood Jiuqian snorted coldly, slightly increasing the force in his hand. And with a bang, he crushed the half-step Martial Emperor powerhouse, the thick smell of blood filling the training ground. Hiss. This scene caused tens of thousands of members of the Dark Church to gasp. Good heavens, Ancestor Jiuqian actually killed a steward of the Ba Dao sect. You must know that the Ba Dao sect is known for protecting its own. If they find out about this, it is likely to cause a huge problem. You, a disciple of the Ba Dao sect, Tang Junfeng, looked dumbfounded, unable to believe he was looking at Blood Jiuqian. Dark Church, are you rebelling? Opposing my Ba Dao sect is a dead end. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Blood Jiuqian's peak third-grade Martial Emperor aura crushed Tang Junfeng to death on the spot, the ground of the training field cracking under the unbearable weight. Indeed, such a scene stunned many people. When did Ancestor Jiuqian become so tough? You must know that this has never happened before. Oomph. Rebellion? Blood Jiuqian scoffed. If it were before, he naturally wouldn't dare, but now Tang Junfeng's words sounded like a joke to him. Chapter 195. Your name is Murong Qianyu. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful and quirky girl in front of him, while Dantai Miming's gaze fell on the girl, his face full of surprise. Murong Qianyu. Could it be that this little girl is the daughter of Murong Tianqing from the Ba Dao sect? Murong Qianyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a storm surged in her heart. Clearly not expecting the other party to know her identity, she was very cautious, especially since her name was rarely known outside. You have good talent in the way of the sword. Are you interested in taking me as your master? A calm voice echoed in Dantai Miming and the others' minds. Xiao Wuxuan and Dan Dao exchanged glances, both delighted. It seemed they would have a little junior sister. Seeing this lord in front of her, who could kill the Grand Elder with a single move, Murong Qianyu's eyes rolled as she thought about the current situation of the Ba Dao sect, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground. Qianyu is willing. After saying that, she cleverly bowed to her master. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Dantai Miming, what is this? The Hall Master and this little girl are truly one dares to speak, and the other dares to bow. Chapter 196. A breakthrough. Dantai Miming took a deep breath. Although he couldn't be 100 sure, the possibility was extremely high. After all, he was a peak third-grade Martial Emperor powerhouse. If he could sense this wrong, that would be quite pathetic. However, the Hall Master was already unfathomably powerful, and now that he has broken through, it is hard to imagine how strong he has become. Originally, he was somewhat apprehensive about the threat from the Ba Dao sect, but now, with the Hall Master's breakthrough, that apprehension vanished in an instant. He felt that even if the ancestors of the Ba Dao sect came in full force at this moment, they would not be a match for his Hall Master with just one move. At least that is what he believed. Buzz. At that moment, Blood Jiuqian personally presided over the auction on the auction stage, unleashing his peak third-grade Martial Emperor aura, which could naturally intimidate many people. He took out a dense, medicinal fragrance. In an instant, it filled every corner of the auction. This is the blood-cleansing pill. The medicinal fragrance cannot be mistaken. It is an extremely precious, holy-grade blood-cleansing pill. In an instant, the venue erupted. The holy-grade blood-cleansing pill is something that should not appear here. To put it bluntly, their existence and strength do not qualify to use such high-grade medicinal pills. This pill was entrusted to me by a major figure from the central region to auction off. The starting bid is 100,000 superior spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 5,000 superior spirit stones. The auction begins. Chapter 197. I have met the Lord. Murong Tianqing and the fourth-grade Martial Emperor ancestor bowed and saluted, not daring to be the slightest bit arrogant. Even though Murong Tianqing was the sect master of the Badao sect and a peak first-grade martial emperor powerhouse. But in front of a powerhouse who could kill a fourth-grade martial emperor in an instant, his identity and strength were insignificant. Not to mention, this person had saved his daughter. If it weren't for the person in front of him, his daughter would have likely died under the conspiracy of the Grand Elder's lineage. No worries. Yi Xian waved his hand, knowing that the two who came were supporters of the Badao sect's sect master. Qinyu is my disciple, so it is only right to help her. Qinyu, are you all right? Murong Tianqing looked at his daughter, just about to express concern, but felt his daughter's full strength and was completely astonished. No, to be precise, it was pure shock. Martial King. The impact of his daughter's realm on him was quite significant. Qinyu, you actually stepped into the Martial King realm. This was not only true for Murong Tianqing, but even the fourth-grade Martial Emperor ancestor beside him felt the same way. It was truly unbelievable. To think that Qinyu had only been at the Martial Spirit realm before leaving, and now, in less than half a month, she had advanced a whole major realm. Chapter 198. Half a day later, at the Dominant Blade sect. Swish! A flying boat sailed in from the distant horizon, and even from afar, one could sense the overwhelming blade aura emanating from the Dominant Blade sect. The protective formation of the sect was likely strong enough to withstand a fifth-grade martial emperor. Palace Master, Murong Tianqing respectfully bent down and said, Ancestor Batian has made all the arrangements. We just need to act. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at the Dominant Blade sect in front of him. Let us go. After today, the Dominant Blade sect will welcome a new life. Is it about to begin? Xian Yuan Yu let out a sigh, looking at the Dominant Blade sect not far away. After today, it would surely restore the Dominant Blade sect to clarity and brightness. Sect Master, upon arriving at the training ground, all the elders and disciples of the Dominant Blade sect bowed respectfully, showing that Murong Tianqing had high prestige in the sect. Second Elder. After arriving at the training ground, Murong Tianqing called for the second elder of the sect. Gather everyone in the sect. I have important matters to announce. Yes. Sect Master. The second elder bowed and then looked at Yi Xian with great respect, as he was one of the few who knew the inside story. Soon, under the arrangements made by Ancestor Batian, the number of people gathered in the training ground, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, exceeded over 100,000. Chapter 199. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Ancestor Xuan almost died from anger. As one of the strongest ancestors of the Dominant Blade sect, how could he endure such humiliation? Bastard! Shameless brat! I will make you die. In his anger, Ancestor Xuan revealed a fierce expression. He knew very well that if the Dominant Blade sect truly joined the Xian God Palace, then all his efforts over the past few thousand years would have been in vain. With a flip of his right hand, a terrifying long sword appeared in his grasp, its overwhelming might filling the air. Xian God Palace Master died as he slashed down with the sword. A giant sword over 1,000 feet long appeared in the void, rushing towards Yi Xian with incredible speed, its might already comparable to that of a fifth-grade martial emperor. If he could severely injure him with a sneak attack, that wouldn't be bad at all. It was just a matter of winning or losing. And even if the means were not respectable, so what? Master, be careful. Murong Qinyu nervously reminded as she saw the sudden scene. Although she knew her master was very powerful. Ding! At the critical moment, Yi Xian extended a finger to meet the giant sword. A scene that was also good for establishing authority. Ancestor Xuan spat blood, his face pale as paper, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. Impossible. The impact of the scene before him was simply too great. Chapter 200, in addition. Seeing Dan Haoyan and others break through, Yi Xian smiled slightly and took out over 100 porcelain bottles. These are 3,000 holy-grade marrow cleansing pills, which will surely help the Dominant Blade sect reach new heights. These are 3,000 holy-grade marrow cleansing pills. Looking at the porcelain bottles in his hand, Murong Tianqing was filled with shock, sensing the rich medicinal fragrance that was undoubtedly much stronger than that of the top-grade marrow cleansing pills. They were indeed holy-grade marrow cleansing pills. However, he couldn't believe that the Palace Master had actually given the Dominant Blade sect 3,000 of such pills. Such generosity was likely something even the top powers in the central region could not afford. Hiss! The ancestors of Xian Yuan Batian all gasped in shock. They had thought they had overestimated the Palace Master, but it turned out they had underestimated him. 3,000 holy-grade marrow cleansing pills. Even the giant forces in the central region wouldn't dare to play like this. Palace Master's kindness. The dominant blade sect will never forget. Xuan Batian's eyes were firm. This opportunity was enough to bring the dominant blade sect to the peak, and everyone understood what that meant. Master is so powerful. Although Murong Qinyu didn't know what the 3,000 pills meant, the fact that it shocked Ancestor Batian so much already explained everything. Chapter 201. Who cares? The red little bird glanced at Yixian. It had suffered unprecedented injuries and needed to recover. Otherwise, dying while guarding the immortal sacred land would be a great shame for the phoenix lineage. Let us eat first. After murmuring, the red little bird swallowed the pills, unaware that its mutterings were entirely heard by Yixian. This little thing is quite interesting. Master, this little bird is so cute. Murong Qinyu remarked upon seeing the red little bird eat the pills, especially its proud demeanor. TCH, who is a little bird? I'm a divine beast, a phoenix, the guardian of the immortal sacred land. Your whole family is a little bird. The red little bird expressed its dissatisfaction. It was indeed a high and mighty divine beast, the phoenix, and it felt it was a great insult to compare itself to those little flying birds. Oh, under the beast taming technique, Yixian narrowed his eyes. Immortal sacred land? It seemed not to be a force of the Qishao Empire. Could it be beyond the Qishao Empire, or perhaps outside the southern region? Buzz. At that moment, as the red little bird recovered from its injuries with the holy grade recovery pill, its realm also restored. Martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor. Chapter 202. A few days later, in a certain part of the forest. Swish! With a flip of his right hand, a flying boat appeared in the void, and everyone jumped onto it. This is an imperial-grade flying boat. Little Hong looked at the large imperial-grade flying boat, which seemed even more extraordinary than the one from the immortal sacred land. For a moment, her gaze towards Yixian changed. It was no wonder he was her boss, as he seemed even richer than the immortal sacred land. Let us go. With a thought, Yixian controlled the flying boat towards the direction of Blue Star. He had to admit that the speed was significantly faster than before. After all, Yixian was now at the peak of the 5th grade martial emperor. So fast. Even little Hong, who had lived for countless years, was stunned at this moment. Such speed was even faster than when it was at its peak as a 9th grade martial emperor. I really don't know where the boss got this flying boat. Boss, since we're idle, why not have a barbecue? Little Hong looked eagerly at her boss, having turned into a foodie over the past few days. And even the taste buds of the 4 little guys, Meng Qianxiu, were aroused. That works. After thinking for a moment, Yixian nodded. After all, there was still quite a distance to Blue Star. Not long after, on the flying boat, the rich aroma of barbecued meat filled the air. Little Hong's eyes were glued to the barbecue area, not moving for even a moment, completely unable to resist her boss's culinary skills. Chapter 203. Are you trying to die? Struggling to push someone away, Xia Bingning's face flushed red, spreading to her neck. This guy, he has really gone mad. Coming back like this. Although it's said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, at least find a place without people. Besides, could she really refuse him? By the way, Yixian thought of something, and his gaze fell on Murong Qinyu. Bingning, this is my new disciple Qinyu. Qinyu, this is your master's wife. Hello, master's wife. Murong Qinyu bowed respectfully. After all, it was her first meeting with her master's wife, and she couldn't be negligent. Master's wife, you are so beautiful. Looking at her master's wife, Murong Qinyu couldn't help but sigh. Master has such good taste. Casually flattering her master and his wife. This maneuver left Xia Wushuang and Dandao a bit stunned. This little junior sister is quite clever. You're also very beautiful. Xia Bingning touched Murong Qinyu's head with a spoiled smile, which made Murong Qinyu feel very happy. After all, she lost her mother at a young age. And in her impression, her mother must have been as beautiful and gentle as her master's wife. Qinxiu, take Qinyu to tour the Xianshen Hall. I will discuss some matters with your master's wife. Yes, master. Meng Qinxiu nodded, and then the 3 of them took Murong Qinyu away, chattering as they went. But they did not notice their master's wife's flushed face. Chapter 204. Different? Yixian was quite clear and teased with a smirk. What's wrong? Is your man more charming now? Puffed. Charming my foot. Xia Bingning shot a glare at her man, but she didn't delve deeper into the guy's changes. fearing he might say something inappropriate. As the two exchanged flirtatious banter, Yixian recounted the lunar journey to Xia Bingning. What? Upon hearing her man's words, Xia Bingning couldn't believe it. Hubby, you actually established the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce on the moon, and you even subdued the forces raising Blue Star for your own use. Indeed, hearing one incredible feat after another made Xia Bingning feel like she was dreaming. She looked at the person beside her with a changed expression. Is this still my man? Is he too outstanding? Girl, once the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce on Blue Star is fully operational, I'll take you to tour the moon. Listening to her man's words, Xia Bingning couldn't help but laugh. Take me to the moon? Aren't you afraid I'll become your burden? How could that be? Yixian smiled slightly, then looked at the round moon in the sky. One day, your man will unify the moon, and then I'll gift it to my precious wife. Chapter 205. Soul Searching Technique. Xiaohong looked at the scene before her, quite astonished. Is there anything the boss can't do? A moment later, with a bang, the half-step martial emperor assailant turned to ashes. Yixian looked around curiously. Boss, how is it? Black Dragon asked in astonishment, feeling uneasy about the place. Although there was ghostly energy here, it was not the underworld. After pondering for a moment, Yixian gazed into the distance. This place is called the Underworld Land. Its strength is comparable to the 5 regions of the moon, and the realms are quite similar. The realms here, from low to high, are Underworld Warrior, Underworld Master, Underworld Spirit, Underworld King, Underworld Emperor, Underworld Sect, Underworld Saint, Underworld Lord, and Underworld Emperor. The previous person, according to this classification, is considered a half-step Underworld Emperor, which is similar to a half-step Martial Emperor in the 5 regions of the moon. Oh! Upon hearing this, Xiaohong's pupils suddenly contracted. A presence comparable to the 5 regions of the moon would definitely stir up a storm if this news spread. One must know, the 5 regions of the moon are already immense, and now there's a corresponding underworld land. One can imagine the scene if the two sides were to engage in battle. Grandpa, at that moment, a young man was protected by numerous guards, and an old man was surrounded and attacked in the void above. Chapter 206. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Lu Tianshu arrived at the scene, took a deep breath, and bowed respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit presumptuous, because the person before him was too powerful. No problem. Yixian waved his hand, his gaze falling on Li Xuanzi. Little guy, do you wish to take me as your master? Considering the future layout of the underworld land, this young man, with a little cultivation, would certainly be able to stand alone in the future. The sudden question left Li Xuanzi stunned in place. Xuanzi, hurry and pay your respects. After Lu Tianshu regained his senses, he was overjoyed and reminded his grandson beside him. Oh, okay. In a daze. Li Xuanzi knelt down. Master, please accept my bow. With this kneel, the two formed a new relationship, and Li Xuanzi was destined to be extraordinary in the future because of this. Boss, have you taken in another disciple? Black Dragon saw this and immediately understood what had happened. Xiaohong, with her tiny eyes wide open, was filled with tension. The boss already had 4 disciples and 3 kids. If another one came, she could almost imagine the upcoming situation. Get up. Yixian slightly raised his hand, looking at his new disciple with an indestructible underworld body, quite satisfied. From now on, you'll be my 5th disciple. Chapter 207. Half a day later, a giant city appeared in everyone's sight, and from its scale, it was far more magnificent than the Badao sect. This place was the Tianming Imperial City. Go! Yixian smiled slightly. Li Xuanzi nodded heavily, and beside him was Lu Tianshu, whose strength had also risen to the mid-stage of the 4th grade Underworld Emperor. After his strength increased significantly, his respect for Yixian grew even more. One must know, even at the peak of the 3rd grade Underworld Emperor, he could make such a huge leap. One could imagine how terrifying Yixian's true strength might be. In the palace of the Tianming Empire, before the palace, whoosh, 2 figures appeared in the arena, and behind them were the strong from the 3rd princess faction and the Lu family of the Tianming Empire. If it were before, they certainly wouldn't dare to act like this, as this would be akin to seeking their own death. However, now it was different, with such a powerful figure overseeing, let alone the 1st prince and 2nd prince. Even all the ancestors of the Tianming Empire would not be able to stop Li Xuanzi from ascending the throne today. Impudent. Soon, upon receiving the news, the 1st prince and 2nd prince rushed over together, while countless strong individuals and armies surged from all directions. Third brother. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Chapter 208. The throne is confirmed. Undoubtedly, this was the unanimous thought of everyone present, as the third prince had such a powerful backing. Didn't they see how the two-peak fourth-grade underworld emperor ancestors of the Tianming Empire were heavily injured in one move? Unless a miracle occurred. The overall situation here was already set. You can't. Bai Li Yue and Bai Li Shouyue both changed their expressions drastically. The victor is king and the loser is a bandit. Their outcome was already predictable. Anyone who intends to harm this Hall Master-S disciple will die. With this voice, the two princes of the Tianming Empire, Bai Li Yue and Bai Li Shouyue, suddenly turned into blood mist with a bang. The struggle for the throne has always been cruel. If they did not kill the two, it would surely bring endless trouble in the future. I will remember this kindness. Master. Bai Li Xuan looked at his master for eliminating his two rival brothers, which was incredibly important to him. As for the other princes, they could no longer stir up waves, meaning the ancestors had no choice left. Who else has objections to the succession of the disciple of this lord as the emperor? After eliminating two princes, Yi Xian's gaze swept across the entire venue, and everyone in the Tianming Empire lowered their heads, gulping nervously. Damn, how could they dare to speak at this moment? Unless they were looking for death. Chapter 209. Protecting Tianming. This was the only principle he adhered to throughout his life. For Tianming, he was willing to sacrifice everyone, including himself. It can be said that if he could protect Tianming for the rest of his life, it would undoubtedly be his best homecoming. Now that Bai Li Xuan had such a strong master and excellent qualifications, he was clearly the hope for the future of the Tianming Empire. Seeing that his master had no intention of making his father commit suicide, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he resented Bai Li Tianyang more, he had contributed too much to the Tianming Empire. Strictly speaking, one could say his contributions outweighed his faults. Before Bai Li Tianyang could react, he was raised in rank by Yi Xian, and his strength instantly broke through. Initial stage of the third-grade Ming Emperor. Mid-stage of the third-grade Ming Emperor. Late stage of the third-grade Ming Emperor. Finally, Bai Li Tianyang's strength reached the peak of the third-grade Ming Emperor before stopping, leaving him feeling as if he were dreaming. I am at the peak of the third-grade Ming Emperor. Indeed, this sudden elevation of rank was too overwhelming for him. At this moment, he felt his strength had increased tenfold, and his respect for Yi Xian grew even more. The Lord's kindness, Bai Li Tianyang would never forget. With a thud, Bai Li Tianyang knelt on the ground. At this moment, the dignity of the Tianming Emperor was clearly not that important. Chapter 210. Boss, you are too amazing. Having left the Imperial City for a long time, the Black Dragon couldn't help but express his amazement. What had just happened was indeed something he had never seen before. Although he had seen his boss's ability to repair formations when they entered the Ming land, this giant teleportation array was entirely different from before. More accurately, it was a small, which compared to a great witch. This guy, Xiaohong looked at her cheap boss in front of her, and she too was stunned. After all, even the undying sacred land did not have such a giant teleportation formation, and she certainly knew the marvelous uses of such a teleportation array. If danger were to arise, this giant teleportation array would undoubtedly be the fastest rescue passage, allowing them to gain the initiative in the battle in the shortest time. With this matter settled, Yi Xian looked towards the direction of Tianming Imperial City and sighed. It seems it's time to return to Blue Star. Speaking of which, it had already been several days since he arrived in the Ming land. He took out the Imperial-grade flying boat and, along with the Black Dragon and Xiaohong, headed towards the teleportation exit. If there was a giant teleportation array in the future, it would certainly be much more convenient. However, currently, the teleportation array only had one end. To connect it, the other end still needed to be set up. 2 days later, Blue Star, Xian Divine Hall. Chapter 211. Something happened at the Blade Sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the Blade Sect was currently under the command of Xianyuan Batian and wielded the ancient formation of Refining Heaven. With his late-stage, 5th-grade Martial Emperor strength, it was not impossible to slash down a 6th-grade Martial Emperor, so asking for help from Dantai miming against them must be quite extraordinary. What happened? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and asked, while Dantai miming did not dare to delay. Lord, a few days ago, The four top forces within the territory of the Qishao Empire, led by the 10,000 blood sacred land, joined forces to target the Blade sect within the Qishao Empire. For top forces? Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. How could the Blade sect, which had been so low profile, provoke all four top forces to act together? Something unusual was definitely going on. This matter was not simple. Detecting that the host forces were under threat, a random breakthrough card X1 was granted, along with 1 million premium spirit stones. As he listened to Dantai, miming talking about the situation at the Blade sect, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. A random breakthrough card? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and then looked towards the moon. Since they are taking action, then there's no need to leave. What's wrong? At this moment, Xia Bingning came to the scene and, seeing the tense atmosphere, vaguely realized that her man was probably about to leave again. Chapter 212 Die. With a single strike, the three forces peak 6th grade martial emperor ancestors acted simultaneously, as the residual fluctuations of the ancient formation of refining heaven on the person in front of them made them all feel an extreme sense of danger. Thus, the wisest decision was to eliminate him as quickly as possible. Boom! With that, three massive hands descended upon Xuan Batian, and the pressure was such that even 5th grade martial emperors, let alone 6th grade martial emperors, did not dare to meet their edge. Of course, the reason for their ruthless attack was that the rise of the Blade sect had been too rapid, so fast that it made them anxious. Even though they had besieged it for several days now, if they were given more time, the Blade sect would likely have no opponents within the Qishao Empire. And this was also one of the main reasons they targeted the Blade sect's fortuitous opportunities. After all, one cannot allow others to sleep soundly beside their own bed. This has been the case since ancient times. Not good. Ancestor Batian, be careful. The members of the Blade sect changed their expressions drastically, and the likes of Blood Jiutian felt an immense weight on their hearts. Oomph. One of the peak 6th grade martial emperor ancestors sneered, disdainfully saying, "Today, even if the heavenly king ancestor comes, he cannot save your Blade sect." Chapter 213, The sword light raged, and a solid, fierce sword light of 1,000 feet slashed towards Yi Xian, with a mere aftermath causing everyone to feel breathless. Even the emperor of Qishao, Dongfang Shuaobei, felt the same. Evidently, it was the first time he had seen the heavenly Xian ancestor treat someone with such seriousness, and he naturally knew that this battle was of great importance. But was the heavenly Xian ancestor really a match for that Yi Xian? Then, the mind of the Crimson Sky Emperor suddenly recalled the moment when he shattered the blood-colored giant sword formed by the combined attack of the strongest ancestors of the 10,000 blood sacred land, killing several ancestors on the spot. That kind of power, even an ordinary 7th rank martial emperor would not be able to achieve it. This battle was full of uncertainties. A good attack. As he watched the attack coming from the void, Yi Xian's lips curved into a smile. Since he was going to test, he might as well reveal some strength, and then he raised a finger to meet it. What? Seeing Yi Xian's action, the Crimson Sky Emperor's face was filled with shock. Unable to believe he was looking at Yi Xian. That guy's gone mad. He wouldn't dare to use a single finger to take on the attack from the heavenly profound ancestor, would he? This guy is just a lunatic. Gulp. Murong Tianqing and the others also felt their eyelids twitching. My goodness, is the Lord too reckless? Chapter 215, Get Up. Yi Xian smiled slightly. The stronger the Crimson Sky Empire, the more beneficial it would be for the profound Divine Hall in the future. After all, the southern region would still need to be managed by the Crimson Sky Empire. Thank you, Lord. Dongfang Tianqian took a deep breath, and the two of them stood up cautiously, their hearts filled with excitement. Nodding slightly, Yi Xian then walked into the arena, and with a hand seal, a mysterious formation surged forth, rich spiritual energy flowing like a river into the arena. What a terrifying formation! Dongfang Tianqian and the others were astonished. They had truly never seen such a formation before. Then, he took out 500,000 top-grade spirit stones and embedded them into the formation eye, causing the arena to be filled with even denser spiritual energy. Boss, are you going to set up a giant teleportation array here? The Black Dragon looked at the familiar operation, sighing in admiration, while Little Red also stared at the arena with increasing anticipation. With this guy's various operations, unifying the 5 regions in the future is not impossible. A giant teleportation array. At a certain moment, the Crimson Sky Emperor thought of something, and disbelief filled his eyes. This is the legendary giant teleportation array recorded in the ancient books of the Crimson Sky Empire. Chapter 216. The next day morning. Daddy, where are we going? Little Wuching curiously looked around at the Imperial flying ship for the first time, and Xian and Tong Tong were similarly excited. Looking at Daddy, finally able to travel with him again. Hee, Daddy is taking you to the Crimson Sky Imperial City. Spoilingly ruffling little Wuching's hair. He continued, the Crimson Sky Imperial City is the capital of the Crimson Sky Empire. It is also the most prosperous city in this region. Really? Yay. Hearing Daddy's words. Before little Wuching could speak, Xian and Tong Tong were already excitedly clapping their little hands. But the three little ones' powers made people feel uneasy. The Crimson Sky Imperial City? Murong Qinyu gazed into the distance and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Speaking of which, that place is now also Master S territory. After all, the strongest ancestor of the Crimson Sky Imperial City and the Crimson Sky Emperor have both submitted to Master. Bang, bang, bang. After about an hour of travel, several disciples and the three little ones, along with the Black Dragon and Little Red, began to stir restlessly in the forest, distant thuds echoing. You all. Xia Bingning glanced at the distance and took a deep breath. Just let them mess around. Chapter 217. Bah. The Black Dragon glanced contemptuously at one of them. A mere servant dares to act like this. Damn it. Just your Master's so-called heavenly immortal saint child. Even if the Saint Master of your heavenly immortal sacred land comes, I could slap him to death with one paw. Exuding domineering confidence. The Black Dragon looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding a certain majesty. This guy. Little Red looked at the Black Dragon speechlessly. This dirt dog really knows how to show off. Little Black is so powerful. Xian and Tong Tong excitedly clapped their hands in praise, while little Wuching, understanding little, followed her two sisters in clapping, looking adorably cute. Wow. Dongfang Wanner watched this scene, her eyes full of admiration. So powerful. The Black Dragon saw Dongfang Wanner's admiring gaze and became even more arrogant. Little girl. Don't worry, with this old dog around, no one can hurt you. Next moment, a sharp sword light surged, exuding a forbidden power, instantly slashing down dozens of people surrounding Dongfang Wanner. What the hell? Xiao Wuxuan and the others were frightened by the sudden scene, because the attacker was none other than their senior sister, Meng Qianxiu. Cough cough. More than 10 people were instantly killed, and several of them were even late-stage martial lords. Chapter 218. Half a day later, Crimson Sky Imperial City. In the Imperial Palace Hall. Father. Upon entering the hall, Dongfang Wanner's spoiled voice rang out, causing the anger of the Crimson Sky Emperor, Dongfang Shuabei, to dissipate by more than half. After all, this was his most beloved little princess. Cough cough. I have seen the Emperor. Sun Quan coughed lightly, his mouth twitching. Sure enough, the little princess was the weakness and Achilles' heel of the Emperor. Step back. Dongfang Shuabei waved his hand, dismissing Sun Quan, then bowed. Lord, forgive me for laughing at you. Hee, no problem. Fortunately, there were only 3 people in the hall at that moment. Otherwise, the Crimson Sky Emperor would have been embarrassed. As for Xia Bingning and the others, they had been arranged at an inn. It was also fate to meet this girl on the road. Dongfang Shuabei smiled bitterly. Lord, Wana has been spoiled by me since she was little. No one in the entire Crimson Sky Empire can control her. To be honest, if the Lord could discipline her a bit, it would definitely be a blessing for Wanner. Father, what are you saying? Dongfang Wanner's face turned red. Thinking of the current situation in the Crimson Sky Empire, she suddenly knelt down. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Cough cough, Wanner, what are you doing? Chapter 219. Little Red didn't care, glancing disdainfully at the Black Dragon. Dirt dog, accept your fate. You will never catch up to this divine beast in this life. Get lost. The Black Dragon, feeling hit, stared enviously at Little Red. Is it just that you've lived a few thousand years longer than me? What are you so proud of? When this old dog achieves immortality as a demon god, I will definitely press you down and rub you in the ground. Really? Little Red listened to the dirt dog's provocation, her small eyes blazing with fire. I don't know if that day will come, but I can assure you, I can press you down and rub you in the ground right now. The Black Dragon. Cough cough, well, I was wrong. Red sister. Imagining the scene of being pressed down and beaten by a scruffy bird, the Black Dragon shivered, questioning its dog life every time. Stop. At this moment, a group of people blocked their way, and the leader was an exceptionally charming young man. Mid-stage martial lord? The black dragon felt the other's aura and sneered. This level of strength dares to shout at this old dog. How dare you touch this holy sun's servant? The young man's face was icy cold. Although he was a mid-stage martial lord, he could barely contend against the martial emperor realm. After all, he had a glorious record of slaying a half-step martial emperor a month ago. Chapter 220. Really? In the market, Xuan glanced at the menacing Tianyi Saint's son on the ground. I want to see where your confidence comes from. You mutt. Kill that kid. Xuan then looked at the black dragon, who grinned and said, all right. With that, he headed towards the Tianyi Saint's son. But this scene made the Tianyi Saint's son's expression turn icy. What do you want? I warn you, I am the designated Saint Lord of the celestial immortal Holy Land. If you dare to touch me, there will be no place for you in the entire southern region. Boom! Before the Tianyi Saint's son could finish speaking, the black dragon had already stomped down with a claw, not moving very fast. However, at the moment the black dragon crushed the Tianyi Saint's son, it happened to be seen by the arriving martial emperor ancestor of the celestial immortal Holy Land, the leader among them being a 6th grade martial emperor. Surrounding them were also several 4th and 5th grade martial emperors. Tianyi, the 6th grade martial emperor of the celestial immortal Holy Land's expression turned cold, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Bastard, you killed my celestial immortal Holy Land's saint's son and elders. Today, no one can save you. Rumble. A massive hand descended from the sky towards the black dragon, its might unprecedentedly strong. Before it landed, the black dragon had already suffered serious injuries to its bones. Chapter 221. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the morning, Master, just as Xia and his group were about to leave, a voice came from afar, and then Dongfang Wan'er appeared on the scene. Master? Hearing Dongfang Wan'er's words, Xiao Wuxuang and the others were taken aback, realizing that the little princess of the Qishao Empire had been accepted as a disciple by their master. I succeeded. Taking a deep breath, she rushed over, panting. I haven't left yet, so I'm not late, right? Of course. Xia squinted his eyes, then formed a hand seal, and a formation appeared in the field. This formation will last for an incense stick's time, and I will accept you as a disciple. Swish! All eyes fell on the formation, and even Meng Qinxiu was surprised. Boss, you don't mean to let that little girl endure the formation for an incense stick's time, do you? The black dragon was taken aback. While this formation was nothing to it for a martial disciple, it was significant, as the pressure was comparable to the peak of a martial master, far beyond what a martial disciple could withstand. Dongfang Wan'er, who had already undergone countless trials, smiled confidently and entered the formation as the dense pressure surged towards her. Buzz! However, just as the pressure approached Dongfang Wan'er, a red glow emerged around her, countering the pressure from the formation. Chapter 222. The Emperor of the Empire. Upon hearing this, not only the few disciples, but also Dongfang Tianxian were shocked. It turned out that the palace master had such a disciple with that kind of identity. It should be known that anyone who could become an emperor would typically at least have the strength of a martial emperor, right? Murong Qinyu then thought of something very important. Master, what is the name of the empire where the 5th junior brother is located? It would be troublesome if the Qishao Empire and the empire of the 5th junior brother became enemies. Enemies? Hearing the 4th disciple's words, Xia shook his head. That won't happen because the empire where your 5th junior brother is located is not in the southern region. Or more accurately, not on the moon. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The 5th junior brother was actually outside of the moon. To put it simply, the black dragon added at this moment, your 5th junior brother is actually in a plane comparable to the moon called the underworld. This. Dongfang Tianxian and the others exchanged glances, both realizing the other's shock. They had never even heard of a place comparable to the moon, and there were no records of it in the ancient texts of the Qishao Empire. Chapter 223. Qishao Imperial City, Unknown Distance. Swish! Shadows appeared in the dark parts of the dense forest. This group was extremely powerful, especially their leader, who possessed the strength of a 7th grade martial emperor, with 2 peak 6th grade martial emperors by his side. Moreover, there were no fewer than 5 6th grade martial emperors. With such a lineup, they could easily destroy most forces in the southern region, including the previously cautious Qishao Empire. Of course, that was before. Now, One could fear that even Tianxian ancestor alone could push through all of them. Yinya ancestor, a 5th-grade martial emperor from the celestial immortal Holy Land, respectfully reported. In another quarter of an hour, that kid and his group will pass through here. Good. Upon hearing the subordinate's report, the strongest ancestor of the celestial immortal Holy Land, Yinya, was filled with a terrifying killing intent, if not for ensuring everything. That kid would have been killed the moment he left Qishao Imperial City. Although the Qishao Empire is not as strong as our celestial immortal Holy Land, it still has formidable experts. The ancestor is wise. The members of the celestial immortal Holy Land all bowed in respect, their eyes filled with malice. Losing a 6th-grade martial emperor was definitely a significant blow to their vitality. Moreover, that kid dared to openly kill their 6th-grade martial emperor, if he was not dead. How could their celestial immortal Holy Land stand among the top 10 forces in the southern region? Chapter 224, Celestial Immortal Holy Land? From God's perspective. Knowing that the crisis of the celestial immortal Holy Land had been resolved, Yi Xian smiled slightly. This was good, saving him the trouble of taking action himself. What are you laughing about? Xia Bingning looked at the commotion in the distance, looking suspiciously at Yi Xian beside her. Is there? Looking at the beautiful woman beside him. Yi Xian then gazed into the distance, and before he could think too much, a golden-winged divine Peng flew over. Hey, this mountain was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some toll. The golden-winged divine Peng spoke human language, leaving everyone stunned. And its aura was also quite strong, possessing the strength of a 3rd-grade martial emperor with even greater combat power. Hand over your treasures, and Lord Peng might consider spare your lives. Impudent. Xiaohong suddenly appeared above the golden-winged divine Peng, delivering a fierce attack that smashed its head into the ground. What a bold move, robbing in front of me. You brat, are you tired of living? The intense pressure made the golden-winged divine Peng's pupils constrict, filled with disbelief. Divine beast phoenix, impossible. How could a phoenix exist in this world? It should be known that it only had some bloodline of the golden-winged divine Peng. If it were a pure golden-winged divine Peng, it would naturally not fear the phoenix, as their ancestral beings were comparable to those of the phoenix. Chapter 225, Martial Emperor? Feeling the change in the black dragon, Xiaohong looked at it in surprise. After all, its current realm was due to its recovery. But that mutt was different. If she remembered correctly, that mutt had only broken through to the peak of Martial Master in about half a month. Such a breakthrough speed put considerable pressure on her. Damn it, where did the boss find such a monstrous mutt? Honestly, I probably can't suppress it even at the same realm. Cough, cough. It seems it's better not to teach it a lesson. The golden-winged divine Peng's pupil shrank. This mutt was too strange, while it could currently defeat it. If it were to become stronger in the future, a catastrophic disaster awaited it. Indeed, the scene before it made it a little apprehensive. Let's go. Continuing, the golden-winged rock transformed into its true form, and a group of people soared on its back towards the direction of the Blade-dominant sect, as that would be the future headquarters of the Xian God Temple, or at least a branch. After all, there's a gigantic teleportation array leading to Blue Star there. Moreover, after several days of preparation, everything for the Xian God Temple is ready. It is time for the Xian God Temple to appear in the southern region. This feels so amazing. Chapter 226, Blood mist filling the sky, shocking the audience. Everyone's eyes widened in horror as they looked at the black dragon in the arena. Goodness, the Xian God Temple is so powerful. That dirt dog actually killed 2 peak 1st-grade martial emperors. Their combined attack could severely injure a 2nd-grade martial emperor. Those who kill this holy son must die. The holy son of the sky-repairing sect frowned. He originally intended to push through the Xian God Temple with minimal cost, but unexpectedly lost 3 servants with just 1 encounter. Swish! The mysterious physique was activated to its limit, and then a punch was thrown towards the black dragon. Sky-repairing holy fist, shattering the void. Boom! With a punch, the holy son of the sky-repairing sect unleashed his late-stage 1st-grade martial emperor aura, but the danger level was much higher than those servants. What the hell? Feeling an inexplicable pressure, the black dragon's pupils contracted, but before he could think further, a howl came, and the next moment, the golden-winged rock swiped its claw. A thunderous roar. It shattered the holy son's attack on the spot, directly sending him flying, while it landed in the arena. Get back, dirt dog! Let me show you how it's done. The golden-winged roc arrogantly stepped forward, making the black dragon curse its ancestors. Damn it, this rock bird is stepping on the dirt dog-ass corpse to show off. I really want to kill it. Chapter 2:27. Swish. The brilliant sword light tore through the void, and the old man's giant palm from the sky-repairing sacred land shattered in response. The golden-winged roc regained its freedom, and Yixian suddenly appeared on its back. Boss, you're here. The injuries on the golden-winged roc were visibly healing at a rapid pace, demonstrating how powerful its bloodline strength was. It glared at the old ancestor of the sky-repairing sacred land. This old bastard is too despicable. He actually dared to be so reckless during the establishment ceremony of the Xuan God Temple. Indeed, the golden-winged roc held a deep grudge against that old man. After all, that last move was truly humiliating. Don't worry. Yixian smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the old ancestor of the sky-repairing sacred land on the ground. Today, he must die. His calm voice resounded throughout the arena, truly shocking everyone. Goodness, has the master of the Xuan God Temple gone mad? That's the sky-repairing sacred land. And this old man is a 7th-grade martial emperor. Such a proclamation is completely akin to declaring war against the sky-repairing sacred land. The 7th-grade martial emperor is finished. Little Red looked at the arrogant old ancestor of the sky-repairing sacred land, the corners of her mouth lifting in a human-like sneer. Sister Hong, how many moves do you think this old bastard can last against the boss? The black dragon glanced at the 7th-grade martial emperor standing in the void. Although it didn't know how strong the boss was, it at least knew that this old man was far from a match. Chapter 228. Blood Stains the Sky. The consciousness of the 7th-grade martial emperor ancestor from the sky-repairing sacred land dissipated, and the solidified giant sword in the void also crumbled into nothingness. Boom! By the time everyone came back to their senses, the body of the 7th-grade martial emperor slammed heavily onto the ground, truly shocking everyone. Meanwhile, Yixian also put away the world-destroying sword. What is this? The black dragon's eyes widened. After Little Red explained, it realized how terrifying the boss was now. But it didn't expect the battle to end in such a manner. Goodness, the boss directly killed the 7th-grade martial emperor at his peak with a single move. Indeed, the scene before the black dragon was quite impactful, and not just him. Even Little Red was quite surprised, as that casual strike was enough to severely injure a 9th-grade martial emperor, let alone dealing with a mere 7th-grade martial emperor. What has happened? This isn't a dream, right? The master of the Xuan God Temple actually killed a 7th-grade martial emperor in an instant, and no one even saw how he did it. The entire arena was in uproar, and then the gazes turned towards the figure in the void, completely changing. Such strength was too overwhelming. A 7th-grade martial emperor, that is a dominating existence within the territory of the Qishao Empire. It was killed just like that. The Xuan God Temple is far more terrifying than the Qishao Empire. Chapter 229. Time flies. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. The name of the Xuan God Temple resounded throughout the entire Qishao Empire and even the surrounding forces. After all, whether it was the previous annihilation of the Wanxue sacred land and other surrounding forces, or the strong killing of the 7th-grade martial emperor and the holy son of the sky-repairing sacred land during the establishment ceremony, both events left various forces utterly astonished. Neither could be accomplished by any ordinary force. Swish! At a certain moment, over 1,000 powerful figures with the glow of dawn entered deep within the Blade Dominant sect, which had now been transformed into the location of the Xuan God Temple. Upon arriving in the arena, the 2 leading figures frowned. Both of these individuals were extremely strong, clearly 2 mid-stage, 7th-grade martial emperors, and they were not far from the late-stage 7th-grade martial emperor. One of these 2 was indeed the strongest ancestor of the sky-repairing sacred land, while the other was the strongest ancestor of the 6th-ranked force in the southern region, the Ling Tian Pavilion. The ancestors of the 2 forces had been friends thousands of years ago and had cooperated over the years to eliminate many competitors. There were also several intermarriages between the 2 sects, forming an unbreakable alliance. Of course, this was not known to outsiders. Moreover, both forces had developed far beyond before. If considering their true rankings, they would likely rise by 2 or 3 spots. Chapter 230. 8th-grade Martial Emperor. Clearly, this was just an aura and not a realm. But even so, it had already stirred up immense waves in the hearts of the two ancestors of the Lingxiu. Because although they did not know how great the difference was between the peak 7th grade martial emperor and the 8th grade martial emperor, it was definitely beyond imagination. After all, both had previously broken through from the peak 6th grade martial emperor to the 7th grade martial emperor, and the gap between them had caused their strength to increase several times. The breakthrough to 8th grade would surely provide an even greater boost. Furthermore, the Eastern Sky Xuan, as the strongest ancestor of the Qishao Empire, definitely had many means. Now, his battle power could likely at least match an 8th grade martial emperor or even kill an ordinary 8th grade martial emperor. Crack! As the two were shocked, an incredibly solid giant palm instantly crushed their attacks without any delay. This high-level scene shocked Xuan Batian immensely. My goodness, is this the power of an 8th grade martial emperor? At this moment, Xuan Batian understood why the temple master was so at ease, and then his gaze towards the Eastern Sky Xuan changed, filled with immense excitement. For this person would surely become the top combat power of the Xuan God Temple in the future. The temple master is truly a remarkable person. Dantai, Ming, and the others were stunned, gazing at the world-destroying scene in the void. Then their eyes fell on the Eastern Sky Xuan, filled with excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 231. The Trial of the Immortal Sacred Land? Upon hearing Little Red's words, Meng Qianxiu and the others were taken aback, and without exception, they squinted their eyes. Eager to try. Master, is it true? Xiao Wushuang looked at her master expectantly, and the other disciples did the same. That's right. Yixian nodded and smiled slightly. This journey is also a good opportunity for trial. Before this, Yixian flicked his finger, and in the next moment, a formation entered the body of his 5th disciple, Bali Xuanzi. The ghostly aura that had originally surrounded him transformed in his spiritual energy. And Bali Xuanzi felt no discomfort at all. Thank you, Master. Bali Xuanzi respectfully bowed. After all, his ghostly aura was quite peculiar, and this way nothing could go wrong. Yixian nodded with a smile, and then said, on this trip to the undying sacred land, you can make the most of it. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Yes, Master. Several disciples rubbed their fists, ready for action. Papa, we want to go too. Xin, and Tong Tong were excited, and now they were nearly 5 years old, but their strength had already reached the martial emperor realm. Don't mess around. Chapter 232. The testing elder took a deep breath and continued. Good. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in this test. At this point, the testing elder had already reported this matter. Little girl, with your talent, if you join our undying sacred land, you will surely become a saintess. Would you be willing? I am willing. Meng Qianxiu slightly bowed, her expression still polite and unchanged, but this scene stirred up a huge wave in the audience. What? A saintess treatment? This is truly... Envious glances fell on Meng Qianxiu. However, this little girl seemed too calm. After all, she was to become the saintess of the undying sacred land. Is there anyone else who wants to come up for testing? The testing elder was very happy to have gained such a talented girl. She would surely become an extraordinary genius of the undying sacred land. If there were no more candidates, today's testing would end here. We are here. At that moment, 2 cute voices rang out, and the twin sisters Xin and Tong Tong appeared in front of everyone, causing some strange looks among the crowd. Whose children are these? They shouldn't have come out like this, and they even arrived at the testing site of the undying sacred land. Chapter 233. Mid-level Martial Sovereign. The undying sacred lord's mouth twitched as he realized that this little girl's talent was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Li Tianyi, ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking. Although he was half a step into the martial emperor realm, he was not a match for an ordinary first-level martial emperor. This meant that although Meng Qianxiu was at the mid-level of martial sovereign, her peak strength could likely rival that of the first-level martial emperor. The implications were terrifying. An unprecedented genius had emerged in the undying sacred land. Perhaps, in the near future, she could even reach the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor. What a surprise! Looking at Meng Qianxiu, Luo Qinshan pondered for a moment, then his gaze became determined. Elders, I propose that Meng Qianxiu be made our undying sacred land's goddess. What do you all think, goddess? Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, recalling the earlier scene. At just 10 years old, she was already invincible at the first-level martial emperor. It was no surprise that by the time she was 20, her strength could rival that of the sacred lord. We agree. The elders all bowed in unison, clearly not willing to miss out on such a beneficial opportunity for the undying sacred land. Oh, little Hong glanced at Luo Qinshan, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that the current undying sacred lord was not losing his touch. Chapter 234, Rumble. A giant hand instantly crushed the attacks of two 8th-level martial emperor experts, and then sealed them. What? The two 8th-level martial emperor ancestors from the Taishan sacred land and the demon sect truly did not expect to be unable to move an inch in front of such an attack. The person who struck was clearly powerful, at least a 9th-level martial emperor. That was their first reaction. However, the eyes of the undying sacred lands people were also fixed on Yi Xian, their pupils suddenly contracting. That young man was unexpectedly this strong. Gulp. Taking a deep breath, the two 8th-level martial emperor ancestors from the Taishan sacred land and the demon sect were truly frightened. Who are you? They narrowed their eyes, looking at Yi Xian, who stood before Meng Qinshiu. I warn you, we are both in the top forces of the central region. If you dare to attack us, there will be no place for you to stand in the world of the 5 domains, and you will surely face endless pursuit from our 2 forces. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, 2 clouds of blood mist erupted from the void, as the 2 8th-level martial emperors were turned into blood mist by Yi Xian. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. What? The undying sacred lord and the other elders were all greatly shaken. Good heavens! Openly killing 2 8th-level martial emperors like this was truly a thunderous act. Chapter 235, Who? After a long time, the Yi Xian ancestor opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy within him, and he felt stronger than ever. This was the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor. Indeed, the improvement he experienced far exceeded his expectations. He then looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of awe. Such methods were beyond his comprehension. I cannot repay your kindness, my lord. From now on, my life belongs to the master. With a thud, the Yi Xian ancestor knelt on one knee on the ground, his face full of sincerity. Seeing their strongest ancestor like this, the elders of the undying sacred land fell into silence, with no sign of dissent. They all felt that this lord could bear such a burden. It should be known that while the difference between the mid-level and the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor was only 2 small realms, the gap was like heaven and earth. No problem. Then, Yi Xian began to elevate the realms of the many elders of the undying sacred land, as the undying sacred land was a force protected by Little Hong. In the near future, it would be the main fighting force of the Xian Divine Palace. The stronger they became, the more beneficial it would be for the Xian Divine Palace. Half an hour later, Buzz, under Yi Xian's guidance, the undying sacred land still had 3 9th-level martial emperors, and there were more than 10 at the 8th-level martial emperor realm. The undying sacred lord, Luo Qinshan, had also stepped into the 6th-level martial emperor. Chapter 236. A few days later, deep within the undying sacred land, Buzz, a group of people emerged from the undying secret realm, and unsurprisingly, their realms had all significantly increased. Among them, the Black Dragon, which activated the undying demon god bloodline, had the greatest improvement, jumping directly to the 3rd-level martial emperor. The Golden Wing Divine Peng had also reached the peak of the 3rd-level martial emperor. Notably, the eldest disciple, Meng Qinshiu, had successfully entered the martial emperor realm, becoming the first martial emperor disciple under him. Good heavens! The originally cheerful Xia Wuxuang felt the aura from Meng Qinshiu and suddenly lost all his pride. Although he was already at the mid-level of martial sovereign, compared to his senior sister, it was nothing at all. It was so disheartening. It seemed the gap with his little senior sister had widened even more. A 10-year-old martial emperor. No wonder she was the goddess of our undying sacred land. Yi Xian ancestor smacked his lips at just 10 years old. She had entered the martial emperor realm, making it hard to imagine how far she would grow in the future. The weakest 6th disciple, Dongfeng Wan'er, has now reached the peak of martial saint. If the Qishao emperor and Dongfeng Tianxian were to find out, they would definitely be shocked. Master, Meng Qinshiu feels that he has already become a first-grade martial emperor, but his combat power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary second-grade martial emperor. Chapter 237, Lu Tianshu. Indeed, the person who has arrived is Lu Tianshu, who has been managing the Tianming Empire. He is covered in blood, indicating that something serious has happened in the Tianming Empire. Grandfather. Upon seeing Lu Tianshu, Bailey Schwantz's expression changed drastically. What happened to you? Seeing his grandfather injured, Bailey Schwantz's eyes turned red, and the entire place fell into an unprecedented silence. With a wave of Yi Xian's hand, a strand of spiritual power surged into Lu Tianshu's body, and his serious injuries began to recover at a visible speed. Although he couldn't fully heal, he had already recovered more than half of his injuries. This method, Dongfang Tianxian and the others looked at their lord's actions, filled with shock. The lord is too powerful. Thank you, lord. Lu Tianshu took a breath and then coughed violently, his face filled with anxiety. Lord Xuan, something has happened in the Tianming Empire. The Blood Sky Empire and the Skeleton Empire have joined forces and suddenly attacked our Tianming Empire. We have resisted for several days, suffering heavy casualties. Now, the two empires are already at the gates of Tianming City. What? Bailey Schwantz's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Both the Blood Sky Empire and the Skeleton Empire are stronger than the Tianming Empire. For hundreds of years, the Tianming Empire has been sandwiched between the two empires. Chapter 238, Dozens of Ashes Drifting in the Void. Gulp. The sounds of swallowing saliva spread, and the fierce battle between the three empires came to a sudden halt. The souls of the 7th grade Nether Emperors from both empires appeared. Instant kill, dozens of Nether Emperor ancestors. How is that possible? The two looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Such a method is definitely beyond their capabilities. Could it be the peak of the 7th grade Nether Emperor? Or even the 8th grade Nether Emperor? But how could that be? The Tianming Empire is merely a weak existence, surviving in the cracks between the two empires. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The two ancestors simultaneously ordered their respective armies to retreat, and as for the troops, they no longer dared to stay even for a moment. Are you kidding? Instantly killing dozens of Nether Emperor ancestors is no longer something that can be compensated by numbers. Even now, their two empires still have over 2 million troops. Before coming, they had a total of more than 3 million, but in just a few days, they had lost no less than 1 million, and although the Tianming Empire's losses were less, they were not far behind. 5th junior brother, sister, I will assist you. Meng Qianqiu's voice fell, and a first-grade martial emperor aura surged around him. The forbidden power was pushed to the limit, and he charged towards a peak 2nd grade martial emperor opponent. Chapter 239. The setting sun bleeds, the blood fills the sky. Before Tianming City, the ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The combined forces of the Blood Sky Empire and the Skeleton Empire, numbering over 3 million, were completely annihilated. And even the Tianming Empire suffered casualties in the tens of thousands. The cruelty of war was vividly displayed here. Little Red. Yi Xian did not pay attention to the blood gathering in the field, but looked towards the depths of the beast tide and said, "Rest assured, that guy won't escape." Hiss. As his voice fell, Little Red had already transformed into a red flash and darted towards the depths of the beast tide. Bang! Bang bang bang! After several breaths, a gigantic creature slammed down before Tianming City, and it turned out to be a dragon-shaped beast with 2 horns. Is this the Hell Nether Dragon? Lu Tianshu looked at the beast in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. The Hell Nether Dragon is one of the top existences in the Nether Realm, and he never expected that this beast tide was actually orchestrated by it behind the scenes. My lord, spare me. The Hell Nether Dragon lay prostrate on the ground, its wary gaze fixed on Yi Xian, for it had witnessed this ruthless person slaughter all the ancestors of the two empires and annihilate hundreds of thousands of troops with a single strike. Submit to my disciple and help guard the Tianming Empire. Are you willing? Glancing at the Hell Nether Dragon, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully as this Hell Nether Dragon, with some training, would definitely become a formidable force in the future. Chapter 240. Qishao Empire, the Depths. Taking a deep breath, looking at the swirling spiritual energy in the field, it was evidently much more comfortable here than in the Nether Realm. Master, we're leaving first. Xiao Wushuang and the others bowed and left, clearly to find the 3 little ones to play with. Soon, only the Black Dragon, Golden Wing Divine Peng, and Little Red remained in the field. Big brother, is there really a martial god of the 9th grade above Martial Emperor? The Golden Wing Divine Peng asked in disbelief, as it was still only at the peak of the 3rd grade Martial Emperor, far from the 9th grade, let alone the martial god realm. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then gazed into the distance. But that is not what we should be concerned about right now. Little Red, Have you recovered to your peak? Huh. Upon hearing this, the black dragon and golden-winged divine Pang's pupils suddenly widened, their eyes fixed on Little Red. Wow, Little Red. The scruffy bird has returned to its peak. Cough, cough. Does that mean its strength is already at the peak of the 9th grade martial emperor? MHM. Little Red glanced at the two, disregarding them, and then the aura around her surged, clearly at the peak of the 9th grade martial emperor. Gulp. The black dragon and the other two took a deep breath, thinking that they would never catch up to Red Sister now. For a moment, they felt like brothers in hardship. Chapter 241. Half-Step Martial God Mid-Stage. The two felt the aura from Little Red and twitched their mouths. When will they ever reach such strength? Half a year, or even longer? Boo-hoo-hoo. It seems they would have to remain under the pressure of Little Red's scruffy bird for a long time. MHM. Looking at Little Red's limits. Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The results are not bad. Hey, it's all thanks to my lord. Little Red naturally did not dare to take credit, chuckling as she affectionately rubbed against her big brother's side, which left the black dragon and golden-winged divine Pung with black lines on their foreheads. This scruffy bird is so shameless. Little Black, Little Pung. Come, let me test my strength. With a whoosh, Little Red charged over, and with pure physical strength, she sent the two flying despite their full defense. Ow! No, Red Sister, we were wrong. The black dragon and golden-winged divine Pung screamed in agony. Little Red had naturally seen their expressions just now. And how dare these two look down on her? Wrong. How could you be wrong? Bang. As her voice fell, the two were once again ruthlessly smashed to the ground by Little Red, causing cracks to spread across the ground without any mercy. Chapter 242. Qishao Empire, The Depths. The dragon roared, and the phoenix stopped. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Bingning nestled in her man's arms, enjoying the rare warmth. That little girl is not simple, right? During the day, a scene unfolded that made Xia Bingning suspect that with such a powerful presence chasing a 2-year-old child, it was enough to explain everything. Either the child was exceptionally talented or had a remarkable identity. Oh, little girl, you're getting smarter now. Xuan lifted the beautiful woman's chin with a wicked smile, which made Xia Bingning irritably swat his hand away. I'm not blind. Glancing at a certain guy, Xuan didn't keep it a secret. That's right. Holding the beautiful woman in his arms, Xuan nodded. I just used the soul-searching technique and learned the identity of that little girl. She is the daughter of the leader of the Tianyu tribe, but she has awakened a trace of the ancient sacred feather tribe's bloodline, although it is very weak. Her talent is slightly stronger than that of Wu Shuang and the others. Only Qianxiu can suppress her a bit. No wonder. Upon hearing her man's words, Xia Bingning nodded in understanding. This guy really found a powerful companion for little Wuqiu. By the way, Chapter 243, a little bit. In a clearing in the jungle, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Yuling to widen her eyes, filled with admiration. Wuqiu Gij, your adoptive father's barbecue skills are amazing. Of course. Little Wuqiu proudly replied when his father's cooking skills were mentioned. My dad is the best. MHM. Upon hearing this, Yulinger nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Adorably cute. Undoubtedly, Yishian's son received another wave of divine assistance, and winning over his daughter-in-law was clearly most effective through cooking skills. Wuqiu Gij, I'm so envious of you. Yulinger chirped excitedly at little Wuqiu, which made the 3 little red creatures show a human-like smile. Not to mention Linger. They were all enviously tight-lipped. Here, eat up. Before long, the 2 little ones began chattering while enjoying the delicious barbecue. And the 3 little red creatures rarely fought over it. After all, one was the eldest son, and the other was the future daughter-in-law. They didn't have the guts. Wow, this was the first time Yulinger had tasted such delicious barbecue, and her eyes narrowed into a line. This was the best barbecue she had ever eaten. Wuqiu Gij, from now on, I will be your wife. While eating barbecue, she said something shocking, which made the 3 little reds look at the eldest and truly see the successful curve of his smile. Chapter 244. Blood sprayed as the fallen Tianyu tribe's 9th grade martial emperor suffered a backlash. After all, that was his ultimate sword strike. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at the void in shock. You're a half-step martial god. To be able to injure me so severely, you are a half-step martial god powerhouse. Crack. Without any hesitation, the fallen Tianyu tribe's 9th grade martial emperor immediately crushed the jade slip, then looked at the little red with cold eyes. Even if you were a half-step martial god, Today you will still be enslaved by my fallen Tianyu tribe. As soon as his voice fell, he was hit by a flame attack from Little Red. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the heavens and earth. The ninth-grade martial emperor of the fallen Tianyu tribe didn't even have time to resist before being burned to ash by the raging flames. After all, Little Red was now a mid-level martial god. With the blessing of her divine beast, even ordinary late-stage martial gods would not be her opponent, let alone a mere ninth-grade martial emperor. Although he was a godlike existence to ordinary martial emperors, he was still not enough in front of Little Red. Enough! At that moment, figures appeared from afar. Among them was an extremely terrifying presence that had already surpassed the ninth-grade martial emperor level. Chapter 245, Father-in-Law. With a sudden twist, Xia was taken aback. Thinking he had misheard, he coughed lightly. Ahem, what did you call me? Xia was indeed a bit confused. After all, a 2-year-old cute kid calling him father-in-law. Who could handle that? Father-in-law, little Wuqiu innocently said. Linger's sister has already agreed to be my wife. Right, little Ling? After saying that, little Wuqiu seriously asked Yulinger. Yes, father. Yulinger confidently replied. From now on, I will be little Wuqiu, Gij's wife. Upon hearing this, Xia almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, but he didn't dare to explode in anger. After all, that little guy's father was a half-step martial god powerhouse. However, speaking of which, based solely on this strength background, it is indeed a good match. Ugh. The thoughts that surged in his mind were immediately denied. Damn it, that was his daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised for thousands of years. Hee. Everyone from the Tianyu tribe. Perhaps in the future we will be in-laws. Xia smiled faintly, completely unbothered by the threats in the arena, and then looked at the traitors of the Tianyu tribe. As a gift for the future in-laws, how about the heads of the traitors from the Tianyu tribe? Chapter 246, Kill. The old ancestor of the demon feather had a fierce expression, and his eyes were fixed on the sword tip that was still protruding from the clouds, while the phantom of the feather god attacked the void toward the sword tip. Swish! In an instant, the two collided, and the terrifying aftermath instantly affected an area of thousands of zhong. Little Red's Phoenix defensive barrier was immediately blasted away, while the Tianyu sword formation held by the Feather Emperor made a cracking sound under the overwhelming pressure. Blood sprayed, and the Feather Emperor's face turned pale as he looked at the void in horror. Is this the battle at the peak level of a half-step martial god? It's too terrifying. Just the aftermath injured me. Damn it. Boss awesome. The black dragon golden wing divine, Peng exclaimed in amazement, while little Wuqiu and Yuling, who were protected by the 3 little creatures, blinked their big eyes curiously. Boom! In an instant, a figure was blasted down to the ground by the sword tip, and that figure was the 100 zhong fallen feather god phantom. But at this moment, it had already been forcibly shattered. As the energy dissipated, everyone looked around. The arena was already empty. What? The fallen Tianyu tribe's strongmen changed their expressions drastically. Where's the old ancestor of the demon feather? Chapter 247. Oh? As the strongmen from the Tianyu tribe dispersed, the Feather Emperor said in surprise, the Xian God Hall is currently unifying the southern region and the western region. Oh no! At a certain moment, the Feather Emperor thought of something. Lore Hall Master, there might be trouble in the western region. Unlike the southern region, the western region is the place where the ancient battle tribe is located, and the first force in the southern region, the Battle Heaven sect, is a direct force of the battle tribe. Oh! Listening to the Feather Emperor's explanation, Xia understood. According to what he said, the overall strength of the battle tribe was significantly stronger than that of the Tianyu tribe. The ancient battle tribe. It seems that there are indeed more than just the Tianyu tribe in the 5 domains. Moreover, taking a deep breath, the Feather Emperor then gazed towards the central domain. Among the 5 domains besides our Tianyu tribe and the ancient battle tribe, there's also the demon tribe in the central domain. Our 3 forces have been inherited for tens of thousands of years, considered to be a transcendent force above the 5 domains. However, the demon tribe has always acted tyrannically and cruelly, which is disgraceful to both of us. So they have been hidden in the southern and western regions. So that is how it is. Xia nodded slightly, realizing that with the strength of the Tianyu clan, they could choose any place in the central region as their clan territory. Chapter 248. Let's go together. Looking at Zhang Lintian and the others, Xia smiled and said that these people's combat power was extraordinary, and if he could take them in, it would definitely be a good thing. Good boy. Zhang Lintian narrowed his eyes and then fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Let my Zhang clan submit. I want to see if you have the qualification. Zhang Tian's sword technique, shattered stars. The overwhelming battle intent filled the air as Zhang Lintian's aura, at the peak of half-step martial god, burst forth. Elder Lintian, we will assist you. The elders of the Zhang clan at half-step martial god took a deep breath and infused their spiritual power into Zhang Lintian, creating a dazzling sword light. Boom! The sword light, over 3,000 feet long, slashed toward Yi Xian with a crushing force, its aura comparable to the peak of half-step martial god, an unprecedented might. This old guy is serious. The Feather Emperor watched the scene, feeling an immense danger, even though he was already at the peak of half-step martial god. Of course, if a real battle broke out, Zhang Lintian and his group would not be his opponents. Clang! The sword capable of destroying the heavens and the earth approached with overwhelming might, but what happened next shocked everyone present. Yi Xian extended 2 fingers and lightly caught the gigantic sword, and the terrifying aftermath instantly ravaged the ground, leaving it in ruins. Chapter 249, a quarter of an hour later. Cough, cough, Zhang Bahuang grasped the immense power he had just gathered. So, this is half-step martial god. How powerful. Hee, congratulations. Brother Bahuang, on stepping into half-step martial god. Yu Zetian stepped forward to congratulate him. Now that both the Zhang clan and the Tianyu clan had joined the Xian God Hall, their relationship would definitely become closer. It was a good thing for both sides to have this connection. At that moment, Zhang Lintian frowned and looked toward the central region, his expression unusually grim. Brother Lintian, what's wrong? The Feather Emperor looked at Zhang Lintian's serious expression, feeling very uneasy as well. Although he did not know what information Zhang Lintian had received, it was certainly not good news. Palace Master, Emperor Brother, something happened in the central region. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lintian continued just now. The Demon Clan has taken control of the eastern and northern regions, and currently, over 90% of the central region has been controlled by the Demon Clan. Now, the Demon Clan's underlings have surrounded the Undying Holy Land along with many forces, including the Tai Xian Holy Land. What? Upon hearing this, the Feather Emperor's expression changed drastically, and he looked seriously toward the direction of the Undying Holy Land in the central region. Has the Demon Clan finally made a move? This momentum seems to aim for unifying the 5 regions. Chapter 250, Heaven's Chosen of the Upper Realm. From a god's perspective, Yi Xian saw a charming young man, radiating an aura that even the Demon Clan feared. Blood Soul, Saint Son, everything is ready. The strongest ancestor of the Demon Clan, Mo Tianqi, bent down and bowed to this heavenly chosen saint of the upper realm, not daring to be careless. Although he was at the peak of half-step martial god, the status difference compared to the Blood Soul Saint Son was immeasurable, especially since the bloodline power within the Blood Soul Saint Son gave him an impulse to kneel and worship. It was incredibly pure. Mo Xuan narrowed his eyes and focused on Mo Tianqi. Very good. Then let's begin. A smile curved on his lips as he continued. I heard that there's a phoenix in the Undying Holy Land. Capture it for me. The guardian beast of the Undying Holy Land? Hearing the Blood Soul Saint Son's words, Mo Tianqi furrowed his brows in confusion. Saint Son? Isn't the phoenix guardian beast of the Undying Holy Land dead? Dead? Mo Xuan's face showed undisguised contempt. That is only what you ants think. The phoenix divine beast has the ability to be reborn from its ashes. How could it die so easily? Once we catch it and extract its phoenix bloodline, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Chapter 251, Swish. As the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the arena. It was Zhang Lintian, the strongest ancestor of the Zhang clan, who was most displeased with the Demon Clan's actions. As soon as he appeared, his aura at the peak of half-step martial god surged forth. Zhang Lintian, upon seeing the sudden appearance of this person, Mo Tianqi's pupils suddenly contracted. His face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You actually appeared in the Undying Holy Land. He had long since ordered powerful members of his clan to monitor the Zhang clan for days, and seeing no movement, he launched the war in the central, eastern, and northern regions. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that Zhang Lintian had actually reached the same level as him, the peak of half-step martial god. The Zhang clan really has some guts. Looking at Zhang Lintian from afar, Tianqi ancestor narrowed his eyes. What? After hiding in the western region for over 100,000 years, you've finally broken through to the peak of half-step martial god and grown some backbone? But just relying on you dares to block my demon clan steps. Boom! As the voice fell, a terrifying demonic aura surged around Tianqi Ancestor. With the opportunity given by the Blood Soul Saint's son, his strength was obviously much stronger than an ordinary peak half-step martial god. After all, the resources of the upper realm are far superior to those of the 5 regions of the lower realm. Is that so? At this moment, another figure appeared in the arena, and similarly, the aura of half-step martial god surged forth. The newcomer was the Feather Emperor. Chapter 252, Peak of Second-Rank Martial God. As soon as the words were spoken, Tianqi Ancestor almost fainted, his eyes going blank. What? The shock from this information was too great for him to handle. Second-rank Martial God. What does that mean? Within the 5 regions, the peak of half-step martial god was already the strongest, and martial gods were merely legends. Yet under such heavenly rules, that guy actually became a second-rank martial god. Moreover, he was from the lower realm. How could this guy do it? Holy crap. The Black Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at his boss. Boss, this is actually a second-rank martial god. My gosh, how's he so strong? The golden-winged divine Peng almost fell to the ground, barely stabilizing itself. And even Xiao Hong was wide-eyed in shock. She thought her boss was just at martial god level. But she never expected he had already reached the peak of second-rank martial god. Cough, cough. Both Zhang Lintian and the Feather Emperor coughed lightly and looked once again at the figure in the void that had just suppressed the 1,000-foot demonic dragon. Their hearts stirred with immense waves. The Palace Master is actually a second-rank martial god. In that moment, they felt that being subdued by the Palace Master earlier was a great honor. Chapter 253, Hey Boss. Xiao Hong looked at herself transformed into human form, smiling happily. Not bad. Yi Xian rubbed Xiao Hong's head, speaking affectionately, while beside him, Xiao Wuqing looked at Xiao Hong. Wow, are you Xiao Hong? Bang! Xiao Hong knocked her head against Xiao Wuqing's forehead. Now that this young lady is transformed into human form, you should call me Sister Xiao Hong from now on. Xiao Wuqing, somewhat confused, covered his forehead, while Yu Linger blinked her big, cute eyes. Sister Xiao Hong is so beautiful. Our Linger is really sensible. This scene made Yu Zhiqian cough lightly. Even a bird beside the Lord of the Palace has become a martial god. The achievements of his precious daughter in the future are boundless. Xiao Wuqiu, learn from your future wife, said Xiao Hong, glancing at Xiao Wuqiu. This scene made the Black Dragon and the Golden-Winged Roc exchange glances, their envy evident. An hour later, all the remnants of the demon race were wiped out. However, the area outside the undying sacred land was quite brutal, with rivers of blood, not much less than the battle in the Underworld Empire. Zan Lao, Yiwu Lao. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian looked towards the directions of the eastern and northern regions. You two will take people to the eastern and northern regions next, and leave no demons within the 2 regions. Chapter 254, Hello, Sister Hong. Under Xiao Hong's fierce reprimand, Xiao Wuxuang reluctantly acknowledged Xiao Hong's title, originally wanting to call her Aunt Hong. She was almost scared to death by a glance from Xiao Hong. After a while, Xiao Wuxuang and the others looked at their master with changed expressions. What? Master, you said the Xian God Palace has unified the 5 regions now. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's explanation, everyone's gaze fell on their master. My God, it has only been a few days. When did this happen, and why didn't they know anything about it? They were still thinking of contributing to the expansion of the Xian God Palace. After all, they were also the master's disciples. This information truly came too suddenly. Xia Bingning was strolling around the Qishao Palace with someone when Xiao Wuxuang and the others wisely left space for their master and mistress. As their master had been out for quite a long time. You really unified the 5 regions? Xia Bingning looked at the guy beside her, asking for confirmation. Although she knew it was true, she couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian nodded, smiling. From now on, no one in the 5 regions can harm you. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 255. How is the situation in the Tianming Empire? Looking at his disciple, Bailey Xuan in front of him, Yi Xian smiled and said, Master. Upon hearing his master's question, Bailey Xuan gazed into the distance and said respectfully, Currently, the Tianming Empire has expanded its territory several times over. However, even so, the Tianming Empire currently controls less than half of the underworld. Bailey Tianyang and Lu Taitian both looked guilty. However, it wasn't their fault. After all, the underworld's territory was indeed too vast. We feel ashamed, failing the Lord's expectations. The two bowed in apology, even though they had done their best. No worries. Yixian waved his hand slightly, clearly not blaming them, and continued with a smile. This is exactly why I came here. In the next half-month, I will make the Tianming Empire the sole ruler of the underworld. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Bailey Xuanza and the others were shocked. The ruler of the underworld? Is the Lord going to personally help the Tianming Empire unify the underworld? However, soon in their conversation, they learned about the events that occurred in the Lunar 5 regions. Cough. Master, you have already unified the Lunar 5 regions. Indeed, this information was a huge shock to him. It had only been a short time. Even though Bailey Xuanza knew his master's strength was formidable in his understanding, unifying the lunar regions would take at least 3 more years. Chapter 256. Time flies, half a month passed. Many forces in the underworld were swept away by Zhang Lintian and others. Numerous half-step martial gods and high-level martial emperors were either marked with slave seals or submitted by Lu Taitian and Bailey Tianyang. Under this, Lu Taitian's strength rapidly advanced to the 8th rank of martial emperor, and Bailey Tianyang reached the late stage of the 7th rank martial emperor. It is worth mentioning that the strength of the Tianming Empire surged dozens of times, undoubtedly becoming the #1 empire in the underworld. Did this really happen? Bailey Tianyang felt a reverence from all directions, feeling as if he were dreaming. The Tianming Empire. Not only did it flourish under his son's hands, but it also reached the pinnacle of the underworld, becoming the master of the underworld. Yes, Lu Taitian looked at the current Tianming Empire, feeling a surge of emotions. Honestly, even now I can't believe Xuanza has achieved this. Cough. Indeed, Xuanza has found a good master. Taking a deep breath, Lu Taitian said this, fully aware that without this connection, their Tianming Empire might have been destroyed many times over. All parties submitted, and the various forces in the underworld entered the right track. Chapter 257. Random level up card? He was very clear about the function of this level up card. Since the master gave it, not using it would be disrespectful. Buzz. Then, Yixian's strength began to soar. Early stage of the 3rd rank martial god. Mid stage of the 3rd rank martial god. Late stage of the 3rd rank martial god. After several breaths, Yixian's level broke through to the 5th rank martial god and then stopped. A rich aura even made Xiao Hong feel breathless, and she looked at her boss in surprise. So strong. Gulping, Xiao Hong was indeed shocked by her boss's increase. The pressure she felt was probably far beyond that of a 3rd rank martial god. Could it be that her boss had already reached the 4th rank martial god? Is this really the 5th rank martial god? Yixian was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a significant increase from using the level up card this time. Then, he pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Yixian level. 5th rank martial god age. 30 years appearance. Max. Second only to tomato readers. Abilities. God level driving skills. God level cooking skills. God level massage. God level appraisal. Immersive voice. God level beast taming. Permanent experience of Kato's finger. All-round music. Medical master. Sealing power. Supreme swordsmanship. Thunder Emperor's treasure art. Supreme refining art. Supreme alchemy art. Secret technique of slave seals. Chapter 258. Half a day later. Jinzhou, Sacred Sword Sect's martial arts arena. So many martial god experts. Zhang Lintian arrived in the arena, completely shocked. Not only was the Sacred Sword Sect's magnificent architecture impressive, but there were also no less than 10,000 strong experts in the martial arts arena. Without exception, the weakest were half-step martial gods. And there were at least 8,000 martial gods. Cough. The Sacred Sword Sect is terrifyingly strong. Yu Tianyi coughed lightly, looking around and instantly losing all sense of superiority. It was too terrifying. Just filtering guest elders drew so many people to watch, which shows that the Sacred Sword Sect's strength has definitely broken through the heavens. Buzz. Just then, in front of the testing spirit monument, an elder slashed out with a sword, peak strength of the 2nd rank martial god, not qualified. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed and shook his head bitterly. Indeed, the gap between the peak of the 2nd rank martial god and the 3rd rank martial god is too great. It seems I will never become a guest elder of the Sacred Sword Sect in this life. How harsh. Xiao Hong clicked her tongue, surprised that even the peak of the 2nd rank martial god had no chance to become an ordinary guest elder. Next, bang. But But at this moment, a terrifying elder punched the spirit monument, and a terrifying aura erupted, immediately revealing the words 5th rank martial god. Chapter 259 Clap. A crisp sound rang out, immediately drawing the attention of many people around. However, when they saw Zhao Haochen being beaten, their expressions changed dramatically. Wasn't that the most beloved disciple of Sun Keqing? He was actually beaten by someone. This was going to be trouble. Sun Keqing was famously protective of his favorites, and it was said that he had already reached the peak of the 4th rank martial god. Hey, who would have thought that the useless servant disciple would have someone stand up for him? Jun Mo watched this scene, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never had anyone stand up for him since he was a child. Being bullied had become a habit for him. Damn it! Zhao Haochen struggled to get up, glaring fiercely at the black dragon opposite him. You dirt dog! How dare you lay a hand on me? You bastard! With a bang, before Zhao Haochen could react, he was sent flying by the black dragon's claw, the terrifying force sending him flying over 10 zhong. If it weren't for the protective armor on his body, he would have been beaten to death by the black dragon long ago. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhao Haochen's face twisted in rage, and then he crushed a jade slip. Dirt dog, you're dead. Damn it. Seeking death. Chapter 260 Buzz. A powerful aura spread out from Xiaohong, shocking everyone around. Late stage, 2nd rank martial god. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Xiaohong, who was only about 5 or 6 years old, yet possessed such strength, and seemingly was not even the main person in charge. That new guest elder is not simple. After all, this little girl has the strength to be a guest elder of the Xian level in their Holy Sword sect, given that her combat power is already comparable to a late-stage, 3rd rank martial god. However, precisely because of this, she was merely a subordinate of the new guest elder, which indicated just how strong that new guest elder was. This servant disciple, Jun Mo, stared at Xiaohong in shock, his face full of disbelief. This is so strong. She is actually a late-stage, 2nd rank martial god. And with this strength, she can stand shoulder to shoulder with a late-stage, 3rd rank martial god, Steward Feng Qian. You, the head of the law enforcement team. Feng Qian had a cold expression. He never expected that a little girl would possess the strength of a late-stage, 2nd rank martial god, and that her combat power was not weaker than his at all. Wait for me. Seeing that he was not a match, Feng Qian's face turned red, as if he had been slapped hard. He claimed to be the head of the law enforcement team, but that was only in relation to ordinary disciples. To put it bluntly, whether inside or outside the Holy Sword sect, it was the strong who were respected. Chapter 261 Look, this is sword intent. At a certain moment, it seemed as if a certain lock inside Junmo's body was opened, and a vast and sharp sword intent filled the entire courtyard, causing everyone's gaze to converge on Jun Mo. This little guy, could it be some rare sword body? Tian Lintian and Yu Tiandi exchanged glances, both recognizing each other's speculation. Otherwise, the previous wave of sword domain from the palace master would have been enough to make this little guy faint. Yet now, not only was he not exhausted, but he was also in an unexpectedly good state. Swish! At this moment, Yi Xian flipped his hand and immediately took out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. If the outside world saw this treatment, it would surely cause a stir. The rich energy flowed like rivers returning to the sea, merging into Junmo's body, and soon there were reactions all over him. Half-step Martial Emperor peak. Early stage, 1st rank Martial Emperor. Mid-stage, 1st rank Martial Emperor. Late stage, 2nd rank Martial Emperor. After about a quarter of an hour, Yi Xian's sword domain was quietly replaced by Junmo's sword chi, and his realm finally stopped at the 3rd rank Martial Emperor. At this moment, his supreme sword body was successfully activated. Such an aura, although only at the 3rd rank Martial Emperor, felt even stronger than that of the 4th rank Martial Emperor. Chapter 262 in the elegant courtyard inside the hall. Buzz. Holding a divine weapon, Junmo's aura surged once again. With such a configuration, even a 4th rank Martial Emperor would not be a one-strike opponent in front of him. Cough, cough, boss. Xiaohong cleared her throat and then sensed the unstable auras from all sides. This commotion will probably cause a lot of trouble. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand. From the divine perspective, he naturally understood the thoughts of these guest elders and stewards. To be honest, he really didn't take Tian Jianfeng seriously. However, it is worth mentioning that from Yi Xian's divine perspective, he discovered a conversation. deep in Tianjianfeng, where the heavenly level guest elder was located. I have seen the esteemed one, a peak 7th rank martial god heavenly level guest elder bowed respectfully, and the person he was bowing to was an old man, whose aura was very strong, at least much stronger than that peak 7th rank martial god guest elder, actually a peak 9th rank martial god. Jiokue, it's been many years. How have you been? The old man exuded an aura that Yixian was quite familiar with. He was from the demon clan, and the one named Jiokue was a spy planted by the demon clan in the Holy Sword sect. After chatting for a bit, the guest elder Jiokue looked at the old man before him. Elder, have you come to the Holy Sword sect for something? This time I came because our demon clan's holy son was killed in the lower realm, and even our clan leader was injured. I am here to seek traces of him, and he has come to the Holy Sword sect. Chapter 263 Puff. Looking at the imposing Xiao Hong in the arena, the Black Dragon and the Golden-Winged Divine Peng were stunned. Good guy, is this the name Leaf Qingqing gave herself? This operation is indeed quite narcissistic. Just as the two of them finished speaking, they felt a death glare directed at them from the arena, causing them to suck in a cold breath. They awkwardly smiled at first, making Xiao Hong narrow her eyes as the two felt uneasy. Damn it. Won't she settle the score later? Xiao Hong actually gave herself a pretty good name. Looking at Xiao Hong, Yi Xian's eyes softened. He didn't know how things would develop next. But since Xiao Hong rarely showed interest in taking action, no one could compete for the first place in Tianjianfeng. Hiss, Xiao Hong so domineering? Jun Mo gasped, directly aiming for first place with such dominance, which could allow him to enter the Holy Sword secret realm. However, cough cough with Xiao Hong's strength, it was likely that no one would be her match. Let's go together. How can the Holy Sword secret realm be occupied by a little girl? Count me in. With a loud crash, Xiao Hong's move undoubtedly provoked the anger of many, as there were many Earth-level and even heavenly-level guest elder disciples among them. Chapter 264 Not bad. Yixian pondered for a moment and said, I wonder, does the Holy Sword sect have any grievances with the Demon Clan? Demon Clan? Upon hearing this, Elder Longhua pondered for a moment and then sighed. Well, it's actually not a secret. Hundreds of years ago, my close friend, the master of Xingyu Peak, had a conflict with a descendant of the Demon Clan's ancestor. At that time, the Holy Sword sect almost had a major conflict with the Demon Clan. However, the two forces were too far apart, and the Demon Clan was in the depths of the demon state, separated by who knows how many territories. And it eventually came to nothing. I see. Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, although I don't know whether the disappearance of the Xingyu Peak Master is related to the Demon Clan, one thing is certain. There are demons present in Tianjianfeng, and their strength is not low. Some time ago, I killed the Holy Son of the Demon Clan, and that is also the reason I joined the Holy Sword sect. The Holy Son of the Demon Clan? Hearing this, Elder Longhua was taken aback. He didn't expect such a background. It seemed this kid had also been lying low. However, his fearless nature was truly reminiscent of his close friend. Young friend, are you really sure that the Sacred Sword sect has spies from the Demon Clan? Taking a deep breath, Elder Longhua said, since the Sacred Sword sect fell out with the Demon Clan hundreds of years ago, there has been no contact between the two, and they even harbor a subtle hostility. If this is true, then the Demon Clan must have ulterior motives. Chapter 265, Outside the Sacred Sword sect on the distant wild plains. Roar. A giant horned rhinoceros charged fiercely towards Jun Mo. Its terrifying attack made Jun Mo's face change, but soon his expression became resolute. Slash! A rich sword intent surged into his long sword, and with a brilliant strike, the giant horned rhinoceros was cut in half on the spot. Despite its strength being comparable to the peak of a 4th-grade martial emperor, Jun Mo was stunned by his own achievement. Looking at the 4th-grade martial emperor-level giant horned rhinoceros not far in front of him, such a monster would not even be a match for an ordinary 5th-grade martial emperor. Yet, I killed it with a single sword. Indeed, Jun Mo was shocked by his own strength, clearing his throat. Master, I didn't realize I was already this strong. What else? Yixian smiled slightly. You are the supreme sword body, possessing supreme sword energy, so it's not surprising to defeat enemies beyond your level. This is just the beginning. Yixian nodded in satisfaction, and now his understanding of the supreme Sword Dao's mysteries was quite deep. In the near future, his combat power would surely be even more astonishing. All right, the trial is over. Yixian smiled slightly, then said, next, I will let you open your eyes. Boom. As the voice fell, a terrifying sword domain immediately spread out for thousands of meters. Chapter 266. This kid? Elder Lonwa looked at the scene, completely astonished. That attack is enough to threaten a 7th-grade martial god, and it was executed so casually? Could it be that his strength is comparable to an 8th-grade martial god? 8th grade? Luo Jiutian looked deeply at the scene. This little guy's strength is not limited to this. Indeed, this child's talent is probably even above the peak master of Xingyu. The surrounding peak masters nodded in agreement. However, if there truly is, the demon clan is likely to appear. Exactly. After all, with the demon clan style of doing things, they absolutely cannot allow such a threat to exist. If the demon clan is related to the peak master of Xingyu, I will risk my life to expose the demon clan. As the voice fell, a peak 9th-grade martial god aura surged around him. Although it is rumored that a 9th-grade martial god can become the master of the 36 peaks. The Sacred Sword sect is not foolish. Those who can take on such heavy responsibilities are undoubtedly extremely loyal to the Sacred Sword sect. The so-called 9th-grade martial god is merely a gimmick to attract strong individuals. Swish! At this moment, a figure appeared in the arena, and the newcomer was none other than the celestial-level guest elder, Juke. Chapter 267. Boom. As the voice fell, the aura of the middle stage immortal surged around the master of the Sacred Sword sect, Luo Jiutian. And the terrifying aura immediately caused everyone except for the MO Coup Protector to spew blood. Even the MO Coup Protector looked pale, clearly suffering from serious injuries. The MO Coup Protector saw the disheveled appearance of his subordinates and realized he was far from their match. Luo Jiutian, I am a protector of the demon clan. Do you dare to move against me? Are you declaring war on the demon clan? Va? You all are worthy. Before Luo Jiutian could speak, a terrifying aura descended, and a beautiful figure appeared in the arena. Boom! A palm strike from afar ruthlessly slammed the MO Coup Protector to the ground, and the sound of bones cracking was incessant, rendering him powerless. Puff, puff, puff. Following that, before the MO Coup Protector could come to his senses, all the strong individuals, including the great elder of the demon clan, turned into blood mist. Speak. Hundreds of years ago, did your demon clan take action against Brother Xingyu? The demon clan had been lying low at Tianjin Peak for hundreds of years. If one were to say this had nothing to do with the disappearance of Long Xingyu decades ago, no one would believe it. After all, Long Xingyu was exceptional in talent back then, and many coveted his opportunities. You dare to act against me? The MO Coup Protector was furious, glaring at the approaching figure. Killing my demon clan strongmen. You are declaring war. Chapter 268. Does anyone here wish to go to the demon state? Looking at the scene, Yixian smiled slightly. I do. The fairy Lioli was the first to speak, as she was the most suitable for both public and private reasons. Count me in. Elder Longyue said, as the peak master of Xingyue was his close friend, and he would not miss any opportunity for revenge after hundreds of years of obsession. Since the demon state is charging interest, it cannot be missed. The great elder pondered for a moment, and then spoke up, saying that he hadn't gone out to stretch his legs for a long time. I will go too. Me too. The surrounding elders and peak masters spoke up one after another, and Yixian was indeed somewhat surprised. It seemed that Long Xingyu had left many people in debt. I will go as well. After pondering for a moment, the master of the Sacred Sword sect, Luo Jiutian, sighed and said that if it weren't for Long Xingyu back then, he wouldn't have the achievements he had today. The past was vivid in his memory. How could he forget? The fairy Lioli coldly glanced at the master of the Sacred Sword sect, her gaze seeming to say that he had some conscience. This made the master of the Sacred Sword sect cough lightly. Additionally, add me to the list. Just then, a figure appeared in the arena, and an extremely powerful aura surged forth, causing Luo Jiutian and the others to bow. Chapter 269. Yes, Ancestor. The demon Dao Ling bowed in response, not daring to say another word, for he could not defy the will of the ancestor, let alone disobey it. Dao Ling immediately strengthened the investigation on the Sacred Sword sect in Sword State. Understood. The demon clan's ancestor nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Remember, if needed, even immortal realm ancestors and even immortal king ancestors can cooperate with the plan. Good. Demon Dao Ling took a deep breath, realizing that the ancestors were still not giving up on the opportunity of that monstrous genius from the sacred sword sect in Sword State all those years ago. But after hundreds of years, would there still be a chance to investigate? Boom! In the midst of the conversation, a terrifying attack fell from the void, with a pressure strong enough to rival a high-level immortal. Is this a high-level immortal? Feeling the fluctuations from afar, all the ancestors were shocked. What boldness! Come, let us meet this person. As the voice fell, an immortal king ancestor headed towards the disturbance, followed closely by dozens of immortals. Impudence! Soon arriving at the scene, several ninth-grade martial gods had already fallen, while on the opposite side stood a woman in a black robe, her strength terrifying. High-level immortal. It turned out that the one who had just attacked was this person, and she was the fairy Lioli of the Sacred Sword sect, though, at this moment, her presence was concealed by Yi Xian using an array. Chapter 270. In the demon state, the demon clan, unknown distance away. Swish. Figures appeared in the arena. The leader being Wei Wuji, the previous master of the Sacred Sword sect, followed by dozens of figures. Among them, 10 strong members of the demon clan who were sealed in strength. Young friend, sorry to trouble you. Wei Wuji nodded and Yi Xian didn't say much as he walked out immediately. You are a lowly commoner from the lower realm. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Mo Daolin was shocked, as the impact this person had on him was too great. The master of the Holy Sword sect, Luo Jiutian. Then, upon seeing Luo Jiutian, Mo Daolin was as if he had seen a ghost. You Holy Sword sect are so bold. How dare you act against my demon clan? Luo Jiutian glanced at him, but at this moment, Wei Wuji smiled slightly. That brat from the demon clan back then is still as arrogant as ever. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Jiutian's figure trembled, looking incredulously at the opposite side. The previous master of the Holy Sword sect, Wei Wuji. You're not dead. He dead? You demons actually believe such words? Wei Wuji glanced at the celestial king of the demon clan. Cough cough, Wei Wuji. I really didn't expect you to have already stepped into the upper celestial king realm. Chapter 271. Thank you, young friend. Luo, Jiutian, and the others expressed their gratitude, as they naturally understood what this opportunity meant. Conservatively estimating, their breakthrough speed could be advanced by at least 10 years. Here, Yi Xian then threw a drop of golden essence blood to Jun Mo. This drop is for you. Jun Mo was astonished upon hearing his master's words. Master, this is still mine? Of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then said, this drop of essence blood will surely enhance your strength significantly. Thank you, master. Jun Mo was extremely excited upon hearing this. Although he was already a 5th-grade martial emperor, it was still far from enough to repay his master. So he had to become stronger in the shortest time possible. Buzz. At this moment, Elder Longyue was surrounded by an incredibly strong aura. Originally, he had been fixated on the master of Xingyu Peak, but now that his fixation was released combined with the golden essence blood here, he smoothly stepped into the realm of immortals. Elder Longyue, did you break through? Fairy Lioli was relieved to see Elder Longyue's breakthrough. He had not had an easy time over the years. It was just that their methods were different. Moreover, if it weren't for Elder Longyue, they wouldn't have known about Brother Xingyu's matters back then. So Fairy Lioli had always been very grateful to Elder Longyue. Chapter 272. Not bad. Elder Longyue nodded seriously, as he would naturally not lie about such matters. In that case, young friend Yi, that little girl must have a very rare physique. Fairy Lioli hesitated for a moment and asked the most concerned question. Could her physique be similar to Jun Mo's unparalleled sword body? Rare physique, sort of. Yi Xian did not hide it, smiling as he said, Little Hong is not human, but a divine beast, a phoenix. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The divine beast phoenix is one of the transcendent forces in the 3,000 states, and in a sense, it can be considered an existence that dominates the 3,000 states. Even the Holy Sword sect and the Black Dragon Empire are but ants in its presence. That little girl is actually from the divine beast phoenix clan. Elder Longyue gasped. However, with that little girl's strength, even among the Phoenix clan in Fengzhou, she must be a top genius. In the lower realm, there's actually a young phoenix. Oh, hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. The Phoenix clan in the 3,000 states seems to have a very high prestige. Not just high. Fairy Lioli looked towards Fengzhou and continued. Young friend, you have just come to the upper realm, so you may not be very clear about the division of realms here. Chapter 273. A strike from the immortal lord. Indeed, this is Yi Xian's decision at this moment. With this thought, rumble. The heavens and earth changed color. The clouds in the void were torn apart by a giant finger, and then a giant finger, no less than hundreds of feet long, emerged, its power growing stronger as it extended out. The speed was unprecedentedly fast, and when the 1,000-foot giant finger appeared, the entire Black Dragon Imperial Palace trembled. What? An attack from a celestial lord. The half-step celestial lord of the Black Dragon Empire's expression changed drastically, and before he could react, he was struck dead by the giant finger, followed by 3 celestial kings and over 50 immortals being instantly obliterated. This is a good thing. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, secretly using the sealing power to silently collect the bodies of the half-step celestial lord and others into his space, ensuring he could extract more essence blood. One opportunity. Let's go. As the half-step celestial lord of the sword path was killed, Wei Wujie immediately took the Holy Sword sect members to flee, quickly disappearing into the distance from the imperial city. After all, with the aid of the ancient array of refining heaven, Wei Wujie's speed was quite fast. Swish! Just as Wei Wujie and the others had not gone far, over 100 figures appeared on the scene, the leader radiating an incomparably strong aura, even stronger than the strike of the celestial lord Yi Xian had just unleashed. Chapter 274. The Body of a Half-Step Celestial Lord. Jun Mo looked at the corpses inside the cave and felt a tremendous wave in his heart. If it weren't for his master's disciple being afraid of his master killing to silence witnesses. Buzz. At this moment, under the operation of the ancient array of refining blood, drops of essence blood were collected by Yi Xian into a porcelain bottle, especially a few drops of crimson gold essence blood, about 3 drops, which were extracted from the half-step celestial lord's opportunity. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had previously used it so liberally, without worrying about running out of essence blood, because he had already anticipated the current scene. The final tally showed 3 drops of crimson gold essence blood, 30 drops of golden essence blood, and 500 drops of red essence blood. If Wei Wujie and the others knew about this scene, they wouldn't know what kind of reaction to have. It's done here, let's go. Yi Xian then withdrew the concealment formation and took Jun Mo outside the cave. It's time to head to the abyss of evil. Swish! In a flash, the master and disciple headed towards the abyss of evil, but just about half a day after they left, a dozen figures appeared outside the cave. Ancestor. The aura tracking ends in the cave. A celestial being of the demon clan reported respectfully, and at the forefront was an elder celestial king of the demon clan. Chapter 275. 2 days later, in a certain location in the evil land. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and then the Black Dragon's wolf-toothed club killed a fierce beast comparable to a second-grade martial god, then glanced at the nearby golden-winged divine Pong. Little Pong, sorry. Dog Lord killed one more than you. Get lost. The golden-winged divine Pong kicked the fierce beast away. Damn it, how did I lose to you, this mutt? Hey! The Black Dragon didn't mind the golden-winged divine Pang's name calling, grinning. To lose to Dog Lord is your honor. Bastard. Just then, a furious shout came from not far away, followed by a sword strike that had the power to severely injure a third-grade martial god. Damn! The golden-winged divine Pong felt the attack, met it with a sword, and was violently knocked back several feet, but fortunately, he managed to block the attack. Hiss! Feeling the intense pain in his palm, the golden-winged divine Pang's eyes glinted fiercely. Bastard, I'll kill you. Feeling frustrated after being defeated by a local dog, now inexplicably struck down by someone with a sword. Damn it, this is unbearable. Just then, dozens of figures surrounded the scene, and the weakest among them was at the second rank of martial gods, clearly showing great power. Kill me? Chapter 276. Exploding to death. As the voice fell, a wave of domains surged forth, and the danger sharply escalated. Not good. The second elder of the demon clan's face changed drastically, and as he formed a seal with his hands to take action, he was incredulously unable to move an inch. Damn it, this is impossible. A thick sense of foreboding surged in the heart of the second elder of the demon clan, who was a late-stage 9th rank martial god, yet was so easily restrained. Such intimidation, not even the elder or the clan leader could achieve. Could this kid be a mid-level celestial being, or perhaps a high-level celestial being? No, absolutely impossible. How could such a young kid be a celestial powerhouse? Bang! Bang bang! At that moment, The sounds of explosions echoed as the second elder of the demon clan looked around in disbelief. He saw over 1,000 demon clan powerhouses bizarrely exploding to death, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly, as in an instant, over half of them had fallen, leaving not even a trace after their explosions. Xia, at a certain moment, terrifying thunder surged within the late-stage 9th rank martial god, the second elder of the demon clan, and the next moment his internal organs were crushed into nothingness. What? This is thunder. I refuse to accept this. Chapter 277. As the last fallen Saint Feather Clan powerhouse was struck dead by the Black Dragon's Claw, all the martial god powerhouses from the fallen Saint Feather Clan pursuing Yu Xingqian were completely annihilated. Thank you for your help, my lord. Yu Xingqian bowed in gratitude to Yi Xian, realizing that it was this young man before him who had saved him earlier, though he was about the same age. His strength was far superior. It's no problem. Yi Xian waved his hand, as he was aware of the situation of the Saint Feather Clan from the memories of the Blood Soul Holy Sun, and it could be said that they were not doing well. The senior? Letting out a breath, Yu Xingqian respectfully saluted Yu Tiandi. May I ask, are you an elder of the Saint Feather Clan? Elder of the Saint Feather Clan? Upon hearing this, Yu Tiandi smiled bitterly and replied, No, I come from the lower realms Tianyu clan. I was fortunate to meet the Palace Master, which allowed my bloodline to transform into that of the Saint Feather Clan. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xingqian's heart shook, and he looked at Yu Tiandi in shock. What? Senior, you are actually a powerhouse who ascended from the lower realm? It is known that the lower realm and the upper realm have been severed for countless years. Ancient texts record that those who ascend from the lower realm are all exceptionally gifted. Chapter 278, by the way. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian curiously asked, Master Xingyu, what happened hundreds of years ago? This long Xingyu's thoughts surged, and a tremendous killing intent surrounded him. Hundreds of years ago. It was actually a trap laid by the Black Dragon Empire and the Demon Clan against us. Back then, I killed a descendant of a Demon Clan ancestor, revealing the opportunities on me. That day, I led a team to the abyss of death for trials. Following that, Long Xingyu recounted the events of that year, which were similar to what he had seen with the soul-searching technique with the Black Dragon Empire led by the Annihilation Celestial King, along with many elites from the Demon Clan launching a siege against him. However, ultimately, Long Xingyu forcibly raised his realm with secret methods to evade the Annihilation Celestial King's pursuit, but as a result, he was entangled by the blood-evil energy of the abyss, causing a backlash from his soul, leading to the current situation. Young friendy, if it weren't for your intervention, I would probably still be in a daze. You are too polite, master. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then recounted the recent events regarding the Holy Sword sex attack on the Demon Clan and the Black Dragon Empire, which made Long Xingyu ponder for a long time after hearing it. He finally sighed and gazed towards the direction of the Holy Sword sect. Lioli, is she okay? Chapter 279. The next day, at dawn, in the heart of the northern border of Yuzhou, in front of the Saint Feather Clan. Boom! An attack fell from the sky, and at this moment, there were already hundreds of thousands of coalition forces gathered in front of the Saint Feather Clan, while the Saint Feather Clan had only about 100,000. In such a standoff, the destruction of the Saint Feather Clan was only a matter of time. The Saint Feather Clan will surely perish today. The strongest ancestor of the fallen Saint Feather Clan, Yu Qingtsong, coldly smiled, exuding the aura of a mid-level celestial king. And next to him were more than a dozen low-level celestial kings, making their formation much stronger compared to the Saint Feather Clan, which had only a few low-level celestial kings. Yu Qingtsong, the strongest ancestor of the Saint Feather Clan, Yu Wutian, was furious. He never expected the fallen Saint Feather Clan to suddenly strike, and there were also several forces from the demon state. Today, my Saint Feather Clan will fight to the last man, and we will make you pay the price. All members of the Saint Feather Clan, follow me to kill. With a whoosh, the strongest ancestor of the Saint Feather Clan, who was just a step away from becoming a mid-level celestial king, had a fierce glint in his eyes, and he charged forward at great speed. We will fight them to the end. The three low-level celestial kings and several celestial powerhouses behind the Saint Feather Clan followed closely, fighting desperately. They understood that fighting to the death might provide a glimmer of hope, but if they didn't fight, there would only be a dead end. Chapter 280. How the strongest ancestor of the Saint Feather Clan, Yu Wutian, took a deep breath, and when he came back to his senses, His eyes were filled with fierce light. Kill! A booming voice resounded throughout the area, and the sudden change truly caught everyone off guard. A desperate counterattack followed, leading to the massacre of the Saint Feather clan. No! Quickly retreat, I don't want to die. In an instant, the cries of the fallen Saint Feather clan's leaders filled the air, and in no time, the hundreds of thousands of troops were slaughtered by the Saint Feather clan. After all, without the will to fight and with the gap in realms, it was already quite good that they weren't completely annihilated. A quarter of an hour later, the hundreds of thousands of troops were entirely wiped out, and the ground was already flowing with rivers of blood, looking particularly dazzling under the golden morning sun. We won. Is this real? The fallen Saint Feather clan was actually destroyed? It feels like a dream, but that lord is too strong. The members of the Saint Feather clan were overjoyed to the point of tears, as that lord had saved their entire clan, and this gratitude was immense. Ancestor. Just then, a familiar voice came from a distance, and Yu Xingqian's figure appeared in the scene. Xingqian, are you okay? Old ancestor Wu Tian looked at the newcomer. He was their Saint Feather clan's once-in-a-millennium genius and the future designated clan leader. Chapter 281, Father Goodbye. The next day, in front of the Saint Feather clan, Yu Ling'er waved her small hands, insisting on accompanying her adoptive father to the Holy Sword sect, which made Yu Zhitian sigh. They say a girl grows up away from her father, but his daughter was clearly only 2 years old. Isn't that still too young? This little one. Long Xingyu squinted his eyes and then focused his gaze on Yixian. After some understanding, he realized that the benefactor who saved him was actually a unified presence in the lower realm. Moreover, under the shackles of the lower realm, they were able to reach the peak of the second-grade martial god, even defeating the holy son of the demon race from the upper realm, ultimately cutting down a drop of blood from the demon race's immortal realm patriarch. Such achievements, if spread to the upper realm, would surely shock the 3,000 states. Young friend, I wonder if Xian God Hall is still in need of people. As everyone chatted, Long Xingyu boldly declared, from now on, regardless of the direction the Sacred Sword sect takes, I would like to join the Xian God Hall on my own behalf. The black dragon golden winged divine Peng trembled upon hearing this. Wow, this big shot actually wants to join the Xian God Hall, and he is an immortal king. Moreover, he is no ordinary immortal king. Previously, he defeated over 10 immortal kings, including middle-level immortal kings, which is combat power equivalent to upper-level heavenly kings. Chapter 282, Peak Master Xingyu. The name of a person carries the shadow of a tree. Although now, the Heavenly Sword Peak is at the bottom of the 36 peaks. It was not the same several hundred years ago. Back then, due to the existence of Peak Master Xingyu, there were quite a number of disciples who joined the Heavenly Sword Peak, even more than those at the Heavenly Gate Peak where the Sacred Sword Sect Master is located. After all, back then, even the current Sacred Sword Sect Master was completely defeated by Peak Master Xingyu. And the prestige of Peak Master Xingyu was the highest in the Sacred Sword Sect. It was even recognized by countless forces in Sword State that he would soon attain the position of the Sword Alliance leader. Let us disperse. Long Xingyu, seeing the tens of thousands of disciples from the Heavenly Sword Peak already kneeling, felt quite emotional. This scene had not been experienced in hundreds of years. Now, thinking back, it felt like a dream made in the Abyssal Land. Luo the steward, that Yi Xian. Shut up. At this moment, Luo Tong shot him a glare. Feng Qian. From now on, be polite to Lord Yi Xian. Don't say I didn't remind you. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tong continued. Just now, Peak Master Xingyu transmitted a message to me. Yi Xian is very likely to become the Peak Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak. What? Feng Qian's face changed drastically upon hearing this, but Luo Tong took a deep breath. Before, when Yi Xian left the Sacred Sword sect, countless strong individuals went to hunt him down, yet in the end, none returned, which already explains everything. Chapter 283, Deep Within the Heavenly Sword Peak. The place was dead silent. Only the increasingly terrifying aura of the glazed fairy permeated the air, impacting the hearts of Wei Wujia and the others at every moment. At a certain moment, the glazed fairy's aura suddenly broke through the shackles of the immortal great perfection, effortlessly stepping into the half-step Immortal King realm. Then, lower-level Immortal King, middle-level Immortal King. About 15 minutes later, the glazed fairy's aura stabilized at the middle-level Immortal King level, which was not weaker than Wei Wujia's at all. Middle-level Immortal King. Wei Wujia gasped, feeling the same level of realm. And to be honest, with a combat power boost from his little disciple, he was probably not her match now. My goodness. Elder Long Yue was truly shocked to the point of being unable to contain himself. It made him want to join the Xian God Hall too. This opportunity is not just rare. It is something that may not occur in 10,000 years. The boss really has a way of winning people's hearts. Xiao Hong watched the boss's operation with a smile, while Jun Mo swallowed nervously. Master is invincible. The black dragon golden-winged, divine, Peng grinned mischievously with the boss's operation here. The sacred sword sect's downfall was just a matter of time. Just then, the glazed fairy opened her eyes and felt her own realm in disbelief. I am now a middle-level immortal king. Chapter 284. Oh, Xiao Hei Xiao Peng. You two have transformed too. Xian and Tong Tong looked at the black dragon and golden-winged divine Peng, their eyes filled with joy, while Xiao Wuqiu and Yulinger followed behind their two older sisters. A cough. The black dragon and golden-winged divine Peng cleared their throats. They dared not offend these four little ancestors at all. After all, they were all the boss's treasures. Buzz. Meng Qianqiu's several disciples also experienced unprecedented strength improvements, with Meng Qianqiu raising to the 5th grade martial emperor, while Xiao Wuxuang and Dan Dao both reached the 3rd grade martial emperor, and Mu Rong Qinyu and others at least broke through to the 2nd grade martial emperor. Senior sister, how about you spar with 7th junior brother? Xiao Wuxuang grinned mischievously at her senior sister, but was met with a death glare from Meng Qianqiu, causing Xiao Wuxuang to swallow nervously. Meng Qianqiu glared at Xiao Wuxuang, looking as if to say she would have her pay later, but she did not refuse and stepped into the arena. 7th junior brother. Come on. Meng Qianqiu brandished the forbidden sword with her right hand, and an extremely terrifying forbidden power surged around her, shocking Wei Wujia and the others. This little girl is not simple. Cough, senior sister. Isn't this inappropriate? Chapter 285. Immortal Great Perfection. Feeling the surging energy within her body. The difference was at least 100 times greater than before. Now she could be considered a strong individual in the upper realm. Yet this also carried a hint of the demeanor of a master of the Xian God Hall. After all, Long Xingyu was already at the half-step immortal monarch level, and if his realm was too far behind, it would look quite bad. Moreover, thinking of this, Yi Xian flipped his right hand, and a mini palace appeared in his hand, which was the Xian God Hall. With such wonders, along with the Annihilation Sword, he did not even know how strong his combat power was. Regardless of anything else, it was more than enough to annihilate the demon race. After pondering for a moment, he squinted his eyes towards the direction of the demon race in demon state. If the Sacred Sword Sect could join the Xian God Hall next, the next step would be to unify sword states centered around this. Then, one sword state was stable. He would further aim to dominate the 3,000 states. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yi Xian accompanied the 4 little ones and his disciples, leisurely touring many cities in Sword State. Let's go. Outside the Sacred Sword Sect, Yi Xian led Long Xingyu and over 100 people away. My 2 friends, let me take you to a good place. Then, Yi Xian brought the 2 of them into the Xian God Hall. Chapter 286. Arrogant. The term Old Dog of Eternal Night truly enraged Mo Yongya. You must know, who is he? The strongest ancestor of the demon race, a half-step immortal monarch. Being so insulted by a junior like this. If this got out, how would the demon race establish its authority in demon state? Long Xingyu, 7 or 8 immortal kings looked icy, launching a devastating attack towards Long Xingyu and the others. The attack was significantly stronger than before, and even an immortal king at great perfection would be heavily injured if hit. Boom! Watching the terrifying aura approaching, Long Xingyu merely extended a finger, meeting the attack that could severely injure an immortal king at great perfection. In an instant, the combined attack of the 7 or 8 immortal kings was pierced by a single finger, and the terrifying aftermath sent them flying backward, blood spraying, their faces turning pale as paper. What? The sudden turn of events truly shocked many of the demon race experts on the ground. What did they just see? The combined attack of 7 or 8 immortal kings was actually shattered by that Long Xingyu with just a finger. Moreover, several immortal kings were heavily injured. How could this be? The glass fairy was also shocked by the scene in the arena. Incredible, as expected of brother Long Xingyu. Chapter 287. The Hall Master. These immortals? Long Xingyu looked at the immortal powerhouses of the demon race in the arena and inquired. Kill them. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and with a single thought, the eternal night puppet of the immortal monarch realm transformed into a stream of light along with 7 or 8 half-step immortal monarch puppets, unleashing a brutal massacre on the demon race. After 10 breaths, all the members of the demon race were annihilated. Thus, the demon race was removed from the list of the demon state, and this development far exceeded the understanding of Long Xingyu and the Glass Fairy. So terrifying. Long Xingyu looked deeply at Yi Xian, filled with emotion. Fortunately, the Hall Master is not our enemy. Yes, I didn't expect the Hall Master to have such a heaven-defying method. After a pause, the Glass Fairy gazed into the distance. To be honest, with just this method, the Hall Master is enough to rule over the 3,000 states. Congratulations to the Hall Master for once again gaining powerful subordinates. Long Xingyu bowed with a smile, and Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. It's also thanks to Xingyu's protection. Let us go to the next place. Then, Yi Xian, with the Xian Divine Hall carrying everyone, headed towards the next place where they had pursued Long Xingyu's forces. A family extermination operation thus began. 2 days later, deep in the Black Dragon Empire. Chapter 288. 2 days later, the Sacred Sword Sect. Swish as a flying boat approached from a distance. Yi Xian and others returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak. Greetings to the Peak Master. Luo Tong and many guest elders all bowed to Yi Xian, as it was clear that Yi Xian becoming the Peak Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak had been announced by the Sect Master of the Sacred Sword Sect, Luo Jiotian. Yi Xian nodded slightly, not showing much fluctuation. Feng Qian, upon seeing this scene, twitched his mouth fiercely. If it weren't for the absence of others at that moment, he would have slapped himself. Damn it. Back then, he almost offended this person. Fortunately, the Peak Master did not hold it against him. Cough cough, Captain Luo. Looking at Yi Xian and the others' departing figures, Feng Qian cleared his throat. So, how did Yi Xian become our Heavenly Sword Peak Master? As soon as this was said, the surrounding stewards of the Heavenly Sword Peak all looked over, clearly curious about it, especially those guest elders who had previously intended to seize Yi Xian's chance. They were all relieved. This, I'm not too sure. After a pause, glancing at the Earth and Heaven-ranked guest elders eavesdropping nearby, he spoke. It seems that it was Peak Master Yi Xian who brought back Lord Xingyu from the dangerous place, and moreover. Chapter 289, The Inheritance of the Demon God. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Wuji and Long Xingyu's expressions changed. Good heavens, this was a definite bombshell. What a joke. The demon god, that is the supreme existence in the demon domain. Although the demon state has been without a demon god for tens of thousands of years, that position has never been dared to be occupied. All because the demon god is an untouchable existence within the entire demon state. Good heavens. Especially Wei Wuji, at this moment his mind started to race. This means that in the future, if someone targets the Xian Divine Hall, it is highly likely that the Xian Divine Hall will receive support from the demon state. If so, in the 3,000 states of the upper world, who would still dare to touch the Xian Divine Hall, especially that little guy named Yi Qinsheng, who seems to have a phoenix bloodline? Judging by his talents, he must have an extraordinary identity in the Phoenix clan. In the near future, if the demon state and the Phoenix state join the Xian Divine Hall, that scene, he couldn't imagine. It seems that this matter needs to be reported to the ancestors. Old man, do you really want to take me away? The black dragon glanced at the old man in front of him, and the demon Ming Tian nodded slightly. Of course, you are the supreme existence of the demon state. As long as you, Lord Demon God, arrive in the demon state, I guarantee that within 10 years, you will reach the immortal sovereign realm. Chapter 290 time quickly passed, and the Sacred Sword City was already near. Who looking at Sacred Sword City from a distance? The 9 outstanding disciples of the Sacred Sword sect breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew how they had come this far in the past few days. Terrifying. Too terrifying. That Yi Qinsheng is simply not human. However, fortunately, Sacred Sword City was in sight, and their devilish training was finally coming to an end. Yell, but at that moment, an untimely voice rang out, and soon a group of people arrived not far away, numbering about 10. And they were indeed from the 10,000 Sword Sacred Land. Aren't these the geniuses of the Sacred Sword sect? Why are they in such a sorry state? The one who spoke mockingly was the 8th-ranked disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sacred Land, who was quite strong, possessing the peak of a first-grade martial god. By the way, I heard that your Sacred Sword sect has produced a remarkable young peak master. It seems that the Sacred Sword sect really has no one left. Slap. Before the 8th-ranked disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sacred Land could finish speaking, he was directly slapped away by Xiao Hong, not even having time to scream before passing out. Sister Qinsheng, how powerful! The talented disciples of the Sacred Sword sect, watching this sudden scene, were all extremely excited. It was so satisfying. Chapter 291 Sacred Sword City, Martial Arts Arena. At this moment, there were 8 seats arranged in a row on the high platform, and Yi Xian sat in one of the seats. Next to him was Elder Liu of the 10,000 Sword Sacred Land. In addition, the majority of the other representatives from various powers who came this time were also at the peak of the 9th grade martial god or half-step immortal. Of course, in the shadows, there were strong figures from their respective forces stationed. The representative from the Sacred Sword sect was Long Xingyu, while the other 7 forces present at least had half-step Immortal King realm experts hidden. After all, this was the grandest event in the Sword State, and if there weren't some strong figure stationed, it wouldn't do. Moreover, the Sword State was currently in a precarious situation, surrounded by predatory eyes from other states. It could be said that their top 8 forces were the fat meat in the eyes of the rulers and powers of each state, and they had been eyeing the division of the Sword State for more than a day or two. Therefore, at this critical moment, they could not afford to have conflicts, nor dare to have conflicts. Peak Master Yi, young and promising. Elder Liu looked deeply at Yi Xian, only to find that his strength was unfathomable, which made his heart tremble. He had this feeling that this guy might be a half-step immortal. But how could that be? He was clearly so young, and he hadn't heard of any such genius in the Sacred Sword sect. Even Long Xingyu back then was just like this. Chapter 292 Immortal Monarch. Sensing the pressure emanating from the opponent, Elder Liu and the others had serious expressions. They really did not expect such a strong person to appear in a Sword State competition. Swish! Before everyone could think more, hundreds of figures appeared in the arena. Among them 8 were immortal kings, and there were more than 30 immortals. The rest were all at the peak of the 9th grade martial god. Such an array was unprecedentedly powerful. These people were dressed in the attire of the Black Dragon Empire. Damn it, they really made a move. Crack. Then, various sects quickly shattered Jade's lips to notify their respective sects. There would be no complete egg under a broken nest. And they naturally understood that once the Sword Alliance was destroyed, the only thing waiting for them would be disaster. Black Dragon Empire, you have crossed the line. At that moment, 7 figures appeared deep in Sacred Sword City, and each of them was at the Immortal King realm. They were indeed the 7 Immortal Kings. Hee hee. So what if we cross the line? The various immortal lords and ancestors of the Black Dragon Empire coldly smiled. A mere sword state, with no peak immortal lords, dares to possess such resources. I think today is just the beginning for the Black Dragon Empire. The immortal lords and ancestors revealed a meaningful smile. They were well aware of the surrounding forces in the Sword State. With this beginning, the number of forces and strong individuals that would join in next would be countless. Chapter 293 Instant Kill of the Immortal Lord. The expressions of everyone present towards Long Xingyu completely changed. They never expected Long Xingyu to be this strong, an immortal lord. In their respective forces, he would be a top ancestor. But now, in Long Xingyu's hands, they could only be instantly killed. Such a record clearly indicated what it meant. Long Xingyu returned, and his strength was many times stronger than before. Back in the Sword State competition, he could easily defeat the 7 major sects. And now he could probably defeat over 90 of the ancestors in their respective sections. But how old is he to have such strength? Moreover, the most important point is that now his lower-tier immortal lords can instant-kill middle-tier immortal lords. If he were to step into a middle-tier immortal lord or even a high-tier immortal lord, wouldn't his strength be enough to slay peak immortal lords? Or even half-step immortal sovereigns? Thinking of this, the immortal kings of various sects narrowed their eyes. If they had such a strong person stationed in the Sword State, who among the surrounding states would still dare to covet it? Xingyu, why don't you take the position of the Sword Alliance leader? The immortal king of Yunsan Sword Valley suggested after pondering for a moment, and the other immortal kings silently nodded in agreement. Clearly, having Long Xingyu as their leader would be immensely beneficial for them. Chapter 294 Half-Step Immortal Sovereign. Feeling the immense strength of Wen Renyue, the strongest ancestors of the 7 sects of Sword State widened their eyes in shock and envy, not bothering to hide their feelings. Shock. Truly shocking. They couldn't imagine that there could be such means in the world. It was too unbelievable. Who could refuse such a monumental opportunity? Phew. After a moment, Wen Ringyue opened her eyes and felt an incredibly terrifying aura. I am now a half-step immortal sovereign. Hiss. Indeed, Wen Ringyue was shocked by her own strength. A half-step immortal sovereign is a terrifying existence. It can be said that with this level, their Holy Sword sect would dominate the Sword State. And even all the other 7 forces combined would not be a match for the Holy Sword sect. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed among the 7 people, and their eyelids twitched wildly. Damn it, what kind of gaze does that old man Wen Ringyue have? Does he want to wipe them out? For a moment, the 7 trembled. They knew very well that in front of Wen Rinyue's current half-step immortal sovereign strength, if she wanted to attack them, they absolutely wouldn't have any chance of survival. 7 seniors, would you be interested in joining the Shen Hall? Chapter 295, Black Dragon Empire, Deep Inside. Crack. The Annihilation Ancestor heard the report from his subordinate, and the jade slip in his hand shattered in response as a terrifying aura spread out. What did you say? All the strong individuals heading to the Sword State's Holy Sword City are very likely to perish in trials. Boom. The subordinate was immediately blown away by the aura of a middle-tier immortal lord, spitting blood, his face as pale as paper. Cough, cough. The subordinate continued kneeling on the ground, not daring to show any arrogance. Speak. The Annihilation Ancestor frowned. The situation was not yet fully reported, but his intuition told him that the following news would be even more unexpected. Ancestor. According to the intel, all 8 top forces in the Sword State have shown unusual movements. Their respective sect-strong individuals are all heading towards our demon state to seek death. The Annihilation Ancestor realized that the 8 forces in the Sword State were about to take action against their Black Dragon Empire. Sword State, mere 8 forces, how bold. Coldly smiling, the Annihilation Ancestor continued. Since they're taking action, I want to see where these 8 ants get their confidence from. It's also a good opportunity to let the surrounding states know that the majesty of my Black Dragon Empire is inviolable. Chapter 296. I, the Alliance Leader, will break it with one sword. Looking at the sharp 3,000-foot sword light in the void, Long Xingyu narrowed his eyes. Annihilation slash. Holding his long sword, he fused the supreme sword path principles of the Hall Master and unleashed a strike far beyond his realm. This was his strongest move. The Annihilation Ancestor's face was twisted with rage, and he exerted even more force in his hand because he sensed that Long Xingyu's attack was also extraordinary. But he did not believe it. That kid, who was like a rat in his hands back then, had grown to a level that could compete with him in just a few hundred years. Break. Long Xingyu coldly smiled and looked at the Annihilation Ancestor. Annihilation, old dog. Your era has passed. You are old. As his voice fell, Long Xingyu's right hand trembled. Sword intent rampage. Roar. As Long Xingyu unleashed his trump card again, the Annihilation slash transformed into the Annihilation Rampaging Dragon, crashing into the Annihilation Ancestor's ultimate strike. Boom! The terrifying aftermath instantly forced both sides' armies to retreat repeatedly, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the void. One was a soul-level ancestor of the Black Dragon Empire, and the other was a defiant prodigy from hundreds of years ago. The clash between the two was terrifying. Chapter 297. Half-Step Immortal Sovereign. The situation with the 2 half-step immortal sovereigns was different. After all, he had confidence in defeating one, but facing 2 at the same time, he might be fortunate to gain the upper hand. No way. Just then, the Annihilation Ancestor sensed 6 more powerful auras surging out, and feeling the terrifying aura, his pupils suddenly shrank. Half-step immortal sovereigns. All of them are half-step immortal sovereigns. Impossible? Looking at the scene, the Annihilation Ancestor was indeed shocked. The Black Dragon Empire, which had controlled the demon state for hundreds of years, had only one half-step immortal sovereign. And how could the Sword State, which had not acted for tens of thousands of years, have so many half-step immortal sovereigns? Hee, there's nothing impossible. Wen Rinyue smiled slightly, and then raised an arc. The demon state has coveted the Sword State for a long time. Today is your day to perish. Wen Rinyue and the 8 exchanged glances, then simultaneously launched overwhelming attacks towards the Annihilation Ancestor. Bastard, you all schemed against me from the very start. Boom! Just as the voice of anger fell, he was engulfed by terrifying attacks, unable to even defend himself. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, The Annihilation ancestor was covered in blood, heavily injured, with barely any fighting power left. Chapter 298. In front of the Black Dragon Imperial City. The Annihilation ancestor is dead. You all should surrender. As when Rinyue's voice fell, the entire place was in an uproar, and all eyes fell on Wen Rinyue. What? Impossible. The Annihilation ancestor is a half-step immortal sovereign. But why hasn't the ancestor returned? The people of the Black Dragon Empire were dumbfounded. The ancestor of Annihilation was their greatest reliance. If he was not present, who could stop this half-step immortal sovereign before them? Kill. Long Xingyu narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. He naturally knew that the ancestor of Annihilation had likely become the puppet of the palace master. Ancestor of Annihilation, be careful. With a swoosh, Long Xingyu's sword light flashed, and in the next moment, the mid-level immortal monarch ancestor of Annihilation was slain on the spot. Not good. Run. First, the ancestor of Annihilation fell, and now the ancestor of Oblivion was also killed. The situation of the battle was clearly determined, and the strong ones of the Black Dragon Empire no longer had any fighting spirit. Bastards, I'll fight you to the death. Several immortal monarchs at the peak level, filled with resentment, charged towards Wen Rinyue, because they knew that as long as this half-step immortal sovereign from Sword State was killed, the Black Dragon Empire might have a glimmer of hope. However, clearly, they overestimated their own strength. Chapter 299. Boss, what are you doing? Xiao Hong felt an aura from her boss that made her extremely wary. He's gotten stronger again. Mi Xian nodded slightly. Indifferent. I broke through a bit. He said it lightly, as it was just a momentary matter for him. Of course, if Xiao Hong knew that the bit of breakthrough her boss mentioned was from the peak level of Immortal Monarch to the lower level of Immortal Sovereign, she wouldn't know how to react. Really? Xiao Hong looked at her boss suspiciously. Although she didn't know how much her boss had broken through, she felt he was much stronger than before. Hey, Xiao Hong then thought of something. By the way, boss, I heard that the Earth Dog was taken by the half-step Immortal Sovereign from Demon State to be a demon god. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Hong continued. Why don't I also go to the Phoenix Clan and become a Phoenix Lord? By then, with Sword State, Demon State, plus Demon State and Phoenix State, the Xian God Palace would hold territory in 4 states. Who would dare to act recklessly in the 3,000 states of the upper realm? Bang! As soon as Xiao Hong finished speaking, she was knocked on the head by Yi Xian. Don't aim too high. The matter of the Phoenix Clan may join the Xian God Palace in the future, but not now. Yi Xian looked in the direction Xiao Hong was sensing. Although he didn't know how strong the Phoenix Clan was, becoming a Phoenix Lord was not that easy. Moreover, even if one became a Phoenix Lord, there were still many immortal monarchs and even immortal sovereigns within the Phoenix Clan. Chapter 300. Boss, what is this? Xiao Hong looked at her boss's face full of sinister smiles and couldn't help but shiver. Whenever her boss had that expression, someone would always be in big trouble. What are you scheming? Xiao Hong, I have discovered the depths of the secret realm. Then, Yi Xian recounted what he saw from the god's perspective, causing Xiao Hong's eyes to widen. What? Boss, are you saying that the summoning is a conspiracy? Xiao Hong was indeed shocked by her boss's words, and she naturally wouldn't doubt him. The Dark Phoenix actually has such an existence. It seems to be the ancestral enemy of the Phoenix. Summoning the Phoenix's ancestral blood talent, and then killing it to become stronger to break the seal. What a clever plan. Xiao Hong clenched her fists. If her boss didn't have such incredible abilities, ordinary talent from the Phoenix Clan would likely fall under this conspiracy. Boss, what do you want to do? Xiao Hong took a deep breath, knowing that since her boss said so, he must have a comprehensive plan. That Dark Phoenix is not simple, and it also has a drop of your Phoenix ancestor's blood. This opportunity must not be missed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. Next, we will take advantage of the situation. After all, if that Phoenix fights back desperately, its combat power will definitely far exceed that of an ordinary immortal sovereign. Chapter 301. Immortal Monarch at Peak Level. A terrifying aura filled the entire cave with Yi Xian at its center, and at this moment, the ceiling formation had already been almost completely destroyed. Of course, the Dark Phoenix was also completely dead. If the Dark Phoenix knew about this scene, who knows how it would react? Buzz. At this moment, after Xiao Hong absorbed that drop of Phoenix ancestor's blood, ancestral bloodline underwent an unprecedented change. Oh, Yi Xian, who had come back to his senses, noticed Xiao Hong's change, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, just as I expected. Since that's the case, at this point, Yi Xian flipped his right hand, and suddenly 30 million top-grade spirit stones appeared in the cave. Then, Yi Xian grasped the void with his right hand, and with a bang, near-liquid spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Hong at an astonishing speed. With a cry, as a high-pitched phoenix cry echoed, the cave collapsed in an instant. Xiao Hong immediately soared into the sky, with blazing red flames surging through the void. Following that, countless birds in the secret realm of fallen Phoenix came to pay their respects, and all talents and strong ones with Phoenix bloodlines trembled. What? Such a rich bloodline pressure. Is it a heavenly treasure? This holy sun actually wants to prostrate. Countless shocked voices emerged from all corners of the secret realm, all stunned by the sudden celestial phenomenon. Chapter 302. 2 days later, on the way back to Sword State. Hey, have you heard? Something happened in Feather State. On the way back from sightseeing, Yi Xian heard a voice beside him, and Xiao Hong was taken aback. Boss, isn't Feather State where the Holy Feather Clan is located? Yi Xian nodded slightly, and, at this moment, discussions arose again nearby. The Emperor of Feather Transformation was assassinated and died, and now Feather State is in chaos. Of course, this time the 10,000 Saints sect has come to seize the opportunity, and it is said that they are supporters of the Great Prince. What a pity for the Holy Feather Clan. As the weakest side among the 9 princes, it is said that their strongest ancestor is only at the Immortal King level. Yes, I heard through the grapevine that the 8 princes sent many strong ones to the Holy Feather Clan, wanted to intercept the 9th prince Nalen in High. Listening to the discussions, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that the Holy Feather Clan was actually related to the ruler of Feather State, the Feather Transformation Empire. Xiao Hong sighed as she looked towards Feather State, fearing that it wouldn't be long before Feather State fell to her boss. It seems that a trip to Feather State is necessary. Yi Xian naturally sensed that the situation of the Holy Feather Clan was not good, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Meanwhile, deep within the palace of the Feather Transformation Empire. Chapter 303, Break. The half-step, immortal monarch ancestor of the 10,000 Saints sect smiled coldly, and then brought his 2 fingers together towards the protective array of the Holy Feather Clan. Rumble. The next moment, a gigantic solid finger over 1,000 feet long emerged from the clouds, its terrifying might radiating in all directions. Even immortal kings at their peak had to avoid its edge. So strong. Over 1,000 strong ones watched the half-step, immortal monarch ancestor of the 10,000 Saints sect launch such an attack, all gulping in awe. Even that aura made them feel suffocated. Boom! Before they could think too much. The towering giant finger crushed the protective array of the Holy Feather Clan like a rotten twig. Blood splattered, and Yu Wutian was severely injured on the spot. His combat power reduced to almost nothing. Surrounding the array eyes, several immortal monarchs and immortal kings of the Holy Feather Clan were also heavily injured. Not good. The array is broken. Everyone's expressions turned serious, and at that moment, Yu Zetian thought of something. That's right. No given the ancestor. I have the formation left by the Hall Master when he descended to the lower realm, which may assist here. As the voice fell, Yu Zetian imprinted the formation, and then it merged into Yu Wutian's brow. After a moment, this is the ancient formation of refining heaven. Feeling the surge of formation information in his mind, Yu Wutian's eyes brightened. This formation can actually temporarily elevate one's realm. How marvelous. Chapitre 304 impossible. Indeed, the leaders of the 10,000 holy sect were all unsettled, as the scene before them had far exceeded their expectations. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, thousands of powerhouses from various forces in Yuzhou turned to flee. It was no joke, although the rewards given by the 8 princes were tempting. One still needed to have a life to spend it. Kill. Watching the fleeing crowd, Yi Xian smirked. Not a single one left. With a whoosh, more than 20 figures instantly vanished from their original spots, and the next moment, thousands of powerhouses from various factions fell from the void like dumplings, not even letting out a scream. After all, the gap between the 2 sides was truly too great. 10 breaths later, all the 1,000 powerhouses were dead, and the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. This is... Yu Wutian looked at the scene, unable to help but gulp. It's over. Cough cough. Hall Master, do you really have so many strong subordinates? Indeed. Even Yu Zetian, who understood Yi Xian, couldn't remain calm. Not only were there immortal king powerhouses, but there were also immortal monarch powerhouses among the subordinates. What did this imply? Oh, everything returned to calm. and Yi Xian's gaze landed on a young man. Is this the mutated vermilion bird bloodline? Chapter 305, Get Up. Yi Xian glanced at the current immortal monarch powerhouse of the 10,000 Holy Sect and said meaningfully, "Make sure to protect Yunhai and her son well, and you will surely benefit in the future. The immortal monarch is just the beginning. If you perform well, I can guarantee you will step into half-step immortal sovereign within 100 years." The calm voice echoed in the ears of the immortal monarch powerhouse under the slave seal, causing him to feel as if struck by lightning, gulping again. If it were before, he would naturally not believe it, but just now, this lord had slightly displayed his means and allowed him to step into the immortal monarch. Moreover, didn't he just see how many strong powerhouses this lord had? There were even immortal monarchs among them, and there were more than 20 immortal kings. This was enough to explain everything. Yes, my lord. At this moment, the immortal monarch powerhouse no longer had any dissatisfaction. Compared to this, the slave seal was completely unimportant. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at the immortal monarch powerhouse. You immediately send a message to the direction of the Yuhua imperial city, saying that Yunhai has died. Died? Upon hearing this, for some reason, the immortal monarch powerhouse felt an extremely ominous premonition. That's right. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Hopefully, the princes of the Yuhua Empire will like this big gift. Upon hearing this, Nalin Yunhai gasped. This is making himself fake his death. Chapter 306, Mother Yu. Even the first prince was shocked at this moment. After all, these princes were the closest people to their mother and sister, and although they competed for the throne, strictly speaking, they were not deserving of death. Yunye, the Empress of Yuhua, looked at the only mercy of her son, indifferent. What you are unwilling to do, I will do. As long as you can firmly sit on the Yuhua Emperor's throne, how can it matter if I become a sinner for eternity? He good? The strongest ancestor of the 10,000 Holy Sect nodded in satisfaction. As expected of my Yuhua Empress, a woman who does not yield to men. Prince Yunyi, you will surely thank today's actions of the Empress in the future. The group of ancestors from the 10,000 Holy Sect also nodded in agreement, undoubtedly. The actions of the Yuhua Empress were very wise, which could suppress potential crises at the smallest cost. To be honest, if the Yuhua Empress were a man, they would consider him the most suitable choice for the Yuhua Emperor. Unfortunately, she is a woman, and of course, it is not quite justified. The Yuhua Imperial Palace is lively enough. At that moment, figures appeared in the scene, and there were quite a few, at least tens of thousands. Chapter 307, Good. The strongest ancestor of the 10,000 Holy Sect's face turned icy. Very good. It is indeed surprising. Looking at the scene, the strongest ancestor of the 10,000 Holy Sect knew that this moment had somewhat exceeded his ability to respond. Xia, are you not coming out yet? At that moment, the strongest ancestor of the 10,000 Holy Sect's gaze turned to the depths of the Yuhua Imperial Palace. Upon hearing this, Nalin Ye's heart trembled. Nalin Ye, he certainly knew who that was, the strongest ancestor of the Yuhua Empire, a half-step immortal sovereign powerhouse. Today my Yuhua Empire is indeed lively. As the cheerful voice echoed, an old man with graying hair appeared in the scene. Although he was very old, his spirit was extremely vibrant, especially the shining eyes, indicating that he was far from the end of his lifespan. Buzz. Then, the aura of half-step immortal sovereign surged, and his gaze finally landed on Yi Xian. Is this the legendary puppet technique? Quite interesting. Clearly devoid of a soul, yet still brimming with vitality. You have quite a ruthless method. Nalin Jie squinted his eyes, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. If he could obtain such a method, he could even rival or contend with immortal sovereign powerhouses. Chapter 308, This method. The strong ones of the Holy Feather clan stood frozen in place. As they initially thought there would be another fierce battle. Who would have thought that the Hall Master alone would so easily end the struggle for the throne of the Yuhua Empire? It can be said that in front of the Hall Master, the current chaos of the Yuhua Empire was nothing but a joke. Is it over? Indeed, the scene before him made Nalin Yunhai feel as if he were dreaming, as the images of what had just occurred replayed in his mind. Did you see that? Xiao Hong glanced at the shocked Nalin Yunhai and then whispered, Liu Yunhai, don't say that your strongest ancestor of the Yuhua Empire is a half-step immortal sovereign. Even immortal sovereign powerhouses would have to rest in front of your master. Boom! Upon hearing this, Nailin Yanhai had no doubts at all. But he looked at Xiao Hong in astonishment. Sister Hong, do you mean that Master has other immortal sovereign puppets? All along, Master has not used his full strength. Xiao Hong nodded slightly and then smiled. So, you joined your Master-S sect. Now you know how lucky you are, right? It's not an exaggeration to say that the moment you joined your Master-S sect, the future Yuhua Empire was destined to become a superpower. Chapter 309 Deep in the Yuhua Empire. Master, what is this? Yu Yinhai looked at the scene, questioning his master with suspicion. While the Holy Feather Clan members all looked over, clearly unaware of why the Hall Master was doing this. I forgot to tell you all. Yi Xian smiled slightly and then looked towards the direction of the Sword State. The Xian God Hall has now taken control of the Sword State and the Demon State. What? Hearing the words of their sect master, everyone, including Yu Yinhai, was shocked. The Xian God Temple. They have already taken control of Jianzhou and Mazhou. When did this happen, and why didn't they know at all that the Xian God Temple had become so powerful? Yu Wuqian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. No wonder the sect master was not worried at all about the matters of the Yuhua Empire. It turns out they had already successfully operated in 2 states before Yu Province. Big brother, you're not planning to return to the Sacred Sword sect through the teleportation array, are you? Xiao Hong began to understand. After all, this wasn't the first time her big brother had done this. Mi Xian nodded slightly. After all, returning from Yu Province to Jianzhou was indeed not a short distance. He could naturally take his time returning during leisure, but if an emergency arose, it would be different. Chapter 310. Hello, senior sister. Hello, senior brother. Yu Yinhai greeted nervously. Although he was the emperor of the Yuhua Empire, he had only been in this position for a day. Hello, junior brother. Meng Qinxiu and the others nodded slightly. And soon they began to chat, as they had much in common. Qinxiu, take good care, Yinhai. Yes, master. Meng Qinxiu responded respectfully, and at that moment, Xiao Wushuang leaned in to whisper. What? Yu Yinhai looked at Meng Qinxiu in astonishment. Senior sister, hello. He gulped, truly not expecting the youngest one to be master's first disciple. Hey, don't underestimate senior sister because she is young. Her strength is quite formidable. After a pause, she urged, Junior brother Junmo, why don't we spar with senior sister? This. Junmo's mouth twitched upon hearing this. It seemed the second senior brother was about to stir up trouble again. Ahem. Isn't that inappropriate? He had forgotten the scene of being bullied by senior sister, but soon thought of something. Yinhai, what is your current realm? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The fact that the junior brother could be accepted by the master indicated he was naturally not ordinary. Chapter 311. 7th Rank Martial God. Feeling the change in realm, the golden-winged god Peng was extremely excited. Boss, you're so cool. Originally, he was only at the peak of the 4th rank martial god, but now he had reached the 7th rank martial god, and it wouldn't be long before he became an unparalleled powerhouse. Buzz. Next, the 72 divine guards accompanying them also experienced a rise in their realms. A quarter of an hour later, Shun Yi stepped into the 7th rank martial god, and among the divine guards, the weakest had now reached the 6th rank martial god. This lineup was enough to astonish the outside world, especially since the combat power of the divine guards far exceeded their realms. Moreover, after thinking for a moment, Yi Xian flipped his right hand, and a jade slip suddenly appeared. This is the Star Sword Array. Using it will temporarily increase your strength by 2 ranks. Thank you, Secmaster. Shun Yi solemnly accepted the jade slip. A temporary increase of 2 ranks meant that after using it, his realm would be comparable to a 9th rank martial god, and his combat power could even rival a half-step immortal. As for the few disciples, they also made considerable improvements, and thus, time quietly passed. Thunder Spear Slash. At that moment, a young man bathed in thunder from afar, holding a spear, stabbed towards a ferocious beast comparable to a 5th rank martial god. A thunderous roar. The sky was filled with thunder, and that young man resembled a thunder god. With that spear thrown, before the beast could react, it was instantly pierced, turning into a mist of blood. Chapter 312. Madman. Even the previously expelled Tianjiao of Jianzhou was stunned. Good heavens. That little girl actually killed the Tianjiao of the 3 superpowers of Lijiao. Wasn't this offending 3 superpowers at once? You brat, are you seeking death? I will kill you. 3 mighty voices echoed, and 3 powerful immortal kings appeared in the arena. their auras not weaker than that of the remnant moon ancestor of the hunting deer sacred land. The terrifying attack struck towards Xiao Hong in an instant. 3 upper-level immortal kings? Feeling the auras of the 3, the remnant moon ancestor's expression grew serious. Bang! Just as everyone thought Xiao Hong was doomed, a figure appeared beside her, blocking the attacks of the 3 immortal kings with one person's strength. How about you all give my Phoenix clan some face? Then, an aura of peak immortal king erupted, forcing the 3 upper-level immortal kings to retreat repeatedly. Feng Linxian. Seeing the newcomer, the 3 immortal kings were all taken aback. And even the remnant moon ancestor recognized the person. This person was none other than the current Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan. However, even so, with the strength of a peak immortal king, one could imagine the vast difference between their hunting deer sacred land and the Phoenix clan, both being superpowers. Chapter 313. Immortal Monarch Powerhouse. Thinking of this, Feng Linxian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and at the same time, he understood why Xiao Hong had been so nonchalant earlier. It turned out, she had long known the strength of the person before her. But with this child's ability to kill an immortal king, why was she merely a small peak master in the Sacred Sword sect? After shocking the crowd, Yi Xian glanced around. Since you have entered my Jianzhou, then abide by the rules of Jianzhou. Anyone who bullies others and occupies the Sword Tomb secret realm shall die. Swish! Then Yi Xian flipped his right hand, and 2 peak immortal king puppets appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. These are puppets. Feng Linxian's heart suddenly sank upon seeing the 2 beings guarding the entrance of the secret realm. No, the vitality is so rich, yet there's no soul. What a brilliant technique. He never expected that a peak master of the Sacred Sword sect would have such a trump card. Feng Linxian withdrew his gaze, then focused on Xiao Hong. Yi Qingsheng, whenever you want to come to Fengzhou in the future, the doors of the Phoenix clan will always be open for you. Xiao Hong glanced at Feng Linxian and pouted. When I have time, perhaps I will visit the Phoenix clan. Good. Chapter 314. Slash. With a sword slash. A terrifying sword light immediately smashed the residual waves of the 10,000 Zhong Thunder Dragon, distorting the surrounding space. Hiss! The golden-winged god Peng and many little ones gasped in shock, looking at the figure in the void. Although it was just a residual wave, it was too powerful. Such an attack. Xiao Hong looked meaningfully at her boss, narrowing her eyes. Lower-level immortal monarch realm. Yet the strength is comparable to a half-step immortal sovereign. No wonder the 3 upper-level immortal kings were killed by the boss. Being by the boss's side was far better than going to the Phoenix clan. Not to mention the freedom here compared to going to the Phoenix clan. Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, Devour. The sky was filled with thunder dragons. And a smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips as he used a strange maneuver to absorb all the thunder power into the 72 divine weapons. Wow! The golden-winged god Peng's eyes nearly popped out. Good heavens! Chapter 315. Too weak. With a loud bang, the ground cracked and made a snapping sound as the young master of the Dragon Clan was smashed to the ground by Xiao Hong. Hey! Since you are the young master of the Dragon Clan, I won't hold back. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Hong threw a punch that sent Long Xiang flying dozens of feet away, leaving the ground in ruins along the way. Ancestor this. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan raised his hand to stop them. Let us watch the change. After saying that, Long Qingyang narrowed his eyes and focused on Yi Xian, as he sensed an extremely dangerous feeling from him. His intuition told him that even if he intervened, he might not be able to help the young master. Gulp. Hearing the ancestor's words, the Dragon Clan's outstanding talents and powerful figures swallowed hard. Was Ancestor Qingyang afraid? But how could that be? Just then, Long Zhang let out a dragon roar, and the next moment he transformed into a 100-foot-long, 5-clawed divine dragon. Speaking human words, no wonder you are the top genius of the Phoenix clan. This young master is determined to marry you. Although he had just been beaten badly, to him, it felt like just a tickle. Marry your sister. Xiao Hong was furious and unleashed her 6th-grade martial god aura. Holy Sword Slash. Chapter 316. Perfected Immortal Monarch. Indeed, the sudden change in Ancestor Qingyang's strength shocked everyone greatly. Long Qingyang took a deep breath and then opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy within him. Perfected Immortal Monarch. Even he, who was used to great storms, couldn't help but gasp. He had never thought that he would reach the perfected immortal monarch realm in this way. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least several decades to reach this level. Thank you, my lord. Realizing this, Long Qingyang became even more respectful, and the others of the dragon clan looked at him with more awe, which was undoubtedly what Yi Xian wanted. This group's return to the dragon clan could also be considered a breath of fresh air. In the future, if the dragon clan could join the Xian Divine Hall, it would be a blessing for both the dragon clan and the Xian Divine Hall. Soon, Long Qingyang led the dragon clan members toward the exit of the secret realm. Oh yeah, Long Zhang narrowed his eyes. He had waited too long for this day and could finally completely break free from the dragon clan's restraints. No one knew that a large part of the reason he came to the Sword Tomb's secret realm was that he was tired of staying with the dragon clan. As long as he left the dragon clan, he felt that the air outside was unprecedentedly fresh. Chapter 3:17. Perfected Immortal Venerable. Moreover, possessing the strength to slay half-step immortal emperors is an extraordinary existence. Even in the 3,000 states of the upper realm, it is an absolutely top-tier existence. Just then, Dan Dao, he crushed jade slip, and the inheritance within surged into his forehead, followed by a vast energy radiating outwards from him. Under the remnant energy of the Dan Venerable, Dan Dao Yi's realm forcibly rose to the 6th grade martial emperor before stopping. After a moment, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. I am now a 6th grade martial emperor. So strong. Swallowing hard, at this moment he felt exceptionally good. Stronger than before by more than 10 times. Right? After sorting out the inheritance, Dan Dao, he thought of something. Master, there is a spiritual spring left by the Dan Venerable here, which may help senior sister and junior brothers and sisters break through their realms. Following the information, he pressed down on a certain stone in the cave. With a rumbling sound, as the stone door opened, the scene inside was revealed, and rich spiritual energy instantly filled the cave. This is an unexpected paradise. Cultivating here will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Yes, we are benefiting from Brother Dao E. Chapter 3:18. Swish. At a certain moment, figures appeared outside the Sword Tomb secret realm. What happened? Were we expelled from the Sword Tomb? How could this be? This has never happened before. The people outside the secret realm were in a daze, clearly shocked by the scene before them. The Sword Tomb secret realm had never expelled trial takers, let alone all of them at once. How could this happen? The Dream Breaker's son looked bewildered, clearly one of those expelled, especially the old ancestor of the residual moon beside him. Something unusual must have happened. Taking a deep breath, the old ancestor of the residual moon looked toward the entrance of the secret realm, where even 2 puppets at the level of perfected immortal kings had disappeared. Could this be related to that Yi Xian? That can't be. Hearing the words of the old ancestor of the residual moon, the Dream Breaker's son coughed lightly. After all, this was the Sword Tomb's secret realm. How could it be influenced by a single person? Senior Qingyang. After being expelled, Feng Linxian saw Long Qingyang's gaze suddenly stop. She knew very well that the Qingyang ancestor was in existence at the level of an upper immortal monarch. Oh, Long Qingyang, filled with suspicion, looked around. You are the Lin Xian girl of the Phoenix clan, right? Chapter 3:19. Entering the immortal realm? When the golden-winged rock said this, immediately, many gazes turned to him, especially Long Xiang, who almost popped his eyes out. Oh no, this is bad. How can we deal with this woman now? With a high-pitched cry, Xiao Hong stepped into the realm of immortals, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions. If this scene were to be known by the Phoenix clan's Feng Linxian, who knows if she would forcefully confront Yi Xian to take him away? Ancestral Phoenix bloodline? 5-clawed divine dragon bloodline? The sword old man reappeared in the Sword Tomb's secret realm, looking shocked at the scene. My goodness, what kind of existence is surrounding the master? However, the golden-winged rock was startled by the sudden appearance of the old man. What the hell? Where did this ghost come from? With a reflexive punch, it felt like hitting a stone, and then it was sent flying dozens of feet away, crashing into the cave wall, creating a web of cracks. This old man, Long Xiang's eyelids twitched wildly, filled with vigilance. What terrifying strength! Just now, that rock's attack was enough to severely injure a half-step immortal, yet it was effortlessly repelled. Chapter 3:20. Too weak. The sword old man glanced at the few people. Although he was in a light and shadow state, don't forget that his foundation was the Sword Tomb secret realm. and now he was already at the perfected immortal venerable level. Not to mention the half-step immortal venerables in front of him. Even immortal venerable experts would be insignificant before him. How is this possible? The three half-step immortal venerables looked horrified, clearly feeling that this person's strength was too powerful. Even a lower immortal venerable could not achieve this. That old man's strength was at least that of a middle immortal venerable, or even an upper immortal venerable. The implications were terrifying. Indeed, the three half-step immortal sovereigns could no longer maintain their calm and exchange glances. Withdraw, without any hesitation. The three immediately issued the command and were about to leave with their people. But now, want to leave? It's too late. Xuan curved his lips, then raised his right hand to imprison the three severely injured individuals, subsequently using puppet technique on them. What are you trying to do? The three, including the old ancestor Xuan, felt a sense of impending doom as they found themselves unable to move even a fraction. And their spiritual power was draining at a terrifying speed. Damn it, kid, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The shrill screams made the eyes of the immortal kings and immortal lords from the three factions twitch uncontrollably, and they turned to flee. Chapter 321, Thunder State. Deep within the nine heavens Thunder Pavilion. Crack! A terrifying old man, upon receiving the news, crushed the jade slip with a bang. This person was the strongest ancestor of the nine heavens Thunder Pavilion, Lei Wuji. What? The Sword Tomb secret realm has disappeared. Upon learning this information, Lei Wuji's expression turned grave as he discovered that all the powerful figures from the Nine Heavens Thunder Pavilion sent to intercept Xuan had completely lost contact. Not only that, but the other two factions' powerful figures had also vanished as if they had evaporated from the world. All three faction-strong figures have gone missing. If the three half-step immortal sovereigns truly fell, the entire Holy Sword sect of Sword State would have to accompany them to the grave. A surging aura emanated from his body, clearly not far from the mid-level immortal sovereign. Wuji, the ancestor, the strong figure from the Nine Heavens Thunder Pavilion who reported took a deep breath. Should we send someone to investigate the Sword Tomb secret realm? It's important to note that if a half-step immortal sovereign and many immortal lords were to perish, it would be a heavy blow even for the Nine Heavens Thunder Pavilion. After all, cultivating an immortal lord requires unimaginable resources, let alone a half-step immortal sovereign ancestor. The resources and time needed are beyond imagination. Chapter 322. 2 days later, Edge of Monster State. Whoosh! A palace appeared in the scene, which was the Xian God Palace. And then Xuan and others arrived outside the hall. Wow! Observing the surroundings, Long Xiang was filled with shock. Such speed. Even immortal sovereigns would take half a month to travel from Sword State to Monster State. Boss, you made it in just 2 days. His fiery gaze fell on Xuan. Boss, from now on, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. Cut out. The golden-winged rock glanced at Long Xiang and looked into the distance. Don't worry, with the boss around. Even if you want to die, it'll be hard. What Lord Rock said is true. Long Xiang subtly flattered, which pleased the golden-winged rock greatly. Boss, we should head to Holy Monster City first. Xiao Hong's gaze was fixed on the direction of Holy Monster City. If that dirt dog falls in Holy Monster City, I'll be short a little follower. Cough, cough. Long Xiang coughed awkwardly, truly taken aback by the sudden remark. If the word got out about the monster goddess successor having a little follower, it would surely shock countless people. However, this Sister Hong is quite strong. How old is she to have already entered the realm of immortals? Yao Ming Tian, where are you running? At that moment, a furious shout came from afar, and then they saw over 1,000 people chasing after a middle-aged man in the distance. Chapter 323. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Powerful auras emanated from the 4 major royal families' half-step immortal sovereign ancestors, causing Yao Ming Tian to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Feeling the suffocating aura, Yao Ming Tian nearly choked on his own saliva, his pupils suddenly constricting as he sensed that something was terribly wrong. Immortal sovereign. Clearly, under Xuan's manipulation, the 4 major royal families' half-step immortal sovereign ancestors had entered the immortal sovereign realm in an unusual manner. But this scene had an unprecedented impact on Yao Ming Tian. If the outside world were to know, it would surely shock the 3,000 states of the upper realm. It's well known how difficult it is for a half-step immortal sovereign to enter the immortal sovereign realm. Moreover, while the half-step immortal sovereign and immortal sovereign realms are only a fine line apart. That line is as different as heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, under normal circumstances, a half-step immortal sovereign could be defeated with just a finger by an immortal sovereign, so one can imagine the gap between them. Of course, there are half-step immortal sovereigns that can rival immortal sovereigns, or even slay them, but that is ultimately an exception. It could take millions or even tens of millions of years to encounter one. Chapter 324. Good. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming Tian's eyes sparkled, and he respectfully bowed. Young friend, I sincerely thank you on behalf of the monster god lineage. No need to stand on ceremony among family. Yixin waved his hand, not caring about it, and continued. Moreover, there are plenty of good puppet targets among the elders of the four royal families. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming Tian laughed heartily. Then let us wish for a pleasant cooperation. Hearing Yixin's words, Yao Ming Tian was overjoyed. This young friend was just his type, and all those who came from the four royal families would surely meet their end. Clearly, Yixin's move of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao was executed exceptionally well. As for what would happen next, that was not his concern. The only thing he could be certain of was that the four royal families would face their doom. Naturally, Yixin then looked towards the direction of Holy Monster City and said, since the four royal families have taken action, let us see what kind of monstrous beings they have. I hope they will like this big gift. Half a day later, as expected, Yao Ming Tian was besieged by numerous alliances and strong figures from the four royal families. But having already entered the immortal sovereign realm, Yao Ming Tian could easily cope. Chapter 325. Let us go. After collecting the many puppets, Yixin then looked towards the direction of Holy Monster City. Let us head to Holy Monster City. The four royal families must be exterminated this time. Thinking of this, Yixin squinted and said, I wonder what the scene will be like when refining the puppets of upper-level immortal sovereigns. Ye Wan murmured, causing Yao Ming Tian's heart to tremble. Upper-level immortal sovereign. Cough cough. Isn't that the existence of the strongest ancestors of the four royal families? Good heavens. Young friend, are you planning to annihilate the four royal families? However, if it can really be done, wouldn't he have four complete immortal sovereign puppets under him? Thinking deeply was terrifying. At this point, Yao Ming Tian understood very well that by then, he would be able to walk sideways in the 3,000 states of the upper realm. Boss so mighty. The golden-winged rock envisioned the scene just now. Four mid-level immortal sovereign puppets, plus dozens of lower-level immortal sovereign puppets. As for half-step immortal sovereigns, there must be over 100 of them. With such a lineup, if they appeared in Holy Monster City, even that dirt dog would probably be scared silly. Ha! I really look forward to that dirt dog's expression then. The golden-winged rock said with anticipation, while Xiao Hong shot him a glance, and Long Xiang squinted, thinking that the Dragon Clan must cling to the boss's leg in the future, or else the Dragon Clan would surely be outclassed. Chapter 326. Illusion. Not bad. This is the first thought of the Black Dragon. After all, it is very clear how far the Sword State is from this holy demon city. How could Sister Hong appear here? It's really funny that the last thing I thought of before dying was not the boss, but Sister Hong. Bang! Before he could regain his senses, the Black Dragon was directly hit on the head, and then a domineering voice came out. Earth Dog, are you dumb as a demon god? What kind of look is that when you see this lady? A hit on the head brought the Black Dragon back to reality, and he was immediately shocked. Sister Hong, it's really you. No kidding. Xiao Hong glanced at him and laughed. The boss is here too. This time, you owe the boss a huge favor. Hearing this, the Black Dragon couldn't help but well up with tears. The boss is here too. He actually came from the Sword State to the Demon State, and he must know that the four great royal families are making a move. The Black Dragon clenched his fists, but the four great royal families' divine sons were furious beside him. You dare to interfere with the affairs of the four great royal families. The four narrowed their eyes, and then their attacks became even stronger, clearly wanting to kill both Xiao Hong and the Black Dragon. Chapter 327. Who are you again? With these words, the fierce battle in the arena came to an abrupt halt. You must know that with 30 celestial lords and thousands of half-step celestial lords, such a lineup is enough to crush any faction of the four great royal families, and even not weaker than the demon god lineage at all. Wow. The Black Dragon was stunned, staring blankly at the void above. Sister Hong, the boss is so powerful now. MHM. Xiao Hong nodded slightly and continued. You know about the boss's puppet technique. Besides, do you think the boss is idle on this trip to the demon state? After seeing Yi Xian, Yao Tianmi narrowed his eyes. This little guy is Black Dragon's boss. However, the scale is quite large. The most important thing is, Yao Tianmi looked deeply at Yi Xian because he couldn't sense Yi Xian's realm, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura from him. You must know, he is a celestial lord at the peak of perfection. To make him feel this way, one can imagine how strong Yi Xian is. Me? Listening to the words of the Dark Magic Tiger Clan celestial lord, Yi Xian smiled. My name is Yi Xian. The inheritor of the demon god is my person. Boom. Chapter 328. Boom. The giant sword fell, and the upper celestial lord ancestors of the four royal families were severely injured on the spot, stunning everyone with this scene. Such strength, how strong. Yao Tianmi was shocked because he couldn't achieve this level. Good opportunity. Yao Tianmi took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the strong men of the four royal families. Since the four main culprits couldn't make an impact, the remaining people couldn't stir up any waves either. Four royal families, defying authority. Everyone kill without mercy. With a swift motion, Yao Tianmi immediately severely injured several celestial lords, and the demon god lineage launched a counterattack, leading to a massacre. At this moment, Yi Xian activated the concealment array. Unsurprisingly, the upper celestial lords of the four royal families were turned into puppets, and their strength instantly reached the peak of celestial lord, just like Yao Tianmi. As for the celestial puppets, there are more than 30 of them now. It can be said that Yi Xian's current strength is such that even the combined forces of the Dragon and Phoenix clans cannot compare, at least on the surface. As for whether there are other strong individuals, that remains unknown. After collecting all the puppets, he pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Half-step Celestial Emperor age. 32 years appearance. Max, second only to the tomato readers. Chapter 329, Holy Grade Longevity Pill. Yao Tianmi's heart shook. Although he had never heard of this item, its grade indicated that it was a holy grade pill related to longevity, enough to explain everything. Buzz. As the pill entered his mouth, a loud roar and an ocean of vitality rapidly restored Yao Tianmi's injuries, and his aura visibly strengthened. The ancestor's aura is getting stronger. Yao Mingtian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the strong men of the demon god lineage also showed excitement in their eyes. They couldn't help but feel this way. The ancestor Tianmi was a sole figure for them in the demon god lineage. It can be said that apart from the demon god, the ancestor Tianmi was the most important to them. Once the ancestor Tianmi's lifespan was short, it would be extremely bad for them and the entire demon god lineage. Quick, look. At this moment, a voice rang out, continuing. The hair of ancestor Tianmi is actually turning gray. Boom! Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell, and they were shocked to see an incredible scene. Withered would meet spring. Ancestor Tianmi is saved. The entire arena was excited, and before everyone could think, an extremely terrifying aura radiated from the center of ancestor Tianmi, the pressure far exceeding that of a peak celestial lord. Chapter 330. Indeed, everyone was astonished. The Lord of the Hall had actually stepped into the legendary half-step celestial emperor at such a young age. Cough, cough, wow. The black dragon coughed dryly, glanced at the scene, and thought, the boss is invincible. Half-step celestial emperor. He has become so powerful. Damn it, I'm not even a celestial being now. The gap is more than 10,000 miles. Half-step celestial emperor. Meng Qianxiu took a deep breath. Her heart stirred with waves. Her master's strength had clearly surpassed her imagination. Although they hadn't been in the upper realm for too long, they understood what half-step celestial emperor meant. That was an almost legendary existence among the 3,000 states of the upper realm, although they didn't know how their master achieved it. By the way, I'll take you to a place. After speaking, Yi Xian brought Yao Tianmi and others to the Xian God Hall. Master. As soon as they arrived at the Xian God Hall, Old Sword bowed in greeting. What? Yao Mingtian looked in disbelief at a certain direction. Is that the Sword Tomb secret realm? How is that possible? Indeed, Yao Mingtian was shocked by the scene before him. Not just him. Yao Tianmi and others were equally astonished. Chapter 331, A Mysterious Clan. Without a doubt, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of it, but although he hadn't seen it, he could vaguely imagine the terror of that mysterious clan. Invasion of the upper realms, 3,000 states. This was clearly a ticking time bomb for him. By the way, master, after pondering for a moment, Old Sword continued. According to my memory, above half-step Celestial Emperor, there are also realm divisions in the Celestial Emperor realm, with a total of 10 ranks. Each rank represents a qualitative enhancement in strength. 10 ranks of Celestial Emperor? Upon hearing Old Sword's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. 10 ranks of Celestial Emperor. Each rank a heavy sky. This reminded him of the 9 ranks of Martial God. But the gap between the two was far more than just clouds and mud. Just then, Yao Tianmi rushed over from a distance. Master, there's trouble in the demon god lineage. Someone took advantage of the situation and stole the resources of my clan. Upon hearing Yoshimi's words, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Interesting, it seems that there are quite a few forces among the 4 major royal clans looking for death. Let's go take a look. With a flash, the two disappeared from their spot, and the next moment appeared somewhere in the headquarters of the demon god lineage. Reckless. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they heard angry and noisy voices, coveting the resources of my demon god lineage, seeking death. Chapter 332. That's fine. Yi Xian nodded slightly. With Yoshimi now at half a step to becoming an immortal emperor, many things no longer required his intervention. Thank you, Lord Hall Master. Bowing respectfully. However, Yoshimi did not know how much this action would change his life. After all, being able to follow Yi Xian for a long time was already a rare opportunity. In that case, let us set off. Yes, Hall Master. Yoshimi naturally had no excessive concerns, giving a few orders before heading towards Lijiao with Yi Xian. A moment later, they disappeared from the scene. Yao Ming Tian took a deep breath, gazing at the distant sky. Lord Hall Master is truly a divine being. From now on, let's see who dares to offend the might of the demon god lineage. With this thought, Yao Ming Tian recalled the figure of the old ancestor Taimi leaving. And then a voice resounded throughout the holy demon city, proclaiming the edict of old ancestor Taimi. From today onwards, the black dragon shall be our demon god, Lord in Yaoshu. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the entire holy demon city was in an uproar. With countless gazes turning towards the depths of the holy demon city, their expressions changing dramatically. Good heavens! The inheritor of the demon god has become the demon god, Lord of Yaoshu, so quickly. Chapter 333. Hee, afraid you won't succeed. Taking a deep breath, upon seeing the spirit of Lu Eyes appear, Yoshimi no longer hid his half-step immortal emperor aura, which surged forth. Then, with a flip of his right hand, an unparalleled divine sword appeared. Demon God slash. Terrifying energy surged into the long sword. Then it unleashed an unmatched attack towards the spirit of Lu Eyes in one strike. Boom! In one hit, the spirit of Lu Eyes was forced back repeatedly, a look of fear and surprise appearing in his eyes. Clearly not expecting that guy to be so strong. Dragon Breath Thunderstorm. As the spirit of Lu Eyes was in its home turf, its strongest dragon breath erupted. In the next moment, a terrifying purple lightning energy beam rained down towards Yoshimi. Watching the violent energy beam, Yoshimi did not dare to be careless. Demon God Phantom descend. Boom! With the sound falling, a 1,000-foot phantom appeared in the void, and then with a punch from Yoshimi, the ultimate showdown with the spirit of Lu Eyes commenced. The terrifying aftermath wreaked havoc, with violent thunder and aura sweeping across the entire Lu Eyes. Bang! Subsequently, both the man and the dragon retreated hundreds of feet each, and the spirit of Lu Eyes looked at Yoshimi with eyes full of fear and surprise. That guy, he never expected to be so strong. Chapter 334. Thank you, my lord. The spirit of Lu Eyes was extremely excited, bowing respectfully. Conservatively estimating, he was now at the peak of a mortal king, at least 10 times stronger than when he was at the same level before. No problem. Yi Xian looked at the excited spirit of Lu Eyes and said nonchalantly, "This is what you deserve. Consider it compensation for you." Cough, cough, I dare not, he. The spirit of Lu Eyes laughed, saying that the Lord was surprisingly generous, which truly made the spirit of Lu Eyes feel convinced. A few days later, the Divine Guards and Meng Qinxiu and others returned from their training, and upon their return, under the special care of the spirit of Lu Eyes, their strengths had undergone earth-shattering improvements. The Divine Guards need not be mentioned. All had been raised to the immortal realm, especially Shun Yi, who reached the peak of the immortal realm. Xiao Hong even stepped into the half-step immortal king realm, while the Black Dragon, Golden Winged Divine Pone, and Long Xiang also entered the immortal realm, with Long Xiang feeling as if he were dreaming. It should be known that before meeting the boss, he was merely a 5th or 6th grade martial god, and in such a short time, he broke through to the immortal realm. If this strength were to be reported back to the Dragon Clan, it would definitely astonish everyone. Additionally, Yi Xian's disciples also all entered the martial god realm, with Meng Qianxiu later rising to the 3rd grade martial god, while Jun Mo and Yu Yanhai reached the peak of the 2nd grade martial god. And as for Xiao Wushuang and others, they range from 1st grade to 2nd grade martial gods. Chapter 335, It's Him. The 3 forces of the Zhouxiao Thunder Pavilion focused their gazes on Yi Xian. It's him. He is the Yi Xian from Sword Prefecture. Kid Die. The 3 immortal king powerhouses from the Zhouxiao Thunder Pavilion immediately attacked, unleashing terrifying strikes towards Yi Xian, clearly filled with hatred for this guy who had shamed their 3 forces. Bang! Before the 3 immortal king powerhouses could get close, a figure appeared in the air, which turned out to be a perfect immortal sovereign puppet. With one punch, the 3 immortal kings from Zhouxiao Thunder Pavilion were blown apart into a mist of blood. A strong smell of blood filled the air, instantly shocking everyone present. Perfect immortal sovereign puppet. Old ancestor of the waning moon gasped, feeling as if his mind had exploded. What? The dream-breaking son, upon hearing this, was completely shocked. This is a perfect immortal sovereign level puppet. My heavens. Since you have made a move, Dai. Not yet satisfied with the fight, Xiao Hong immediately unleashed her phoenix form over 300 feet long, ruthlessly entering slaughter mode. No, this little girl is so strong. In an instant, Xiao Hong seemed to be in a world of her own, leaving the dream-breaking sun in a daze. While old ancestor of the waning moon was also taken aback, as he sensed a strong danger emanating from Xiao Hong. Chapter 336. Ultimate moves emerge, the world changes. In an instant, the Deer Pursuit Sacred Land sect was nearly destroyed, and countless super forces suffered casualties. Of course, the heaviest losses were suffered by the Deer Pursuit Sacred Land. After all, if one side was fighting against 3 forces and could still maintain an advantage, that would be strange. Boom! After about a quarter of an hour, old ancestor Jinghong was ultimately unable to withstand the combined attack of 2 immortal sovereign powerhouses, and was heavily injured, spitting blood and flying back. Old thief Jinghong, the Deer Pursuit Sacred Land has always looked down on us 3 forces, right? Then let us destroy it today. With a cold smile, the 2 strongest ancestors revealed a cruel grin. They had waited too long for this day. Once the Deer Pursuit Sacred Land was wiped out, the benefits each of them gained from their respective strengths would be immeasurable, which was also the most important reason for their joint attack on the Deer Pursuit Sacred Land. After all, whether it was Liezhou or the 3,000 states of the Upper Realm, there were only eternal interests, never eternal friends. The 2 exchanged glances. If they could jointly kill this old ancestor Jinghong, then even if Lei Wujie arrived, they would surely gain more resources. After all, wanting to divide more of the world as spoils without making a move was unrealistic. Of course, if Lei Wujie used force to oppress them, then they wouldn't mind conveniently destroying the Zhouxiao Thunder Pavilion at that time. Wouldn't it be even better for them to split Liezhou? Chapter 337. Overwhelming the strong enemies, the scene fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, each filled with shock and excitement. Strong. So strong. However, at this moment, Ancestor Canyue also conveyed his intentions to Ancestor Jinghong. Oh, hearing Ancestor Sanyue's words, Ancestor Jinghong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Save the sacred land of the deer. Join the Xian Divine Hall. This great one, is he from the Xian Divine Hall? Looking at Yi Xian from afar, although he was not very old, the faint aura he emanated made even him feel a sense of heart palpitations. There was only one possibility. That is, this person's strength is far above his own. Moreover, he is now just one step away from being a mid-level immortal sovereign. This person's strength is at least that of a mid-level immortal sovereign, or even stronger. Canyue, well done. Taking a deep breath, Ancestor Jinghong, not being foolish, clearly had made up his mind. This great one must be the greatest opportunity our sacred land of the deer has ever had. Come, let me meet our benefactor. Yes, Ancestor. Ancestor Canyue was extremely excited. He did not expect Ancestor Jinghong to agree so easily. Little did he know that such an opportunity is fleeting, and Ancestor Jinghong could not afford to miss it. Chapter 338, Demon State. Indeed, this information was quite impactful for him. Are you kidding? He couldn't help but feel this way. After all, the Demon State is a genuine top-tier superpower among the 3,000 states of the upper realm, comparable to the Dragon State and the Phoenix State. Such a force is far beyond their struggling superpower, Thunder State. One could say the two are not on the same level at all. Just then, figures appeared on the scene, and unsurprisingly, it was Xia Bingning and the others. Daddy! The three little ones were extremely excited upon seeing Xuan, and they rushed to hug their father. This scene shocked Ancestor Jinghong and even Demon Taimi. Good heavens! The Hall Master actually has children, and 3 of them at that. Everyone disperse. Xuan smiled slightly, then looked at the master of the Holy Sword sect, Master Luo. Arrange for the 2. Yes, Hall Master. Luo Jiuqian bowed respectfully. He knew that the Hall Master had made even the Demon State submit, and it wouldn't be long before their Xian Divine Hall could dominate the 3,000 states of the upper realm, and even one day surpass the 3,000 states was not impossible. After a brief exchange, the 3 little ones began to play with the disciples. Chapter 339, Time Flies. 2 years passed in an instant. On this day, after traveling for 2 years, Xuan brought his family and disciples to the Phoenix State. Just then, a figure exuding black energy appeared on the scene, its gaze fixed on Little Red, who was battling a demon beast. Sensing the pure Phoenix ancestral bloodline on Little Red, the figure attacked with a force strong enough to reach the immortal realm. Looking for death, Little Red saw this and directly slapped back, sending the figure flying with a loud bang. However, Little Red's hand was corroded by the black energy, and it took a long time to eliminate it. What a strange aura! Little Red's expression turned serious, especially when looking at the figure, which clearly had the aura of the Phoenix clan. Just then, Sword Elder appeared on the scene, his eyes fixated on the woman exuding black energy. Master, this is the aura of the strange clan. As Sword Elder's voice fell, Xuan narrowed his eyes, then a bright light entered the figure's body. Aura separation. As the aura was separated, a strange energy dissipated from her body, but was sealed and wrapped by Sword Elder with great power. Chapter 340. Really? Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you, my lord. Feng Yu could naturally see that the young master respected this great one very much, and if he could act as a bridge, perhaps it could resolve the discord between the master and the young master. Little Red snorted coldly, but her eyes were flickering uncertainly. Rest assured, with me, the Phoenix clan will be fine. Xuan naturally understood Little Red's thoughts with such sudden news. She wouldn't absorb it so easily. When they reached the Phoenix clan and resolved the strange aura to learn the truth, then decide whether to forgive or not. No matter the outcome, I am your boss. Thank you, boss. Hearing the words of her boss, Little Red shed 2 tears. Seeing this scene, Feng Yu sighed, hoping that the Phoenix Lord and the young master could reconcile. On the other side, Long Xiang's pupils suddenly contracted. What the hell? My future wife is actually the daughter of the Phoenix Lord. Looking again at Little Red, his gaze became even hotter. Speaking of which, the Phoenix Lord and his father were close friends. Haha, with this, he has a chance to win his future wife. Just thinking about being able to win Little Red in the future made Long Xiang feel ecstatic. Good heavens. Chapter 341. 2 days later, Phoenix Clan. Xuan brought Little Red and the others not far from the Phoenix Clan when suddenly a group of people appeared on the scene. Who dares to approach my Phoenix Clan? With a wave of the leader's hand, nearly 100 people surrounded Xuan and the others. You are being reckless, Yu. Seeing the actions of Feng Yu in front of her, Feng Yu's expression turned icy, and this Feng Yu was actually a disciple recently promoted by the clan leader. Moreover, his strength was already above hers, being a favored disciple of an ancestor, now at the lower immortal realm, surrounded by at least 8 rank martial gods. Hey! Long Zhang naturally sensed the strange aura on the group, and, seeing his future wife's bad expression, took a deep breath. Those who are corrupted, let this young master take care of them. With a dragon roar, the next moment Long Zhang transformed into a 100-foot 5-clawed divine dragon. His overwhelming dragon might sweeping the scene, instantly severely injuring Yu and the others. TCH, with this little ability, you want to block our way. Seeing this scene left Feng Yu dumbfounded. She looked incredulously at the divine dragon, radiating a powerful aura in the air. Zhang, you have entered the immortal realm. Chapter 342. boss is so strong. Long Xiang looked up at his boss in admiration, and even the black dragon golden-winged rock was astonished. Yeah, they wondered what level of strength their boss had now. But just then, the spirit of thunders appeared. No need to guess. My lord is now at least a half-step immortal emperor. Moreover, that strange clan strongman is like a little brother in front of my lord. The spirit of thunders smiled slightly, and the next moment with a whoosh turned into a sky full of thunder. My lord, I come to assist you. With a crackling sound, after 2 years, the spirit of thunders had restored to the immortal sovereign level, empowering the thunder sword domain, instantly magnifying its power countless times. Hiss! As the thunder sword domain fused with the lord, the spirit of thunders discovered something shocking. My lord, your aura wunti have already reached immortal emperor, right? Yi Xian slightly nodded, but he confirmed that the Thunder Lake spirit gulped down its saliva. Good heavens, the master has actually become a celestial emperor. Indeed, it was quite unbelievable. Bold! Before the Thunder Lake spirit could think further, Yi Xian had already stepped into the Phoenix clan. With a loud noise, no less than 10,000 powerful members of the Phoenix clan surrounded Yi Xian, making it impossible for a drop of water to leak through. Chapter 343. The dragon's roar exploded, and the next moment, the strange aura and intelligence were submerged by the thunder, with piercing screams emerging. Impossible! How could I die? With a loud bang, the strange aura dissipated, and Feng Jiuxiao took a deep breath upon witnessing this scene. Now that the strange aura has been lifted, I can leave with peace of mind. Retracting his gaze, Feng Jiuxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper, before dying. To see you as a death without regrets. You. Xiao Hong's expression was complicated. She couldn't accept everything in front of her at once. That father she had never met. She never imagined he would appear in this way. Feng clan leader. Now is not the time for heart-to-heart talks. Glancing at Xiao Hong, Yi Xian looked deeper into the Phoenix clan. You don't think the strange race has been completely eradicated, do you? There is still a more powerful enemy deeper within the Phoenix clan. Moreover, with me here, you won't die. Buzz. As his voice fell the next moment, a beam of energy entered Feng Jiuxiao's body, containing endless, thunderous vitality, and the body and soul that were on the verge of collapse began to rapidly repair. What this? Chapter 344. Second Tier, Celestial Emperor. Feng Tianqi and the others exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that the powerful beings of the strange race that the Phoenix clan had guarded for generations were this strong. Moreover, this was only a fraction of their power. It's hard to imagine how strong they were at their peak. Fortunately, this master discovered it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is that so? Zue Qian sneered coldly. As a powerful being of the strange race, in his prime, he could crush a 9th-tier celestial emperor with a single finger. So naturally, he wouldn't take a mere human brat seriously. I want to see if your strength is as formidable as your words. Pausing for a moment, Zue Qian's body surged with overwhelming strange aura. To enter the Celestial Emperor realm at such a young age, you must be an extraordinary genius. Just barely qualified to make me take action. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then flipped his right hand to reveal an ancient palace treasure, which was the Xian God Palace. Rumble. At the moment the Xian God Palace appeared, the surrounding strange aura retreated continuously, especially the aura emanating from it, which made Zue Qian very displeased. What kind of treasure is this? It can actually make my aura retreat. This kid is strange. Chapter 345. After using the soul-searching technique to learn about his strongest power, Yi Xian was quite surprised. Mid-stage True God Realm? This was the realm Yi Xian obtained from Zue Qian's memories of the strange race. However, the memories were somewhat fragmented, and it was unknown what realm lay above the True God Realm. Moreover, below the True God Realm is not the Celestial Emperor realm, but a realm called Divine Fire. And only below that is the 10th tier Celestial Emperor. Good heavens! No wonder Zue Qian was so arrogant. It turns out he was actually a mid-stage True God Realm powerhouse at his peak. Yi Xian murmured, but that was still far from him. Not to mention the Divine Fire realm, just the Celestial Emperor realm has 10 tiers. And even reaching the 10th tier of the Celestial Emperor would take an unknown amount of time. At least by that time, he would probably have already reached the Divine Realm. Hey, Sword Old Man, aren't you coming to meet the boss? As Xiao Dou's voice fell, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Sword Old Man, nearly causing him to shatter. Cough. Don't trouble the old man. Sort old man's mouth twitched as he sighed. I called you the boss. Yi Xiaodong nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on the even weaker Thunder Lake spirit. Chapter 346 Phoenix Clan, a certain mountain peak. A gentle breeze blew as two figures stood side by side, both gazing at the horizon, their feelings a mix of excitement and complexity. Child, thank you for coming to the Phoenix Clan. Feng Jiuxiao's gentle voice spoke, fearing that a careless word might shatter the dream, and this voice made Xiao Hong's heart tremble, because this feeling was something she had never experienced before. As a father, I am very unqualified. Feng Jiuxiao's eyes were filled with guilt. Although there were reasons for his actions back then, there were still other choices. But, clenching her fists, Xiao Hong looked in her father's eyes for the first time. You are a competent clan leader, aren't you? Is that so? Feng Jiuxiao sighed, not refuting this point, perhaps. Can you forgive me? The almost pleading tone made a struggling look flash in Xiao Hong's eyes, but after weighing it, she nodded. However, from now on, you can't ignore me anymore. After saying this, Xiao Hong nearly exhausted all her strength. Yet, those words were undoubtedly the happiest words Feng Jiuxiao had heard. Really, even at that moment, his aura burst forth, revealing how greatly his emotions were stirred. Chapter 347 Perfected Celestial King. Feeling his daughter's realm. Feng Jiuxiao's satisfaction was completely unmasked. Her future achievements would definitely surpass his. Good. Looking at his daughter, Feng Jiuxiao's eyes were filled with pride. She is truly my daughter. Feng Jiuxiao. In this way, he could also leave the Phoenix Clan with peace of mind. Huff. Opening her eyes, Xiao Hong felt the newly added five-colored phoenix bloodline within her, which had now made her ancestral bloodline much denser. This is the perfected Celestial King? Feeling her own realm, Xiao Hong licked her lips, and with her combat power, even ordinary lower-tier celestial lords were no match for her. Father, what are your plans next? Having reconciled, Xiao Hong pondered for a moment before asking. Plans? Hearing his daughter's words, Feng Jiuxiao took a deep breath. Now that the situation of the Phoenix Clan is settled, I can leave with peace of mind. Daughter, I plan to go to the Divine Realm. At this point, Feng Jiuxiao took a deep breath. Only by going there can I become stronger in the shortest time and also search for your mother's whereabouts. You want to go to the Divine Realm? Xiao Hong's heart tightened. She wanted to persuade him, but thought of her father's circumstances over the years and said nothing. Then you must be careful. Chapter 348 Buzz. At a certain moment, after successfully recognizing the master of the heart of the plane, Yi Xian received a vast amount of energy in return. Early stage, 3rd tier, Celestial Emperor. Mid-stage, 3rd tier, Celestial Emperor. Late stage, 3rd tier, Celestial Emperor. Under the impetus of this surging energy, Yi Xian directly broke through to the peak of the 3rd tier, Celestial Emperor, and then stopped. Only a step away from the 4th tier, Celestial Emperor. Huff. Exhaling deeply, feeling the explosive power within him. At this moment, his strength had increased at least 7 or 8 times compared to before. Chapter 349. Half a day later. Kill. As Long Xiang returned to Longzhou with great fanfare, he undoubtedly became a target for various factions wanting to win favor with the 3 major clans. The first wave of ambushes quietly arrived. Clearly, they were all aiming to take Long Xiang's head to claim credit, as the current situation of the Dragon Clan, particularly the decline of the Divine Dragon lineage, had become a foregone conclusion in the eyes of most superpowers. Before this, if they could achieve a great feat, it would be a significant merit for them and their respective forces. Let's begin. Looking at the thousands of assassins blocking his path, at least 1,000, with the weakest being 4th grade martial gods, and most being 5th and 6th grade martial gods. Even among them, there were no less than 10 celestial level experts. Although this lineup wasn't considered strong, it was already impressive to ordinary people. With a cold smile, Long Xiang looked at the thousands of ants obstructing his path. The roar of the dragon echoed, and the terrifying pressure of the 5-clawed Divine Dragon enveloped the area. No wonder they are from the 5-clawed Divine Dragon lineage. This is a treasure in itself. With a loud crash, over 1,000 people charged towards the 100-foot Divine Dragon. The Forbidden Area activated. Leading the charge, Meng Qinxiu slashed down and instantly killed a 5th grade martial god. Xiao Wuxuang and the others launched their attacks, and for a moment, the trial mode began. This path was destined to be tumultuous. Chapter 350, a short while later, outside the Dragon Clan. Bastards. Upon receiving the news, the three powerful figures of the Thunder Dragon clan were furious. Killing our three clan experts, courting death. However, everyone failed to notice a figure swiftly penetrating deep into the Dragon clan, not even causing the slightest ripple in the protective formation. The one who entered the depths of the Dragon clan was none other than Xiao Dou. He, the mysterious clan's expert, has arrived. With a sly grin, Xiao Dou headed straight for the direction of the clan leader. Neither the divine dragon lineage nor the rebellious three major clans had any idea of this scene. At this moment, Xiao Zi and the others arrived at the scene. Good, Long Xiang, I really underestimated you. The three factions of the Thunder Dragon clan wore icy expressions. They never expected that the brash young man who returned from outside Longzhou would bring them such a significant blow. Kill him. The three ancestral elders, at the pinnacle of celestial sovereignty, narrowed their eyes, focusing on Long Xiang while they continued to attack the Dragon clan's protective formation. As long as they broke the formation and killed the experts of the divine dragon lineage, that young man wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Yes, ancestor. Taking a deep breath, thousands of celestial king experts surged towards Long Xiang, creating a sensational scene. Chapter 351. No, I don't want to die. Bastards. I'll fight you to the end. The combined forces of the three clans suffered a brutal massacre, while the divine dragon lineage showed no mercy in return. Are you kidding? If it weren't for that great figure this time, the divine dragon lineage would likely be eliminated from the 3,000 states of the upper realm, let alone the ambitions of the three clans, which deserved extermination. Seeing the celestial sovereigns being completely annihilated, Long Aoshue breathed a sigh of relief, and then rushed towards the depths of the Dragon clan, as his instincts told him that the real crisis had not yet been resolved. Minutes later, Yi Xian and his group arrived beside the Dragon clan's leader, Long Tianqing. And so did Long Aoshue. Boss, Father Xiao Zi looked worriedly at her father, who was emanating a dense, eerie aura. Long Aoshue's expression changed drastically. This is the expert from the mysterious clan that our Dragon clan has been suppressing. He actually wants to take over. What? Xiao Zi's face changed drastically, filled with concern. Take over? Damn mysterious clan. No worries. Yi Xian comforted her and continued. Xiao Dou has already entered your father's sea of consciousness, and he will soon eliminate that expert from the mysterious clan within your father's consciousness. Chapter 352. If the Lord does not mind. From now on, the Dragon clan is willing to follow the Lord. Long Aoyue and Long Tianqing both bowed to show their respect. We are willing to follow the Lord. The members of the divine dragon lineage all bowed, and since they had a good relationship with their young master, especially since the Phoenix clan had already followed this great figure, they naturally dared not voice any dissent. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian smiled and said, if the Dragon clan can join, the Xin God Hall will surely gain even more strength. Of course, a joining gift is also essential. As his voice fell, dozens of rays of light entered the foreheads of Long Aoyue and the others. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the sounds of breakthroughs filled the air. Hiss. Long Tianqing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What kind of method is this? With just a wave of his hand, he broke through all the celestial sovereign experts of the Dragon clan. Moreover, the most important thing is that Elder Aoyue had already reached the half-step celestial emperor level. Now that he has broken through, doesn't that mean he directly stepped into the celestial emperor realm? Thinking of this, Long Tianqing couldn't contain his excitement. The celestial emperor, that is the celestial emperor realm. Wait. Soon, Long Tianqing recalled the scene in the Sea of Consciousness, where that mysterious existence had also stepped into the celestial emperor realm. Could it be that this great figure before him is already a celestial emperor at such a young age? Chapter 353. Long Tianqing let out a long breath and then looked at Yi Xian. Home Master, what are your plans next? Currently, Yaozhou, Fengzhou, and Longzhou, along with the headquarters of the Xin God Hall in Jianzhou and the Yuzhou of the Demon Realm, the Xin God Hall now occupies 6 states. In the near future, we will be able to dominate the 3,000 states. His intuition told him that this day wouldn't be far off. Plans? He gazed into the distance and then said, the forces of the 3,000 states are not to be feared, but if the mysterious clan is not eliminated, it will undoubtedly be a great hidden danger in the upper realm. Currently, there are still about 10 strong members of the mysterious clan left. I would like to ask the experts of the Dragon and Phoenix clans to eliminate them. Yes, Hall Master. Long Aoyue and Feng Tianqi exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Now, they had both stepped into the realm of the immortal emperor, and with their means, those powerful beings from the strange races could definitely be easily defeated. Yi nodded slightly, and then summoned Sword Old. Now that Sword Old is already a second-tier immortal emperor, it's best to let him accompany you for safety. Yes, Master. Sword Old nodded seriously upon receiving the Master's order. Hey, Little Doe glanced at Sword Old. Sword Old, leave those strange origins for me. Chapter 354, Not Right. Soon, Long Tianqing was shocked to discover that the relic's Thunder Tribulation was actually targeting not that sword, but the grand disciple of the Hall Master. This was terrifying to think about. The ancient relic was actually jealous. What a physique this was. My heavens. Xiao Wuxuang and the others swallowed hard. Their senior sister actually made the entire ancient relic unleash such thunder tribulation. It was too terrifying. Crackle. At that moment, within the thundercloud, another bolt of lightning brewed. And this bolt had a strength comparable to that of an immortal king. Not good. Long Tianqing felt the lightning that was far beyond what Meng Qianxiu could withstand. His expression grave. Yi Xian flipped his right hand, and suddenly, a puppet appeared above Meng Qianxiu, sensing the aura emanating from the puppet. This is a half-step immortal emperor-level puppet. Gulp. Long Tianqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a protective move from the Hall Master. However, in the current scene, was the Hall Master really going to confront the relic's thunder tribulation head-on? Boom! As the lightning descended, the puppet threw a punch, forcefully dispersing the thunder, but the scattered lightning actually caused the puppet to undergo a subtle transformation. Oh! Noticing the change in the puppet, Yi Xian was taken aback. Thunder tempering? Interesting. Chapter 355, Thunder Rampage, Energy Flying. So strong. Meng Qianxiu swallowed hard. Her master acted so domineeringly, making her feel that this thunder tribulation wasn't that formidable after all. Of course, this was entirely because her master was too strong. Buzz. Then, as the right hand waved, the lightning scattered across the sky, and a ball of lightning liquid filled with endless vitality appeared in Yi Xian's hand, both in quality and quantity, far exceeding the previous one. Yi Xian then handed a ball of lightning liquid to Meng Qianxiu, leaving her stunned. Master, you this? Meng Qianxiu truly did not expect her master would give her such an opportunity. This was an opportunity that came because of you. Yi Xian was generous, directly converting tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones into energy, and with the gathering spirit formation in motion, the immortal aura within the relic gathered at a terrifying speed. Rumble. This scene seemed to provoke the thunder tribulation, which became furious, and the originally 10,000-foot thunder vortex expanded to 30,000 feet. What the hell? The spirit of Thunder Lake looked at this scene, swallowing hard. Damn it, could it be that the thunder tribulation caused by Qianxiu would not end here? Chapter 356, Seven-Clawed Divine Dragon. Looking at the colorful seven-clawed divine dragon in the void, Long Tianqing's eyelids twitched violently. It was too terrifying. The ninth bolt of thunder. The seven-clawed divine dragon actually jumped out. Although it wasn't the real body, it was already incredibly powerful. Oomph. The colorful thunder dragon snorted coldly. Its aura surging with the strength of a fourth-tier immortal emperor. Coupled with the thunder tribulation, it was enough to compare to the peak of a fourth-tier immortal emperor. Human, you shall die. The 5,000-foot dragon body already explained everything. The previous colorful thunder dragon could be easily crushed with one move in front of it. The disparity between the two was not something numbers could make up for. Master, be careful. Xiao Wuxuang and the others took a deep breath. Even the spirit of Thunder Lake was trembling. That huge figure felt too dangerous. Such high intelligence of thunder tribulation. Yi Xian glanced at the seven-colored thunder dragon in the void, but that was all. Comparable to the peak of a fourth-tier immortal emperor? Since that's the case. Glancing at the seven-colored thunder dragon controlling everything in the void, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully. If the strength was insufficient, then break through. System, elevate my realm. As the thought fell, the system quickly reacted. Ding! Host S realm elevated to the early stage of the fourth-tier immortal emperor, consuming 780 trillion renminbi. Chapter 357, Peak of the fifth-tier immortal emperor. If this realm were to spread, it would likely turn the entire upper realm's 3,000 states upside down. Half a day's time passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. With Little Doe using the formation, the Thunder Pool was directly moved into the Thunder Lake under everyone's gaze. Crackle. However, as the Thunder Pool entered the Thunder Lake, the spirit of Thunder Lake surged with overwhelming thunder. Its aura instantly skyrocketed. In an instant, its strength restored to the lower Immortal Lord. Then, it progressed to the Middle Immortal Lord, Upper Immortal Lord, and reached the great perfection of the Immortal Lord. Finally, at a certain moment, the spirit of Thunder Lake surprisingly reached the brink of becoming an Immortal Emperor, showcasing how significant the Thunder Pool was to the spirit of Thunder Lake. Conversely, the Thunder Lake also provided feedback to the Thunder Pool, with a previously nearly exhausted Thunder Tribulation liquid giving birth to some, exactly as Xuan had predicted. It is worth mentioning that aside from the Thunder Lake, everyone else also gained considerable benefits, with Long Tianqing, who benefited the most, directly stepping into the first-tier Immortal Emperor realm. This made him, who is used to great storms, feel as if he was in a dream. Next, the Divine Guards also saw their strength soar, with Xuan directly stepping into the Upper Immortal King, and even the weakest Divine Guards stepping into the Lower Immortal King. Chapter 358. Beings from the Divine Realm. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Tianqing's pupils suddenly contracted. He did not expect there would be beings from the Divine Realm in the ancient relic. Of course, he was not concerned about that, but rather the unimaginable consequences if these beings from the Divine Realm entered the Upper Realm's 3,000 states. Oh, noticing that their traces were discovered, the group from the Divine Realm no longer pretended. A powerful aura emanated centered around the Elder, Upper Immortal Lord. However, the young man at the forefront turned his gaze to everyone present. Hand over the opportunity. Submit to this holy son. Otherwise die. The young man narrowed his eyes, as if bestowing a favor. If you submit, this holy son can take you into the Divine Realm. Where did this kid come from? Such big words. The spirit of Thunder Lake glanced at the dozen or so people, truly thinking that beings from the Divine Realm could scare them. It was really laughable. Submitting at your feet. I might consider letting you go. Nonsense. At that moment, an Upper Immortal Lord's face turned icy. Dare to speak to my young master like that. Rumble. As the Upper Immortal Lord took action, the heavens and earth changed color, whether it was due to being a powerful being from the Divine Realm. Although he was merely an Immortal Lord from the Upper Realm, his strength was enough to rival that of an Immortal Emperor. Chapter 359. Peak of the 5th-tier Immortal Emperor. Ji Wudao looked at Xuan across from him in surprise, truly feeling that the opponent's strength far exceeded his understanding. How could there be such a powerful being in the 3,000 states of the Upper Realm? Moreover, how did he enter the ancient ruins? Could it be that he possesses talismans or treasures like those from the Divine Realm that ignore realm restrictions? You stop here. Ji Wudao narrowed his eyes and looked arrogantly at Xuan. Considering your difficult cultivation, do not deceive yourself. Hand over the opportunities on you. I, the clan leader, will spare your lives. As his voice fell, a dense pressure spread out. Although he was only a 5th-tier Immortal Emperor, with the divine power he mastered and various means, it was not impossible to slay a 6th-tier Immortal Emperor. Naturally, he would not take a mere 5th-tier Immortal Emperor at the peak from the 3,000 states of the Upper Realm seriously. Is that so? Xuan smiled slightly. Then his gaze fell on Ji Wudao. You want me to hand over my opportunities? Who do you think you are? His faint smile shocked Ji Chun and the others. That kid knows what he is doing. Arrogant. Hearing Xuan's voice, Ji Wudao's expression turned cold. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill you. Chapter 360. A quarter of an hour later. Before the cave, there was a very strong concealment formation, but Long Tianqing and Xiao Zi were surging with blood energy. How could this be? Feeling the sudden violent surge of blood energy, the father and son exchanged glances. Could it be that there are ancestors of the Dragon Clan inside the cave? Moreover, for them to be this way, it is highly likely that this ancestor came from the Divine Realm. Xiao Dou. Xuan looked at the concealment formation and then at Xiao Dou beside him. Understood. Master. Xiao Dou felt vigilant and secretly guarded against the possible appearance of an Eerie clan expert, then made hand seals to dispel the concealment formation. With a hum, as the concealment formation dissipated, the true appearance of the cave was revealed and a surging dragon might spread out. This is such strong dragon might. The spirit of thunders, seeing this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just the pressure alone is so strong. The opportunity must be considerable. Hey, Bosto is mighty. In an instant, the spirit of thunders subtly flattered, but Xiao Dou ignored it, as his attention was entirely on the Erie clan expert mentioned by his master. That was related to the source of his strength, which he could not take lightly. Boss, have you not discovered the Erie clan expert? Chapter 361, Green Radiance Shadow. The Withered God King looked at the shadow in horror. You are the Green Dragon God King. You actually still have a trace of consciousness. Looking at the enemy from countless ages ago, the Withered God King's expression turned extremely cold. He thought that old rascal had long died, but unexpectedly, he was still alive. Shocked, surprised, angry. In an instant, various emotions surged in his heart, making his feelings very complicated. Are you very surprised? The Green Dragon God King smiled slightly, but this scene made Long Tianqing and Xiao Zi's hearts tremble. I have seen the Green Dragon Senior. Taking a deep breath, the two bowed respectfully, and the Green Dragon God King looked over, his eyes narrowing. 4-clawed dragon bloodline, and also 5-clawed dragon bloodline. You are descendants of the Divine Dragon Clan. He was truly excited upon sensing the auras of the two, but your auras actually come from the 3,000 states of the upper realm. I didn't expect the descendants of the Dragon God to really exist in the 3,000 states of the upper realm. Wonderful. The Green Dragon God King was extremely excited, but the Withered old man looked at Long Tianqing and the others as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. Chapter 362, Dragon Phoenix. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue trembled. One must know that just the Dragon God and the Phoenix ancestor were that powerful, let alone the combination of the two. One could imagine how formidable this beast egg would be. Perhaps. The Green Dragon God King sighed. Originally, countless ages ago, the ancestor of the Green Dragon clan gave me this beast egg, asking me to preserve the bloodlines of the Dragon God and the Phoenix ancestor. But even after such a long time, there have been no signs of this beast egg coming into the world. However, the rich vitality contained within indicates that it is still alive. Hearing the Green Dragon God King's words, Long Tianqing and the others felt a black line on their foreheads. Goodness, after countless ages, the beast egg showed no signs of coming into the world. This opportunity was equivalent to none. However, my intuition tells me that perhaps my young friend can assist the children of the Dragon God and the Phoenix ancestor to be born. The Green Dragon God King said this, then paused. As a reward, let this old man use the last trace of soul power to awaken the intelligence of this divine sword for my young friend. With a hum, as the light surged. The next moment, the Green Dragon God King transformed into a shadow and entered the destruction sword, thus obtaining liberation. After such a long time, he had lived long enough. Chapter 363, Swish. However, at the moment when Ji Wudao of the Ji family was enraged, experts from various factions in the divine realm had already arrived at the Ji family. Ancestor. Ahead is the Ji family of the celestial constellation Holy Land. Thousands of figures appeared in the scene. This group was led by an ancestor of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, whose aura was extraordinarily powerful, reaching half a step into the Divine King realm. With him leading, there were more than 10 peak true gods behind him. For a moment, the lineup was indeed grand. The Tianquan royal family, came pretty quickly. Just then, another 1,000 figures appeared in the scene. This group was the ancestor of the Nanyue Divine Kingdom, and additionally, there were 6 other forces arriving. Moreover, each faction was weaker than Tianquan and Nanyue. After all, if the celestial constellation Holy Land had too many forces, they would not dare to act against the Ji family, as that would provoke retaliation from the celestial constellation Holy Land. Since you all have arrived, why not go together? The ancestor of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, Qin Wuqing, coldly looked at the 7 half-step Divine Kings present. Now that they had gathered 8 half-step Divine Kings of the small Ji family of the celestial constellation Holy Land, it was certain that the Ji family would be doomed. Indeed, the child Ji Chun killed my holy son's disciple. He must die. Agreed. The Ji family must hand over Ji Chun, or else their entire clan will be exterminated. Chapter 364. 2 days later, celestial constellation Holy Land. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the Holy Master of the celestial constellation, Luo Tianjue jumped up from his seat. The Ji family was destroyed. The attackers were the 8 factions of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom. Crack! The jade slip in his hand shattered in response, and the aura surging around him was clearly at the peak of the true God realm, significantly stronger than Ji Wudao. Goodness, what an 8 great factions! What exactly happened? Subsequently, upon hearing his subordinate's explanation, Luo Tianjue's expression turned strange. Ji Chun killed the talents of various factions. Ridiculous. It was merely their excuse to kill and seize treasures. Knowing his disciple Luo Tianjue too well, he would believe it if he killed 1 or 2 people, but such an act that provoked everyone's anger, he definitely would not do. I understand, you may leave. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianjue calmed his emotions and then looked towards the direction of the ancient ruins. Chun, what kind of opportunity did you get that made the forces from all directions destroy the Ji family to force you to appear? This matter is of great importance and must be reported to the ancestor immediately. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianjue vanished from the spot, and the next moment he arrived deep within the Tianxian sacred land, where there were faintly many powerful auras. The primary condition to become the ancestor of the Tianxian sacred land is to reach the peak of the true God realm. Chapter 365, Mid-Stage God King. The 8 members of the Qin overlord looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes, clearly not expecting that the strongest ancestor of the Tianxian sacred land, Yao Tianfeng, had actually reached the mid-stage of the God King realm. It must be noted that although it was only a small realm difference, their strength was far beyond theirs. Just now, one attack had already wounded them, which indicated everything. Indeed, the confidence of the 8 was greatly weakened in an instant. Yao Tianfeng sneered coldly, looking at the 8. Since you are here, let us fight. Tianxian ancient formation, empower me. As Yao Tianfeng hand-sealed the incantation, the ancient formation's energy roared from the void, merging into his body like rivers returning to the sea. The next moment, his aura surged once again. Not good. This bastard can still empower his realm. He must not be allowed to succeed. The 8 early-stage God Kings' faces turned icy. If they let him fully empower his realm, they would undoubtedly die. Kill! With a thunderous roar, 8 figures transformed into streaks of light and rushed towards Yao Tianfeng, not daring to hold back even a bit at this moment of life and death. Don't joke. Holding back at this time would be no different from seeking death. After all, they were the strongest ancestors of their respective forces, and if they fell here, their forces would perish as well. At that time, the Tianxian sacred land would undoubtedly unify all their territories and become the sole ruler of this vast land of millions of miles. Chapter 366, on the other side, in the upper realms, 3,000 prefectures. Sword Prefecture, Holy Sword Sect, now the headquarters of the Mystic God Hall. At a certain moment, 2 figures appeared in the main hall, and these 2 figures were none other than Long Aoyue and Feng Tianqi. Hall Master. The 2 bowed respectfully as they entered the hall. All the strange beings from several places had been eradicated. In the upper realms, 3,000 prefectures would no longer suffer from the invasion of strange beings. For more than half a month, the strong of the strange beings from several places in the upper realms, 3,000 prefectures, had all been eliminated. Well done. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then said, you should also go to the Mystic God Hall's Thunder Pool to enhance your realms. With a wave of his hand, he moved the 2 to the Thunder Pool inside the Thunder Marsh, where Xia Bingning and others were currently practicing breaking the mirror. The 2 felt the energy contained in the Thunder Tribulation liquid and immediately dared not delay even a moment. Although they didn't know how the Hall Master did it. This was indeed an unprecedented opportunity. Hall Master, what are your plans next? After pondering for a moment, Long Tianqing asked curiously. Now the upper realms, 3,000 prefectures clearly posed no challenge to their realms. Plans? Hearing Long Tianqing's words, Yi Xian gazed into the distance. The factions have been determined. It seems it's time for the Mystic God Hall to rule over the upper realms, 3,000 prefectures. Chapter 367. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Mystic God Hall became the dominant force over the upper realms, 3,000 prefectures. And over 90% of the superpowers in the entire upper realms, 3,000 prefectures surrendered. Although the Mystic God Hall had not yet unified the 3,000 prefectures. In fact, it was no different from unification. After all, as long as the Mystic God Hall was willing, it was just a matter of a word. Deep within the Mystic God Hall, in the sleeping quarters, Surging energy overflowed, sweeping across the entire sleeping quarters. If someone were present, they would be extremely astonished, as the dissipating aura alone could severely injure half-step immortal emperors or even immortal emperors. Ding. Host's realm has risen to the initial stage of the 6th level immortal emperor, consuming 860 trillion renminbi. Ding. Host's realm has risen to the mid-stage of the 6th level immortal emperor, consuming 870 trillion renminbi. Ding. Host's realm has risen to the peak of the 6th level immortal emperor, consuming 890 trillion renminbi. Listening to the sounds of breaking through his realm in his ears, the aura in the sleeping quarters surged explosively, ultimately reaching the peak of the 7th level immortal emperor before it stopped. This is a young man opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy within him. The peak of the 7th level immortal emperor, such strong power. Chapter 368. The dragon and phoenix bow in worship, attracting everyone's attention. The people in the headquarters of the Mystic God Hall looked towards the depths, all shaken. Even the various talents challenging the heavenly ladder were dumbfounded. What happened? Good heavens! Which big shot broke through deep within, actually causing the dragon and phoenix to bow in worship? Amazing, as expected of the Mystic God Hall. Discussions arose, and, for a time, everyone looked towards the heavenly ladder with increasing certainty that the upper realm's 3,000 prefectures would enter a prosperous era because of the Mystic God Hall. If one could join the Mystic God Hall under such circumstances, it would be the greatest honor of a lifetime. Crack. At the same time, in the realm of heaven and earth anomalies, the long-silent dragon and phoenix beast egg emitted a crack. The anomalies of the void turned into pure energy and merged into the beast egg. In an instant, the lights surged, followed by a golden sacred dragon appearing in the air. But behind it were the wings of a phoenix, and every movement exuded a destructive aura. Its entire body was golden, giving a feeling of immense sanctity. Thud! The moment the little dragon and phoenix appeared, Long Aoyue and Feng Tianqi were directly brought to their knees by the terrifying bloodline pressure, their eyes filled with shock. Good heavens! Just born. And it made the 2nd level immortal emperor level of them kneel. The bloodline was far stronger than theirs. Chapter 369. Ancient ruins, deep in a certain place. Swish! Figures appeared in the area, and this group was Yi Xian and others. Hall Master, is this the place leading to the Divine Realms formation? Long Aoyue surveyed the surroundings, faintly sensing the residual formation fluctuations, indicating that someone had recently used this formation. Correct. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then flipped his right hand to reveal a jade slip for breaking through realms. Crack! As the jade slip was crushed, a vague aura surged into the surrounding formation. And in an instant, a formation covered in runes appeared, exuding an incredibly rich aura. The next moment, Yi Xian and the others disappeared from their spot, as if nothing had ever happened. As for what would happen in the Divine Realm, no one knew, not knowing how much time had passed. Buzz. At a certain moment in a certain place in the Divine Realm, a crack appeared in space, and several figures emerged from within, with Yi Xian at the forefront, followed by Long Aoyue, Feng Tianqi, and Xiao Hong. As for the others, they were all inside the Mystic God Hall, carried by Yi Xian. This is an incredibly rich, immortal aura. Long Aoyue felt the immortal aura surrounding him. This place was at least 10 times richer than the ancient ruins, and such an environment would be extremely beneficial for cultivation. Chapter 370. Are you sure? Seeing the big boss's sincere eyes, Yi Xian indeed lacked such flexible people among his subordinates. Of course, the leader saw that the adult had the intention to accept them, and immediately instructed all his subordinates to hand over their wealth, which was then presented to Yi Xian. My lord, here are 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals and 1,000,000 high-grade immortal crystals. This is everything we have. Please accept it. He had quite an eye for things. Glancing at the leader, Yi Xian took the space ring. Everyone, get up. However, if you dare to betray in the future, crack. With a slight exertion, the ground of the Divine Realm cracked, spreading cracks over 1,000 feet around, causing the leader and others to have their eyelids twitch violently. Damn! A pure physical body could cause an attack comparable to an 8th level immortal emperor. The adult's strength was far beyond what they had imagined. After all, this was the Divine Realm. Gulp! In an instant, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed from their throats. Damn it, such a powerful adult, they were eager to please. How could they be foolish enough to betray? We dare not. Dozens of immortal emperors knelt down in unison, not daring to hesitate for a moment. But their eyes looking at Yi Xian ignited with fervor. They knew, to have such strength upon just ascending to the divine realm, if he didn't die, his future achievements would definitely far exceed their expectations. Just think about it. Following such an adult, how could their accomplishments be low? Chapter 371. In front of Black Wind Village, Xiao Dakuai pretended to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and behind him, Li Yunting also looked deathly pale, while several dozen people in their group were even more injured. Clearly, they had disguised themselves before coming. After all, the second-in-command's rebellion was no trivial matter. Leader. At that moment, the guards of the village saw the leader in such a hurry and rushed forward to help him. Let's go back to the village. Stumbling. With the help of his subordinates, the group entered the village, and a good show began to unfold at this moment. After entering the village, Xiao Dakuai surveyed his surroundings, and his brows could not help but furrow. There were quite a few unfamiliar faces in the village. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, with the identity of the adult, there was no reason to falsely accuse the second-in-command. Could it be that he really rebelled? If that were the case, he would have misjudged him. Big brother. At this moment, a figure appeared in the village. It was none other than the second-in-command of Black Wind Village, Lu Ziyu, and behind him were several unfamiliar faces of considerable strength. This scene made Xiao Dakuai's heart sink even further. Second, what do you mean by this? Li Yunting narrowed his eyes, looking at the vigilant, unfamiliar faces around him. Chapter 372. Kill him. As Julie Chuan's voice fell, another expert beside him struck, appearing like lightning in front of Xiao Dakuai, looking ready to strike. Xiao Dakuai. This time are finally dead. Lu Ziyu's mouth already showed a smile, because this adult-esque strength was extremely strong, comparable to a peak 8th-level immortal emperor, which was indeed a powerful existence. Big brother, be careful. Seeing this, Li Yunting's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly wanted to step forward. Oomph. Lu Ziyu sneered coldly. My dear third brother, your opponent is me. The next moment, Lu Ziyu blocked Li Yunting, making Li Yunting's eyes turn bloodshot. Lu Ziyu, you bastard. Shout all you want. Lu Ziyu turned a deaf ear, then mockingly said, soon enough, you won't even be able to scream, because by then you will already be a corpse. Good third brother. I will hang your and big brother's heads at Black Wind Village. Lu Ziyu's eyes were cold. I want to tell everyone in Black Wind Village that the ruler of the village is Lu Ziyu. Bastard. Hearing Lu Ziyu's words, Li Yunting was furious, almost wanting to tear him apart immediately. What? Seemingly sensing Li Yunting's anger, Lu Ziyu looked at him with a face full of mockery. If you have the guts, kill me now. Chapter 373. A little. In front of Black Wind Village, a vast open space was filled with thousands of strong warriors. Swish! With a flip of his right hand, a warship appeared in Yi Xian's hand, leaving Xiao Dakuai stunned. This is a warship that only exists in the Tianxian sacred land. Gulping down saliva. For a moment, Xiao Dakuai's gaze towards his lord changed, and Li Yunting and the others were the same, as warships were indeed luxury items and symbols of those superpowers. Let's go. Looking at the imposing warship, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was crafted by Xiao Dou, and according to him, this warship could withstand attacks below the Divine King realm, and even unleash attacks comparable to the Divine Fire realm. As for the authenticity, Yi Xian did not know since it had not been used yet. Moreover, according to Xiao Dou, if enhanced by divine crystals, it could even unleash attacks comparable to true gods or even Divine King level attacks. Yes, my lord. Just like that. The group boarded the warship, which was large enough to easily accommodate thousands of people. This journey was indeed their first expedition. However, with the adult overseeing, the mere Luoyuan city was naturally not a problem. At the same time, inside Luoyuan city, useless. The city lord of Luoyuan city, Lin Lingfeng, was full of anger. The income of a city is only 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals and 10 million high-grade immortal crystals a year. Chapter 374. In front of Luoyuan city, there was a dead silence. Xiao Dakuai looked at the chaotic battlefield, narrowing his eyes. The city lord of Luoyuan city is dead. Do you all still want to resist stubbornly? As his voice trembled, with a punch, Zhang Dakuai severely injured several 6th-level immortal emperor strongmen, causing the fighting in the entire area to stop. Are you kidding? Their city lord was dead. Continuing to fight was meaningless. Very well. From now on, Sir the adult. And I can spare your lives. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dakuai, certainly Wu Ti, let his subordinates make unnecessary sacrifices. And this move could also control Luoyang City at the smallest cost. After all, the city lord's trusted subordinates had occupied Luoyang City for a long time. If he forcibly cleansed them, it would undoubtedly cause significant damage to Luoyang City. Moreover, many of the city lord's subordinates were also forced like himself, with a little guidance. It might lead to unexpected results. Of course, if they still refuse to repent, it wouldn't be too late to kill them later. From today, the Lin family, the lineage of the city lord of Luoyang City, will cease to exist. Zhang Dakuai looked at himself as he was in his youth, feeling a surge of emotions. You are free now. Now I give you two choices. 1. Leave Luoyang City to seek refuge with relatives and friends. The second. Stay in Luoyang City to serve the adult. Chapter 375. Huh? Yu Wuqing arrived in the field and immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off. Madam, what happened to you? The Lin family of Luoyang City has been destroyed. My brother and all the clansmen are dead. As she spoke, Lin Ningxuang's eyes were filled with icy killing intent, showing no sign of concealment. What? Hearing Lin Ningxuang's words, Yu Wuqing's expression changed dramatically. How bold! Indeed, even Yu Wuqing was no longer calm, as this matter had clearly exceeded his expectations. Lin Jianfeng had just joined the Tianxian sacred land under a true god elder, and now the Lin family was in turmoil. The other party was indeed audacious. What a joke! Killing the entire family of a true god realm strongman's disciple is completely akin to madness. Although the true god realm is not considered significant in the divine realm, it is extremely powerful in this territory. However, it is best not to let Jianfeng know about this. After pondering for a moment, Yu Wuqing said one sentence and continued. Now that Jianfeng has just joined the Tianshu Holy Land under the 10th Elder and was only reluctantly accepted, if the news of the Lin family's destruction reaches the Tianshu Holy Land at this time, it will definitely not be beneficial for Jianfeng's status as a true disciple. I know this. Chapter 376. Time flies until this day. Buzz. Shadows appeared in the arena from the Xianshan Hall, and it was the 72 Divine Guards. At this moment, under the prolonged effect of the Thunder Calamity liquid, their strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Among them, Shun Yi was the most prominent, with strength directly elevated to the peak of the first-level Immortal Emperor, followed by Shun Shi and others, all of whom had also stepped into the first-level Immortal Emperor realm. Even the weakest among the Divine Guards had reached half a step into the Immortal Emperor. Such a lineup, although it cannot be compared to Zhao Dakuai's subordinates, has already made significant progress compared to the 3,000 states of the upper realm. Moreover, in no more than half a year, and at least a few months, the Divine Guard would be able to leave Zhao Dakuai's Immortal Emperor-level subordinates far behind. Detection of the host indicates that strong enemies will invade, granting all puppets an elevation of one realm. Note, still applicable to major realms. While pondering, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Yixian's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. All puppets, elevated by one realm? Hearing this, Yixian frowned slightly. What operation is this from the system? Strong enemies invading. This is quite a big move. It should be noted that Yixian currently has at least 8,000 puppets, if not 10,000. And the weakest among them are at the Immortal Respect realm. What does this mean? Chapter 377. 15 minutes later. Alert! As Lu Changkong rushed forward, feeling the strong danger ahead, he quickly raised his hand to stop, and the army of 40,000 came to a halt. Big brother, what's wrong? Chun Xingyun asked suspiciously upon seeing them stop. However, before Lu Changkong could speak, a warship appeared in the distance. What? Lin Ningxuang's expression changed drastically. It's actually a warship. Damn, the intel didn't mention this. Yixian glanced at Lin Ningxuang and then shifted his focus to Lu Changkong and a mid-stage 9th-level Immortal Emperor from Sanjin City. This was a good candidate for making puppets. You all have traveled a long way, enduring hardships. A voice came from the warship, and Lu Changkong and the others felt a sinking feeling. They actually knew they were coming. For some reason, all three felt inexplicably uneasy. Oof. Lu Chongkong suppressed his ominous feelings and squinted at the warship across. Zhanju, as long as we kill everyone here, even if this kid has an extraordinary identity, no one will know. That's right. Chun Qingyun, the leader of the Qinglong village, was filled with killing intent, his eyes burning with heat. If they had this warship, their strength would definitely increase significantly. Chapter 378 time flew by, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! At a certain moment, within the territory of the Tianquan Divine Nation, Kanglin City was shaken by the dazzling light emanating from the distant Kanglin secret realm, affecting the surrounding area for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless forces turned their gazes toward the direction of Kanglin Forest, all filled with astonishment, but then thought of something. The Kanglin secret realm. Undoubtedly, this is a sign that the Kanglin secret realm is opening. It should be noted that the Kanglin secret realm is the greatest opportunity beneath the divine fire realm within the territory of the Tianquan Divine Nation. Each time it opens, the Tianquan Divine Nation pays immense attention, and many surrounding forces will gather in Kanglin City. Moreover, the Kanglin secret realm opens once every 100 years, and it can be said that it is a place that those under the divine fire realm dream of entering. Because, in the Kanglin secret realm, those above the divine fire realm cannot enter. As for the Kanglin secret realm, it is rumored to be the place of the fall of the Kanglin God King. Countless years ago, the Kanglin God King was at the peak of the God King realm, even half a foot into the God Sovereign realm. It is precisely for this reason that countless forces, including the Tianquan Divine Nation, attach great importance to this secret realm opportunity. Within it, there is a high possibility of having opportunities for God King powerhouses to break through. My lord, Zhao Dakuai gazed into the distance. Taking a deep breath, the Kanglin secret realm has opened. Chapter 379, I have seen the elder. Young Master Jian Feng, a subordinate from Songjian City, bowed to Gu Xiantong, not daring to show any arrogance in his attitude. You should know, the person before him is a true God realm powerhouse. Without him, not to mention here, even in the Tianshu Holy Land, he wouldn't be able to enter. Gu Xiantong nodded slightly. The previous few times he came to deliver gifts, this person was indeed present. What brings you here? Lin Jianfeng clearly recognized this person and asked. The newcomer pondered for a moment, then took out a jade slip and took a deep breath. Young master, this is something the city lord asked me to hand over to you personally. Oh, upon hearing the newcomer's words, Lin Jianfeng took the jade slip and learned that it was a message from Songjin City's lord, Yuwak. What? Crack! Upon learning the message contained in the jade slip, Lin Jianfeng's eyes turned crimson, and he looked at the newcomer in disbelief. You mean Luoyuan City has changed hands, and the entire Lin family has been destroyed? Is this true? Cough cough, young Master Jianfeng. This matter is absolutely true. Step back. Lin Jianfeng's expression turned cold, because he learned from the jade slip that the entire Lin family in Luoyuan City was left with only him. And even his aunt Lin Ningxuang was killed due to the Lin family's revenge. Chapter 380 time flew by until this day. Swish! In front of Kanglin City, the imperial-grade flying boat approached from afar, and soon a group of people appeared on the scene. This group was Yi Xian and others. Wow! Looking at the scene before them, Long Aoyue and Feng Tianchi gasped. Such a city is at least 10 times stronger than Luoyuan City. That's natural. Zhao Dakuai smacked his lips and continued. Kanglin City is backed by Kanglin Forest and is not far from the Kanglin secret realm, making it exceptionally advantageous. It is one of the few most prosperous cities within the Tianquan Divine Nation. Moreover, it is rumored that there are half-step God King realm powerhouses guarding Kanglin City. While speaking, Zhao Dakuai's eyes were filled with heat. After all, such existence is something they look up to. One should know, half-step God Kings are among the top powerhouses in the Tianquan Divine Nation and in the surrounding area of millions of miles. Such a strong figure guarding a mere Kanglin City clearly shows how much the Tianquan Divine Nation values this place. Kanglin City welcomes His Highness the Ninth Prince. Upon arriving at Kanglin City, they saw many high-ranking officials of Kanglin City lined up on both sides to welcome them, and then a young man appeared in the convoy, slightly nodding as he entered Kanglin City. The Ninth Prince of the Tianquan Divine Nation. Chapter 381 of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and moreover, this pill was just something he casually refined. If they knew that he had tens of thousands of this pill in his system space, who knows what their reaction would be. However, at this moment, It was clear that Xuan wouldn't take out so much, as he still understood the principle that things are valuable when they are rare. Even so, this gesture had an unprecedented impact on Fan Wujiao. Good. Taking a deep breath, Fan Wujiao steadied his emotions. Young friend, the Wandao Chamber of Commerce will not let you down. Meanwhile, as he spoke, Fan Wujiao took out a purple gold card. This card is the highest specification discount card of our Wandao Chamber of Commerce. With this card, all auction items can enjoy a 50% discount, and the auction commission through Wandao Chamber of Commerce is completely waived. Hiss! Zhao Dakuai gasped in shock upon hearing this, his eyes wide open. Goodness, this highest specification purple gold card from the Wandao Chamber of Commerce is indeed a big deal. It seems they want to win over the Lord. Indeed, the Wandao Chamber of Commerce has great insight. No wonder they have thrived in this territory for 1,000 years without decline. If the Wandao Chamber of Commerce makes a move, even the Tianxian Holy Land would not be enough to contend with them. A moment later, Xuan was led by the staff to the Tianhao box, waiting for the auction to begin. Chapter 382. In the auction hall, there was a dead silence. What the hell? Who was in that box so bold? Offending the Tianxian Holy Land is truly unwise. The crowd was in constant discussion, and their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked toward the box where Xuan was. Are you kidding? Who is the Tianxian Holy Land? It is undoubtedly the dominant existence in this territory, even though Kanglan City is not their home ground. If this matter spreads, the Tianxian Holy Land will not let it go easily. Even if they don't take it to heart on the surface, secretly, there will be endless pursuits. It can be said that the way everyone looked at the box where Xuan was as if they were looking at a dead man. After all, offending the Tianxian Holy Land is, in any case, an unwise act. Zhao Dakuai and the others exchanged glances, also frightened. They never expected the Lord to offend the Tianxian Holy Land right upon arrival. But thinking of the Lord's various miraculous skills, they didn't say much, because they knew their Lord was not a reckless person. Good. In the Tianxian Holy Land box, the ninth Holy Son Li Wuji narrowed his eyes, daring to compete with his Holy Son for things. Very good. Clearly at this moment, Li Wuji had already developed a killing intent. No need to worry. That kid won't live past today. Chapter 383. The broken immortal pill was revealed, causing a stir in the entire hall. Good. Looking around, Fan Lao's mouth curved into a smile. It had indeed been a long time since the Wandao Holy Land's Kanglan City branch had such a lively scene. This pill has a starting auction price of 500,000 supreme immortal crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 supreme immortal crystals. The auction begins, with Fan Lao's voice falling. The auction hall immediately became heated, as this item was much more useful than the previous 5-colored phoenix feather, especially for those prodigies at the immortal emperor level. 500,000. The ninth holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land, Li Wuji, immediately raised his voice to bid, taking a deep breath as he was determined to obtain this item. 600,000. Soon, another box made a bid, but as soon as the voice fell, it was suppressed by another party. After several rounds of bidding, the top young genius of the Xuan, Nan Wangfu, began to take action. 1,000,000. This announcement left the entire auction hall in shock. They truly did not expect someone to raise the bid by so much directly. 1 million supreme immortal crystals were astronomical figures for most people. Did this young master pay too high a price? The powerful figure beside him frowned and said, after all, this item only improved 1 or 2 levels for the immortal emperor realm. Chapter 384. Congratulations, Holy Son. The elder from the divine fire realm showed joy on his face, originally thinking that this opportunity had nothing to do with them. But unexpectedly, the Holy Son's ancestor had such a connection with the Kanglan City Lord. Holy Son, you might as well use it immediately. Your subordinate will protect you. The divine fire realm expert recalled the previous elevation of the Xuan, Nan Wangfu, and spoke with anticipation. That's fine. Li Wuji nodded, then immediately took out 100,000 supreme immortal crystals and consumed the pill, just like that. Buzz. After 100 breaths, Li Wuji's body trembled. Suddenly, a second stage immortal emperor aura surged forth, making his eyes shine. This is second stage immortal emperor. What a miraculous pill. Taking a deep breath, Li Wuji felt that his strength had increased several times compared to before. Now, his strength was likely enough to become the 7th Holy Son. If I had been born a few years earlier, I would surely be among the top 3 holy sons of the Tianqian Holy Land. With a cold smile, Li Wuji said this, and moreover, this pill had excellent effects, even improving his aptitude significantly. His future progress would definitely far exceed the present. Not long later, the auction concluded, and all parties began to leave. Yi Xian, accompanied by Fan Lao, arrived at a box. Chapter 385 Brother Yi, take care. Zhuge Lintian personally sent Yi Xian off with Fan Lao, while Yi Xian waved slightly. Brother Zhuge, please stay. Clearly, they had a good impression of each other. For the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, they valued Yi Xian's potential, but for Yi Xian, coming out of the divine realm truly needed a strong ally and friend. Thus, it could also be considered a mutually beneficial transaction. Young master, what is this? Seeing Yi Xian and the others leave, Fan Lao couldn't help but ask curiously, isn't it a bit hasty to befriend that Yi Xian? Hasty? Zhuge Lintian's eyes flashed with wisdom. You don't understand. This person is only a few years older than me, yet his strength is still half a step into the divine fire realm. This already indicates his extraordinary fame, and he has such high alchemy skills. Of course, these are not the most important. Zhuge Lintian spoke eloquently, detailing everything. Oh, these are not the most important. What is most important to the young master? At this moment, Fan Lao clearly did not understand. After all, the young master's thoughts were meticulous, and his judgment of people was sharp. Even he, let alone the young master, felt inferior. Chapter 386 In the Kanglan Forest at a certain edge. Swish. 2 groups of people converged in one place. These 2 groups were precisely Zhen Nen Wangfu's Jiu Lichong Tian and the 9th Holy Son Li Wuji of the Tianqian Holy Land. Now, Jiu Lichong Tian was already a 6th-stage Immortal Emperor, while Li Wuji was also a 2nd-stage Immortal Emperor. 9th Holy Son of the Tianqian Holy Land. Long time no see. Jiu Lichong Tian glanced at Li Wuji and then lost interest. If this kid practiced for a few more years, he might catch his eye. But for now, he was completely unqualified. The top genius of the Zhennan Wangfu, Jiu Lichong Tian. Unexpectedly, the person who bought the broken immortal pill at the auction was actually you. Indeed, Jiu Lichong Tian's identity thrilled Li Wuji. After all, the Zhennan Wangfu, where Jiu Lichong Tian was located, was from the same lineage as the Tianquan royal family. It was indeed a legitimate royal family. Moreover, Jiu Lichong Tian was also a closed-door disciple of an ancestor of the Zhennan Wangfu, truly protective of his own. At that time, a true god-level expert disregarded Yan's face and almost took Jiu Lichong Tian's life. It was his ancestor who single-handedly annihilated the force of that true god-level expert. After that battle, no one dared to make a move against Jiu Lichong Tian. Chapter 387 Boss Ahead. Xiaohong looked into the distance, her eyes filled with excitement. She could finally learn about her mother's whereabouts, but she wondered where her father was now. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and a group of several people headed in the direction Xiaohong sensed. An hour later, swish, a gigantic hand blocked Yi Xian and his companion's path, and then dozens of figures surrounded them. It's that kid, an old man at the forefront, whose aura was extremely strong, was only slightly weaker than the divine fire realm. Master, this old man should be a divine fire realm expert who has self-destructed his cultivation to half-step divine fire. Xiao Hudo transmitted the message, and Yi Xian was taken aback. Self-destructing cultivation is quite ruthless. One should know that it is 10 times harder to break through again after self-destructing. This means he may never become a divine fire realm expert again in his life. Oh, the young talents of the Ji family fixed their gazes on Yi Xian. He is the Yi Xian mentioned by the clan leader. That's right. The old man squinted with fierce eyes. Kill this kid, leave none alive. Then, many young talents from the Ji family and half-step divine fire realm experts rushed forward, various attacks arriving in an instant. Chapter 388. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian felt the surging energy within him. The early stage of true God realm is indeed powerful. With this realm, it should be more than enough to deal with the bizarre tribe that has been worn down over endless years. Let's go. Yi Xian waved his hand, and then Xiao Dou used a formation to break the hidden restriction, revealing a cave. Boss, the summoning is inside the cave. Xiaohong was extremely excited because this was the only clue they had found regarding her mother. Upon entering the cave, a thick and bizarre aura rushed towards them. Master, this is the bizarre aura? Long Ao Yue and Feng Tianqi exchanged glances, clearly familiar with this kind of aura. Back in the upper realms, 3,000 states, they had exterminated countless powerful beings from the Bizarre tribe, though those were only a fraction of their peak period. But now, this Bizarre tribe seemed much stronger than before. At least, just the pressure here made them feel uneasy. As they advanced, when the group reached the end of the cave, they saw a girl being attacked by the Bizarre aura. The girl had impressive strength, being a second-tier immortal emperor, but her situation was evidently grim. Chapter 389. Cousin? Hearing this, Xiaohong was taken aback. She had only met this Feng tribe girl for the first time, so how could she be called a cousin? That's true. The cousin doesn't know me. The Feng tribe girl took a deep breath and then introduced herself. My name is Feng Yuyin. The rainbow dress fairy is my aunt. And I am the daughter of the Feng lord of the Feng tribe in the divine realm. I can feel the unique aura from my aunt on you, and it's very strong. As expected, you are from the Feng tribe in the upper realms, 3,000 states. With this statement, Xiaohong's eyes widened. You know everything? Indeed. Xiaohong was surprised that her identity was known. Only Yi Xian and the others knew her background in the entire divine realm. The fact that this Feng tribe girl could guess it indicated a lot. Xiaohong nodded and continued. My aunt told me when she was young that this was a secret she only shared with me. Cousin, don't worry, in the entire divine realm. Only I know of your existence. So that is how it is. Hearing this, Xiaohong nodded. No wonder you have her aura. By the way, taking a deep breath, Xiaohong excitedly asked Feng Yuyin, is my mother in the Feng tribe in the divine realm? Chapter 390. My lord. You want to go to the depths of the secret realm. After a pause, Feng Yuyin took a deep breath and reminded, I won't hide it from you, my lord. The leader of this expedition is a true disciple of the elder of the Yaoguang sacred land, a half-step divine fire realm expert. The other is a peerless heir of the Taotai divine nation, and his peak combat power is comparable to that of a peak divine fire realm expert, with no less than dozens of top-tier immortal emperor experts under him. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand. Based solely on Xiaohong's connections, they would inevitably be enemies with these forces in the future. As long as everyone is dead, who would know it was us? Feng Yuyin was shocked to hear this. My lord intends to kill all the young geniuses of all forces? Without a doubt, this action is no different from madness, at least in her view. The next day, morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell on the ground, in front of the restrictions deep in the Kanglan secret realm. Boom! Hundreds of young geniuses and strong men were frantically outputting their strength against the restriction, which was evidently on the verge of collapse. Everyone, the restriction is about to be broken. A remarkably talented young man, with excitement in his eyes, was none other than the peerless heir of the Taotai divine nation. Zhang Yuntian. Chapter 391. Early stage of the God King realm. Indeed, this puppet is at the early stage of the God King realm. If this scene were to spread, it would surely shock countless people. The God King realm. That is an existence of the God King realm, a very formidable expert even in the divine realm. After all, even the most powerful ancestor of the Tianxian sacred land is only at the mid-stage of the God King realm. And there are probably less than 5 experts at the God King realm in the entire sacred land. This means that from now on, even if they sever ties with the likes of the Tianquan divine nation, it would not be difficult to severely injure them, let alone destroy their nation. Buzz. At that moment, as the powerful beings of the Bizarre tribe died, the light in the depths of the cave surged, instantly affecting a radius of several miles. However, after a few moments, it retracted, and upon looking again, a jade slip appeared deep within the cave. Could this be the Kanglan God King's legacy jade slip? Zhang Dakue and the others looked on with fiery eyes, as the Kanglan God King was a peak existence at the God King level. Such a powerful legacy could save one from many detours and allow them to grow stronger in the shortest time possible. Xiao Dou, looking at the jade slip in front of him, Yi Xian called for Xiao Dou. Understood, master. As the voice fell, the jade slip was operated by Xiao Dou, and then it was once again imprinted into 3 jade slips, but the imprinting aura was slightly weaker than before. Chapter 392. Brother Lintian, I have implicated you. Dan Aishin took a deep breath. Although he was only a third-tier immortal emperor now, the two had become quite familiar 6 months ago, and they had built a deep friendship through their experiences. Now this scene had unfolded. Brother Xian, there is no need for that. Dantai Xian smiled slightly, and then looked around. Moreover, this is not necessarily a situation of certain death. Ha ha ha. The eighth prince Dantai Yin laughed wildly upon hearing this. Mocking Zhuge Lintian, what a big talk. This prince wants to see how you will resolve this situation. A cold smile appeared on the face of the eighth prince. Over 100 Divine Fire Realm experts couldn't even kill a mere dozen enemies of the same level. What a joke. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Kill for me. With a command from the eighth prince, the attacking speed of the over 100 semi-divine Fire Realm experts increased even more. Damn it. The ninth prince, Dantai Xian, squinted his eyes, filled with icy coldness. Dantai Yin, if I don't die, I will make all of you pay the price. Killing intent. The overwhelming killing intent spread, and at that moment, Dantai Yin's bloodline surged, and his originally third-tier Celestial Emperor aura forcibly rose to the fourth tier. An overwhelming bloodline pressure immediately pressing down in all directions. Chapter 393. Half a day later, outside the Kanglan Secret Realm. Swish! Figures appeared in the arena, and they were none other than Yi Xian and others. As for Zhuge Lintian and the others, they returned to their respective forces to prepare. Clearly, both the Wandao Chamber of Commerce and the Tianquan Divine Kingdom would soon face great changes. Moreover, they believed that this day wouldn't be too far off. By the way, cousin, Feng Yuyin thought of something and pondered for a moment. Why don't you come back to the Feng clan with me? My father and grandfather must know more about my aunt's situation. Hearing Feng Yuyin's words, Xiao Hong fell silent. Since they were her mother's relatives, they were naturally her relatives too, but the sudden appearance of relatives caught her off guard. More accurately, she didn't know how to face them. That's fine. Seeing Xiao Hong's hesitation, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I've long heard of the famous Feng clan in the Divine Realm. It would be nice to go see for myself. Really? Feng Yuyin was delighted to hear this. She certainly knew how much weight this great figure held in her cousin's heart. Sure enough, seeing the flickering light in her cousin's eyes, she knew there was hope. All right then. Xiao Hong nodded, reluctantly agreeing. If it weren't for the big guy speaking up, she wouldn't have faced it so easily. Chapter 394. Hee, the city slaughter mode begins. The third elder of Tianxian Sacred Land smiled coldly, gazing towards Fengyu City. So what if the Feng clan is high and mighty? They're still going to fall under my scheme. At that time, as long as the Feng clan falls, Tianxian's Sacred Land will ascend to the three-eyed Divine Clan. Thinking of this, the third elder of Tianxian's Sacred Land was full of excitement. My future will surely be limitless. However, for now, I still need to take down Fengyu City. With a hand gesture, under the influence of the formation, the Beast Tide's assault became even more violent. The situation in Fengyu City grew increasingly urgent, and, for a moment, the wall's elite defenders were spitting blood continuously, with the city breaking down in sight. Not good. Quick, block the gap. We must not let these beast tides enter the city. In a critical moment, Feng Luofeng's eyes widened, looking at the beast tide breaking through the gap. Clan leader. Luo Feng has failed you. Fengyu City is probably going to fall. Swish. Just then, the beast tide that was about to break through the gap was instantly blasted into ashes by a barrier, subsequently blocking all the beast tides outside Fengyu City. Is this reinforcements? Indeed, this sudden scene caught everyone off guard. After all, the beast tide had come too suddenly, although they called for reinforcements. It shouldn't be possible for them to arrive in such a short time. Chapter 395. Hiss. A figure flashed, and the third elder of Tianxian's Sacred Land was about to leave, but before he could take a few steps, at a certain moment, the third elder of Tianxian's Sacred Land looked around warily, and finally, his gaze fell on a figure not far ahead, blocking his path. It was none other than Yi Xian, whom, looking at the young boy blocking his path, the third elder of Tianxian Sacred Land frowned. But a very dangerous feeling surged in his heart. How could this be? Looking at the young man in front of him, his eyes narrowed. How could a mere young boy make me feel this way? It seems, sighing, the third elder of Tianxian Sacred Land shook his head bitterly. I must be too nervous. Clearly, he still thought he had misjudged the situation. But that was not the case at all. Who are you? The third elder of Tianxian Sacred Land asked cautiously. After all, he couldn't be sure that this person was not a disciple of some major power. If he couldn't kill him and news got out, it would definitely be a disaster for him. Controlling the beasts, intending to invade Fengyu City. Your methods of slaughtering the city are ruthless enough. With one sentence revealing his intentions, the third elder of Tianxian's Sacred Land's heart shook, and then his eyes flashed with cold light. Chapter 396. Fengyu City. deep in the distant forest. Cousin, long time no see. The eighth saint son of Tianxian sacred land, Kuei Gang, had a flattering expression, and across from him stood a young man a few years older than him. But he was at the peak of the ninth-tier celestial emperor realm. In contrast, Kuei Gang was barely at the third-tier celestial emperor, and the gap between them was not small at all. Kuei Gang, it's been many years. Being a third-tier celestial emperor is already very good with your bloodline power. Li Ku nodded slightly. He was one of the three young elites of the three-eyed divine clan, and his identity and status were far beyond what Kuei Gang could compare. What my cousin says is true. I can't compare to you. Kuei Gang smirked. Subtly flattering. You are a pure member of the three-eyed divine clan bloodline, and one of the three young elites. Of course, Kuei Gang did not mention that if he had the same resources, he could at least be a fifth-tier celestial emperor. Not bad. Li Ku waved his hand. Compared to the Feng clan and the young saint of the Yaowang sacred land, I still fall short. Oh, hearing Li Ku's words, Kuei Gang asked suspiciously, Cousin, what kind of strength do the young saints of the Feng clan and the Yaowang sacred land possess? Chapter 397. What? Kuei Gang and others' expressions changed drastically. 2 mid-level divine king puppets. A total of 2. Damn it. How could this happen? This script shouldn't be like this. That kid was supposed to be killed by the elder of the three-eyed divine clan. So how could it turn out like this? Among them, the most shocked was Kuei Gang, because mid-level divine king realm. That was a level only the strongest ancestor of Tianxian sacred land could possess. In the entire Tianxian sacred land, there was only one person who was the strongest ancestor. But such an existence, this guy actually had these two by his side. And both were strong in the divine king realm, let alone the true god realm. This meant that this guy alone could easily push through Tianxian sacred land. Young Master Li Ku, quickly withdraw. I will hold them off. The expression of the divine king elder of the three-eyed divine clan was grave. If there was one person, he could fight to the death, but with two, it was a different story. Not good. Before this divine king elder could react, the 2 mid-level divine king puppets had already attacked, and their terrifying assault instantly severely injured the elder of the three-eyed divine clan. As for Li Ku and Kuei Gang, they were immediately turned into blood mist by the residual wave, not even having time to scream. Everything happened too quickly. No, the divine king elder of the three-eyed divine clan saw Li Ku dead, and his face turned furious, but before he could continue reacting, his consciousness was hit by a devastating impact. Chapter 398. A few days later, Feng clan headquarters. Feng City. Everyone be on guard. Those who offend the Phoenix clan will be killed without mercy. The voice, filled with vigor, spread as a stern man appeared atop the city wall of Phoenix City, exuding the aura of a divine king. This man is named Feng Luoho, the only son of the clan leader of the Phoenix clan. He is also the future ruler of the Phoenix clan. Not many people know his name, but he has a sister of extraordinary talent. The Phoenix clan's goddess from thousands of years ago, the Fairy of Colorful Garments. That's right. This person is the elder brother of the Fairy of Colorful Garments and also the uncle of Xiaohong. However, at this moment, there are no less than 10 million troops beneath Phoenix City, stretching endlessly, and in the dark void, there are also the ancestors of various forces present. Since this battle is just a test, neither side plans to send out stronger fighters. Even so, the lineup is still beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The Phoenix clan's tyranny will surely be extinguished today. In front of the coalition of over 10 million troops, 2 men coldly stared ahead. And these 2 are the masters of the Radiant Light, Sacred Land, and the Devouring God Kingdom. Additionally, beside them are over a dozen leaders of various forces, all of whom are divine kings of mid-level strength, with the Radiant Light Master and the Devouring God Master being the strongest. At the late stage of the Divine King Realm. Chapter 399. Has it become? The Radiant Light Master and the Devouring God Master looked pleased. The powerful beings from various sides were blocked, and Feng Luoho was successfully isolated by them. Next, they planned to surround and kill him with themselves and over a dozen divine kings, a tactic reminiscent of the hunt for Feng and Ichong back then. This kind of pressure, Feng Luoho took a deep breath, feeling the sense of oppression around him. Each one is a master of a divine realm, and one can imagine their strength. Moreover, over 90% of these people had participated in the encirclement of his sister. Did his sister experience such helplessness back then? Feng Luoho was filled with hatred, and raging flames surged around him. You all deserve to die. As his voice fell, Luoho's aura surged strangely again. New grudges and old hatreds will be repaid today. Forbidden methods ignite. With a loud roar, Feng Luoho resolutely charged towards the Radiant Light Master and the others, his momentum making them acutely aware of the extreme danger. Lord Luoho, seeing Feng Luoho directly activate the forbidden method, the powerful members of the Phoenix clan changed their expressions drastically. Luoho, seeing his son like this, Feng Ba's expression turned icy. Radiant light, sacred land. Devouring God kingdom. You all will pay dearly. Chapter 400. The previous Radiant Light Master squinted his eyes, and both sides flashed and confronted each other. Who are you? Indeed, the strength of Yixian's group made him extremely wary. He naturally did not want these people to participate unless absolutely necessary. That's right. The previous Devouring God Master threatened with complete meaning. You should think carefully about who you are making an enemy of now. Is the Phoenix clan worth you taking action? Offending over a dozen forces, there will be no place for you to stand in the entire divine realm. A blatant threat, without any mercy, but he indeed had such strength and confidence. After all, with over a dozen forces united, the Phoenix clan is not their opponent. And even if other forces are slightly stronger than the Phoenix clan, they aren't much stronger. Is that so? Yixian smiled slightly. What are you to make me unable to stand in the divine realm? Presumptuous. Just then, a mid-level divine king from the Devouring God Kingdom became furious and charged at Yixian. Swish! Without even getting close. A half-step divine monarch-level puppet nearby directly wielded the Annihilation Sword and struck with a world-ending blow. Bold! The previous Devouring God Master's face changed drastically, raising his hand to block, but just as he was about to block that strike, he was horrified to discover that the intensity of this sword light far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 401. The Phoenix clan is unaware from afar. Poof! An old man staggered onto the scene, and this old man exuded an incredibly strong aura, even though he was severely injured. He was none other than the war desolate ancestor from the Devouring God Kingdom, who had fled from the Phoenix clan. Damn it! The war desolate ancestor's expression turned icy. He truly did not expect that Feng Xiaotian from the Phoenix clan would be so ruthless and directly strike him hard. No, I must leave this place immediately. After pondering for a moment, the war desolate ancestor had made a decision. After all, originally a divine emperor, he could currently only exert the strength of a late-stage divine monarch due to his severe injuries. If the enemies came at this moment, he would have nowhere to cry. Seal the void. At this moment, a voice rang out. How was this possible? In that instant, the war desolate ancestor was incredulous to find that he could not move an inch, but only lasted a breath before regaining his mobility. However, swish, as the world spun. The next moment, the war desolate ancestor found himself inside the Xian Divine Hall, surrounded by Sword Elder, Xiaodou, Thunder Spirit, and Little Dragon Phoenix. An ancient and obscure formation radiated, clearly the ancient God Destruction formation crafted by Xiaodou. Chapter 402. Thank you, young friend. Feng Xiaotian sincerely expressed his gratitude. At this moment, his aura completely retracted, resembling a kind and amiable old man, completely devoid of the demeanor of a divine emperor. Senior, you're being too polite. Yixian slightly bowed. After all, he was a divine emperor, and being able to present himself in such a manner was already very respectful. My lord. Feng Yin suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, pleading earnestly. Please, my lord, heal my father. Yin, what are you doing? Seeing his daughter like this, Feng Luoho hurriedly wanted her to get up, but Feng Yin's eyes were filled with tears. Father, don't lie to me. What you just used is clearly the Phoenix clan's forbidden technique, which must have caused great harm to your body. You don't need to worry about me. Feng Luoho's face turned pale. It was evident that the side effects of using the forbidden source were starting to manifest, and a mouthful of fresh blood immediately spewed out. Although the over a dozen forces had all retreated, they ultimately made the Phoenix clan pay a considerable price in the divine realm. Feng Luoho's injuries were one of their trophies. Don't worry. With me here, Senior Luoho will be fine. Yixian smiled slightly, then formed a hand seal. And over 100 golden needles infused with Thunder Calamity liquid were sent in. Chapter 403. After a while, Feng Ba let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Yixian accept the gift, he felt somewhat reassured. By the way, then, Feng Ba looked towards the direction of the life forbidden zone. and after thinking of something, he said, "The reason why the over a dozen forces were so eager to take action this time is partly because the Phoenix clan is indeed at a low point. More importantly, one aspect is," upon saying this, Feng Ba paused for a moment, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. The ancestor discovered that the aura of Ni Chong within the life forbidden zone has significantly strengthened. Although he does not know the exact location, there is definitely no danger to her life. According to the ancestor's deductions, it is highly likely that Ni Chong is undergoing some fortuitous encounter, and this is probably also the reason why various forces are restless. After all, Feng Ba glanced with a fierce light. Thousands of years ago, Ni Chong had already heavily injured more than a dozen factions. And now, if Ni Chong truly obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, the day she leaves the life forbidden zone will be the time for the dozen factions to settle accounts. At that time, taking a deep breath, Feng Ba's eyes turned red. This clan leader will surely rally the entire clan's strength to fight against the dozen factions for hundreds of years. Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Dakuai and others gasped in shock. Goodness! It seems that the passage of thousands of years has not diminished the Feng clan's hatred. It seems even stronger than thousands of years ago. Chapter 404. What? The strong members of the Feng clan stared blankly at the elder of the God King realm, who fell awkwardly to the ground from the void, their hearts shaken. Suddenly, an uproar erupted. This is the God King realm ancestor being forced out of the void. What powerful bloodline pressure. No wonder she is the daughter of the Ni Chong goddess. So strong that I feel like I have to prostrate myself. Our Feng clan is about to rise. The members of the Feng clan discussed endlessly, each face beaming with excited smiles. After being oppressed for thousands of years, this scene is too satisfying. If the Ni Chong goddess leaves the life forbidden zone, then the dozen factions will be a joke before their Feng clan. Ha! Is at the peak of the half-step divine fire realm? Feng Luoho's mouth twitched. Such an improvement is too great, making even him, as an uncle, envious. The rise of the Feng clan, no one can stop. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ba then gazed at the entire Feng clan. I announce that from this day on, Feng Qingsheng is the new goddess of the Feng clan, hereby announced. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar. The new goddess of the Feng clan? Chapter 405. Night fell in the depths of the Feng clan. Inside the Xian God Temple. Who? By the Lei Zhe Pond, a stunning beauty opened her eyes, and an extraordinarily strong aura emanated from her, clearly a seventh-tier immortal emperor. This person is none other than Xia Bingning, who had been cultivating by the Lei Pond in the Xian God Temple for many days. It is known that having such an improvement in less than a year, if this were to spread to the divine realm, Yi Xian would probably face a siege from the entire divine realm. Am I a seventh-tier immortal emperor? Xia Bingning felt the surging energy within her and smacked her lips, feeling emotional. My girl, you're awake. Seeing the stunning beauty he hadn't seen for many days, Yi Xian felt quite emotional. She was really someone to miss. Xia Bingning sensed a certain someone's gaze. Their eyes met. And then she flashed away towards the depths of the Xian God Temple. A war was clearly unavoidable. Heavenly thunder and ground fire continued for a long time. Xia Bingning leaned in her man's arms, enjoying the long-lost warmth. Everything was still so cozy. By the way, at a certain moment, Xia Bingning thought of something and curiously looked at her man. Yi Xian, are we in the divine realm now? Sensing the completely different aura of the Xian God Temple, she clearly realized something. Chapter 406. 10 days later. Life Forbidden Zone, Fallen Dragon City. As a city on the outskirts of the Life Forbidden Zone, it had once been famous in the divine realm due to the existence of the Life Forbidden Zone. To this day, it remains a land without an owner. The reason for this is that the divine realm is so vast that no one has the courage, nor the qualification. Therefore, Fallen Dragon City has always been developed by various factions for their own interests, and how much they gain depends on their abilities. Of course, this place is also a nightmare for countless talents and strong individuals in the divine realm. Because every day, countless people die here. It can be said that in Fallen Dragon City, life is the least valuable thing. Of course, there are also opportunities here that are unimaginable elsewhere. It is said that someone once obtained a supreme treasure from the Life Forbidden Zone, and that person soared to become a dominant figure in the divine realm. Swish! A flying boat appeared in front of Fallen Dragon City, and the leader was none other than Feng Xiaodian and Yi Xian, with Xiao Hong and others following behind them. Young friend, this is Fallen Dragon City. Feng Xiaotian looked at the city not far away and sighed. Speaking of which, the last time I came here was thousands of years ago. I didn't expect the city to remain unchanged after so many years. Back then, he came here precisely to search for information about Feng and I Chong, but ultimately returned empty-handed, and he almost died in the life forbidden zone. Chapter 407, Half-Step God King. With the appearance of the half-step God King ancestor from the Tianxian sacred land, the entire world shook. Zhan Hun narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene, but did not stop it. After all, if this old guy could really kill the Feng clan's talented woman, it would greatly benefit the Taotai divine kingdom. Moreover, this matter was related to him, and the future credit for this would naturally be attributed to him. Even the qualification to compete for the position of Divine Lord would increase significantly. Without hesitation, the half-step God King ancestor from the Tianxian sacred land decisively took action. How could he miss such an opportunity to curry favor with the Taotai divine kingdom? Is that so? However, just as the half-step God King ancestor was about to approach, a figure appeared ghost-like by his ear. Then slap, a crisp sound rang out, and in the next moment, the strong half-step God King ancestor was slapped away. No, to be precise, he was knocked unconscious, crashing 10 or more feet away. If he weren't gasping for breath, he would have thought he had been killed by Yi Xian. Wow! As this scene unfolded, everyone's gaze turned to the center, ultimately landing on Yi Xian. What? Just now, was it that young man who did it? Indeed, when the gaze landed on Yi Xian, everyone was stunned. Chapter 408, by the way. Xiao Hong thought of something and introduced the old man beside her. Father. This is the Feng clan's Xiaotian ancestor from the divine realm. Back then, it was Xiaotian ancestor who risked falling to delve deep into the life forbidden zone to search for my mother's whereabouts. Fortunately, my injuries were healed by the eldest brother. Xiao Hong introduced Feng Xiaotian in detail, and upon hearing his daughter's words, Feng Jiuzhao's expression became serious, and he took a deep breath. Thank you, Xiaotian ancestor. He sincerely bowed to show respect, clearly not expecting a god emperor-level expert to do so much for an Aichong. You don't need to do this. Feng Xiaotian used an invisible force to help him up, showing a gentle expression. It's just a matter of course, nothing to talk about. However, the dozen factions truly think that my Feng clan has no one. This time, no one from the dozen factions should even think about leaving the life forbidden zone alive. At this point, a hint of undisguised killing intent surged in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, clearly angered by the previous scene. The fury of a late-stage god emperor is utterly devastating. Chapter 409, half a day later. On the edge of the life forbidden zone, in a certain place. Swish. Two figures appeared in the arena. And these two were Yi Xian and Xiao Hong. As for the others, they were all inside the Xian Divine Hall, and the hunting plan began at this moment. Regarding the people in the shadows, under Yi Xian's godlike perspective, the traces of Zhan Han Li and the others were completely exposed. Boss, do we really not need to call on the ancestor Xiao Tian? Xiao Hong looked around, vaguely sensing an extremely rich aura, and couldn't help but ask with some worry. No problem. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, some things are better done by ourselves. After all, many forces must have a lot of materials for refining puppets. If we can refine these people into puppets, then we will have some leeway in dealing with the attacks from various forces. While the two were conversing, the surrounding space was quickly sealed off and isolated. Oh no! Xiao Hong took a deep breath, cooperating with the boss and acting, her face showing a look of panic. And this scene made Zhan Han Li and the others curl their lips in cold smiles. Then, their figures flashed and appeared in the arena. Hee hee. I didn't expect to encounter danger and end up alone, truly unaware of death. Zhan Han Li looked at only Yi Xian and Xiao Hong in the arena, even sensing no danger at all, and a cold smile appeared on his lips, while the two half-step divine ancestors beside him nodded in agreement. Chapter 410 Kill. With the shout of killing spreading. In the next moment, more than 20 half-step divine ancestor powerhouses rushed forward, clearly disregarding any semblance of face. What does it matter to bully the weak with numbers? Under this heavenly opportunity, everything is insignificant. Hee, come at me. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then flipped his right hand to reveal the destruction sword, just in time to test his current combat power against these people. Destruction slash. Surging energy poured into the destruction sword, and a dragon's roar erupted. In the next moment, the sword light, like thunder, struck towards a half-step divine ancestor rushing over. Oomph. Seeking death. That half-step divine ancestor sneered coldly. A mere peak divine king. Do you really think you are my opponent? Before he could finish speaking, the terrifying attack struck against his fist, and in the next instant, the half-step divine ancestor was directly blasted into a mist of blood, accompanied by a shrill scream that dissipated between heaven and earth. Gulp. Xiao Hong watched this scene, her eyes wide open. What did she just see? The boss killed a half-step divine ancestor with a single punch. Good heavens, that was a half-step divine ancestor. Such combat power is probably not weaker than that of the Phoenix Lord, her grandfather. Chapter 411. Huh? Xiao Hong listened to the almost shrieking voices of the two, truly unable to believe everything she was seeing. Peak Divine Emperor. Indeed, Xiao Hong was shocked by this information. Good heavens, when did this happen? The boss actually had a puppet at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. My God, to know that the peak of the Divine Emperor realm is comparable to the ancestor Xiao Tian. This is just unbelievable. When did this happen? Why am I completely unaware? Cough, cough. How many more means and trump cards does the boss have that I don't know about? In an instant, Xiao Hong looked towards the boss not far away, feeling increasingly strange. She originally thought she understood the boss well enough, but now it seems what she knew was just the tip of the iceberg. But before she could think further, two piercing screams came from the arena, and the owners of the voices were actually Zhang Tianyu and Lu Pingyuan, who had risen to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. No, bastard, my divine soul, kid, stop. As the puppet technique operated, it was unknown when Xiao Dou had already appeared above the two, her face full of smiles, but looking quite terrifying. Hey, attack the master. Chapter 412. Time flies. Until this day. Boom. A shocking phenomenon shook the entire life forbidden zone, and a sky-high firelight erupted into a 1,000-foot phoenix shadow standing in the air. At this moment, the originally quiet dawn suddenly boiled. Then, the blazing phoenix flames transformed into a rainbow of colors. Caw! The high-pitched phoenix cry exploded, instantly attracting everyone in the life forbidden zone, and Feng Jiuzhao's heart trembled. This is Ni Chong. It is indeed the aura of Ni Chong. Feng Jiuzhao was excited and trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes. I knew it. I knew you were still alive. Ni Chong is about to break through. Feng Xiaotian took a deep breath, looking deep into the life forbidden zone with fiery eyes. I never expected that Ni Chong would have such an opportunity after thousands of years. The bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix, Ni Chang's bloodline, has undergone a qualitative transformation. Seven-colored phoenix. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaotian was filled with excitement. The ancient records of the Phoenix clan state that anyone with the bloodline of the seven-colored phoenix has the potential to break through to the divine sovereign realm, or even half-step divine emperor. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao de Kuei and the others were all shocked. Breaking through to the divine sovereign, or even half-step divine emperor, what does that mean? Chapter 413. Seven-clawed divine dragon bloodline. Feeling the bloodline on Long Xiang, Feng Xiaotian's mouth twitched. However, isn't the Dragon Clan in the Dragon Clan's secret realm? It is said to have been resting for nearly 500,000 years. Although dragons occasionally appear in the divine realm, most of them are of ordinary bloodlines. To possess the qualification of the seven-clawed divine dragon bloodline is no less than the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. What kind of existence is the upper realm's 3,000 states to have so many defying bloodlines? Wife, oh no, Hong Jia, don't worry with the boss here. There will be no accidents. Get lost. Xiao Hong saw Long Xiang approaching and directly slapped him away. This scene made Feng Xiaotian's mouth twitch. My goodness, if the old guys of the Dragon Clan knew about this, they would probably explode. The seven-clawed divine dragon bloodline is a treasure of the entire Dragon Clan. Being treated like this by someone is definitely a huge deal, but speaking of which, that Yi Xian is also accompanied by a little dragon phoenix, the child of the dragon god and the phoenix ancestor. It seems that the divine realm will surely welcome great changes in the future. Fourth brother, calm down. The black dragon golden-winged god Peng covered his forehead, speechless. Go, you guys don't understand anything. Chapter 414. Seven-colored phoenix domain. As Feng Yanai Chang's voice fell, a terrifying seven-colored aura enveloped a radius of 10,000 zhang. The giant Taotai beast in the void was momentarily stunned. Divine Phoenix Annihilation Strike. After Feng Yanai Chang activated her domain, she unleashed another powerful move. In the next moment, it transformed into a 3,000 zhong 7-colored sword light that violently slashed down towards the giant Taotai beast. Boom! The terrifying aftermath immediately swept across a radius of several thousand zhong. Feng Xiaotian quickly raised his hand to create a barrier. Yet everyone could still sense a hint of terrifying threat. The terrifying aftermath sent the giant Taotai beast flying back several dozen zhong. And Feng Yanaichang also retreated several dozen zhong. Such achievements made the hearts of Zhan Tianyu's group sink. That Feng Yanaichang. Could it be that her combat power is comparable to a divine emperor? Jealousy. A twisted jealousy surged in Zhan Tianyu's heart. Why was such a talented person not himself, but that cheap woman from the Phoenix clan? Feng Nishang. Today, no matter what, you must die. Zhan Tianyu's eyes turned crimson, clearly agitated. With my blood, I will sacrifice to my ancestors. The phantom of Taotai descends. As he formed a seal with his hands, a rich aura of blood erupted from Zhan Tianyu and merged into the Taotai array. Chapter 415. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding forces were shaken. Mid-stage Divine Emperor, good heavens. In an instant, everyone looked at Feng Nishang with admiration. Damn it. A single person managed to kill a mid-stage Divine Emperor powerhouse from the Taotai Divine Kingdom. With this achievement alone, Feng Nishang's name would surely resonate throughout the divine realm after today. Feng Nishang, you shall not be arrogant. The mid-stage Divine Emperor ancestor Zhan Qingmu's eyes glinted sharply. Since I have made my move, you will definitely die today. As for the Taotai Divine Armor, that is not something you can use. With a cold laugh, Zhan Qingmu began to seal the Divine Armor, causing Feng Nishang's expression to change. Without the enhancement of the Divine Armor, her realm could only barely compare to the early stage of Divine Emperor and would definitely not be her opponent. What a freak. Zhan Qingmu looked down at Feng Nishang with disdain. I'll give you at most 100 years. Perhaps even I won't be your match then. But for now, there is no way for you to survive. Just then, another figure appeared in the arena, and this person was also a mid-stage Divine Emperor powerhouse. Brother Qingmu, you arrived quite quickly. This person came from Yaowang Holy Land and was named Poison Eye Ancestor. It was said that he had once killed Divine Emperor powerhouses of the same realm, and he was known for being treacherous and ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Chapter 416, let's go. Feng Xiaotian let out a sigh of relief. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. After all, the one who made the move had attacked over a dozen forces, so he assumed they were friends, not foes. Soon, the two arrived on the flying boat. Nishang, a voice that sounded almost like a dream, echoed, and upon hearing it, Feng Nishang trembled, her beautiful eyes quickly falling towards the source of the voice. Jiao Xiao, it's you. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, the two embraced each other. After a separation of thousands of years, this long-awaited reunion made Feng Nishang forget everything else. She never expected they would have a day to meet again. Bang! Yixian knocked on the head of the black dragon who was watching with envy. Let's go. Then, he led everyone away from the scene, leaving the place to their family, while Feng Xiaotian stroked his beard, smiling contentedly as he left. A little while later, the two separated, and the little red beside them had a flushed face. Seeing her parents embrace, she was naturally very happy. By the way, Nishang, Feng Jiaoxiao then looked at the little red. This is our daughter, Qingqing. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Nishang's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. This is our child. Chapter 417, Buzz. As Feng Jiaoxiao trembled, a powerful aura radiated from him. Half-step Divine Fire Realm, Early Divine Fire Realm, Late Divine Fire Realm. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Jiaoxiao's strength finally stopped at the initial stage of True God, and this sudden improvement made Zhao Dakue and others extremely envious. Are you kidding? The life water is such a defying existence, let alone them. Even divine emperors and divine sovereigns could hardly stay calm, because, in a sense, that kind of thing should not exist in this world. My goodness. The black dragon with golden wings swallowed hard, looking at the envy in the eyes of those around him without any concealment. If it were said he wasn't envious, no one would believe it. Has the old man gone against the heavens? Long Xiang wanted to say something, but was shot down by a glare from Long Aoyue, secretly grumbling to himself. Damn it. Originally thinking that the old man would relieve his pressure, Now it seems he was too naive. Great. The last escape route has been blocked. What should I do next? How difficult? Chapter 4:18. Poof. After an unknown amount of time, Zhan Qingmu and the other perished together, thus ending their lives. Puppet technique activated. As Yi Xian's voice fell, a strand of divine consciousness collapsed, and this pure soul power entered the physical body, further enhancing his strength through wealth. Originally mid-stage divine emperors, they crossed over to late-stage divine emperors and ultimately stopped at half-step divine sovereign level. Not bad. It was indeed half-step divine sovereign, which clearly showed that Yi Xian had paid a hefty price. However, having 2 half-step divine sovereign puppets was worth it. As for the remaining individuals, they would be refined as well. Glancing at the many divine emperors and divine lords in the arena, the mad puppet manipulation began. In the end, aside from the 2 half-step divine sovereign puppets, there were also 3 late-stage divine emperor puppets, 10 mid-stage divine emperor puppets, and more than 30 divine emperor puppets. Such a lineup could easily push aside forces like the Phoenix Clan. Master is mighty. Xiao Dou watched the puppets standing in the Xian Divine Palace, his eyes narrowing into lines. If this were to spread, it would definitely create a hole in the heavens of the divine realm. Chapter 4:19. What the hell? The 2 true god elders from the Wandao Chamber of Commerce saw this scene, and their eyelids twitched violently. No way. They couldn't be dreaming, right? What did they just see? The 5th holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land was actually exploded into a mist of blood by the master of the Xian Divine Palace. As mentioned by the young master, this was too ruthless. He clearly didn't want to entangle with him. But was this a bit too bloody? Bastard. The expressions of over 100 people from the Tianxian Holy Land turned extremely grim. They never expected that the suddenly appearing kid would directly strike at Long Xian. Crazy. That guy, has he gone mad? Doesn't he know Long Xian's identity? The 5th holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land, and the only heir of the Long family. It should be noted that the Long family of the Tianxian Holy Land is a family only slightly inferior to the Tianxian Holy Land itself. Such an existence was completely incomparable to the previous Ji family. Kill him, without a moment's hesitation. 5 true god powerhouses led over 100 people towards Yi Xian to kill him. Damn it, if this kid doesn't die, they would definitely be skinned alive. Kill him. Leave not a single one alive. Yi Xian's voice fell, and in the next moment, the first among the 10 or so divine guards rushed out, and a massacre unfolded in an instant. Chapter 4:20. 2 days later, at the royal palace of Tianquan City. Kill. The shouts of killing rose to the sky, and chaos erupted throughout the entire palace, making the imperial palace of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom particularly lively due to the struggle for the throne among the 9 princes. The strongest ancestor of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, a powerful early-stage god king, was directly severely injured and killed by several half-step god kings. After all, the strongest ancestor had been poisoned heavily half a month ago. This was all part of a conspiracy by various forces. Clearly, during the struggle for the throne among the 9 princes, they supported a puppet prince, and if they could divide the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, they would naturally gain more benefits. Take action. The 3rd prince, Dantai Ba, smirked coldly, and then 2 half-step god kings appear behind him, and they were none other than Di Ling and his group. 3rd prince, don't forget your conditions, Di Ling said with a smirk, then looked at the crowd. As long as there is only 1 prince left in the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, then the position of the Tianquan Divine Lord will naturally be yours. Rest assured. Dantai Ba nodded confidently. As long as the Tianxian Holy Land helps me become the Tianquan Divine Lord, I am willing to generously offer half of the wealth of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom to your holy land. 3rd brother, how dare you betray us? The 1st prince and others turned icy at Dantai Ba's words, but Dantai Ba's lips curled with sarcasm. Chapter 4:21. Peak of the God King Realm. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Feng Nishang with awe and trepidation. One must know that such a powerful existence could sweep away any force in their territory, including the Tianxian Holy Land, and of course, the current Tianquan Divine Kingdom. However, such an existence would not come to a place like this. Although the Tianquan Divine Kingdom was not weak, compared to those forces in the center of the Divine Realm, it was frankly not on the same level. Could it be that this person was a disciple from a major force in the center of the Divine Realm? Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have a peak God King by their side. Run. Without any hesitation, the strong members of the Tianxian Holy Land turned to flee. Are you kidding? With such a powerful being, the entire Tianxian Holy Land combined would not be a match. How could they fight? Staying any longer would definitely cost them their lives. After all, they had just seen that even the God King Realm ancestor was not a match. If the ancestor was not a match, their meager skills would probably not even be enough to fill a gap for the opponent. Now that they wanted to escape, it was too late. Yi Xian curled his lips. Since he had made a move, how could he let these fish that slipped through the net escape? War! Cut them off! At that moment, a voice echoed in the ears of the fleeing members of the Tianxian Holy Land. Not a single one left. Chapter 422, not good. With a loud bang, just as the strong member of the strange clan realized something was wrong, another attack came. And the strong member of the strange clan was directly turned to ashes by Feng Yishan. In fact, the strong member of the strange clan didn't even have the chance to scream. After all, even during the peak period of the strange clan, they were not Feng Yishan's opponent, let alone now. Gulp. Long Zhang swallowed hard. Oh my god, my mother-in-law is too strong. What should I do with this pressure? If in the future, he neglected his wife, then the wrath of his mother-in-law. Looking at the scene where the strong member of the strange clan turned to ashes, Long Zhang fell into deep thought. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Disperse. Taking a deep breath, Dantai Xian finally spoke to dismiss the crowd, but his gaze towards Feng Nishang had completely changed. Half-step God Emperor? He naturally heard clearly just now. The earlier strange aura guy said so, and that kind of pressure evidently far surpassed that of a God King. Half-step God Emperor. Indeed, Dantai Xian was shocked. One must know that such an existence was undoubtedly a true powerhouse even in the divine realm. But that woman seemed so young. Chapter 423, in an instant. The group of ancestors from the Nanyue Divine Kingdom was completely wiped out, but it was not surprising. After all, these people were truly too weak in front of Feng Nishang. Don't mention that they were God Kings. Even if they were God Lords, they would not be a match for even one of her fingers. The Tianquan Divine Kingdom has joined the Xian Divine Hall, and the Hall Master also gives you all an opportunity. As the voice fell, dozens of light orbs entered the foreheads of the surviving ancestors and strong members of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, and in the next moment, sounds of breaking through realms surged. This is the God King realm. The three originally half-step God King ancestors of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom, at this moment, were filled with shock as they felt their own strength. They had reached the God King realm. Moreover, not only they, but the other ancestors and strong members nearby also broke through in succession, with at least 10 half-step God Kings and no less than 30 peak true gods. Such an opportunity they couldn't even dream of. In an instant, everyone was filled with emotions. Thank you, Hall Master. Dantai Xian looked at the many ancestors who had become stronger, his heart filled with excitement. With this lineup, their Tianquan Divine Kingdom was enough to rival the Tianquan Holy Land. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then his gaze fell on the ancestors of the Tianquan Divine Kingdom. But I must say a few harsh words first. Chapter 424, Master of the Xian Divine Hall. Obviously, Zhuge Rizhao reacted quickly and hurriedly bowed. Zhuge Rizhao greets the Hall Master. No need to be so formal. Yi Xian smiled slightly. An invisible force lifted him up, but this action shocked Zhuge Rizhao greatly. What? The sudden scene was indeed a significant shock to him. One must know that he was now a half-step God King, almost 10 times stronger than before when he was in the mid-true God realm. Yet even so, he still felt an inexplicable pressure. Moreover, this pressure was stronger than that of the strongest ancestor of their Wandao Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that the Hall Master was at the late stage of the God King realm? But how could that be possible? The Hall Master in front of him was at most as old as Lin Tian, yet he actually possessed strength close to the late stage of the God King realm, which was hard for him to believe. However, Zhuge Rizhao then recalled the scene of his own strength enhancement just now. Clearly, this Hall Master could not be described by common sense. However, if he really had the strength of the late stage of the God King realm, it would be of great benefit to the Wandao Chamber of Commerce. By the way, Yi Xian, seeing Zhuge Rizhao in a daze, asked suspiciously, I just heard you say that the Wandao Chamber of Commerce is in danger. Chapter 425. The next day, at the headquarters of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and the strongest ancestor of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, Zhuge Yin, looked pale, clearly severely injured by the strongest ancestor of the Tianxian Holy Land. Now, The strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Holy Land was no longer in the mid-God King realm, but had entered the late stage of the God King realm. Ancestor. The president of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, Zhuge Qingyun, saw the ancestor severely injured. His face changed drastically as he hurried forward. Glaring at the opposite side, Tianqian Holy Land, are you seeking death? Zhuge Qingyun was furious. He did not expect that the Tianqian Holy Land would actually send their strongest ancestor to attack this time. If they had previously been unafraid of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, now, with the mysterious forces assisting the Tianqian Sacred Land, their overall strength had surged significantly. This made the already disadvantaged Wandao Chamber of Commerce's situation even more precarious. Oof. The strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Divine Empire sneered coldly. The Divine Realm has always been a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The Wandao Chamber of Commerce will surely be destroyed today. Moreover, they could also connect with the Three-Eyed Divine Clan, killing two birds with one stone. And he had no reason not to act. However, he did not know that this action would directly send the Tianqian Sacred Land into a bottomless abyss, as he was unaware of what kind of existence was heading this way. Chapter 426 PFF. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Sacred Land looked across in shock. Who are you? The sudden turn of events startled everyone, including the members of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, as attacking at this moment was akin to declaring war on the Tianqian Sacred Land. Moreover, the most important thing was that the opponent's strength had easily shattered an attack that was nearly at the peak of the Divine King realm and severely injured the strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Sacred Land. They understood very well what this meant. But who was this person, so strong, and more importantly, why did it seem like this action was supporting the Wandao Chamber of Commerce? Who I am is not important. What matters is that your life ends here. Upon hearing this, the strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Sacred Land's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly became wary. However, he ultimately overestimated his own strength. With a crisp sound of a slap, in the next moment, Yi Xian directly slapped out, sending the strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Sacred Land flying. In the eyes of all who found it hard to believe, the proud, strongest ancestor of the Tianqian Sacred Land crashed to the ground as a corpse, with hardly any chance to react. Chapter 427. Everyone's attention was focused, filled with excitement. Yi Xian, however, did not pay attention to this, as the main event was yet to come. Those who are hiding in the dark, have you been watching for so long without coming out? A calm voice came from Yi Xian's mouth, and Zhuge Qingyun and others felt a shock in their hearts. In the dark? Could it be that the mysterious forces behind the Tianqian Sacred Land have also arrived? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel tense. What? Zhuge Lintian's pupils contracted upon hearing this, clearly guessing something. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by the sound of applause, several figures appeared in the void, all exuding unprecedented strength, with even the weakest among them at the Divine King realm. Notably, the leader had even reached the half-step Divine Lord realm. Wonderful. I never expected that such exceptional talents would be seen in a small Wandao Chamber of Commerce. The newcomers were indeed from the top-tier force of the Divine Realm. The Three-Eyed Divine Clan, and the leader was an ancestor of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. The Three-Eyed Divine Clan? Yi Xian was taken aback upon seeing the newcomers. What a coincidence. Unfortunately for the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, my Three-Eyed Divine Clan has set its sights on you. With a cold smile, the half-step Divine Lord ancestor rushed towards Yi Xian, sensing a strong danger emanating from him. Chapter 428 Peak of the Divine King Realm. Upon hearing this, the members of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce looked at their ancestor Zhuge Yin with changed expressions. Their ancestor had reached the peak of the Divine King Realm. Then, their gazes turned to Yi Xian, filled with shock. Their Hall Master was unexpectedly strong. It should be noted that this time, it wasn't just the strongest ancestor who broke through. All the ancestors of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce had broken through together. They had never seen such a feat, nor even heard of it. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Zhuge Yin opened his eyes, sensing the surging energy within him. I have reached the peak of the Divine King Realm. Indeed, Zhuge Yin was shocked by his own elevated realm. Goodness. The peak of the Divine King Realm was a level he had never dared to imagine, something he had once devoted his entire life to achieving. But now, it was just after meeting the Hall Master for the first time that he was granted such an opportunity. If he were to say he regretted joining the Mystic God Hall, no one would believe it. Moreover, not only him, But many ancestors of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce also experienced an increase in their realms, leading to an overall increase in the Wandao Chamber of Commerce's strength by more than 10 times. Thank you, Hall Master, for your grace. Chapter 429. In the depths of the Yaowang Sacred Land, a powerful aura swept through the entire Yaowang Sacred Land from the center of the cave dwelling. This aura was incomparably stronger than that of a divine emperor, clearly belonging to a half-step divine, sovereign-level ancestor. As the Mo Yuan ruins finally emerged, taking a deep breath, the ancestor Ling Taishu of the Yaowang Sacred Land squinted his eyes. Having been in closed-door training for so long, it seems it's time to stretch my muscles. Various forces would gather at that time, and he would personally slay that little monster from the Phoenix clan. With a murderous gleam in his eyes, he was well aware of the matters concerning the life and death zone. Although he did not know the specifics, it was highly likely that the experts from the Yaowang Sacred Land had all perished, including those of the Divine Emperor realm. Feng Mijao, with the bloodline of the seven-colored Divine Phoenix? Such a talent must die. Taking a deep breath in the next moment, Ling Taishu's figure flashed and appeared outside the cave dwelling. Welcome, Ancestor Taishu, out of seclusion, led by the Yaowang Sacred Lord. Many high-ranking members of the Sacred Land bowed and saluted, not daring to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Ling Taishu nodded slightly, looking towards the direction of the Mo Yuan ruins. The Mo Yuan ruins have emerged. Gather the personnel and follow me to explore the opportunities. Chapter 430. BFF. 2 mouthfuls of blood were spat out, and 2 powerful figures from the Great Strengthful Demon Clan and the Three-Eyed Divine Clan looked in disbelief at the opposite side. The 2 of them had unleashed their strongest strike, comparable to a half-step Divine King. They were actually defeated by a young brat in one move. Moreover, that person turned out to be from the Dragon Clan? A 7-clawed Divine Dragon. How could he be of such a high-level bloodline among the Dragon Clan? The 2's expressions turned grave. It should be noted that although the Dragon Clan had not emerged, its strength was undeniable, far beyond what the Great Strengthful Demon Clan and the Three-Eyed Divine Clan could compare to. In the endless ages past, they were a match for the Phoenix Clan, and now the Phoenix Clan was severely weakened. However, the Dragon Clan had lived in the Dragon Clan's secret realm for countless years, and no one knew how strong the current Dragon Clan was. But logically speaking, they were certainly stronger than the Phoenix Clan. Clap, clap. Just then, a round of applause rang out, and 2 figures appeared in the arena. As these 2 figures emerged, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, clearly at the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. And this was also one of the powerful figures from the 2 clans heading to the Mo Yuan ruins. After all, although the 2 clans were not as strong as the Yaowang Sacred Land and the Taotai Divine Kingdom, they were far from ordinary forces. The 7-clawed Divine Dragon is truly surprising. Chapter 431. Master, what is this? The sudden scene left Qin Chongqing himself stunned. As the prince of the Qinglong Divine Kingdom, he certainly knew what a high-grade divine crystal was. However, that kind of existence is very precious even in the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom. Yet the master immediately gave him 100,000, not to mention that the mid-grade divine crystals were in the millions. Focus your mind, leave the rest to me. Yi Xian's voice fell, and then dozens of golden needles soaked in thunder tribulation liquid entered Qin Chongqing's body. He then looked at Long Xiang. Little purple, a drop of essence blood. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Chongqing's pupils suddenly contracted. A drop of essence blood from the 7-clawed Divine Dragon Lord, my heavens. That would be a desecration of the Divine Dragon Lord. If the Emperor found out, he would definitely break my legs. Oh, Little Purple naturally dared not delay and directly threw over a drop of essence blood. After all, he already knew what was happening in front of him. That special physique boy. No wonder the boss wanted to take him as a disciple. As expected, how could someone who could be accepted as a disciple by the boss be an ordinary person? Buzz. As Little Purple's drop of essence blood entered Qin Chongqing's body, his entire being seemed to undergo subtle changes. His aura also experienced a tremendous transformation at this moment, and its Songtian Overlord body also began to evolve after absorbing endless energy. Chapter 432. Hey, an untimely voice rang out, and then Ji Qing, along with the Ji family, approached. Isn't this the 3rd prince of the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom? Why are you all alone? Where are your guards? Ji Qing glanced at Yi Xian and the others without paying them any mind. continuing his reckless behavior. The Mo Yuan ruins are very dangerous. If you're not careful, you might lose your life here. How sad would the Azure Dragon Divine Lord be? Oh, right, and your two royal brothers fighting on the border. It is said that 3 days ago, your second royal brother was severely injured while battling the enemy and is still unconscious. Pausing for a moment, Ji Qing became even more outrageous. Don't let it be that there will be no one to inherit the position of Divine Lord in the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom. Ji Qing. Qin Changqing's face turned ashen, knowing he was being provoked. You're looking for death. Oh, to hear you say that. Ji Qing's lips curled with sarcasm. Is that so? If anyone is looking for death, it's you. Ji Qing smirked and looked at Qin Changqing. Come. Let me see how strong the third prince's third-tier immortal emperor power is. Buzz. As Ji Qing's voice fell, the aura of a sixth-tier immortal emperor surged forth, clearly much stronger than Qin Changqing's earlier power. Chapter 433. Wow. The sudden turn of events undoubtedly shocked everyone. That guy is so strong. For a moment, many powerful figures in front of the Mo Yuan ruins began to change their comments. No wonder he is so tough. It turns out he has this qualification. That guy, is he a domain master? Moreover, it contains both thunder and sword paths, two domains overlapping. How terrifying. Indeed, given that he could instantly kill so many divine king-level experts, his strength was likely comparable to that of a divine lord. A young divine lord-level expert like this. The two clans might have kicked a hard board this time. The crowd buzzed with discussion. But the expressions of the mid-stage divine lord ancestors from the great powerful demon clans were icy. Let's go. Without thinking, the two turned to flee. But at that moment, a figure appeared in front of them, revealing an exceptionally beautiful woman. Boom! Immediately, an incomparably massive hand of energy imprisoned the two. And then, with force, the horrifying energy crushed them. You are the Phoenix clan's Feng Nishang. Before the two could express their shock, they were turned to ashes by Feng Nishang's fiery giant hand, and the intense energy surged outward, showcasing the aura of a half-step divine emperor. Chapter 434. Half a day later. Buzz. As the key stopped, Yi Xian and his group arrived at a certain place in the ruins. Master, I'm here. Little Dou's figure flashed before the key. Then he formed a hand seal to begin operating the key. At a certain moment, the key trembled violently, then merged into the hidden prohibition in front of him, and the prohibition subsequently dissipated. Following that, a cave appeared. This is the place of opportunity? Looking at the scene, Little Purple smacked his lips, but when he looked deeper into the cave, he couldn't help but freeze. Is that divine crystal? All top-grade divine crystals, and there are also piles of high-grade divine crystals. It's simply unbelievable. The visual impact in front was truly unparalleled. It was known that there were not only over 1 million top-grade divine crystals, but also 30 million high-grade divine crystals and billions of mid-grade divine crystals. It was evident how great this opportunity was. However, just at that moment, Yi Xian appeared in another location, and Little Dou was startled by the sudden scene. Master, what is this? Little Dou felt a sense of vigilance, while Yi Xian looked thoughtfully at the opposite side. No wonder this was a strong figure who reversed and slashed the divine lord countless years ago. This method is truly extraordinary. Chapter 435. Buzz. As the surging soul power flowed, although it was only a tenfold increase, that kind of soul pressure was enough to rival a half-step divine lord. Then, the Mo Yuan divine lord pointed with his right finger, and the next moment, the soul-inviting lotus was refined, and the thunder tribulation liquid also entered his body. Great kindness does not require thanks. I will remember all of this. When the day of rebirth comes, I will repay. Predecessor, do not resist. I will take you to a place. As the voice fell, Yi Xian brought the Mo Yuan divine lord to the thunder pool beside the Xin divine hall. Sida. Just as they approached, the Mo Yuan divine lord looked at the thunder pool in front of him, and his entire being seemed struck by lightning. This is the thunder tribulation pool at the utmost end of destruction and rebirth. Little friend, you actually claimed the thunder pool for yourself? Gulp. Indeed, the Mo Yuan divine lord swallowed hard. Such a feat, even those divine emperors from ancient times might not have been able to achieve it. Just lucky. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then said, at that time, it was just an attempt. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. This, cough, cough. The Mo Yuan divine lord coughed lightly. He understood why Yi Xian had reached the Divine Emperor realm at such a young age. With so many defiant opportunities, if his realm couldn't far surpass ordinary people, that would be strange. Chapter 436 Peak of the Divine Fire Realm. Little Purple was extremely excited, feeling the surging energy within him, his eyes gleaming. So strong, at least 10 times stronger than before. Half-step Divine King, I can now take you down with one move. Reversing and slashing the Divine King is not a problem. The Black Dragon and the Golden Wing Divine, Peng felt the surging energy within them. Little Red, watch out. As the voices of the two fell, surging energy erupted around them, revealing the aura of a half-step Divine King. Under full force, their attack power would make even an early-stage Divine King retreat in fear. Damn, so shameless, watch out, wife. As soon as Little Purple's voice fell, they heard a bang, as Little Red lightly slapped down, and the next moment, a terrifying force instantly shattered their attack, sending the two crashing 10 zhong away. Hiss! Intense pain surged in. Even with their strong physiques, they couldn't help but gasp. If those two were not their allies, they would have likely turned into corpses by now. Gudu originally wanted to speak up for his future wife, but he was stunned in the middle of the scene, looking shocked at his wife. Goodness, that slap could probably take down even a mid-level God King. Damn it, what kind of strength does my wife have now? Chapter 437, Impossible. The expressions of the two late-stage God Emperors changed drastically. The scene before them was too shocking. How could that guy be so strange? Suddenly appearing above them. How could they deal with this? What a powerful technique. Gudu swallowed his saliva, and Feng Nikhang was also astonished. She truly couldn't imagine that the Hall Master would have such capabilities. No wonder the Hall Master, despite only being at the early stage of God Emperor, could unexpectedly break through numerous attacks. Kill him. The two late-stage God Emperors took a deep breath, exchanged a glance filled with determination. They knew that as long as they killed this kid, even if he had heaven-defying abilities, it would be useless. After all, once a person is dead, there's nothing left. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two attacks rushed towards Yi Xian, but before they could act, two spatial cracks suddenly appeared behind them, emanating a terrifying aura. Then, two massive energy hands appeared, carrying the Great Void technique and the essence of the Thunder Sword Dao, slamming towards the two. Not good. The two late-stage God Emperors, originally intending to kill Yi Xian, now had their expressions changed drastically. They immediately activated their techniques to defend against and offset the attacks from the void. Constrain the void. Just as they were about to cast their techniques, they found that they couldn't move an inch. Chapter 438. Humph. The three-eyed celestial clan's ancestor Tianmong sneered. Kid, now let's see who can save you. The opportunity's on you, I will take. As the voice fell, Tianmong no longer held back, directly extending a finger into the void, which was a technique from the three-eyed celestial clan. Rumble. With a single finger pressed down, terrifying pressure spread out, and 1,000 zhong giant finger emerged from the clouds, directly crashing towards Yi Xian. The might of that attack was enough to severely injure even a late-stage God Emperor. So one could imagine how strong this move was. Is that so? Seeing the giant finger blocking the sky, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest fluctuation. What kind of confidence does Master have? At this moment, Qin Changqing was no longer calm. With such might, it was enough to heavily injure their Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom. But why did Master still seem so indifferent? Could it be that his strength is comparable to a half-step God Sovereign? The power of a half-step God Sovereign is terrifying. Feng Nikhang also looked at the scene with vigilance. Once Yi Xian was at a disadvantage, she would decisively take action, even if it meant a certain death. Wow. The Black Dragon Golden Wing Divine Peng smacked its lips. With Big Boss's personality, he must have other trump cards. Chapter 439, Mid-Level God Sovereign. Feeling the pressure emanating from the two puppets, Yi Xian was taken aback. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a mid-level God Sovereign. This aura is probably dozens of times stronger than a half-step God Sovereign. Moreover, Yi Xian felt that a single finger from a mid-level God Sovereign could crush a half-step God Sovereign. Strong. Indeed, it was an extraordinary existence. In addition, besides the two mid-level God Sovereign puppets, there were also 5 early-stage God Sovereigns, 20 half-step God Sovereigns, and no less than 50 peak God Emperors. If this scene were to be known by Feng Nikhang, it would surely shock her. You must know, even among their Feng clan, the strongest ancestor was only a late-stage God Sovereign. Such a lineup could not be considered weak. Hey, master. This time we struck gold. Little Doe, watching the numerous puppets before him, had a smile on his face. With these puppets, who could they fear? Not bad. Xian smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction. After all, with such a great harvest, it was hard not to feel happy. It was time to leave. Glancing around, Xian smiled slightly with his divine sense, then left the Xianxian Hall. Big boss, this is too strong. The Black Dragon looked at the scene, filled with shock. Even half-step god sovereigns were taken down by Big Boss, TSK. Chapter 440 Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, several early-stage god kings were violently thrown away. Horrifying flames caused the crowd to feel a surge of reverse blood, looking as if they were about to spew it out. However, in the end, they still managed to swallow it down, because not spitting blood was their last stubbornness. Even so, several people were as pale as if they had suffered a severe illness. Immediately, disregarding their injuries, they turned their gazes to the scene. Then, they suddenly saw a familiar figure, their eyes all widened in shock. What? She is the current god maiden of the Feng clan, Feng Qingsheng. With this revelation, several early-stage god kings nearly fell to the ground, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? What a joke! That Feng Qingsheng is only slightly older than Feng Yuan. So how could her strength be so formidable that she could easily throw several early-stage god kings away? And it was just a single move. Shocked, stunned, horrified. In an instant, their gazes towards Xiao Hong changed, mixed with disbelief and trepidation. Cousin, seeing the newcomer, Feng Yuan's face was full of joy. Sister Qingsheng, you are amazing. Chapter 441 Boom! With a single palm strike, the several god emperor experts who originally wanted to kill Feng Yuan and Xiao Hong were directly blasted away. Among them were several mid-level god emperors. Then, a dominating figure appeared in the arena, and the newcomer was none other than Feng Xiaotian. However, at this moment, Feng Xiaotian was no longer a late-stage god emperor, but had stepped into the peak of god emperor, thanks to the significant resources he received within the Feng clan. After all, he was one of the few likely to step into a half-step god sovereign, or even become a god sovereign in the future. Blood sprayed out as several god emperor experts suffered serious injuries on the spot. Feng Xiaotian, looking at the newcomer, the expressions of several god emperor experts turned icy, because this guy had killed many powerful figures from their respective forces in the Life Forbidden Zone. It was impossible for them not to hate him. In fact, their hatred for Feng Xiaotian was even stronger than for Feng Nikhang. Today, I want to see who dares to bully my Feng clan. With those domineering words, Xiao Zi and the others felt their blood boil. This protective action was unprecedented. With one person's strength, threatening more than 10 forces, if this scene were spread, the Feng clan's reputation would once again rise in the divine realm. The Feng clan has quite the audacity. Chapter 442, Half-Step God Sovereign. And there were actually two of them. Looking at the Feng clan experts before him, the expressions of the originally intending to attack peak god emperors turned gloomy. It is well known, the Phoenix clan's combat power is astonishing, as everyone in the divine realm can see. Now, even with two half-step divine lords, they might barely be able to hold them off. Moreover, within the Phoenix clan, besides those two half-step divine lords, there are many peak divine emperors and powerful divine emperors. Hiss! Xia's purple gasped in shock at this scene, her eyes wide. Wow. The Phoenix clan in the divine realm is quite domineering. TSK. No wonder it's the clan of my wife. For a moment, Xia's purple was filled with passion, feeling as if the visitors were not from the Phoenix clan, but from himself. Damn it, it feels so good. So what if there are dozens of forces? There is only one battle. This is Feng Yuan, as the granddaughter of the Phoenix Lord, was also shaken. She didn't expect the Phoenix clan to bring so many ancestors. She was too excited. Hee, you dare to bully the Phoenix clan? Feng Luotian smiled slightly, and then looked at Ling Taishu and Zhang Beiji across from him. Then let us battle. Boom! As the voice fell, an unprecedentedly strong energy wave surged around Feng Luotian. The majesty of the Divine Lord was not to be infringed upon, even though he was only at the initial stage of the Divine Lord. Chapter 443. Inside the Xian Divine Palace. What? Where is this? The 10-peak divine emperors with blood at the corners of their mouths looked pale, as they hadn't even come to their senses after the devastating attack. Boom! At this moment, a mid-stage divine lord puppet raised its hand and smashed a fist down, a rich aura filling every corner of the formation. Hiss! The sudden pressure caused the peak divine emperors to change their expressions drastically. This aura is from a mid-stage divine lord. Damn it, how is that possible? With one punch, the 10 peak divine emperors, already heavily injured, could not withstand this punch and were sent into disarray, their organs shifting. Blood sprayed out, and the 10 peak divine emperors all lost their combat power. Buzz. However, at a certain moment, Yi Xian's divine sense arrived at the Xian Divine Palace, and Xiaodo watched the scene in the formation. Let us begin. Yi Xian's lips curled up, then Xiaodo used puppet technique, while Yi Xian also formed hand seals to enhance its realm. Don't let me down, I don't want to die. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the 10 peak divine emperors thus became Yi Xian's puppets, and then 10 initial stage divine lord puppets appeared in unison. Chapter 444. Swish. With Xiaodo's manipulation, 20 initial stage divine lord experts appeared in the formation, outnumbering even Ling Taishu's group. What? Ling Taishu was truly shocked by the scene before him, as these people were the 20 peak divine emperors who had just disappeared, but now there wasn't a trace of divine soul fluctuation. This is puppet technique. Zhang Beiji looked at the scene in disbelief. Moreover, their strength has actually risen from peak divine emperors to initial stage divine lords. How is that possible? Such an incredible puppet technique. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Zhang Beiji was truly unsettled, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian, while Xiaodo had unexpectedly landed beside Yi Xian's divine sense. With such puppet techniques, could he be the heir of the puppet divine emperor? Thinking of this, Ling Taishu took a deep breath. The puppet divine emperor, as a taboo from ancient times in the divine realm. Even the Bizarre clan had to expend no less than 20 divine emperors to eliminate him, and the number of half-step divine emperors that fell was no less than 100, while the casualties among the Bizarre clan's divine lords exceeded tens of thousands. Chapter 445. Peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Xiaodo's eyes were wide with astonishment. Such an existence could probably match the strongest ancestors of the Phoenix clan. Moreover, the most important thing is that the boss has many hidden cards. If we talk about combat power, he can at least contend with a half-step divine emperor. Although he didn't know how strong a half-step divine emperor was, he also didn't know how strong the boss's ultimate combat power was. Listening to Xiaodo's words, Yi Xian smiled slightly. This was enough to handle the changes in the situation for a long time to come. The unprecedentedly strong power made the corners of his mouth curve up. It was no exaggeration to say that his current strength was at least dozens of times greater than before. Then, he brought up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian Realm. Peak of the Divine Lord Realm Age. 36 years appearance. Max, second only to the readers of Tomato, abilities. Divine level driving skills, divine level cooking, divine level massage, divine level appraising, immersive voice, divine level beast control, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-around music, medical master, sealing power, supreme sword path insights, lightning emperor treasure technique, supreme refining technique, supreme alchemy technique, slave seal secret technique, grand void technique. Items: Emperor's Abyss No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 100,000 times consumption rebate, permanent. Lamborghini Demon Child, unlimited physique enhancement liquid, God-slaying needle X99, 100 shares of D-Lin Group, 300 million lightning armed helicopter, unlimited top grade cleansing pills, divine level world destroying sword. Indestructible Demon God Classic, Supreme Treasure, Xian Tian Palace, Divine Grade Formation, Isolation of Heaven and Earth, Supreme Elixir Classic, Imperial Grade Flying Boat, Ancient Formation of Refining Heaven, Ancient Formation of Refining Blood. Chapter 446. Half a day later, on the flying boat, Yi Xian was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed a strong killing intent coming from afar. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian looked into the distance, realizing that the killing intent was heading straight towards them, and the intention was very clear. Such a strong killing intent, and the strength isn't weak. As he murmured to himself, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This is interesting. It seems like something looking for death is coming again. From a god's perspective, he saw a group of people coming with high spirits, especially since they all had the character G engraved on their chests, which made Yi Xian pause. Could it be that they are from the G family of the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom? Thinking of this made him somewhat understand. But the G family from the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom arrived quite quickly. The ancestor Yin Ya, The aura of the person who killed the Ji family is not far ahead. A powerful divine emperor from the Ji family, with mesmerizing eyes, looked in the direction where Yi Xian was. We will meet in no more than half a quarter of an hour. Is that so? Hearing his subordinate's words, Ji Yin's eyes glinted with killing intent. Very well. I want to see who dares to openly attack my Ji family. As the voice fell, Yin's aura surged with an intensity that was at least at the half-step divine lord level. Chapter 447. Bang. At a certain moment, Xiao threw Ji Yin onto the flying boat. Master, it seems that something has happened in the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Changqing's heart tightened. The heavily injured Ji Yin knew there was no way out, looking resentfully at Qin Changqing. Humph. Just wait. The Azure Dragon Empire will surely be destroyed. My Ji family's hidden cards are not something you can imagine. You'll all die then. Before Ji Yin could finish speaking, Yi Xian used the soul-searching technique, forcefully obtaining all of Ji Yin's memories with overwhelming power. Don't worry. Xia's purple watched the boss's actions, then said, the boss possesses the soul-searching technique. Under this technique, all secrets are laid bare. Soul-searching technique? Upon hearing Xiao Zi's words, Feng Nichang's heart trembled. Such a miraculous technique actually exists. For a moment, Feng Nichang's gaze towards Yi Xian changed again. After all, this technique could be considered against the heavens. Damn it, kid, what have you done to me? A shrill scream echoed, but it quickly subsided. Under the severe blow to his spirit, he directly used the puppet technique and was once again sent into the Xian God Hall by Xiao Dou. Master, how is it? Qin Changqing immediately stepped forward to ask, as it concerned the safety of his father and the Qinglong Divine Kingdom, which he couldn't ignore. Chapter 448. The giant palm covering the sky, overwhelming pressure. All the powerful figures within the imperial city changed their expressions drastically. Is this the aura of a god sovereign? Ji Taimi of the Ji family has really stepped into the realm of god sovereign. This is bad. No wonder they dare to be so bold. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Deep within the palace, an old man looked solemnly at the enormous palm in the void. It has finally come. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wuhui's eyes were filled with determination. Forbidden City. Immediately let the relatives leave the imperial city through the secret passage. Old ancestor you. Before Qinglong God Lord Qin Jincheng could finish speaking, Qin Wuhui's figure had already disappeared. The next moment, 1,000 zhang, about 300 feet, blue dragon soared from within the imperial city, and the next moment it crashed into the enormous palm. Break. With a figure following, a surge of red blood energy flowed over the 1,000 zhang blue dragon's body. Old ancestor now. Looking at the old ancestor using secret methods to enhance his strength, the elders of the Qinglong Divine Kingdom turned pale, while the Ji family members looked on with mockery. A mere half-step god sovereign dares to provoke the god sovereign level tiny old ancestor, even though Qin Wuhui is just a step away from becoming a god sovereign. But ultimately, he is only half a step to the god sovereign. Chapter 449. A sword falls, complete silence in the arena. Not good. Qin Wuhui looked at the attack capable of threatening god sovereign-level powerhouses, and he understood that if he did not act, the entire imperial city would not be able to withstand such an attack. But now he had no combat power. How could he defend against such an attack? Boom! Before everyone could think deeply, the world-destroying strike landed on the protective Great Formation in an instant. A cracking sound echoed, clearly indicating that the attack had exceeded the formation's limit. Boom! With a huge rumble, the entire imperial city shook, clearly indicating that the strongest protective Great Formation of the Qinglong Imperial City had been shattered. Following that, an attack capable of severely injuring a half-step god sovereign fell towards the imperial city. If this strike landed, it would likely cause countless deaths and injuries. After all, such an attack is far beyond what ordinary people can withstand. Qinglong Shield. The two half-step god sovereigns took a deep breath and also used forbidden techniques to forcibly activate the Qinglong Shield to resist. Puff puff at the moment of resistance. The two spray blood. Fortunately, they managed to block the residual power of the sword strike. But the two half-step god sovereign elders had already lost more than 90% of their combat power. As expected of the Qinglong royal family, quite resilient. In the void, Ji Taimi looked down at Qin Wuhui and the others with a condescending gaze. as he had waited too long for this day. Chapter 450. Ambition Inflated. Mindset changed. Then Ji Taimi looked at Feng Nikhang with a changed expression and also at that girl. These two women's fortunes might allow him to step into the mid-stage of God Sovereign, or even the late stage of God Sovereign, if he possessed such strength. The Feng family would no longer be unattainable. Since you seek death, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. With a fiery glint in his eyes. It was said that this girl had already transformed her seven-colored phoenix bloodline, and he would definitely dig deep. Kill. With this command, the Ji family's God Emperor realm experts surged forward. Without holding back at all, they clearly aimed to severely injure Feng Nikhang in the shortest time possible, as they vaguely guessed the old ancestors' intentions. Come on. Feng Nikhang radiated the aura of a mid-stage God Emperor, and her combat power was overwhelming, leading to a chaotic battle. Boom! With a single palm strike, Feng Nikhang severely injured several God Emperors, completely overwhelming them. This made the surrounding Ji family God Emperor experts increasingly shocked. Damn, why is that Feng Nikhang so strong? Presumptuous. Several peak God Emperor experts from the Ji family had dark expressions as they charged towards Feng Nikhang, clearly showing that they had lost their dignity, as they were much older than Feng Nikhang, and they were also several peak realm experts. Chapter 451. Boom. A punch was thrown, and the attack of an early-stage God Sovereign was incredibly powerful. Such a punch could flatten a mountain. However, Xiao Dou grinned, completely unconcerned, as he was well aware of how many trump cards he had. Bang! A punch was thrown, yet Ji Taimi had no smile on his face because his punch was firmly caught by a single hand and an extremely powerful aura surged forth. What? As the force dissipated, Ji Taimi looked at the figure that appeared before him, his expression one of disbelief. This is late-stage God Sovereign. How is that possible? A late-stage God Sovereign. Slap. Before he could react, the late-stage God Sovereign puppet directly slapped Ji Taimi unconscious, with his facial bones suffering a shattering fracture. If it weren't for Xiao Dou controlling the puppet's strength, Ji Taimi could have easily been killed by a single slap. After all, such excellent puppet materials would be problematic if damaged. Following that, Xiao Dou brought the unconscious Ji Taimi into the Xian God Hall. And upon arriving at the Xian God Hall, Yi Xian's strand of divine sense had already been waiting for a long time. Hey, Master has completed it. Xiao Dou grinned, seeming to take credit. Chapter 452. Above the God Emperor. In an instant, the elders of the Qinglong Divine Kingdom were filled with shock, truly stunned by Qin Chongqing's words. They never expected that Qin Chongqing would possess such a heaven-defying physique. It's important to know, since ancient times, becoming a God Emperor has been regarded as the pinnacle, and they had never even heard of anyone above the God Emperor, let alone what realm that might be. Cough cough, besides, there's also. As soon as this was said, Qin Wuhuwei and the other elders' eyelids twitched violently, while Qin Jinsheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There's more? Yes. In order to let the Qinglong Divine Kingdom join the Xian God Hall, Qin Chongqing has truly exhausted his heart and soul. Continuous strikes are meant to let his father and the elders know how beneficial it is for the Qinglong Divine Kingdom to join the Xian God Hall. You all know about the Feng family's goddess Hongjia and her mother, the fairy Nikhang, actually. After a pause, Qin Chongqing continued. In fact, there is also a great master of the dragon clan with a seven-clawed divine dragon bloodline by my master's side. Boom! Seven-clawed divine dragon? This indeed delivered quite a shock to them. It's important to know that such beings are absolutely top tier, even within the dragon clan. More than capable of becoming a divine son. Definitely the next successor to the dragon clan leader. Chapter 453. Hall Master. Qin Wuhuwei frowned slightly and then gazed towards the direction of the Ji family. I wonder what forces are behind the Ji family to have their power increase tenfold in such a short time? Indeed, Master. Upon hearing the ancestors' words, Qin Chongqing also looked puzzled. After all, although the Ji family was strong, they had never been stronger than the royal lineage in the past tens of thousands of years. Now that such a huge turnaround has suddenly occurred, no one would believe it if they said there was nothing behind it. This, Yi Xian naturally knew what Qin Wuhuwei was worried about, and continued, there is indeed a mysterious force behind the Ji family, and this force is the Eerie clan. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Wuhuwei's heart trembled. So, it is the Eerie clan. It should be noted that in ancient times, the Eerie clan almost invaded the divine realm. If it weren't for the ancient divine emperors sacrificing their lives to kill the Eerie clan, today, not to mention them, even the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom might not exist. But there's no need to worry. Yixian smiled slightly and continued. The Eerie clan is not as terrifying as you think. They're only slightly stronger than the previous strongest ancestor of the Ji family. Qin Wuhui and the others. Chapter 454 How? Seeing the flustered Lutian Divine Emperor, Yixian sneered, as a half-step Divine Emperor. Are you afraid of this? Presumptuous. The Lutian Divine Emperor was furious upon hearing this, even though he was only at the mid-level of Divine Sovereign now. He had once been a high and mighty half-step Divine Emperor, a very strong existence, even in ancient times. How could he tolerate being mocked like this by a young brat? Even knowing that the peak of Divine Sovereign was very strong, the furious Lutian Divine Emperor still chose to strike. Burial of Heaven. He punched out, not daring to be careless, and this strike barely matched the peak of Divine Sovereign, showing how strong the Lutian Divine Emperor was at his peak. Indeed, as a peak half-step Divine Emperor, this attack is enough to be proud of. Yixian commented as he watched the eerie aura coalesce into a giant fist, but it was only that. Though strong, it is still weak to me. With a finger pressed down, a terrifying attack condensed in the void and surged towards the Lutian Divine Emperor, instantly exploding his attack, even sending the Lutian Divine Emperor flying back several dozen feet from the shockwave. Damn it! Seeing his strongest strike easily blocked by the opponent, the Lutian Divine Emperor's mood plummeted, and he had already gained some understanding of Yixian's strength. Chapter 455 Let's go. After emptying the treasure vault, Yixian lost interest and used the Great Void technique to step into the spatial rift with Xiao Dou and leave. Then, the treasure vault fell into silence, as if nothing had happened. However, the Ji family's treasure vault was now devoid of any wealth, and if outsiders were to know of this quiet scene, they would surely be shocked. After all, even though Ji Taimi and others died in the Azure Dragon Imperial City, there were still peak Divine Emperor experts guarding the Ji family. Such a complete clearing of the treasure vault would make countless people exclaim in admiration. Master, before we leave, let's destroy the Ji family as well. Xiao Dou's voice fell, and then he summoned a half-step Divine Emperor puppet, pressing down with a palm from afar. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. A giant palm, carrying the power to destroy the heavens, and the earth pressed towards the Ji family. And this intensity was at least 100 times stronger than Ji Taimi's previous strike. The pressure was overwhelming, as if it were the end of the world. What? Not good, this is an enemy attack. Impossible. How could this attack be so strong? With a loud bang, the aura of destruction spread out, and in an instant, the Ji family was leveled to the ground. All Ji family experts perished. After all, a half-step Divine Emperor's attack could not be resisted even by peak Divine Sovereign experts. Chapter 456 A little. In the depths of the Azure Dragon Imperial City, within the palace. Master, what are you doing? Seeing his master lead everyone to the depths of the palace, Qin Changqing was filled with confusion. The boss is naturally providing a guarantee for you in the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom. Xiaozi smiled slightly upon seeing the familiar operation. The Black Dragon Golden Winged Divine Peng exchanged glances, clearly realizing what the boss was about to do next. Guarantee? Qin Wuhui was taken aback, clearly not understanding where this came from. Wuhui, Senior. Feng Nishang smiled slightly, thinking of the previous scene. As expected, the Hall Master should be constructing a long-distance teleportation array. Oh, a long-distance teleportation array? What? Realizing something was amiss halfway through, Qin Wuhui's eyes widened as he looked at the scene. To know, that is an extremely precious existence. After all, the art of formations has fallen since ancient times, let alone constructing a long-distance teleportation array. Buzz. As the group chatted, Yixian had already successfully constructed the long-distance teleportation array. Then, a very strong aura emanated from the teleportation array, a large amount of divine crystals pouring into the array, creating a jaw-dropping spectacle for all. Chapter 457 Hello, Senior Sister. Secretly swallowing his saliva, Qin Changqing did not dare to act overly familiar. Even though he had the celestial body, he still felt mediocre in front of his senior sister. Hello, junior brother. Meng Qianxiu rarely showed a charming smile, making Qin Changqing swallow hard. His senior sister was just too beautiful. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, tell your senior sister. Senior sister will take care of him. Her domineering voice made Qin Changqing feel a wave of emotion. Thank you, senior sister. Moreover, he felt from the gazes of his senior brothers and sisters that his senior sister had a very high prestige, and they were all quite afraid of her. The most important point, even the strongest prodigies of the super forces in the divine realm would only be at the divine fire realm. At most at the peak of divine fire realm, or early true god realm, but his senior sister, clearly much younger than those people, still had the strength of late true god realm, and even had the power to contend with a half-step divine king. After a brief exchange, Dongfang Wan'er took Qin Changqing to the side, taking on the responsibility of taking care of the new junior brother. Gulp. Qin Changqing's gaze fell on his senior brothers and sisters, only to find that each of them was much stronger than him, at least at the divine fire realm. Senior sister Wan'er. Chapter 458, joined the Xian Divine Hall. As soon as this was said, the black dragon golden wing divine Peng was taken aback, looking at Xiao Zi with a changed expression. Wow, the fourth one has gone mad. Damn it. Letting the dragon clan join the Xian Divine Hall. Only a fool would agree. The two of them spoke one after another, with even Xiao Hong looking at a certain guy in surprise. Has that guy gone crazy? Hee. This little guy is not bad. Feng Nishang looked at Xiao Zi with a gaze similar to a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, while Xiao Hong's heart tightened, thinking her mother's idea was very dangerous. Xian Divine Hall? Hearing Xiao Zi's words, Long Tianqing was taken aback, truly not expecting her to propose such a condition. After all, it was the first time he had heard the name of the Xian Divine Hall. Little guy, your condition is a bit steep. After all, I am only at the initial stage of divine sovereign in this vast dragon clan, and I can't make the decision. Oh, listening to Long Tianqing, Xiao Zi smiled slightly and didn't care, but continued. How about this? Let's change the way we say it. How about a bet? A bet? Obviously, Long Tianqing didn't quite understand what this little guy was trying to do. That's right. Xiao Zi continued to lead the way, while Qin Changqing felt an uneasy feeling for some reason, even sensing that Lord Shenlong was setting a trap for the Dragon Clan. Chapter 459, Peak of Divine Sovereign. Upon hearing this, Qin Changqing's eyes widened in shock. He never expected his master to be a peak divine sovereign. My goodness! Xiao Wushuang and the others gasped, their gazes towards their master changing. With this, they could walk confidently in the divine realm in the future. After all, the peak of divine sovereign is recognized as the strongest realm one can achieve. The Hall Master is actually a peak divine sovereign. Feng Nikang was evidently shocked by this information, as it was too abrupt and she was completely unprepared for it. So strong. Long Tianqing's expression was bitter as he sighed deeply. All right, I accept the bet, and in the future, my dragon clan will be willing to work for the little friend. Although he couldn't represent the entire dragon clan, with Yi Xian's strength and means, as long as the old ancestors of the dragon clan weren't foolish, they wouldn't have any objections. After pondering for a moment, Long Tianqing thought of something. By the way, little friend, oh no, Hall Master, just now you used acupuncture techniques. Do you understand medicine? Medicine? Upon hearing this, Xiaozi immediately became unhappy. What, old man, do you look down on me? My master is an exceptional alchemist. Chapter 460, Puppet Divine Emperor. One's name and shadow are significant. The Puppet Divine Emperor is a legendary figure, capable of single-handedly defeating the Bizarre Clan, even during ancient times, being one of the top divine emperors in the divine realm. If he is truly the successor of the Puppet Divine Emperor, his future achievements are limitless. Half a day later, Xiao Dou appeared on the flying boat and encountered the second wave of assassins. Wow! Xiao Dou looked at the thousands of assassins rushing towards him. This time, the number and quality have improved quite a bit. Unfortunately, there are only 3 or so at the Divine Emperor realm. I'll manage. With a command, a massacre began as a dozen Divine Emperor puppets were quite strong, at least not something these shrimp soldiers could stop. Thus began the 3rd wave, the 4th wave, the 6th wave. Soon, after several waves, the enemies surrounding them had become much stronger, and the ominous aura around them was much denser than before, with several peak Divine Emperors among them. However, Xiao Dou was not idle either, directly taking out a Divine Sovereign Realm puppet, which truly startled Long Tianqing. Is this a puppet of the early Divine Sovereign Realm? Chapter 461, A Little. In the Dragon Clan's secret realm, somewhere far away. Swish. At one moment, several figures appeared in the arena, with the 3 strongest at the mid-divine sovereign realm, followed by 3,000 fleeing divine emperors and half-step divine sovereigns. Taking a deep breath, the 3 mid-divine sovereign powerhouses relaxed, as the previous scene had frightened them quite a bit. After all, a half-step divine emperor is no joke. That kind of existence could erase them with a single thought, even if the strongest ancestor of the dragon clan was nearing death. The power of a half-step divine emperor is terrifying. Even now, the recent scene felt like a dream. Under that last move, they felt as small as ants. Let's go. This place is not suitable for staying. Even after leaving the dragon clan's secret realm far behind, the 3 were still very uneasy, as they didn't know how terrifying a half-step divine emperor could be. Let's go. But just as the group was about to leave, a celestial array appeared around them. You probably won't be able to leave. Then, a child wearing a belly band suddenly appeared in the arena, looking quite strange. Seeing Xiao Dou appear, the 3 mid-divine sovereign powerhouses tightened their hearts, with the one closest to the late stage narrowing his eyes and warily asking, "Who are you?" Chapter 462. Listening to the master's words, Xiaozi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, possibly due to being from the Dragon Clan. Although he appeared to not care about the Dragon Clan, how could he not care at all? Senior Tianqing, help me protect the law. After Yi Xian said this, he took out several rare spirit herbs from his spatial ring, including several holy herbs. Long Tianqing was momentarily stunned, while Xiao Zi reminded him impatiently, "Old man, hurry up, the half-step divine emperor old guy from the Dragon Clan is saved." That's great. Long Tianqing quickly reacted, immediately protecting him, while other ancestors of the Dragon Clan had clearly already known Yi Xian's identity and, after pondering for a moment, also chose to protect him. After all, being able to help Long Tianqing reach the mid-divine sovereign realm was enough to explain everything. Pass the order down. The Dragon Clan's secret realm is under martial law. At this time, a peak divine sovereign ancestor took a deep breath and commanded, "No one is allowed to enter or exit the secret realm. Violators will be dealt with according to clan rules." "Yes, ancestor." A half-step divine sovereign powerhouse bowed and left, immediately executing this order. Accompanied by dozens of spirit herbs and holy herbs being taken out and flying into the air, Yi Xian then clenched his right hand, and a vortex emerged from above. Chapter 463. Everyone thanks. The arena is shaken. It should be noted that these people are the strongest top ancestors of the Dragon Clan, and such treatment is probably only given to Yi Xian in the entire divine realm. Of course, after a wave of opportunities, the overall strength of the Dragon Clan was more than 10 times stronger than before. Besides Long Baiyue reaching the peak of half-step divine emperor, 2 other ancestors had also stepped into the half-step divine emperor realm, and the number of peak divine sovereigns had surged to more than 5, while the number of late divine sovereigns had doubled compared to before. Such kindness had never been seen in the Dragon Clan before. From now on, anyone who targets the Hall Master will be the enemy of the entire Dragon Clan. Taking a deep breath, Long Baiyue publicly stated, and the other ancestors secretly resolved to repay the Hall Master's great kindness today without reservation. By the way, at one moment, Long Tianqing thought of something and looked at Long Baiyue. "Ancestor Baiyue, the Hall Master has made great contributions to our Dragon Clan. How about letting the Hall Master enter the Enlightenment Array together with the Divine Sun?" Upon hearing this, everyone around nodded in agreement, as Yi Xian's contributions were indeed worthy. "That's fine." Long Baiyue nodded seriously and then explained, "Hall Master, the Dragon Clan's Enlightenment Array is extraordinary. It will definitely assist the Hall Master." Chapter 464. Inside the Enlightenment Space. As the Xian Divine Hall frantically devoured, Xiao Dou's aura underwent a tremendous change. Early Divine Monarch. Mid-Divine Monarch. The peak of the Divine Lord. In an instant, Xiao Dou's aura reached the realm of half-step Divine Emperor, and not long after, it stabilized at the mid-stage of Divine Emperor, even letting out a satisfying burp. What the heck? As the chaos of his true body calmed down, Xiao Dou's eyelids twitched wildly. Mid-stage Divine Emperor, this operation, you should know. Previously, he was merely a half-step Divine Lord, and he had no idea how far he was from the mid-stage Divine Emperor. Has his true body gone crazy? Damn it. Doi actually couldn't control himself. Ahem. Xiao Dou's old face turned red, not daring to stay any longer. "Master, I'm leaving. He hurriedly took the Xianchen Hall and disappeared from the scene, prioritizing speed. He really didn't dare to linger, fearing that if he wasn't careful, his true body would come again to devour everything. And it would be bad if he swallowed the Dragon Clan's array and dragon essence. How could the master show his face then? Not long after Xiao Dou left, Xiao Zi and Xiao Longwang woke up one after another. Chapter 465. The Eight-Clawed Divine Dragon Bloodline. When Long Tinxing spoke, everyone's gaze fell once again on Xiao Zi. Although the Dragon Phoenix bloodline left them astonished, it was evident that Xiao Zi possessed the purest dragon bloodline. Moreover, her bloodline level seemed to be higher than that of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. It should be noted that even their Dragon Clan's most powerful ancient ancestor only had the Eight-Clawed Divine Dragon bloodline, and ultimately broke through the void of the Divine Realm, but no one knew where they went. Of course, this is just a legend. It is said that at that time, the ancestors of the Dragon Clan had already transcended the Divine Emperor. Otherwise, how could they break through the barrier of the Divine Realm? It can be said that as long as Xiao Zi does not perish prematurely, her future achievements will definitely allow her to reach the Divine Emperor or even surpass the Divine Emperor, and at that time, the Dragon Clan will also enter an unparalleled prosperous era because of her. Is it really the Eight-Clawed Divine Dragon bloodline? Long Baiyue looked at Xiao Zi with fiery eyes and quickly made a decision. From this day forth, Long Xiang will be the new patriarch of our Dragon Clan. Does anyone have any objections? Long Baiyue's gaze swept over the Dragon Clan ancestors, including the current patriarch, and everyone bowed. We do not dare. Are you kidding? Who would dare to object when they see that Xiao Zi already possesses the Eight-Clawed Divine Dragon bloodline? They know better than anyone what that means. Chapter 466. By the way, little Long Wang, recalling something, looked curiously at her master. Master, where are we going now? However, little Long Wang knew that they definitely weren't going back to the Wandao Chamber of Commerce. Because if they were to return to the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, they would have definitely used the long-distance teleportation array of the Dragon Clan and naturally would not have left the Dragon Clan secret realm. This much understanding they had. It was clear that she knew her master must have a plan. Previously, under the soul-searching technique, they learned about the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the strange clan. Following the information obtained, Yi Xian gazed in a certain direction. Their strength is probably at the peak of the Divine Lord. It would be a pity to miss such good puppet material. Peak of the Divine Lord? Hearing her master's words, little Long Wang couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But she also felt eager to try out her extraordinary methods. If it were a lotus puppet, wouldn't that mean having a puppet at the half-step Divine Emperor level? Little Long Wang said this, but she had no idea that Yi Xian already had a half-step Divine Emperor puppet in his hands, and not just one. In fact, Yi Xian himself had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor level. Let's go. Using the Great Void technique, a spatial rift appeared in front of them, and then he and little Long Wang entered the rift. Chapter 467. Late-Stage Divine Lord. This kind of pressure truly caused the color of the blackened, powerful beings in the fallen sky abyss to change drastically. However, at that moment, three figures also emerged from deep within the fallen sky abyss, all of them late-stage divine lords, and their pressure instantly neutralized the three puppets. But this was not the end. A terrifying figure appeared in the scene without warning, and it was the mastermind behind it all. A powerful being from the strange clan controlling the fallen sky abyss. Peak of the Divine Lord. Feeling the strength of that person, Xiao Dou's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the aura on his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary peak Divine Lord. Even a half-step Divine Emperor would probably not be their opponent. Oh, the puppet Divine Emperor's puppet technique. After the strange figure appeared, a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. Another puppet Divine Emperor, back then. It was a Divine Emperor-level puppet from the puppet Divine Emperor that severely injured me. Truly a cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is not to be missed. Heaven hasn't treated me badly. This person's name is Sin Punishment Divine Emperor, but he is not comparable to the earlier half-step Divine Emperor. In his peak period, he was a genuine early-stage Divine Emperor existence. Even now, having only recovered to the peak of the Divine Lord, he is an invincible being in the Divine Realm. Chapter 468. The Realm Above Divine Emperor. Hearing this, Xiao Dou was also stunned, because even in his understanding, the Divine Emperor was already the limit of the Divine Realm. And even half-step Divine Emperor had become a legend. That's right. After pausing for a moment, Yi Xian sorted through the complicated information from Sin Punishment Divine Emperor. This strange clan is called Sin Punishment Divine Emperor, a powerful being from ancient times. From the outside world, originally came to the divine realm with other powerful beings from the outside world to hunt down the puppet Divine Emperor. Moreover, the puppet Divine Emperor also came from the outside world, and his life can be described as legendary at the peak of the Divine Emperor. But he once defeated a holy, god-level powerhouse. This was why the strange clan was willing to pay a great price to completely eliminate him, even severing the inheritance of the puppet. Listening to her master's words, Xiao Dou was shocked. For one person, the strange clan went as far as to sever the inheritance of an entire domain. Such means could not be called merciful. At the same time, it also showed how much they feared the puppet Divine Emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted this way. By the way, at one moment, Xiao Dou thought of something and looked at her master again, asking, "You just mentioned the holy god. What kind of realm is that?" Chapter 469. Let's go. Yi Xian used the Great Void technique and took Xiao Dou towards the Wandao Chamber of Commerce. It's time to go back. In an instant, Yi Xian's figure disappeared from the scene. It was as if nothing had ever happened. However, if this scene of the spatial rift were known to Ji Wu Xuan, one could only imagine what her reaction would be. As for Yi Xian, he let the Divine Emperor puppet carry the Xianchen Hall through the spatial passage to the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, while he himself arrived by the Thunder Pool next to the Xianchen Hall. At this moment, the aura of Mo Yuan Divine Lord had already recovered to the peak of the Divine Lord. It was time to refine the pills. During this time, Yi Xian had naturally paid attention to the materials for refining the body-rebuilding elixir, especially the spiritual herbs harvested from the Ji clan's treasury. And the Dragon clan also contributed significantly. This allowed him to gather all the necessary materials for various pills, making this pill extremely precious. Let us begin. With his voice falling, under the supreme alchemy technique, Yi Xian skillfully took out various herbs and began to refine the divine grade elixir, the divine grade body refining pill. For Mo Yuan Divine Lord, this pill completely transcended the realm of the divine realm, and even in the outside world, it would cause a tremendous sensation. With a slight grip of the right hand, the Dan mode was activated. Boom! Chapter 470. However, after a moment of contemplation, the God Emperor Mo Yuan asked the most concerning question. Palace Master, you just mentioned the ancient god? I wonder what kind of realm is that? To dare chase down even the legendary puppet God Emperor, who is nearly invincible in the divine realm. Clearly, the God Emperor Mo Yuan had some guesses. Could it be that this ancient god is even more powerful than the God Emperor? That's right. Hearing Mo Yuan mention the realm, Yi Xian looked into the distance. The ancient god is a realm above the celestial emperor. Above the God Emperor? Mo Yuan was filled with shock. Indeed, there was a realm above the God Emperor. Yes. After a pause, he continued, above the God Emperor is the Holy God realm. And above the Holy God is the Ancient God. Besides, above the Ancient God, there is the Ancestor God of the 9th rank, which can be said to be one rank above heaven and earth. Listening to Yi Xian's introduction, the originally excited God Emperor Mo Yuan felt as if he'd been doused with cold water. It seemed that his half-step God Emperor peak was indeed insufficient. After all, he wasn't even a God Emperor, let alone a holy god or ancient god. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel immense pressure with Yi Xian's abilities and talents. He would inevitably ascend to the celestial realm in the future, and as the guardian of the Xianchen Temple, the enemies he might encounter would at least be God Emperors, and even holy gods were possible. Chapter 471. The next day, in the morning, Yi Xian took Xia Bingning and the others to leave the 10,000 Paths Chamber of Commerce to travel around, starting a rare leisure time. Xia Bingning didn't say much about it, as she just wanted to enjoy the precious gathering at the moment. She understood very well that after this gathering, Yi Xian would soon head to the celestial realm. After all, as Yi Xian mentioned, there were 18 realms like the divine realm in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And in the celestial realm, these world forces were currently engaged in fierce battles with the strange clan. It should be noted that whether it was the forces of the celestial realm or the strange clan, once those strong figures from the celestial realm arrived at the divine realm, it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the world. On the flying boat, Yi Xian looked at the black dragon golden-winged divine Peng playing happily with the 3 little ones and smiled slightly. Then he looked towards the divine realm. It seemed that his half-step God Emperor strength was somewhat inadequate now. Xian murmured to himself, knowing that if any force from the celestial realm came to the divine realm, there would at least be a god emperor present. With this thought, Xian no longer hesitated. System, help me continue to improve my realm. With the summoning, the system quickly responded. Ding! Host realm has been raised to the initial stage of the god emperor realm, consuming 1.37 trillion renminbi. Chapter 472. A few days later, the Sheikh Light Holy Land, under the pretext of exterminating the Phoenix clan, invited dozens of forces to discuss major plans. This connection truly piqued the interest of the dozens of forces. Of course, they had no choice but to do so, as they had already formed deadly feuds with the Phoenix clan, especially now that the Phoenix clan was extraordinarily strong. If they were allowed to continue developing, it would only lead to their own destruction in the future. Therefore, unsurprisingly, dozens of forces arrived, with no one absent. For a moment, it felt quite like a group huddling together for warmth. Thank you all for coming to today's banquet. The strongest ancestor of the Sheikh Light Holy Land, Lu Qianqi, stood up as the host, raising his glass to drink with the strongest ancestors of various forces, intentionally or unintentionally emanating the aura of a half-step god emperor, which was undoubtedly a benefit given to him by the strange clan. Otherwise, without actual benefits, how could he willingly serve? Undoubtedly, a small sweetener could exchange for the loyalty of a holy land. As expected, feeling the aura emitted by Lu Tianqi, the strongest ancestors of dozens of forces were filled with astonishment, their shock unprecedented. Brother Lu, you have stepped in the half-step god emperor realm? Chapter 473. Time flies, as if a finger snap. Until this day, in a certain area of the northern border of the divine realm, the Wild Mountain Range. Boss, are you done? The black dragon, golden-winged, divine, Peng stared unblinkingly at the roasted rabbit meat, sniffing the fragrant meat aroma that wafted into its nose, as always having no resistance to the boss's barbecue. Almost soon, looking at the two greedy little guys, Xian pointed with his finger at the roasted rabbit meat, and in the next moment, separated the roasted rabbit meat from the bones, an act that truly showcased the sword technique to its fullest. Eat. Just like that. The group enjoyed the delicious roasted rabbit meat until at a certain moment, Xian heard voices talking from afar. After all, Xian's insight was quite impressive now. With a hint of curiosity, he activated his divine perspective. Suddenly, in the next moment, his vision revealed groups of trial takers from the mountains conversing. Hey, have you heard? The Phoenix clan is going to have bad luck. What happened? I heard from a little bird that the Sheikh Light Holy Land and the gluttonous divine kingdom, along with dozens of forces, are going to take action against the Phoenix clan? What is that true? Listening to their conversation, Xian couldn't help but frown. The Sheikh Light Holy Land and the gluttonous divine kingdom both had their strongest ancestors stepping into the half-step god emperor realm. Moreover, dozens of forces had also significantly improved. Chapter 474. What? In the void, after clashing palms with Lu Qianqi, Feng Zhixian's face was solemn. Huntian, he has also broken through? Anxious. At this moment, a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. He knew that while he could currently be a half-step god emperor, if there were another half-step god emperor, the outcome might be different. Now you're worried. Lu Qianqi saw Feng Zhixian's grave expression, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. This time, even if the god emperor descends, it won't save the Phoenix clan. Mockingly speaking, Lu Qianqi thought of the god emperor powerhouse secretly stationed, believing that today the Phoenix clan's destruction was certain. Everyone, let's take action. As Lu Tianqi's voice fell, more than 20 peak god sovereign powerhouses simultaneously opened their realms. A sudden scene that truly stunned everyone. Peak god sovereign. The members of the Phoenix clan looked at the more than 20 peak god sovereigns that appeared in the void. Their expressions changed drastically. More than 20 peak god sovereigns. How is that possible? It should be noted, even under the opportunities sent by the Palace Master, the Phoenix clan currently had less than 10 peak god sovereigns. Everyone, join me to break the formation of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 475. Celestial Realm, Strange Clan. The members of the Phoenix clan were greatly shocked. The two words felt like two bolts of thunder striking their minds. They knew, according to their Phoenix clan's ancient texts, even the sealed Strange Clan in the Divine Realm was incredibly terrifying, let alone the Strange Clan from the Celestial Realm. They never expected the Strange Clan from the Celestial Realm would personally descend into the Divine Realm, intending to exterminate the Phoenix clan. What right did their Phoenix clan have? Moreover, this act was simply too excessive. Strange clan. Lu Qianxi and Zhang Huitian exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. They had their suspicions about this matter, but never expected it to be true. It is well known that the Strange clan is the public enemy of the divine realm. If this news were spread, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. Nonsense. However, before they could speak, a voice echoed from the void. Step back. Following that, over 100 figures appeared, their strength far surpassing that of Ji Wushuang and the others. This is interesting. After Yu Hong appeared, his gaze fell on Ji Wushuang. I didn't expect to encounter a prodigy from the immortal Ji family in this trip to the divine realm. Chapter 476 Buzz. Just as Ji Wushuang's long sword was about to reach him, an energy shield appeared around him, and the sword light could no longer advance. Thus, it stopped a little over 10 feet in front of Yu Hong. Kid, is this your limit? Looking at Ji Wushuang, Yu Hong showed disappointment in his eyes. The immortal Ji family is nothing special. There is still a significant gap from the super great clans. Let us end this. With a snap of his fingers, Ji Wushuang was pierced by Yu Hong's finger and flew back several dozen feet, already spitting blood in midair, his face pale, suffering an unprecedented severe injury. How was this possible? Ji Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yu Hong across from him, wondering how that guy could be so strong. Clearly at the same stage of late Divine Emperor, but in terms of strength, the guy could instantly kill someone in the early or even mid-Divine Sovereign stage. Boring. Yu Hong retracted his right hand and looked at the severely injured Ji Wushuang from several dozen feet away. Now, do you understand the gap between us? You think you can stop me? He glanced at Ji Wushuang and then ruthlessly trampled on his dignity. As for revenge, that's just a joke. Now, go reunite with your parents. Chapter 477 Gulp. The members of the Phoenix clan watched this scene in shock, including the strongest ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Feng Zhixian. Is this the master of the Xian Divine Hall? What a terrifying physical body. Feng Zhixian's eyes sparkled with such talent. It seemed even more formidable than the top geniuses of the Strange clan from beyond the heavens. TSK, TSK. As for the other members of the Phoenix clan, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Strong. Too strong. No wonder he is the master of the Xian Divine Hall that their Phoenix clan has joined. Their gazes toward Yi Xian were now filled with fervor and awe. You're looking for death. The prodigy Yu Hong from the Strange clan was evidently provoked. I never expected there to be such a monstrous genius in the divine realm. If I don't kill you today, you will surely become a great threat to my Strange clan from beyond the heavens in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yu Hong formed a seal with his hands, burning the Strange origin. As the Strange origin burned, Yu Hong's aura surged again, reaching the peak of half-step Divine Emperor level, and his combat power likely equaled that of an early Divine Emperor. Thunder annihilation. Boom! With a thunderous shout, a sky full of black strange lightning surged into the thunder battle spear at a terrifying speed, causing the world to change instantly. And a 1,000-foot-long spear shot towards Yi Xian, clearly nearing his strongest strike. Chapter 478 10 breaths. 50 breaths. 100 breaths. As time passed, the casualties in the battlefield increased exponentially. Under the cooperation of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, over a dozen forces suffered unilateral slaughter. After all, whether it was the Dragon clan or the Phoenix clan, under Yi Xian's enhanced strength, their combat power was now much stronger than before. Moreover, there was also Xiao Dou among them, harvesting numerous puppet materials. He certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. A bunch of waste. The Divine Emperor experts of the Strange clan looked icy. Then their gaze fell on Yi Xian. But as long as we kill you, the others won't be able to stir up any waves. Sword slashing the stars. The Divine Emperor expert from the Strange clan unleashed an extraordinary strike. And this attack was surprisingly comparable to that of a late Divine Emperor, immediately shocking everyone in the battlefield. Boom! However, before the Divine Emperor expert from the Strange clan could launch his attack, a violent tremor erupted from deep within the Phoenix clan, and an extremely terrifying pressure spread out. The Strange clan really has guts. The next moment, a man appeared in the void, an indescribable pressure of the Phoenix bloodline filling the air. Is this the Divine Sun? Chapter 479 Senior. At this moment, Yi Xian contemplated for a moment and took out a jade slip. This item, if used in a critical moment, might lend a helping hand. Looking at Feng Jiuyo, he thought that now, with the Phoenix clan finally having a top powerhouse as a backing, if he went to the strange clan from beyond the heavens, there might be unexpected gains. After all, if his identity as the divine son of the Phoenix clan were to be exposed, he would likely face countless strong opponents from the strange clan. And the danger would be 1,000 times worse than the life-and-death battle that Feng Nikhang faced back then. Thank you, young friend. The divine son Feng Jiuyo looked deeply at the jade slip in his hand, his intuition telling him that this item was extraordinary, so he did not refuse. Because he also understood that this trip to the strange clan would be fraught with danger, even though his strength was comparable to that of an early ancient god. Young friend, see you again in the strange clan. After his voice fell, Feng Jiuyo broke through the void and left, and the ancestors of the Phoenix clan all bowed. We respectfully send off the divine son. Millions of Phoenix clan experts bowed simultaneously, and even the Dragon clan did the same, as they had records in ancient texts that the Dragon and Phoenix clans had encountered many difficulties together in the distant past. Soon, the divine son Feng Jiuyo disappeared from the scene. Chapter 4, 80 You all. The top prodigies of the strange clan were filled with panic, their so-called dignity thrown into the clouds. Arrogant, Yu Heng was furious. I warn you, I am an absolute genius of a strange clan, and my father is a powerful ancient god of the strange clan. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. Ah, bastard, you dare to turn me into a puppet. Before he could finish speaking, a shrill scream escaped his mouth, and in the end, Yu Heng became a mid-divine emperor puppet under Yi Xian's command. It must be said that his talent was not wasted. Moreover, these were just appetizers. The divine son Feng Jiuyo had brought all the experts above half-step divine sovereign from over a dozen forces. If they were turned into puppets, it would undoubtedly increase his puppet army several times. Kid, you dare. Seeing the two great masters from beyond the heavens turned into puppets, how could they remain calm? Liu Qianqi and Zhang Huitian felt very uneasy, but Yi Xian did not give them time to continue shouting. Instead, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, revealing the presence of a half-step sacred god. Gulp! Liu Qianqi and the others were shocked, as they felt that Yi Xian's strength was far beyond that of the early divine emperor from the strange clan, even stronger than them wearing the thunder battle armor. Chapter 481 Divine King Realm. Feeling the aura of Meng Qinxiu, Qin Changqing and the others were all shocked. The God King Realm, my goodness, how long has it been? Truly worthy of being the body of heavenly punishment, an existence that even heaven and earth cannot tolerate. If the people of the divine realm were to know, who knows what their reaction would be? The God King Realm is enough to become a controlling existence in a certain force. And such a strong person has already ascended as Yi Xian's disciple. Even in the outer heaven, that is an extremely talented existence. Not to mention, this is still in the divine realm. One must know, the resources and the rules of heaven and earth in the outer heaven and the divine realm are completely different. Just like the gap between the divine realm and the 3,000 states of the upper realm, that is a qualitative difference. How? But there is still a battle to fight. Meng Qinxiu glanced at the opposite Xia Wushuang, and then her gaze fell on the other 7 junior brothers and sisters. Of course, you can join in too. All the junior brothers and sisters. Cough cough. How could the senior sister dare? Are you kidding? Now that they see the senior sister's early God King realm, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to act. Because although her realm is early God King, in terms of combat power, it might be enough to contend with the late God King. After all, the power of heavenly punishment and the understanding of the sword path are not to be taken lightly. Chapter 482, Early Saint God. In an instant, countless gazes fell on Feng Jiuyo, facing a strong early saint god alone, which was enough to earn their respect. Because anyone who could achieve such a feat is a hero of their 9 heavens and 10 earths. Is that so? Feng Jiuyo looked at the early saint god from the strange tribe in front of her, flames flickering in her eyes. That emperor's son should be arrogant once. Boom! As the voice fell, a gigantic hand appeared in the void, reaching forward. And the early saint god who had been shouting just a moment ago was instantly bound by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move even a bit. What? The early saint god from the strange tribe changed his expression drastically. Who exactly are you? Indeed, this early saint god was frightened because Feng Jiuyo gave him an unfathomable feeling. I am Feng Jiuyo, the emperor's son of the Feng clan. Feng Jiuyo calmly looked at the opposite side, But as soon as these words were spoken, the other side looked as if they had seen a ghost. The Feng clan. Hearing Feng Juyo's words, the early saint god almost fainted from shock. The emperor's son, Feng Juyo. You are the son of the Feng ancestor from decades ago, the unparalleled genius that the Feng ancestor encountered once in hundreds of thousands of years. It cannot be. Chapter 483. Imperial Pass in the Void. Reincarnation Blade Slash. An eerie aura spread. The power of the ancient god was vividly displayed at this moment. Swish! As a sword was slashed out, this strike from the ancient god of the strange tribe was enough to severely injure an early ancient god. He was fully confident in this move. Oomph. Feng Juyo snorted coldly, then narrowed her eyes, finally going all out, since that's the case. Let's try my self-created technique. Divine Phoenix falls from the sky. As the voice fell, a 10,000-foot divine phoenix descended from the sky. Its blazing flames dyed half of the sky red. The ancient god experts lurking in the dark of the Imperial Pass ceased their movements, because they all sensed a strong danger from it. And then they held back their urges and kept watching, as if they could see the shadow of the Phoenix Lord from the outer heaven from back then. Boom! The two attacks collided instantly, and in an instant, the energy aftermath sent countless members of the strange tribe flying, with the unlucky ones nearby turning to ashes on the spot. Crack! The ground could not bear the weight and cracked, then spread out. Looking towards the sound, everyone was shocked to see an endless crack before their eyes. Hiss! Chapter 484. In the depths of the divine realm, Feng clan. Big brother, are you leaving so soon? Xiaohong said with reluctance in her eyes. After all, this parting from the big brother would probably take a long time before they meet again. All good things must come to an end. Yi Xian patted Xiaohong's head. Watching this scene made the Feng clan members twitch their mouths. All right, now, you're also the Feng clan's Phoenix Lord. This could damage your image. Looking at Xiaohong in front of him, to be honest, Yi Xian was also quite reluctant. But now that the Feng clan had just stabilized, there were many things to do. Don't worry, next time I come, I will definitely bring you along to the outer heaven. Yi Xian said with a smile. He would naturally go to the outer heaven, but not now. Really? Hearing this, Xiaohong's eyes narrowed. Then, I will wait for the big brother in the Feng clan. Okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly at this moment. Xiaozi said at the right time. Then big brother, I won't go with you. The Feng clan is in need of people right now. I will help here, hee. While speaking, he scratched his head innocently, but Xiaohong shot him a glare. She naturally couldn't know that guy's thoughts. Cough cough. The Dragon Clan chief is naturally welcome to help. Feng Basha coughed lightly. As someone who had been through it, if he couldn't understand, then he would have truly lived in vain. Chapter 485. Now, what is the situation in Xian God Hall? Yi Xian looked into the distance and asked. Back to the hall master. Zhuge Yin took a deep breath and spoke eloquently. The Xian God Hall has now controlled a territory of billions of miles, becoming the ruler of this area. At the same time, there are also many forces around wanting to join the Xian God Hall. Now the territory of the Xian God Hall has expanded tenfold compared to before. After pausing, Zhuge Yin continued, with the fame and prestige of the Xian God Hall growing. It is estimated that in less than 10 years, the development of the Xian God Hall will be 100 times stronger than it is now, even 1,000 times. Zhuge Yin had complete confidence in this. Moreover, he did not doubt that the Xian God Hall would unify the divine realm. After all, the Hall Master is now an unprecedented God Emperor. Even the God Emperors from the outer heaven are not opponents. In the coming time, I will enhance the strength of everyone in the Xian God Hall. During this period, the divine crystals are unlimited, and within 3 years, the Xian God Hall will enter the outer heaven. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at their Hall Master. 3 years. Hall Master, you actually want to go to the outer heaven in 3 years. Isn't that a bit hasty? Chapter 486. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Since he was going to demonstrate in front of the Mo Yuan God Emperor, he would not hide it from him. After all, in light of the development in the not-so-distant future, he would eventually know. Sure enough, when the Mo Yuan God Emperor heard Yi Xian's words, although he was prepared, he could not help but feel astonished. After all, a God Emperor realm puppet is not something just anyone can handle. However, coming to the core area, the summoning undoubtedly became much stronger. It seems to be here. Yi Xian murmured as he looked deeper, continuing, I want to see what existence is summoning here. Let's go. Narrowing his eyes, He then rushed towards the depths of the core area. Buzz. At a certain moment, a formation was triggered, and then dozens of peak divine sovereigns appeared in front of the formation. Who were they? As the dozens of peak divine sovereigns appeared, Xuan and the other two appeared outside the formation, and the fluctuations above the formation were enough to rival a half-step divine emperor. What? The Yuan divine emperor looked at this scene, his face filled with disbelief. There are actually so many powerful beings here, and their auras are very different from those in the divine realm. Interesting. Xuan narrowed his eyes, showing no signs of action, as the formation comparable to a half-step divine emperor shattered with a sound, causing Yuan divine emperor's pupils to widen. Chapter 487 Buzz. With the Bodhi seed recognizing its master through blood, in the next moment, Yuan divine emperor was enveloped by a rich Tao rhythm, and this opportunity was indeed brought about by the Bodhi seed. It is worth mentioning that this Bodhi seed was accidentally obtained by mid-stage divine emperor from a secret realm in the Zhongxian realm, which could increase training speed. But its inner insights and methods of use were unknown. Now, it has benefited Yuan divine emperor. It should be known that this Bodhi seed is something that even in the outer heaven, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the strange clan would scramble for. A rich aura suddenly surged around Yuan divine emperor, and then his realm smoothly welcomed a breakthrough. Early stage divine emperor, mid-stage divine emperor. Finally, under Xuan's guidance, the Bodhi seed began to cleanse Yuan divine emperor's body and soul, and his realm reached the peak of mid-stage divine emperor, just a step away from the late stage. Huff, feeling the aura within him becoming much stronger, Yuan divine emperor finally opened his eyes. I am at the peak of mid-stage divine emperor, and I will reach the late stage in at most 3 years. This Bodhi seed is amazing. Yuan divine emperor took a deep breath, then solemnly bowed again. Such grace, Yuan will repay with his remaining life. You are too kind, senior. Chapter 488 Crack. At this moment, a crack spread from the restriction, and then with a bang, the restriction was broken. Whoosh. A team of people surged in from outside the restriction, and these people were indeed the strong members of the Battle Puppet sect. This place is... Upon arriving at the scene, old ancestor Wu Ye had not yet taken a careful look when he saw 2 figures confronting each other not far away, especially as the auras emanating from both were at the level of half-step sacred god. Half-step sacred god realm. Looking at the 2 standing opposite each other inside the restriction, old ancestor Wu Ye's face was full of seriousness. Oh, the sacred god from the strange clan narrowed his eyes, then smiled wickedly. You all have come for the inheritance opportunity of the puppet divine emperor. The other party's words revealed their intentions, which made old ancestor Wu Ye feel a sense of vigilance. Seemingly seeing through the other party's thoughts. The sacred god from the strange clan curved the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, this sacred god will lend you a helping hand. You see, this guy is the puppet divine emperor. Looking with great interest at the puppet divine emperor opposite him, he continued, of course. Now his strength has indeed entered the sacred god realm, but currently his strength is at most comparable to a half-step sacred god, and he has already exhausted his vitality. Chapter 489 Hearing Xuan's words, the puppet divine emperor squinted his eyes, then nodded. Good. After withdrawing his hand, the puppet divine emperor began to observe. He also wanted to see how remarkable the complete puppet divine technique was, so he wouldn't have any regrets. Puppet technique activated. As Xuan made hand seals, a mysterious and profound formation surged forth, and it could even be said to be effortless. What a fast speed! The puppet divine emperor's eyes sparkled, and the small test truly shocked him, as the speed of arranging this puppet formation was much faster than his own and even more refined. Soon, feeling the soul power rapidly dissipating, the sacred god from the strange clan's expression changed drastically. No, to be precise, it was filled with fear. Bastard, what have you done to me? The sacred god from the strange clan was filled with terror. Glaring at Xuan, you dare to turn this sacred god into a puppet, seeking death. As time passed, the scene quickly calmed down, and the once arrogant sacred god from the strange clan's soul collapsed, transforming into pure energy that merged into his body. Suddenly, his body then emitted an extremely powerful vitality, and the aura that was originally half-step sacred god smoothly advanced into the sacred god realm. Chapter 490 Huff. After a long time, the puppet divine emperor took a deep breath, then opened his eyes. This is mid-stage sacred god? Indeed, the puppet divine emperor was astonished by the surging energy. Mid-stage sacred god. Originally, he had just broken through to the sacred god realm. One can imagine what mid-stage sacred god means now, although he had the support of 2 divine-grade elixirs. What? Xuan, watching the scene, was a bit dazed. Mid-stage sacred god. This? Although he had already anticipated it, he was still quite shocked when it actually happened. Countless years ago, the puppet divine emperor not only was reborn, but also increased his strength to mid-stage sacred god. If the scene were known to the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and a strange clan in the outer heaven, one wonders what their reaction would be. Congratulations, senior, on breaking through to mid-stage sacred god. Xuan smiled slightly. Now that he has entered mid-stage sacred god, even those in the outer heaven who might want to take action would have to be cautious. This method is unheard of. The puppet divine emperor was astonished, looking at Xuan in shock. Young friend, this opportunity is like being reborn. From now on, this old man's life will be yours.